game.
Far side. Curry takes the pass for Post. Dribbles far side. Leaves Shed behind. Drives in, dishes out. Kuminga there. Curry got nailed. He's hurt. He's on the floor. Curry got hit and went down hard. He is in pain right now. Trying to get back up. And Toronto calls a timeout. And Curry is spread out, face down on the floor. This is not good. Not good at all.
No, Tim Roy, it is not. Tim Roy on the call last night right here on 95.7 The Game. But a win nonetheless for the Golden State Warriors, 117-114 over the Toronto Raptors. They improved to 41-29 on the season, 23-14 at home. Huge nights for Jimmy Butler with the triple-double. Draymond Green with some huge shots, 7 of 18 overall for him, 21 points to lead all scorers for the Golden State Warriors. Quinton Post getting it done off the bench. Joe Shasky, 18 points for him. As I say, good morning to you. Good morning to Carter, Sam Lubman, all you lovely people here on a non-payday Friday, but a Friday nonetheless. And, you know, we open up with that call because you got to hold your breath when stuff like that happens. They're calling it a pelvic contusion as Stephen Curry fell hard on his tailbone yesterday. There was a thud. That call didn't do it justice. If you watch the television call, you hear it, the bang on the floor. Should have been a foul call. As he got bodied by 2 Toronto defenders there, but non-call nonetheless. The Raptors get the ball back. They had to do a quick foul. I think it was Guy Santos that did it, so they had to get Curry checked, who was laying on the floor for a few minutes. And, you know, Steve Kerr talked about it after the game. He wanted to come back in, you know, and they decided against it. And we're going to see today, maybe that was adrenaline. We don't know. They're going to take an MRI, and we'll see any reports that happens. But they're calling it a pelvic contusion, Joe Shasky. As I say, good morning to you. A scary moment yesterday. In a big win, though, for the Golden State Warriors.
I don't know. He says he wanted to come back in, or Kerr said he wanted to come back in. Who knows? Like that. We'll find out. I think we all said the same thing. Not goose, not duck, 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 goose. But we were saying something very close to that.
Yeah.
At least that's what I was saying. And we're crossing our fingers. We don't want it to be a fracture or a hairline fracture or anything like that. You know, 2021, Houston, COVID, metal stands that were pulled out. He kind of fell down. It didn't even seem that violent, but because it's metal, he ended up, you know, smacking his tailbone, and it was a big injury, and it really like hampered his legs and everything, and his lower body. And would he miss about 5 games?
Yeah.
Like if I had to guess, I mean, a minimum a week. I mean, it could be months.
Right? Exactly.
You know, so who knows? So we're crossing our fingers. All right. That being said. And I know nobody wants to hear this because Curry is the Holy Spirit, God, Jesus, whoever you want to put all in one for a lot of people. I think that there is like a silver lining to this. And just hear me out here. Hear me out here. The young guys yesterday played galvanized ball. Podziemski was spectacular.
Impressive win.
Kuminga had moments in this game. And he had moments of frustration, but moments in this game. And Quinton Post.
Yeah.
And then the headliners, the suspendables. Draymond Green is playing the best offensive and defensive basketball, both ends of the floor since 2016.
He had 14 3-point attempts real quick yesterday.
He was incredible.
That is insane.
And it brings me back.
5 of them.
It brings me back to Jimmy. And I'm telling you this right now. Every single game that Jimmy Butler plays, he's going to be flirting with a triple-double with the Golden State Warriors. His floor game is outstanding. End of the game, you need a stop. The alpha of alphas gets you a stop. At the end of the game, when you needed to kind of slow things down and be methodical, and everyone is freaking out about what's going on with Steph Curry. Yep. He said, give me the ball. We're going to get big shots. I thought Kuminga hit a big bucket late. And I love the way Jimmy holds the teammates accountable. I do. There's a Tom Brady element to it.
Oh, my God.
He turned to Guy Santos.
Oh, my God. I thought
he was going to kill Guy Santos on the floor. And you know what? I'm not mad at him. There was a moment where Draymond was going to kill Jonathan Kuminga on the floor. And I say this flippantly. I don't want to.
No, it's
like. He was so angry with Kuminga on a switch, which is fine. Like, these guys need to be held accountable. That was a win. They lose with Steph going down the way that he did 10 out of 10 times before Jimmy Butler gets here. And I got to credit the suspendables. These two are they're unbelievable. Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green, I felt like they willed this team to a victory. And the difference with Draymond Green, obviously there's the whole decisiveness offensively and him ripping threes from all points on the floor, not just the corner, but the way that these guys are playing alongside of the youngsters. Moody with some contributions defensively. Kuminga with big rebounds. Podziemski early in the game, late in the game, kind of stabilizing things. And Quinton Post, I'm going to die on the Quinton Post hill. I am. Quinton Post has got to play. I was going to lose my mind on Steve Kerr when about 6-7 minutes ago, he yanks Quinton Post for Kevon Looney. I understand why. And then he went to Gee before he went to Kuminga. What are you doing? Yeah. What Quinton Post is cooking. He's cooking. He's hitting threes all over the place, and he's playing nasty defense. Like, you've got to stay committed to Quinton Post. I know you love Looney. I do too. But in that game where he's got it going, you ride it out until you get to that final five. And, whatever that final five was. Yesterday it was Podziemski. I think it was Moody, Kuminga, Draymond, and Jimmy. And I love that lineup. If that's your final five, fine. You don't need to shoehorn Looney in for a couple of minutes. How clunky did the offense get? And I'm not trying to rip Looney. No, matchups matter. Form matters. Post is cooking.
It's a young, athletic, big Toronto Raptors team. Jakob Poeltl, I thought, was balling in that game.
I want Jakob Poeltl.
8 and 9, 18 points for him, 8 boards. Scotty Barnes was doing his thing. Emmanuel quickly. He gets some shots he can get to the rim. I know you think he's empty calories, but he had a good game overall. I thought Jamal Shedd off the bench. I mean, Jimmy Butler blocked him late. I thought he was key for them as well in Toronto. That was a scrappy game.
Poor man's Fred VanVleet.
Right. Not bad. Fred VanVleet hits some big shots, though. I mean, we
more barrel-chested.
Exactly. But I'll give you that. But this is the recipe for me. And we talked about it yesterday, Joe Shasky, in the last hour of the show. I was like, can we trust these young guys come playoff time? That's going to be the key. Right? It's going to be the Podziemskis of the world making big shots. It's going to be the Kumingas of the world making big shots. It's going to be Quinton Post making big shots. We know what we're going to get. I know what I'm going to get with Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and Stephen Curry. Knock on wood, Steph's injury isn't going to be lingering that much. I know we're going to get with those three championship type of players. But Podziemski knocking open threes early in that game and building confidence. Quinton Post, whenever he just attempts a three, I think it's going in now.
Which is such a stud.
Which is incredible considering he's a rookie. That was thought to be an afterthought just a couple months ago. We had Anthony Slater on our station saying he's 2 years away. 2 years away.
He's a flamethrower.
And now he's 2 months away from being on a deep playoff run potentially and being a focal point of an offense in a big that desperately needs it. Jonathan Kuminga, it was a mixed bag yesterday. He was 1 of 5 from beyond the arc, 7 of 15 overall. He had a couple of assists. He had a couple of steals. I thought he was active. I thought that was one of his better games. And he had a big bucket late in that game.
Big rebounds.
Like he was making some clutch plays late in that game, which again, they're going to need come playoff time. And if Stephen Curry is going to miss some time coming up here, they're desperately going to need a Jonathan Kuminga, even though, again, this is kind of a soft part of the schedule. If Steph is going to miss some time, you got the Hawks, you got the Heat, Pelicans, Spurs. I'm not here to say it's all sugarcoating. Hopefully Steph doesn't miss any time, right? But you're going on this road trip, and it's not exactly world beaters you're going to be playing going forward. But overall, just a huge win.
It's a monster win.
To wrap up a homestand at 6-1, what did I say, Joe Shasky, when it started? It. Anything less than 6-1?
You called it.
Not good enough. They went 6-1 on this homestand. Huge. And now?
And the T-Wolves lost.
The T-Wolves lost, and just the Jimmy Butler era, man. They don't lose 2 times they've lost. Was it 16-2 now? 16-2 in the Jimmy Butler era.
And you're a game and a half up on the Clippers.
Clippers have won 4 in a row.
6-7 spot. Like you're sitting pretty right now. You got to just keep going. Look, there are things in life that happen and there are unintended consequences, right? You can call them silver linings, whatever. Like no one wants Steph out, right? But the reality is if you've watched the last 2 weeks, although he has moments of brilliance, there are times where they are a little too Steph reliant. And I think that some of the younger players can help contribute more. And I think the unintended consequence or the silver liner, however you want to put it.
Blessing in disguise.
Fine.
You want to say that?
That's fine. I'll categorize it however you want. Kuminga needs to get his footing if they want to go anywhere. We can nitpick Kuminga's game all we want, but we would all acknowledge this team is going to need him to contribute and feeling comfortable on both ends of the floor. So without Steph Curry, now Kuminga, however long it is, and we're hoping it's not a season ender. Obviously, that would be That'd be terrible.
No, yeah.
But let's say it's a couple weeks.
The fact that he was walking and wanted to get back in tells me that the back injury wasn't that severe, hopefully.
We'll see.
But again, you're running on adrenaline. Like, you're all exactly. We don't know.
So, but Kuminga needs to get up to speed, all right? And he's playing a little better right now. Quinton Post needs to play, period. And I think if you're going to be forced to play some more clunkier lineups, you're going to have to find shooting somewhere, and he provides that, and spacing. And I think he opens the floor up for others. Draymond Green, when he's assertive in shooting, he hits shots from the corner. He hits shots from the top of the key. He hits shots from the elbow extended.
He attempted 14 three-pointers.
I'm not mad at it.
When's the last time he ever did that? Can we get on that, please, in the back? When's the last time he attempted 14 three-point shots?
When he hits a second half three, not a first half three, a second half three, it's like Popeye getting his spinach.
Oh.
He did one where he like pointed the finger and went like that up on somebody. I don't even know what he was doing. He almost like blacks out after he hits a shot. But there's a version of him that becomes even more tenacious defensively. He made a play like a free safety yesterday on a transition bucket that was unbelievable. I mean, it reminded me of the Richard Sherman play up in Seattle against Michael Crabtree because he was like up in the air.
He missed on the offensive end. That he came all the way back and made a huge play. Fitz was going nuts on the broadcast.
Draymond is playing, I'm telling you, the best both ends basketball for the last month and a half since 2016. It's inarguable. I don't care what anyone. He's maybe played better stretches of just defense, not offense. He was carrying you. Then Jimmy Butler was just an unbelievable. He had rebounds down straight late. He was methodical. They didn't turn it over recklessly. They got shots. Now, they missed some shots. They weren't the greatest, but they get good looks in the half court more times than not when they run the offense through Jimmy. And I think that Jimmy needs to be the anchor, whether Steph's on the floor or not. This isn't controversial. I'm being real here. Steph can carry you for long stretches, and there's going to be games where he's going to get the ball down the stretch. But I think it's a blessing in disguise that Jimmy gets to kind of acclimate himself and get the others involved. They play smarter, better basketball in the half court with 4 minutes to go when Jimmy is the protagonist, if you will, the guy who's setting things up, the playmaker. Doesn't mean he's taking the shots, but he's setting things up for you. You got great looks. Moses Moody's looking good lately, but Jemski's playing well. They're firing on all cylinders, and I think of all the things, like, yes, Steph being out, it's not the end of the world. I think it could be good for the collective of this team right now.
And we'll find out on this road trip because, again, it's not exactly world beaters. You're going to be playing starting tomorrow against the Atlanta Hawks. And then, obviously, the Jimmy Butler revenge factor going to Miami on Tuesday. Got the Pelicans, your Pelicans, next Friday. Zion on them boys in New Orleans. And then you wrap it up next Sunday in San Antonio against the Victor Wembanyama-less, Greg Popovich-less, and De'Aaron Fox-less San Antonio Spurs. 888-957-9570. Shout out to all of those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I could have gone for some Laughing Monk, some of the brewskis after the game last night. It was crazy. And my power went out in the fourth quarter, so that was nice. So I had to just follow along on my phone.
No way.
Just my apartment complex. It just crapped out for a little bit. That was nice.
Oh,
it wasn't even like raining or like anything. I was like, what happened?
That game at the end, the final however many minutes, rage that I saw from Butler and Draymond Green, it was incredible. It was like Avengers. It was the Justice League. It was all those things wrapped into one.
It was everything everywhere all at once.
Incredible. It was Swiss Family Robinson at the end.
Swiss Family Robinson, deep cut.
It was the cavalry showing up and being ready to roll. It was unreal. Like, I'm dead serious. Like, those two, they were born to play together.
It was the Dudley boys getting the tables.
100%.
Right? Power bombing people through them.
Joe, watching the two of them, they're on the same page. First off, their tolerance level for mistakes, certain mistakes, is very thin. And I think it's not a bad thing. Holding young players accountable isn't the worst thing.
They demand excellence. I didn't mean to cut you off there, but that is what you brought in with Jimmy Butler, and I said it then, and I'll say it now. He brings a different mindset and mentality to this team that no other player at the deadline could have brought. Not Kevin Durant.
No, you're right.
Not the Zach LaVines, not any of those guys. Not the Cam Johnsons. Like, please. None of them bring the mentality and that bulldog mentality of one James Butler III. Yeah, he's a little quirky. Yeah, he's going to piss you off sometimes. Yeah, he might. You know what? It might all blow up in a year and a half. But right now, it is just what the doctor ordered. This team is rallying around Jimmy Butler, and Jimmy Butler's loving every single second of it. I see him and Buddy Hield just becoming like the Step Brothers. Like those guys are laughing and having a good time,
but
poking fun at each other.
Late.
You know what?
Huge free throws.
You know what? He didn't shoot the ball great, but I look at the box score at the end of it: 8 points, 4 assists, being active there, being a willing passer. Game. 5 boards, and again, to your point, get into the line.
Late.
Get late, exactly.
They like that guy hit that bank 3, and he hit free throws late. Like, Buddy Hield.
2 big offensive rebounds.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Buddy Hield is playing good. Look, all these people, like, I'm the biggest Steph fan in the world, but we also have to acknowledge, if the Warriors really want to go somewhere deep this year, they need the others humming, right?
That's why the only thing that I would be skeptical on, I brought it up to you yesterday, I was like, am I going to be able to trust in a multiple series? I'm talking about Joe Shasky.
Yeah.
Can a Quinton Post be stepping up? Can a Jonathan Kuminga be stepping up? Can a Brandon Pajemski? Can a Moses Moody? These are a lot of young guys that are going to be asked to do a lot of crazy things against a very deep Western Conference. And yeah, I still do have my concerns somewhat about that because you beat a Raptors team, let's face it, they're 24-46, but they're going to have a huge opportunity to draw in a lot of the fans if Steph is going to miss some time. Like, this is a prime opportunity for some of these players. Again, we're waiting to see what happened with Stephen Curry. For just joining us right now, they're calling it a pelvic contusion. He took a hard fall yesterday in a win over the Toronto Raptors with a couple minutes left to go in the third quarter. He missed the entire fourth quarter. Apparently, according to Steve Kerr, Steph wanted to come back in. They said, no, we're going to see how he is today. They're going to do an MRI. So we're all hoping Steph's going to be okay, but it doesn't look like it's, again, I'm hoping it's nothing too serious, the fact that he wanted to come in there.
One of the big knocks on this team the last couple of years is they're just too soft. And Draymond's the only real true enforcer.
Yeah.
And I'm watching right now, and like they're taking on Jimmy's identity. And I don't think it's a bad thing at all. I look, again, I know there's all these Steph fans like, Steph's got to have the ball in his hands to end the game and everything flows through Steph. No, I disagree. Like, I think right now, Jimmy being your lead dog and this team taking on more of his identity is exactly what needed to happen. I don't want passive Jimmy at the end of the games. Yesterday, they got what I was expecting you were going to get from Chris Paul in terms of setting up your team with 5 minutes to go. Jimmy is actually better at getting to his spots on the floor, getting others clean looks. Pajemski had clean looks. Moody had clean looks. Quinton Post had clean looks. Like, even JK had one-on-ones with the ability to drive. Jimmy gets to his spots. I'm telling you, man, this team needs to continue to take on his identity. And then I'll take it a step further. When I look at Quinton Post and Pajemski, and you're asking about who's ready, the youngsters, those guys aren't shying away from the moment. Quinton Post is telling the crowd, get fired up. Let's go. And I was like, let's go, QP. Let's go. This young man is not afraid of the moment. He needs to play more. Pajemski, for all the things he drives everyone crazy for, you got to give it to him. The kid is fearless, and he was hitting buckets. And if he's going to be, like, when he came out, I thought he would be more of a shooter. I really did. We know he can play make. We know he can dribble. We know he can hustle. But if he's knocking down shots early in the game and he's decisive, what an element that brings to the table, because he's giving me all this extra glue guy stuff. If he can hit a couple shots, I think it opens everything up. Moody's going to find his shot. The shot hasn't been around lately, but he's making little winning plays. JK's going to come around. I thought JK had multiple big winning plays down the stretch. Did he have moments of clunkiness? Did he shoot a few too many threes for my liking? Yeah, but we're throwing him grenades, and what I call grenades are, hey, it's the end of the shot clock. Hey, we have nowhere to go.
Yeah.
Joe, here's a grenade.
Boom.
Shoot it, right? Like, those, I know you're going to look at the box score and say, JK shouldn't be shooting threes. I'm telling you, watch the flow of the 24-second clock. He's getting the ball late in the shot clock saying, bail us out. It will all come into play. And I think Jimmy and Butler need to play more overlapping minutes. And also, Dre and Jimmy need to ride Kuminga. You saw yesterday, Jimmy Butler was like, throw me the ball. Yep. Throw me the ball. And Kuminga didn't throw him the ball. You throw it to Jimmy, you're going to get it back. Yeah. That's part of the learning experience of playing with them. But he's only been back a couple games. We're going to need Kuminga to take a step forward. And with Steph out, I think he can do it.
Do you believe 720 today, the fastest growing game show in the history of sports talk radio? Do you believe at 720? Shameless shout out 745. Remember, shameless shout outs are about you guys, not us. And it's the same number to call or text this morning, 888-957-9570. As always, it is. It's 888-957-9570, the same number to call or text. Plus, in studio, the one, the only, you love him, Bonte Hill, 9 o'clock for the full hour. Can't wait for that. Courtesy of the River Islands guest line, as all guests in 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line isn't time for you to discover the islands. We've got a couple calls we'll get to on the other side.
Draymond was freaking amazing.
I mean,
I'm so, I crushed this guy for 3 years. I thought he was done as a shooter. I thought he was done. Joe, I thought he was cooked. And you know what? Not only is he not cooked, the guy looks like he's so rejuvenated. Whatever the fountain of youth is, whatever Jimmy brought to the table, maybe it's the coffee. I don't know. Draymond looks incredible. Dude, look, dude, when you crush someone, you have to give them their due, their flowers. Draymond has been spectacular offensively. Spectacular.
And that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser
on 95.7 The Game.
It's the postman.
Oh, my God. There it is. Let's go. I hope McNeese comes out to this next time. Amir Khan, where are you at? That's right. Let's go. QP3, they're calling him. 22 minutes off the bench last night. 6 of 10 overall, 6 of 9 from beyond the arc. 18 points for one Quinton Post. Friend of the program, as you know, Joe Shasky, the Flying Dutchman, as I call him. We were just talking about our love for Ajax, the professional soccer team out of Amsterdam, where Quinton Post hails from. And again, the big story for just joining us this morning is Spadoni at Shasky. It's a non-payday Friday, but a Friday nonetheless, so we're fired up. There's a little in the back of our minds. We're concerned, obviously. Stephen Curry took a hard fall yesterday. They're calling it a pelvic contusion, so we'll monitor that. Any news, info related, we'll hit the breaking news sounder. We'll bring it right to you whenever it happens. But the big story yesterday is when Steph went out, Jimmy stepped up. Draymond stepped up. Moses Moody had to play. Buddy Hield had to play. Everyone stepped up in the chef's absence, and it was a total team win and a grinded out win, because for moments of that game, I was like, are they for real right now? And they've done this a couple times, and it's the NBA. It happens. The Toronto Raptors, they have a lot of talent on that team.
Barnes is so good.
No, they have talent. Like,
so good.
Anyone can lose to anyone on any given night. Like, that's the league. But having said all of that, Joe Shasky, another triple-double, the second for Jimmy Butler. You're 16-2. You're 16-2 when he plays as a Golden State Warrior. Can you believe that?
No.
14 games over 500. Draymond Green, the most three-point attempts he's ever committed in his entire NBA career. The last time he had even close to it, 2017. He attempted 11 three-point attempts.
The only thing
13 against the Bulls in 2014. 2014, he had 13 attempts.
Like, the only thing that comes close to this, like,
11
late
years ago.
career offensive surge, honestly, the only guy, it's like a Brandon Crawford 2021 season.
That's not a bad
where
comp.
he was like
That's not bad.
offensively for multiple years.
And it was just amazing.
And then out of nowhere, he was unreal. Like, unbelievable.
Was he an all-star that year too?
2021, I don't know. But he just had a complete resurgence. And it feels like Draymond Green is literally having that exact same thing happen to him. Now, Jimmy, it's interesting when you get a great player, like you think you know their game, but then you watch them every single night for like multiple weeks up until like a month, and you notice all the little subtleties that they do really well. Jimmy Butler is such a throwback player. His ability in traffic to use his body to create space and create angles is such a throwback thing. He does this thing with his butt where guys are like coming off these like little DHOs, these dribble drive handoffs, and he'll like fake it. And you have all these people mashing in, and guys are trying to press up against him. And he uses his butt, old school style. Kobe did this. Other great ISO perimeter players do this. A lot of guys in the current game don't, though. He uses his butt to just like back off. You're not going to reach in. I'm going to be able to not only get my shot off, you're going to foul me because you're leaning over. I'm using my butt as leverage, and I'm able to continue to pivot my foot and get to the spots on the floor that I want. I'm still able to make a pass somewhere in a lane that I want because I'm creating angles. It's hard to explain, but it's this triple threat ability. And I love watching Jimmy. He also leaves his feet a lot going into the lane. And then instead of throwing a chest pass, he throws a really nice bounce pass to whoever's out on the outside perimeter. And that's why a lot of his passes don't get intercepted. He's just a stud. He's a freaking stud.
You want another Jimmy Butler? I love when we get these like
he's a triple-double machine on this team.
The player notables, I love getting these. Sam Love and Prince Mala. Jimmy Butler became the fourth player in franchise history to record 10-plus points, 10-plus rebounds, 10-plus assists, 2 or more steals, and 2 or more blocks in a single game since Kevin Durant, Draymond Green, and Chris Mullin did it, and that's the only other 3. Those are 3 Hall of Famers.
The end of the game,
the Warriors are 12-0 in those games.
That felt like a pickup game or a backyard game against. Well, like, just give me that. Yeah. That's what it felt like.
And by the way, Draymond's done that 9 times. Draymond's done that 9 times. 9 times.
I mean, who would have thought Draymond and Jimmy Butler should have been paired together earlier?
Well, we all thought
It's incredible.
it was just going to be funny. Like when we first thought the trade, let's keep it a buck. Yeah, this might work. It might be great.
And they might hate each other.
Or we were so desperate just for content. We were just it might not work. And that might be content nonetheless if they blow up and fight each other. That was the thing we were talking about. But when you really think about it, that seems silly because these are just two high IQ and high intensity guys. And yeah, that could be bad. But more often than not, when the goal is just to win, and that's what Jimmy Butler came here to do, was just win. Mm-hmm. And I thought he ingratiated himself into the fan base, into the community so well when his opening presser was just give the ball to Steph, get out of the way. He understood who the real alpha was on this team. But now we're finding out that not only is he unselfish, but when he needs to be, quote unquote, and again, you say selfish is a bad thing. No. Sometimes you need to be in life, Joe Shasky. You need to be a little selfish and give me the ball and get out of the way. His ability to calm things down, not only for the players around him, the coaching staff, he calms me down if I'm a fan watching him. I want him to have the ball. I feel at ease. When's the last time you felt like that in the closing minutes of the game? There you go.
And
Kevin Durant.
I would say
not saying they're the same player, but he gives you
there's
the
a
vibes.
frenetic, not to diss Steph in any way, all-time legend, but there's a frenetic pace of play that he plays with. And there's just, as he's coming off ball, and you're waiting for him to get the shot, and you're waiting for him
he's so quick, too, the way he plays game. And he has to do that to create separation a lot of the time.
It's chaotic.
Yes.
Jimmy's methodical. The way I would describe what I think needs to happen, and look, this is just my opinion. I love Steph. He's an all-time player. Is LeBron an all-time player?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. When he was paired up with Dwayne Wade, I thought everything needed to go through Dwayne Wade to end the game. That doesn't mean LeBron wasn't going to hit shots. It doesn't mean LeBron wasn't going to make great passes and get out in transition and get dunks late in games. I'm just saying that the template was, hey, when things get bottled up and we need a bucket, we're going to go through Dwayne Wade and he'll make the decisions.
Right. He had to learn his lesson after that Mavs run because he was too passive.
Exactly.
So there's a give and take there that LeBron had to learn after losing to the Dallas Mavericks on the run. Because what were everyone saying after that run? That he just barely attempted any shots in that final game.
What about with Dwayne Wade and Shaq? Dwayne Wade and Shaq is another great example. Shaq was dominant for 40 minutes of the game, 46 minutes of the game, and then the final couple minutes, it was Dwayne Wade. Same thing with Shaq and Kobe, right? So this is not exclusive to just Steph Curry. I'm just saying, when I watch this team, and there's going to be times where everything runs through Steph on particular nights when he's got it going. But when push comes to shove and things get ugly, I truly believe for this team to go where they want to go, and I think they can get there. I do. I actually think they can get there. It got to go through Jimmy. And that doesn't mean Steph's not going to be right there catching passes from him off ball and hitting big daggers. I'm saying I want the ball in Jimmy's hands to just calm things down. And if he determines it's a midi, if he determines it's a lob to Dre or he throws it, goes to the block and he's going to, that's fine. I'm just telling you, he gets the ball at the end of these games. And I think over the next week and a half, however long Steph's out, it's not the worst thing to get a little taste of what it might look like in the playoffs.
And I would love for him to actually, and again, we're talking about this, and he was great. He was awesome. He had a triple-double. Can he find his shot, please, for the love of God? He was 4 of 15 overall yesterday. 1 of 2. He only attempted 3-point shots. He did make 1. And I get it. He was 7 of 10 at the line. And again, make your free throws, people. If he could find his shot, heading into the playoffs, that would be great, because he really hasn't had it as a Golden State Warrior. And that's, again, another thing, if he adds on to that and starts actually hitting at a normal clip for him, that just unlocks everything else for this team. It's now we got an efficient Jimmy Butler. Yeah, night-night, rest of the league. Night-night.
He's a closer on both ends. Yep. That's the thing that's so, not only do you get, the offensive facilitating, you also get unbelievable timely rebounds and defense. You basically have 2 free safeties now with Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler.
And I had Moses Moody getting a key block there at the end, too.
Kuminga got a huge rebound in traffic.
Yep.
And if Kuminga can continue to get situational rebounds, that's what's going to endear him to his teammates, the coach, and the fans.
888-957-9570. We'll get to some calls on the other side. I promise. Nick and Berkeley, I see you. The coach and Vallejo, they are fired up. Are you fired up after that win?
Fired up.
I mean, we got Do You Believe coming up at 7:20. It's the oldest question we ask in the history of sports talk. Do you believe in this Golden State Warriors team. We're going to do that at 7:20. Shameless shout out, 7:45. Again, it's about you for shameless shout outs, not about us. And it's the same number to call or text. It's 888-957-9570. You shout out whoever, whatever you want. You shout out the Oakland Roots. You shout out Joe Shasky. You shout out Stephen Curry, making sure he's okay. You shout out Jimmy Butler. Shout out your girlfriend, your husband, whatever.
I got a
shout
special
out
one
businesses.
today.
There you go. He's got a special one.
I got a really special one that's near and dear to my heart.
That's great. And then we got Bonte Hill joining us at 9 o'clock in studios. He joins us each and every Friday in studio at 9 o'clock. Bonte Hill, host of Warriors pre- and post-game live for NBC Sports Bay Area. Also host here at 95.7 The Game. And that's what's coming up in The Game, brought to you by Sarah Monty Ford.
knocked it down. 5 threes tonight for Draymond. 21 points to lead the Dubs.
Yo, what it do? It's your boy Pilo, and this is the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoshi and the Butcher Boy. Let's go.
I still love that. Only Pilo could make Joe Spadoni turning Japanese, Joe Spadoshi. There you go.
Joe, shout out my peeps in the 707. Today, Pliny the Younger 2025 is released, and there are people in line. Shout out the 707 Sonoma County, baby.
What is Pliny the Younger?
Well, there's Pliny the Elder, and then there's Pliny the Younger.
What is that?
It's a specific beer, correct? I don't want to mess this up because the beer people, the snobs, are going to come rolling in.
I only go to Laughing Monk Brewing. So if Laughing Monk Brewing has it, I'll go. Do they?
It's Russian River Brewery.
See.
Okay, you know the Russian River is very near and dear to my heart, and they only release it once a year, multiple times a year?
Once a year.
Okay, and you can only buy like 2 6-packs or 2 12-packs, right?
You can buy one pint glass if you go, and people wait 8 hours for it.
But I thought you could buy
right now. Michael Moore.
I'm not sure what you can take home.
Okay, maybe I was wrong. I thought you could take because I know there's always the line every single year, and then there's Russian River Brewery that will have certain things on tap. Every year.
The new iPhone is basically the same. It's the same
for
thing.
beer drinkers. Yeah,
for beer drinkers. Okay,
it's like
it messes you up.
Yeah, it's like that cookie train.
Spoiler alert: alcohol messes you up, but it's an IPA, which are the very
Triple.
heavy.
IPA.
Triple.
So if I'm Joe the Elder, you're Joe the Younger.
There you go. Which apparently is the better version, right? So I'm just kidding, Joe. You're cooking this morning, bud.
I know.
Hey, you know what? We're like Jimmy and Draymond, aren't we?
Well, the 2 smartest players in basketball.
Thank you. You said
Arguably.
it. You said it, not me. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Let's go to the phones.
Let's do it.
These guys have been hanging on real tight. They're excited. They're fired up.
Give it to me.
Let's go to Coach. Come on, get us started. Coach in Vallejo. 117-114. Golden State Warriors. 41-29. 16-2. Coach in the Jimmy Butler era. What's up, man?
Hey, guys. Hey, I love Mr. Logical, Mr. Emotion. I love you both. And because you do look at the game objectively. Now, what I saw last night, and Chasky, I want you to help me with this, is that you at least look at Jonathan Kuminga and what he does well and don't nitpick what he does wrong. So last night, he missed a couple of threes. Then one play, he had a wide open 3, had about 15 seconds. He wouldn't shoot it. He waited till Steph uncovered. He passed him the ball. I saw great IQ on that on Jonathan Kuminga, and I think that needs to be, commended. Now, also, I think Jimmy Butler has to watch it. He says the Warriors need to play perfect. No, they don't. I don't want Kuminga to be cautious out there. I don't want him to be thinking out there. I want him to play. One play, Butler yelled at Guy Santos because he went the wrong play and Butler threw the ball out of bounds. Butler needs to be careful. You can't bark at these guys all the time. You got to strategically bark at these young guys.
I would agree.
Okay?
I would agree. But I think in that moment, let me, Coach, and I'm going to let you finish. But
tight game. I'm
going to be real with you. In that moment, considering the last 2 games where you had long stretches of multiple turnovers in a row that led to the other team taking a big lead against you, I understand them in the moment, losing. It was 5 minutes to go, 6 minutes to go, because I'm going to be real. I didn't like taking out Quinton Post and not going to Jonathan Kuminga. He went to Guy Santos and Kevon Looney. I'm talking about the coach did, and I didn't think that was the right decision. I would have went right back to Kuminga. I don't know why he went to Guy in between going to Kuminga.
I agree to that, and that's Steve Kerr. And lastly, I tell you what I saw last night and what they were missing was GP2 and Andrew Wiggins. Because as much as you guys like to, well, not so much you guys, like to point out the virtues of Podziemski, he cannot stop the point guard on the other team. Last night, Toronto, those point guards, Quigley and the other point guard, they consistently cooked Podziemski driving
he got
into the
blown
lane.
by a lot. He did. You're right. He got
he did.
but I
that's
think
not part of his game. Thanks, Coach.
Coach, I think the reason why he played a lot last night is they needed that other ball handler, and he was hitting shots.
Yeah. No, they
Had
definitely
he not been hitting shots, I don't know if he would have been that guy.
That's a great point, and we didn't bring up Gary Payton, who was a DNP, sore left knee for GP2, by the way. There would have been like multiple masks at that point. Like, I mean, just real quick.
The masked singer meets the Phantom of the Opera.
It was the Phantom of the It was Bane. Like, gee, like how many guys needed masks on Toronto? Jesus. How many nose jobs were happening up there? But no, they definitely missed the on-ball defense of one Gary Payton II. That's not a strength of Brandon Podziemski. And again, I bring this up, and we're celebrating a big win, and we're going to find out more about these young guys as this road trip starts, potentially without Stephen Curry being a part of it. We'll see pelvic contusion for one Stephen Curry. But that's going to be a thing come playoff. Like, teams are going to isolate and try to hunt a Podziemski. They're going to try to hunt a Quinton Post. They're going to try to hunt some of these guys and see if they could, stop the big boys in the Western Conference with a lot of bigs, a lot of size, and a lot of speed and athleticism.
Look, not every player is a complete player on both ends of the floor.
No, and we're not saying he is, but that's...
No, but I think what ends up happening in Warrior Land is that it's either you're the greatest player who ever lived and you have no flaws, or, oh my God, let's point out every single one of your flaws.
That's fans in general. But yeah, I hear you.
I'm not here for it. Pods had a great game in the first half, and then I thought in the second half he did a lot of little winning plays. Now,
that being said, is Scotty Barnes like going off the way he's going off? If we had GP2 out there,
or 6'8" monster.
Well, I'm just saying,
that's a tough matchup.
It is,
for GP2.
or an Emmanuel Quickly, if you will, who had a couple
quickly. Here's the thing:
he had a couple quick buckets.
He did
quickly, right?
But
no
not having a rim protector alongside, Podziemski. I think it's tough, and he wants to get up in quickly and get him at the top of the key, and he did blow by him. He's a fast player, and that's not a strength of Pods. Pods also drew a couple of charges. He give it, then he take it away. Not everyone is going to be excellent on both ends. And so, I think the tolerance level from some of the young players by the fan base,
totally.
We got to relax a little.
No, totally.
We got to relax a little.
But that being said, Joe Shasky, that's why I still have slight pause. And again, we're excited. We're happy. We're feeling great. I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer here. It is the young guys, ultimately, come playoff time, that's going to be the difference between winning and losing a given series. And it's going to come down to those guys. I know what I'm going to be getting with Jimmy. I know what I'm going to be getting with Steph. And I know what I'm going to be getting with Draymond. I'm going to get high-level IQ basketball greatness with those guys. It's a mixed bag everywhere else, and it's going to be a lot to prove it. But that being said, you could say that for the rest of the Western Conference contenders, right? We're going to try to find out a lot about the others with Oklahoma City, with the Lakers. Are you going to be trusting Jackson Hayes as a starter? That's baked into it. They're going to be relying on him a lot. So I say that to say it's not uniquely a Golden State problem.
I agree.
But we're going to find out a lot about this team in the coming months. But we're shining a light on the young guys after last night's win, because that is a game. Again, they lose a couple months ago. And Coach Vallejo brought it up. He was talking about Jimmy Butler after the game. This is what he had to say in regards to the Warriors having to play perfect if Steph is going to be out.
Whether he's with us or whether he's not, hopefully he is. But if he isn't, that's just more perfect basketball that we're going to have to play. We can't afford to turn the ball over. We can't afford to foul, because we don't have the one individual that can automatically get us back into the game. But we want the guy. We want our guy with us.
By the way, with Stephen Curry off the court in the Jimmy Butler era, Warriors are a plus 60.
Where's the line? What he said? Bill Walsh had a great line. I love this line. I use it all the time when I'm coaching, not to pretend that I'm Bill.
Well,
we strive for perfection at practice and in games, knowing it's unattainable, yet along the way, we'll touch some greatness.
Yeah.
And if your standard is perfection, no one's perfect. You can't be perfect. It's impossible. It's an imperfect sport. If you know that, though, but if your standard is that setting, you're going to be a really good team, right? It's when you settle for good and you settle for mediocre, you're a bad team.
It's the guys that stay late. It's want to complete more routes. I didn't like that I dropped the ball there. Let's keep going. 100 more balls. I didn't like that I missed a free throw there. We're going to do another 100 more. It's the gym rats, and it's that mindset and mentality, and that's the thing. Golden State Warriors, and I don't know why people are like the coach in Vallejo is a huge Warriors fan. I love that mindset. That should be the mindset of the Golden State Warriors, right?
But to me, yes, but to me also, it's not like Jimmy came in screaming and yelling at people. It's been a couple of weeks now, And yeah, there's a situation here and there. He got into it with Kuminga. He got into it with Gee, and what got into it. I mean, he just voiced his displeasure.
Why are we getting all upset about that?
No, but I love that because to me, they needed a different voice outside of Draymond to hold people accountable. Since when is a Hall of Famer telling a young guy what to do on a particular play in the middle of the action? Since when's that a bad thing?
When Stephen Curry is out, it's Jimmy Butler's team. Let's just keep it a buck. When Stephen Curry is out, it is Jimmy Butler's team.
Now, look,
it's not Draymond's, it's not Steve Kerr's, it's not Moses Moody's, it's not Jonathan Kuminga's. When Stephen Curry is out, it's Jimmy Butler's team, and you all better get out of the way and do what he says. Look, he's the leader.
There is a fine line on like ripping every young player at every single turn. I don't think that's what we're seeing. What we're seeing is like, hey man, let's go.
Yes.
Let's go. I'm coming to the lane. You popped out. I need you to go to the corner. I need you to go to the corner on that. Next one, you go to the corner. They're in the middle of a game. They're trying to win. They just lost Steph. Everybody's fired up. Like, have you played sports, people? Have you played sports? This is part of the creative tension that happens during the heat of competition. And I'm not even talking about when millions are on the line.
Exactly.
Millions and legacies and all that stuff. And so, yeah, Jimmy Butler's kind of cut from that Tom Brady cloth.
Yeah, that's exactly who I was thinking
Not everybody is going to be like Steph Curry, where they're just a gracious teammate. No. You know, like, that's why him and Draymond get along so well.
Exactly.
They're kind of like see the game the same way, and I'm not mad at it.
I'm not mad at Nick and Berkeley. It's been a minute, Nick and Berkeley.
Up, Nick?
Where you been, man? You're almost Spadoni and Shasky.
Oh, man, Shastarelli and Spadocci. You guys are killing me, man. Hey, look, man, first of all, Buckets is like a college high school name, man, so we changed his name to Bugsy because 16-2 is gangster. The Warriors haven't gone 16-2 since the 16-17 season when they started, and the 15-16 season, and we all know what happened in that era. So it's when they were putting up records. And then, you know, in Draymond, I got to give a shout out to him because he lost his mind in the right way, and he went from Dre Mean, and now he's back to Dre Goon because he's out there gooning out. So I'm just saying, you know, Kuminga, when a veteran tells you to listen. If he tells you to pass, if you ask for the ball, give him the ball, bro. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? And it's not a pride thing, bro. It's basketball. It's not rocket bang flying to the moon. Cavs got to listen. You know, in this era of coaches getting fired because the athletes ain't playing and they want to, you know, nobody wants to blame the players. Like, you know, Draymond and Bugsy, they ain't going for that, bro. If you're out there making mistakes, you make mistakes. Like if you drive a Formula One car and you steadily crashing into the wall, you're going to be off the team. You know what I'm saying?
I'm with you.
It's like levels to it, man. It's levels to learning how to play sports and getting right. And I also like to give a shout out to Patrick Mahomes for quitting at halftime and getting double slapped in the face like that. That was great. That was the most double slap WWE move. Straight double slap to the face. I don't know when I've ever seen that before, but I will say this. I think Charles Haley might have done it. But dude, that was so epic. And they came out at halftime looking like, oh God, we don't have him play the second half. They showed Taylor Swift one time on the TV. I was cracking up.
Hey, look,
I was like, yep. I was like, yep. But hey, man, look, the Warriors are doing it. Let's, cross our fingers and keep it rocking. And you know what? And you know what, man? Shout out to the UCSD women's basketball and men's basketball team. The first time in history that a university has gone Division I, and then their first year, both teams in the same sport went to the NCAA playoffs.
I love it.
Go
there you
tight.
go.
Good call, Nick.
Ah, damn, they barely fell yesterday, by the way. 3 points for the Michigan Wolverines. That was a good effort for them. They covered.
Joe, what are they trying to do right now?
Who's they?
The Warriors.
They're trying to win.
Okay. They're trying
no matter what. DJ Khaled said so.
They're trying to lock up a playoff spot.
I'm just kidding. Continue. Yes.
Right? They're trying to lock up a playoff spot. But within the, there's so many different journeys, right? There's the bigger journey of hey, the whole season.
There's levels to this.
Yeah, yes. Right? There's you go on a mission and then, now the mission has a different little side track.
Quest. I just finished The Hobbit, by the way.
There we go.
We're all good.
So here we go. So here's where we go. Right now they're trying to get into the playoffs.
Battle of the Five Armies.
That's the number one, right? But along the way, we're also trying to get these guys like a Guy Santos, like a Kuminga, up to speed to see if they can be ready for the crucible of this year's playoffs. Because that's what it is. It's a crucible. I mean, this is a huge, huge test. It's not easy basketball. You got to play smart. The margins are thin. 2 turnovers in a row and a missed defensive assignment is the difference between winning and losing a game and can be the difference in between winning and losing a series.
That's a good point.
All right? On top of that, not only Or are we worried about this year? But all these young guys are prepping themselves emotionally and mentally. Will you be on my team next year and the year after that? Because we're going into the luxury tax, because this is not about a 10-year runway. Steph's not 25. Jimmy's not 25. They're older. They're 35, 36, and 37. This is about who is going to be here, not just for this year in the playoffs, but also for next year and the year after. So along the way, if I got to run hot a little at times, as long as I'm not completely burying someone psychologically, it's going to happen. And if you can't take it, you're probably not going to be here next year.
Exactly.
I mean, that's the reality. Have you seen how LeBron has operated for a decade? That's exactly the way he has run things. The Warriors have to be as cutthroat. And look, it's not about kumbaya. I want to win. I want to win at least one more while we have this core. And I think they can do it. Are these young guys ready for the task? That's the question.
That's the question. You're listening to 95.7 Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. And now we are broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky. Now we're down. It's a non-payday Friday. By the way, yesterday I've slept on this. It's officially spring, Joe Shasky. A new era has turned. It's a new season now.
Yay!
And we're feeling it with the Golden State Warriors. This has been a new season ever since the acquisition of one Jimmy Butler. And we're going to be playing after every single Warriors game. We played this game. It's going to be coming up in about 15 minutes. So start lining them up. 888-957-9570. It's the oldest question in sports talk. Do you believe? 720. Do you believe? Shameless shout-outs coming up in about 45 minutes as well. Shout out whoever and whatever you want. Same number to call or text. And remember, it's about you for shameless shout-outs. 888-957-9570. You know who I want to shout out? Jimmy Butler. Here he is after the game.
No. And I didn't choose to have time off, by the way. So let's just get that out the way. But I do feel good. I'm telling you, winning takes care of everything. Winning makes all the pain go away. Winning is one of the best things in the world. And I'm glad that I can be winning here.
God, I love that. Winning takes all the pain away, Joe Shasky.
How refreshing is it? And I think you've seen a rejuvenated Draymond, where Dre isn't the only one being the vocal, hold you accountable guy.
It comes off as stale. Unfortunately, it does for everyone in any walk of life. If you've been with someone for that long,
such a great point.
You need a new voice sometimes. You need a kick in the pants in any walk of life.
Jimmy's such an alpha. I'm telling you, man, that even with Steph, I believe that at the end of games, they need to go through Jimmy Butler. I truly believe that. It's not a knock on Steph. No. He's awesome. It's still his team. This is his franchise. He's an all-time legend. We're going to need him to be nuclear Steph if we want to go where we want to go. But they need to play through Jimmy in the final couple minutes. And last night was evident on both ends of the floor. The guy just wins and makes plays for others. God, I love watching him.
So right now,
what a great trade. I mean, Dunleavy, God.
You can't sing, we don't mention his name
Dunleavy,
enough. We don't mention his name enough because we crushed him.
The cojones to make this deal.
Yep.
And to basically tell the all-time greatest franchise player, trust me on this one, bro.
Yeah.
Trust me. We want this guy.
He
was so right. God, all of us were wrong for months. And Pat Riley, how was Pat Riley feeling?
Well,
I mean, my God.
I mean, he's probably just happy that Jimmy's gone, but he's got to feel some type of way. By the way, just Western Conference standings update for you all, because I know you're all caring about that. Thunder are the Thunder. They're going to be the number 1 seed. Then you got the Rockets, who have won 8 in a row. They're still a 2 seed, 45 and 25.
Bring them on.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Nuggets, 3 seed right now, 44 and 26.
Well, I want to say, who is scared of the Rockets?
No one.
Are you kidding me?
No
Dylan Brooks and them boys are going to come rolling in. Bring them on.
Hey, Fred VanVleet.
I will go pick up Dylan Brooks and them boys in my Maverick, and we'll drive to Chase Center, and we'll go. I would die to have that matchup.
They're not very good.
That is a 5-game Warrior win. Gentlemen's sweep.
All right, Nuggets the 3 seed. Lakers the 4 seed. The Grizzlies, the 5 seed currently.
Bring them on.
The Warriors are just a game and a half back, so they're 2 games back in the loss column with the Memphis Grizzlies for the 5th seed currently. The Warriors are the 6th seed. Then you got the Clippers who won 4 in a row. 7 seed, and then you got the T-Wolves at the 8th seed. They've lost 2 in a row. Kings 9, Suns 10.
The more and more that I think about this, and just look at the East and you look at the West, it's now been a couple years, and I know the Warriors were the benefactor of this. So it's going to sound disingenuous because we needed it last year. God, the 9th and 10th spots are really unnecessary.
They're not good. Again, you just play that drop. They're not very good. That's
the high-level loser, bro.
Yeah, the Kings are high-level losers. The Suns are high-level losers.
I get why you want them to feel included in all this, but it's ridiculous.
It's not. Yeah, I'm out on that. And right now, we wouldn't even be talking about it, quite frankly. Like, the Kings would have an outside chance. But if it was just 1 through 8, right now I'd be looking at Timberwolves Thunder, which would be a juicy first-round matchup. Then you get the Clippers Rockets. You get the Warriors Nuggets. I know you guys, but you're not scared of the Nuggets. Again,
they're formidable.
They're formidable, but you're not scared. And then again, we just said that considering they didn't have Jokic and Murray and you lost to them. But again, I don't think I fear the Denver Nuggets. You respect them. You don't fear them. And then you'd have Lakers Grizzlies in a first-round matchup. So the season's going to do a lot more tossing and turning in the coming weeks, Joe Shasky. And you're potentially going on this road trip now, 4-game roadie. Hawks, Heat, Pelicans, Spurs. Check that. 6-game roadie. I just said it's 4-game roadie.
Gets me.
Hawks, Heat, Pelicans, Spurs, Grizzlies, Lake Show.
5-1.
You calling it?
No, that's what I want.
That's what. Okay, you're not locking
the
it
Lakers,
in.
like obviously, like when you play them, it's 3 megastars. Luka, LeBron, and the refs.
Okay. There's no back-to-backs though, which is nice on this. Right, and we've already did the stat. By the way, the Warriors are getting just as many calls, I think, as the Lakers. There's like a point,
but the Lakers are like 28th in drive percentage.
Well, you got to fear Bronny James Jr. now, who had 17 points yesterday. So cooked Giannis multiple times.
What is going on here?
Heat, Pelicans, Spurs, Grizzlies,
you told me Bronny
Lakers.
Was the Mr. Aura for the Lakers, like the team manager. That
Amir
came
Khan,
out
get his name right.
I would
McNeese
believe
State.
that more than him being a legitimate NBA player.
By the way, did you see this guy, this McNeese State manager?
He's a legend.
Amir Khan might be the greatest. Like, move over. Who is it? Paul Heyman. Move over, Paul Heyman.
No,
it's Amir Khan.
We traded Debo to acquire this guy to bring out the team with the boombox. I legitimately want Jed York to sign him as the number one free agent.
Be the best offseason signing.
Joking. This McNeese State guy, I want him so bad to lead the Niners out in the all-white uniforms on the road.
What's the song they're coming out to? What is it? Do we know?
NBA Youngboy?
Can we get it, please? We need. For those of you who don't know, McNeese State. Biggest upset of the tourney thus far, over 5th seed Clemson.
He's a legend.
12-5 seed, 12 seed versus 5 seed. It was a big Cinderella win for them. McNeese State. Can you guys even tell me where McNeese is located, by the way? Do you guys even know? You can guess. Where is it?
I have no idea.
Where is it, Sam?
I'm going to guess Iowa.
Where is it, Sam? Not Iowa.
Go with...
Is it the Midwest?
Missouri.
No.
Is it the Midwest?
Louisiana. You see, there you go.
Yeah.
You wouldn't even know that. I had to look. Yeah. There you go. So McNeese... Amir Khan, can we effort him? Matt Nahigian, 888-957-9570. But we're fired up about the Warriors win. We're going to take a quick break.
They're calling him the Boombox Don.
Is that what they're calling him? I love, dude.
It's so good.
It's
so good.
Who's my guy in the Jungle Book?
He's got an NIL deal.
Yeah.
He's the only team manager in the history of college sports to have an NIL deal.
Ballin'. That's what that tells me.
I'm telling you, bro.
Ballin'.
Trent Williams and him come out to the Boombox. You know that is getting 1 million views on Lombardi's Twitter feed.
Certified hood classic.
100%. World star.
Brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Spring into action.
You should hire him to bring you out for your wedding.
At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute
You and your mom and him
change.
come out with the boombox.
Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types welcome.
Hey, this is Jonathan from San Francisco. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky.
So McNeese State University, public university, Lake Charles, Louisiana, founded in 1939. And it was originally Lake Charles Junior College, and it was renamed McNeese Junior College after John McNeese, an early local educator. And the present name was adopted in 1920. So there you go. Amir Khan, for those of you who need to know about the fastest rising star in the history of social media, NIL, the manager, the team manager of McNeese State.
What is it like being with? What's this guy like for you guys? What's he mean to you?
No, talk to him. He's aura. This is aura right here.
Tell me what he means.
Aura, as they have the upset of the tournament thus far, upsetting Clemson. March Madness officially beginning yesterday with a round of 64. A lot's happening right now. Warriors with a massive win over the Toronto Raptors, 117-114. Steph, pelvic contusion, biggest story of the day. We're going to continue to monitor it. Any sort of news that comes out, we will get it to you. But we have a 6-game road trip coming up, a 6-game roadie.
How about the biggest rising star on the Warriors right now? What about the Dutch oven? What about my guy, Quinton Post?
I don't know, Dutch oven. Who is that? Derek Holland, right? No. He's
Derek Holland.
No, but he has that nickname.
Garbage.
He's the Flying Dutchman.
No, the Dutch oven can get hot anytime. Don't touch it. It's too hot.
You ever seen Pirates of the Caribbean? You ever seen Davy Jones on the Flying Dutchman? Guys, it's intimidating. This is an intimidating ship. You know what they do on that ship? They call the Kraken. All right? And I'm not going to Seattle here. We're going with the Kraken. You already have Will Turner, the Brazilian version with Guy Santos, so you're good. Yeah.
Quinton Post needs to play.
Yes, he is.
He is balling right now.
Who's saying he's not? He's playing.
You want to talk about aura? He is aura. When he went like this to the entire crowd, he hit a 3 and did like the 3 line. Like, dude, the guy's got edge.
Who was it?
He's like Malibu's most wanted, except if it was Dutch.
He is aura. Who was it?
He's aura. This is aura right here.
I'm telling you, dog. QP's my guy. He makes 21 look good. Since Jason Caffey, we have been waiting for number 21 to look good in a Warrior uniform.
Quinton Post is aura. Chaz Michaels is figure skating. Boom. Blades of Glory.
So
classic. By the way, shout out Laughing Monk Studios, where we are broadcasting live from Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. Go to Sunnyvale. Go to San Francisco. They got a gastropub here. Oh, my God. I love me some Laughing Monk. By the way, Bonte Hill in studio, 9 o'clock. Warriors pre- and post-game host for NBC Sports Bay Area. And shameless shout-outs coming up as well. But first and foremost, we're going to be going to it here shortly. Not just yet, but shortly. Start lining them up. 888-957-9570. It's the oldest question in sports talk history. Do you believe? And this time it's do you believe Golden State Warriors edition as we do this game every single time after a Golden State Warriors win or loss. Do you believe in the Golden State Warriors? And we're going to, might get different answers today, Joe Shasky. My answer might depend on how healthy Stephen Curry is. Because, yeah, I believe in this team to go on a deep playoff run, but not without a healthy Stephen Curry. I'll tell you that right now.
Don't leave your hand over the fire too hard.
And you know what?
I mean, I don't like their chances if Steph's hurt. Really?
Well, I say that to say this, because this is a crucial 6-game stretch coming up. Sure. Not exactly world beaters early on in it. The first 4 games, as we were alluding to for most of it. Hawks, Heat, Pelicans, Spurs, and then you get Grizzlies, Lakers, who are going to be 2 Western Conference contenders. Okay. I'm concerned about the offense, and I know they've played well. And I gave the stat. They're plus 60 when Stephen Curry is off the floor. In the Jimmy Butler era, they're plus 60. They were like a minus 90 before Jimmy Butler with Stephen Curry off the floor of the Golden State Warriors. So yes, I have faith in Jimmy Butler, but I still am concerned about the offensive stagnation without one Stephen Curry. I am.
Of course.
I am.
And they're going to have to evolve playing times, rotations, how they play. So, like, this is why Quinton Post, Buddy Hield, Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, all the others need to step up their game.
Now, I guess I ask that, and I say all that to say, can they survive without Steph if he is out for these 6 games? Like, this is a huge stretch. Do we tell Steph, hey, we got to protect you from yourself? Maybe we protect Steph and say, you know what? Steve Kerr held you out of the game against the Milwaukee. He said you were mentally exhausted. I know you wanted to play, but Steve Kerr said, no. Do we protect Steph from himself for at least a couple games on this road trip or for the entirety of it, Joe Shasky. You said there was a silver lining potentially with him not playing. Do you just flat out say, you know what, Steph, maybe you could play in a couple of these games, but we're going to protect you and say, no, we'll see you back at Chase Center Friday, April 4th here in a couple weeks. Do you even contemplate doing that at this point? Is that too rich for your blood?
Everything's on the table, right? Like it's all about like, as long as the season's not over for him, right? Then it is about like the long journey and a game here, a game there. I trust the team the way they're playing right now with Jimmy Butler. I would not have said this before him. They can win a couple games without him. I don't think it's as dire as everyone thinks it is. I think they became a little too Steph reliant, and I think we need to see more of the others and a little more balance. And I want to see more on Kuminga's plate. This is what Kuminga wants. This is what a lot of us want to see. And I think these guys have earned their opportunities, and Quinton Post deserves to play more. And look, Buddy Hield's going to drive us nuts multiple times on this road trip. No question. Moses Moody needs opportunities. I think they've got enough firepower, and I think they've got guys that are ready to step up. I really do. I truly do. And of course, the ultimate goal of winning a championship is completely unattainable without Steph Curry. But in the interim, I still think they can keep this thing humming. I really do. It'll look different. They're going to have to change their style. They're going to have to be grinded out on the defensive end, and you're going to need to be able to hit timely shots from the outside with all of these guys who are extremely streaky. Moody, Buddy Hield, Pods.
Yeah.
Pods. I think Pods is vitally important with Steph Curry out. And then I think Quinton Post stretching the floor. Look, call me a homer. Fine. That's fine. I really believe in the core of this team and the youngsters more so than I think the average fan does. I really do.
I'm skeptical, but I'm choosing to believe in one guy and one guy only right now because why can't you? Why shouldn't you? It's Jimmy Butler. I mean, the guy's just been absolutely, again, to use Draymond's phrase, absolutely incredible. 888-957-9570. Start lining them up. Do you believe in this Golden State Warriors team? We're going to be playing that here. I want to hear from the people. Do you believe in this team as currently constructed right now? Do you believe in still if they're missing Steph for a few games here for the entirety of this upcoming road trip? 888-957-9570.
Did you think it was an egregious play by the Raptors?
No, I just thought that was basketball. It was hard foul. I thought it should have been a foul. They didn't call it, but that's basketball.
That's kind of how I felt.
That happens. And Draymond Green is actually asked by our guy Anthony Slater after the game on how scary of a moment that was to see Steph fall like that.
How scary is that moment when he goes down like that?
Very. He hit that ground hard. You can hear it. It's crazy. Obviously, a very scary moment for us, for him. Hopefully he's good.
That's an arena with thousands and thousands of people in there, and I get it. There's mics on the floor everywhere, but you heard that thud on the television broadcast on NBC Sports, and you heard it on the court. Everyone could hear it, and you could hear a pin drop right after that too. There was a lot of gas. There was a lot of oh my god, like that's the scary nature of this game. Like one play like that, all the goodwill you built up the last couple months doesn't matter if there's no Stephen Curry.
Sure.
So that was a scary moment, and him holding his back and just staying on the floor for that long. You hold your breath with those situations, man.
But if there's any guy that you give the benefit of the doubt to, it'd be the guy that dragged a less than stellar Miami Heat lineup all the way to the finals twice.
Sure. In the East, I'll say that. It wasn't in the West.
We're not asking him to drag us to the Western Conference Finals. We're asking him to win a 5-game road trip or come out on the good side of a 5-6 game road trip.
If we all think that Steph's going to just be out for this road trip. Again, we don't know the severity of the injury today.
Sure.
He was playing on a lot of adrenaline yesterday, obviously. He told Steve Kerr Steve Kerr said after the game that Steph told him he was good to go back in. Steve said, no, I'm going to protect you from yourself. So we'll see after all that adrenaline wears off today where he is feeling physically. And again, do you want to risk putting him on a plane ride? I get it. It's cushy plane rides. It's different. And they're not taking Southwest, who, by the way, you have to pay for your own bags, I guess, going forward with Southwest. But again, we're not going to get into that. But again, it's not like traveling is from like the 1970s and 60s. But again, you have to sit on your back. You don't want your back to get stiff. There's a lot baked into it. Your tailbone, the pelvic contusion. So we'll see. But again, it's going to be tough sledding, I think, offensively at the very least going forward here. And can you lean on a couple of these young guys to pick up the slack here? Quinton Post, who did it yesterday, right? Can I get Buddy Buckets to have some big Buddy Buckets games going forward here. I'm going to lean on him. Jonathan Kuminga now. This is a good opportunity for him, as you're alluding to, Joe Shasky, to kind of be that number 2 scorer now if Steph is going to be out, second to Jimmy Butler. And Draymond Green, you know what? Keep doing what you're doing. Be offensive. 14 threes is a little much for me, but hell, if Steph's out, keep shooting him, bro. Just keep going. I want the confidence to be there from Draymond, and that's what we were missing the last couple months prior to Jimmy Butler.
If you look at his last 5 games, right? He had the 28 against the Knicks. He hasn't been as efficient. He hit kind of a wall. He was awesome once they first got Jimmy Butler and things opened up, but I think he was drained. I think he has been, whether mentally, physically, whatever you want to call it, the back, he hasn't looked as efficient and as good. And I felt like they were almost over acquiescing to try to get him the rock in certain spots on the floor at the expense of the others getting more balance in the half court. And I get that's how they played almost the last couple of years, exclusively. But I didn't think they were playing great basketball with Steph on the floor at the last 5 games. I'm saying just in general,
fair.
Right? I think that a more balanced approach for the time being is going to really help this team, because it's about the team. This can't always be about, it's Steph balls, we win. No, that's actually not the case. You need to have 8-man rotation where guys are humming, and you need to play team defense, and you need to have balanced scoring on the offense. Otherwise, teams are going to double and triple team, and they're going to bleed this team to death. When Draymond Green is hitting threes at the top of the key, that's a great thing.
Yeah.
That opens the floor up for the lobs and all the other things. When Jimmy Butler is getting a triple-double, all right, that's a great thing. That means not only is he getting his shots, not only is he getting to his spots on the floor, he's setting up for others, and we're getting rebounds, okay? When I see Pods have the floor game that he had yesterday, that's really encouraging. We need that from him. Jonathan Kuminga, in that second quarter, showed flashes of what he could be. I think Jonathan needs more of a runway. This is a good opportunity while Steph's out for however long he's out for Jonathan to kind of stabilize himself here. I think this can be really good. And Quinton Post needs to continue to play. And then all the other guys, the GP2s, the Buddy Hields, and the Gees, and Kevon Looney to a lesser degree, and Moody, they're all going to get their opportunities. I'm not sleeping on the core of this team. I think they're hungry.
I'm not sleeping on them either, but again, there's going to be some games here in this road trip potentially without Stephen Curry that you're going to be looking at. It's like, oh God, the offense is going to be stagnant, and you might have a loss here or there, or it's to a Hawks team maybe tomorrow, or it's to a New Orleans Pelicans team, right? If Zion goes off and he has a big game, right? He can't match that firepower. It could happen. Again, you should win these games still. I'm saying that without Steph. These aren't great teams you are playing, but I'm very curious to see how this offense could hold up without Steph for a long period of time. For a game or two, sure. But for 3, 4, 5, 6, there's concern, because you know what? You're still only, if you look at the conference right now, Joe Shasky, in the loss column, you're only a game up with the Clippers. You can still be a playing team after the end of this road trip, and that is concerning to me. That is concerning. I know you sound very confident right now, but that's a reality here potentially without Stephen Curry. If he is to miss some time, you're flirting with danger here. The Clippers are one of the hottest teams in the league. They've won 4 in a row.
Sure. No one is dismissing them. They also are clearly tight walking the whole Kawhi thing, because Kawhi at any moment could go down.
Sure.
Look, I think the collective of this team has it in them. And I also think that without Steph Curry in years past, it was what are we getting from Draymond? Is he going to get kicked out in the first 3 minutes, or is he just going to look kind of lackluster? Now I know, Draymond is pot committed, ready to roll, as focused as I've seen him on either end at any time. And then let's just call it what it is. Jimmy Butler is better than what they've had the last couple of years, whether you want to say it was Clay or Wiggins, whoever your number 2 scorer was. Jimmy is a better facilitator than both of those guys right now, given their current form.
It's fair to say, I think Joe Shasky believes in this team. He believes in
I believe that much in Jimmy Butler.
He believes in Jimmy Butler. Do you believe in this team?
I'm smitten with Jimmy.
Do you believe? Let's hit it. Thank you, Steve Stone, voiceover guy. I got my microphone here, and I'm doing my game show voice. Welcome in. It's time to play the fastest growing game show in the history of 95.7 The Game. It's Do You Believe? And we got some callers here that I want to get to, but I'm going to start with you, Joe Shasky. Do you believe, currently, in this Golden State Warriors squad to go all the way?
As long as Draymond keeps the fire and the focus that he's got going, and Jimmy Butler does as well, I do believe they can win it all. And I'm assuming Steph comes back at some point relatively soon. I'm assuming that as of right now. The way that they finished that game last night was a revelation to me and many Warrior fans. Watching Quinton Post make the most of his opportunities, it was awesome. Seeing Jonathan Kuminga make a couple of winning plays down the stretch and Podziemski having just a great bounce back since returning from injury. I feel so good about where this team's at. I'm not just a Steph fan. I love Steph. I'm a Warrior fan, and I'm pulling for all these guys. And so I still believe. Now, you got to have Steph back. There's no doubt. But Steph Curry's not going to just drag this team across the finish line. I need the others. And I'm so in love with where the vibe is on this team and how focused they are and how no nonsense they are. I'm feeling good. They can still do it.
Joe Shasky believes, and as always here on the Morning Roast, we ask for the fans' participation at 888-957-9570. Again, that's call or text the hotline, 888-957-9570. Antoine is in Nashville. Antoine, do you believe in the Golden State Warriors?
I do believe. I'm a little skeptical, but I do believe. Only reason, Shasky, you're speaking my language, brother. Long story short, with these guys, it's really going to matter on the role players. You know, Quinton Post does not have a lot of playoff experience. Neither does Podziemski. Kuminga has a little bit, but that's going to be the key points. You look at other contenders in the West. You got Jokic, you got Jamal Murray, you got Luka, you got LeBron, and those guys will cancel out Steph and Jimmy Butler. So you're going to need those role players to really step up and be better than the other team's role players. And that is where the key is going to rely on if we actually can make a deep run or even if we can somewhat be a contender. And that's not to even speak about the Knicks not the Knicks, but the Celtics or the Cavaliers. So I believe, but I'm a little skeptical. So we'll see.
He's a skeptical believer, folks. 888-957-9570. Thank you, Antoine.
It's kind of like they were coming for me in the background.
Oh, man. I hope not.
Me.
They found him. Oh, let's go to Z in San Francisco. It's the fastest growing game show here. Do you believe on the Morning Roast? 888-957-9570. We're asking Z in SF. Z, do you believe in the Warriors?
I trust the Warriors and believe in Warriors. We're going to take it to the top.
Z, are you okay? Where are you?
I'm on the city.
You're in the city.
Can you hear me?
I can barely hear you, Z. Mm-hmm. Where are you at in the city right now? Where are you at? You on the bridge?
No, by my house. By my home.
Oh, by your house. Okay.
What neighborhood do you live in?
Yes.
Okay, let's just get a little too specific here. Thank you, Z. Thank you. 888-957-9570.
Well, technically, my house is underwater. It's at Pine Lake in the Grove. That's where it sounded like he was calling
Z
from.
was very upset that I even asked the question, do you believe? He thought it was beneath him and beneath the Golden State Warriors. Do you believe? 888-957-9570. He's screening calls, Joe Shasky. Don't
I think
go
I
to
have
Sam
a better
Lubman.
game show voice than you.
I
did this the other day with Evan.
Oh,
I don't know if you know this, Joe Spadoni, but step on down. It's the greatest game show host that's ever lived. It's Joe Shasky.
No, that's too nerd-like for me. That's Revenge of the Nerds.
You gotta lean into it. That's the Casey Kasem. So you guys you're too young for that.
No, it's too nerdy, Joe Shasky. We got Javon. Javon in San Francisco. Is he believing? Javon, you are on the Morning Roast.
What's up, Javon?
Do you believe?
What's going on, y'all? Yes, we believe. I say we believe. It's me and my son here. Tell him you believe, buddy.
I believe.
What's your son's name?
Yeah, what's his name?
What's
Where's he going to school? Let's shout him out.
This Javon. Just tell him your name.
I'm Javon Shannon Jr.
Let's go.
Junior. He believes. Why do you guys believe?
What school you go to?
I go to Sheridan.
Let's go, Sheridan. Let's go.
All right.
Let's go.
Sheridan Stars, baby.
Let's go. Why do you believe?
Man, I believe in Jimmy. I was one of the people that I didn't want Jimmy here, but man, Jimmy has shown me another side that I haven't seen before, and I'm excited. I'm excited to what he brings to the team. Once Steph get back healthy, I'm excited to what we can do in the playoffs. I can't wait to see who we gonna get.
I'm excited. You're excited, Javon. And Javon Jr., crack them books, as one Bonte Hill would say. And Bonte Hill's going to be joining us in the studio at 9 o'clock. Speaking of a host that has a host voice, He is one of them, Joe Shasky.
Growing up, there were guys that I called pavement players, and there were guys that I called indoor gym players. And there's a whole psychology wrapped around it. Jimmy is a pavement player.
I love that.
He was born to play pavement basketball, if that makes sense. Outdoors, rugged, no blood, no foul. That he's got some St. Mary's Park in him. Let's just put it that way.
Just like skateboarders, if you've ever played Tony Hawk, you're either street or you're vert.
I like that.
Amy, San Francisco, you're on the fastest growing game show in the Morning Roast's history. Do you believe, Amy, in the Golden State Warriors?
I absolutely believe in the Golden State Warriors, and I'll tell you why. When I go get a haircut, I ask the hairdresser how I should get my haircut. When I go get glasses, I ask the guy there, what glasses should I get? And they're professionals. And Draymond is a professional. He knows his business. He doesn't say they're going to win a chip if he doesn't think they can win it. The only thing I'm saying is I'd like it if they could make some more layups.
Yeah, I'm with you on the
Amy,
layups.
it sounds like the only thing that's not professional is that phone line, but I appreciate you calling in. And she was
Amy, you call in anytime.
And I will say this, Amy, when I go to get my haircut, I go to Great Clips because it's a great clip every single time.
Michelle goes, I didn't think there would be a player I like more than, she loves Draymond. That's her. Like, she could not stand Kevin Durant, right? She's like, Jimmy Butler is my kind of player. There are a lot of people that are watching him, really focusing in on them for the first time, and they're like, he just plays the game the right way. I'm telling you, dude, this guy is endearing himself to fans, and it's the way, like, he's so uber focused.
You're so excited right now.
I love Jimmy.
And
dude.
that was Do You Believe, by the way.
I love Jimmy.
This mic is starting to hurt my hand.
Jimmy. God, he's so much fun.
You just got to play it. Amir Khan, you need to have this as the walkout song next time. One more time. There you go. Let's go. All right. 888-957-9570. We're going to push shameless shout-outs. We're just going to do a little push. Push pull. I think some people might be pushing when it comes to some of these games in March Madness. Joe, how you doing real quick? You bloodbath? Bloodbath for you yesterday? No?
I fill it out. I don't even remember what I did. All right. And I just move on.
It didn't used to be like that when we were kids, though. Like, we would live and breathe with all the things.
42.
LJ's not excited about it?
I've watched a combined 7 minutes of multiple Duke basketball games this year. That's it.
Cooper Flag? Yeah?
Sure.
Is he going to be playing today? That's going to be the question. Is Stephen Curry going to be playing tomorrow?
I watched. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, like, I'm not, like, glued to my bracket the way I used to be. I got too many things going on, man.
But you're glued into Amir Khan, a McNeese State manager.
100%.
That guy is legit. We're trying to effort him, by the way, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. The guy he's the most wanted interview right now in America. Amir Khan, team manager for McNeese State. 888-957-9570. No, not Shad Khan, who's the Jacksonville owner.
Yeah.
Shao Khan, is that the tiger from Jungle Book?
Yeah.
Shere Khan, I think.
Shere Khan? Shere Khan? Who's Shao Khan?
Or, Nicotina. Khan,
thank you. Shere Khan, you're right. Yeah.
In my
Who's
Wu-Tang
Shao Khan?
Clarks.
Is Shao Khan someone?
Khan.
I think you're just making up.
No, Shao Khan, I think, is from Mortal Kombat, right? No? Or is he an actor? Oh, he's an Indian actor and film producer. There you go. 888-957-9. The more you know. Am I right? 888-957-9570. We could, if you want to call in and say if you missed the Do You Believe segment, but we would still love to hear from you. Text, call, same thing. We're going to push shameless shout-outs for a little bit. I do want to get some of the post-game sound, though, Joe Jasky, because, we're going to miss Stephen Curry. But whenever I hear Jimmy Butler just speak, he just oozes confidence. Like, that's a guy that's been there and done that. Sure, hasn't won the titles yet, but he's dragged two teams to a finals that had no business of getting to an NBA finals. And I know that's not the same as winning it because they don't have the ring, but I do look at Allen Iverson a little bit different because he was able to drag that Sixers team to the finals and beat the Lakers in game one.
Jason Kidd. I always thought Jason Kidd was completely suppressed. Oh, they didn't win it all. Bro, that Nets team had no business going to back-to-back finals.
Like, we look at that, that LeBron team when he was, his second year, third year, whatever it was, the Cavs when they beat the Pistons in the conference finals. They were going to beat the Spurs, obviously. But the fact that he even got there that young was like, wow.
Ziljunas Ilgauskas was their second best player.
I love Ilgauskas.
Zydrunas Ilgauskas.
He was an all-star, right? One point.
Him and Jamal McGlure, one-on-one. Worst all-star ever.
Who's my guy? Mo Williams? I love me some Mo Williams. With the headband, it was great. It's great. Jimmy Butler, after the game, talking about his respect level.
Drew Gooden.
Eric Snow.
Dude,
we're just gonna do Cavs
Philadelphia
players.
76ers. Eric Snow was the man, dude. Him and George McLeod.
Sasha Pavlovich.
Or is it George Lynch and Aaron McLeod? I forget what the name.
Jimmy Butler on his respect for one Draymond Green.
I respect Draymond so much. I definitely respect him because he took 14 threes tonight. I love that. But he'll do anything to make sure that this squad gets it done. Whatever you ask him to do, he's willing to do it. So I'm glad I can follow suit in that. So.
And you have two of those guys now, like doing whatever it takes to get the win. And yeah, am I going to be snapping at a Guy Santos? Sure. Am I going to be snapping at a Quinton Post, at a Jonathan Kuminga? Yeah, because this team needs it. They need a kick in the pants. What did we say when they made this trade, Joe Shasky?
They needed some juice.
They needed a facelift. They needed not just a facelift. They needed a facelift and then a slap in the face is what they needed. And they got that with Jimmy Butler.
Well, the thing I've noticed is yes, there's more fire on the court. Chase Center has gotten a whole new life to it.
Yes.
Is that just me?
No, the fan base has gotten.
They were losing their minds yesterday. I heard chants during the middle of the game. I can't remember the last time I heard that. Like, Quinton Post got them fired up. Jimmy's getting them fired up. Draymond's getting them fired up. There is nothing like unbelievable defensive stops at the rim and then Draymond turning to the crowd and screaming. That place just exploded.
That's a good point. Draymond Green, as you mentioned, talked about it after the game and talked about playing in a lot of these close games.
You always want to get the win convincingly. But in saying that, we're the Golden State Warriors that's dominated this league for the last 10 years. Everybody's going to have their best game. You got guys in the league now that has watched this team growing up for years, and they are ecstatic when they're on the floor playing against us. And so, you look at Jameson Battle tonight. Like, he had it going. Probably best game of his NBA career. You see a lot of that when you're us. Everybody, the coach always come in, he talk about the expected field goal percentage. Man, they'd be like, yo, they were expected to shoot 44%. They shot 52% and 54%. Like, that's because guys come in and they play out of their minds when they play against us. And it's just always been a thing. So, you have to adjust to that and just find a way to get it done.
Draymond Green, after the game yesterday, talking about, a lot of close games against quote-unquote lesser opponents. The Raptors, obviously, 24-46. They are not exactly a world beater by any stretch, but a team that did beat you back in January, Joe Shasky. One of a handful of losses that were every loss felt like the next worst loss of the season prior to Jimmy Butler, right? And we were talking about that Nuggets loss probably, and obviously now that was probably the worst loss of the season, just given everything that was baked into it and given where you're at in the standings right now, just no room for that. But you followed up with probably one of your best wins of the year over the Milwaukee Bucks and able to carry that momentum into a win and ending this homestand with a win. Like, had they lost that game, Joe Shasky, with a loss like that, 2 losses in your last 3 games, you're clinging to that 6th spot in the West, no Steph potentially for a few games, and then you're going on the road for 6. Yeah, I would have felt like a gut punch.
It would have been a huge Debbie Downer.
Yes.
Huge Debbie Downer, the momentum, and just the vibes around the team. Yeah. That's why that was such a big win. And to see the 2 guys, Butler and Draymond, screaming at each other in joy and then high-fiving, like, if that didn't fire you up on the couch, I don't know what will. Because that had me feeling like, that felt like first-round playoff type stuff.
Like, there's part of me, if I was a fan watching yesterday, God, I'm so fired up, but Steph, but
he's done this. He's done, okay, but again, like, as long as it's not season-ending.
That's fine. But again,
he's done this a lot.
I can worry about it in the short term, because you know what? In the short term, that matters still a lot. This isn't a couple years ago heading into the playoffs where I knew I was going to be a playoff team. They weren't flirting with the play-in.
No, you are going to be a playoff team. Well, even if you lose, you go 5. What? If you go 500,
they're a game up in the loss column to the Clippers. You can't just say that.
I'm not saying they're the 60. I'm saying
you just said they are a playoff team.
Yeah, you're going to be in the play-in at bare minimum. But no matter what happens,
I don't want to be in the play-in.
Sure, but I'm looking at the teams that are
concerning.
I'm looking at the teams that are 9 and 10 and 8. I'm like, we can beat them without Steph Curry.
Do you want to play the Timberwolves in a 1-game situation?
It's not ideal.
And then do you want to play maybe a Suns or a Kings team? That would be their...
No, we will smack both those teams up.
No, that's their finals.
I don't care.
Is wanting to beat those guys.
I don't care.
That's fine. You don't care, but your 1 game...
The Suns are trash.
You said the same heading into the Kings game last year, and what happened?
Well,
it was a
that's
disaster.
totally different Kings team.
It was a disaster last year.
Different
they
Kings
didn't have
team.
Malik Monk.
And we're a totally different team.
Okay. I'm saying this is a very important stretch here, and you're without Steph and Curry.
Of course it is.
You have a right to be concerned right now.
But
I'm not overconfident at all.
I know, but what I'm saying is it's not like they're going to fall out and be the 11th seed if things go completely haywire.
No, they're not going to be the 11th seed, but at this point, being a play-in team would be a tremendous disappointment. A huge disappointment. Given you're 16-2 when Jimmy Butler plays and you're going to be a play-in team?
I mean, you were the 10th seed the day of the trade. The 10-11 seed, the day of the trade.
That's then, this is now.
No, I know.
Expectations have shifted.
Look, stuff happens.
You just talked a second. Do you believe people think they're going to win a title? They're still believing in that.
Look, all I'm saying is this.
Maybe a playing team.
I'm not losing my mind. We'll find out what the injury is, and we'll go from there. We'll see as long as it's not a fracture and he's out for the year, I feel okay.
How concerned are you, Dub Nation, about the Stephen Curry injury, having to go on the road trip potentially without Steph? 888-957-9570. We don't know anything for sure yet. We do know it's a pelvic contusion, and we are waiting to see any reports if he's going to miss any time at all. Steve Kerr talked yesterday after the game, said Steph wanted to get back into the game. They said no, so they were protecting him from himself. Do you protect Stephen Curry from himself? Do you believe in this Warriors team could get it done without Steph on this road trip, quite frankly, given Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Quay in Oakland. He wants to join the conversation. Joe Shasky. What's up, Quay?
Hey, what up, guys?
How you doing, man?
Is Quay short for Quaalude?
Yeah,
Stop. This isn't the Wolf of Wall Street.
No, I get that a lot, but yeah, I just look at it. I just look at it like stuff going down. It's gonna be a blessing in disguise. He gonna need that rest while everybody really gets focused heading towards the playoff to really step up their game.
So you think everything's going to be fine without if they have to miss Steph for this road trip or some of the games?
Right. It's just going to force everybody to step up their game, to really just sharpen up for the playoffs, basically, while Steph get ready.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, thanks, Quay in Oakland. No, I appreciate it. I'm not trying to poo-poo Quay, but the notion that this team is in a position where it's we can miss Steph. We really want the other guys to focus and get better. So really, it's a blessing in disguise.
We're talking about a couple weeks. We're not talking about as long as it's not season ending. Season ending changes everything. I've watched them go months without Draymond Green. They went over a month without Steph Curry. And then I watched them get into the playoffs with what I thought a team that didn't play as cohesive down the stretch as the team I'm watching currently.
I thought they looked clunky a lot. In that I know they won the game over the Milwaukee Bucks, so maybe we're a little jaded at that because they were without Stephen Curry, but that offense just did not look good at many times. So I'm saying that to say this, if you have that same offensive performance, maybe, and it's not at home, you're not going to get that. So some of these younger role players are going to have to step up on the road, and I get they have, but I don't want to see this team losing to an Atlanta Hawks team who stink, to a Miami Heat team, and the Miami Heat are going to be fired up for that game.
That is a Jimmy Butler revenge game.
It is, but it's also but it's also an Andrew Wiggins. It's also everyone else revenge game in Miami. You can poo-poo and scoff at that all you want. That means more to Miami Heat than I think it does Jimmy Butler, just given where these two teams are at. The Pelicans, I'm not sleeping on because Zion. The Pelicans just beat the Timberwolves.
Every
Zion's
game in the
incredible.
NBA is going to be difficult.
Yes.
I'm just going back to this. Right now, I see a unit.
Almost lost to the Toronto Raptors yesterday. Yeah.
Think about where this team was in 2022. Otto Porter Jr. was walking the desert trying to find the oasis of his shot. Okay. Jordan Poole and Klay Thompson were going back and forth, and there was kind of some shot hunting going on, all right? You didn't really know who your big was. Steph was out. Draymond had a serious back injury, and they limped into the playoffs. This team right now has Quinton Post, who is ascending and learning and getting better every single game. He's going to have some hiccups, but he looks really good. He gives them an element on offense we haven't seen from a big in a long time, maybe ever, in terms of the deep shooting. We're watching Buddy Hield, who's a straight wild card. He could be crappy Buddy. He could be great Buddy. We don't know. Moses Moody's been really solid. I know what I get from Moses Moody. GP2 has been awesome. I know what I'm getting from him. Jonathan Kuminga, before the injury, was excelling. I think he now has a little more runway. We know that Jimmy and Trey are locked in. Trey's playing the best offensive and defensive basketball since 2016 of his career. Like that's how long it's been. It's been almost a decade. He's played maybe better stretches of defense. Offensively, he's been outstanding. Pods has completely righted the ship in the sophomore season. I thought it was going to be a lost year. He's been awesome. He's been great since returning. There are a lot of really good developments on this team right now. I'm not discouraged. I'm actually encouraged. I feel really good about the team unity, the chemistry, and where everyone's at right now. I feel like they're all pulling the rope in the right direction. I really do.
888-957-9570. Are you optimistic about this Warriors team, even if they are missing Stephen Curry during this upcoming 6-game road trip? 888-957-9570. I think I'm more concerned than Joe Shasky is, just given the offense and having to rely on all these players to be consistently offense. Not all of them at the same time, not everything everywhere all at once, Oscar Award winning. I'm not asking for that. I'm just asking for, can Buddy Hield, again, like Buddy Hield had 8 points yesterday, but the shooting, I need more from that. I'm going to need more if Kevon Looney's going to have to step up in certain matchups. I'm going to need more from Guy Santos if he's going to have to step up if some of these other guys don't have it. Like, I need more.
Last time Andrew Wiggins had a sustained absence, Jonathan Kuminga jumped to the forefront and was really good. The last time before he got hurt, we were begging, could someone step up? So Jonathan Kuminga had a month where he was your second best player, right? Like, so I think we're kind of sleeping on some of the role guys.
I mean, he was your second best player, but is that translating to a lot of wins? It wasn't. Like, that's what I was saying. Let's
got Jimmy and I got Draymond playing way better. Like, I think there's some elements.
That's my question. If Steph is out, does Kuminga need to be your second best player to Jimmy Butler? Scoring wise, does he need to?
If Draymond's going to shoot like he has for the last month and a half, who cares who your second best scorer is? On any given night, it could be Kuminga. It could be Draymond.
Should we be expecting Draymond? I'm throwing a lot of questions out here, and I guess they're all at 888-957. I have a lot of questions right now.
Did you have Quinton Post being almost 20?
No, he's been good for a couple months. He's been good. He's been really good for a couple months.
He's on a heater.
He is on a heater.
They got something here.
Is it going to turn back to a pumpkin at some point? I don't know.
I think he's been way better than any of us ever anticipated.
He has been. He's outshined any expectations, whatever they were.
He's going to get wide open looks. There are so many teams
he's also 7 feet tall, so they're always kind of wide open for him.
But that's good. I think he has the second best shot on the team outside of Steph.
Let's hit the injury report. Oreo Cookie, I see you. We'll get you on the other side, but we're up against it. Injury report time. Obviously, the biggest injury in sports currently, Stephen Curry had to leave in the third quarter of last night's Warriors win after taking a hard fall to the floor. Curry was ruled out with a pelvic contusion. Steph was able to walk to the locker room under his own power and even lobbied to come back into the game, but was overruled by Rick Celebrini and the Warriors training staff. He underwent an MRI last night. The results which will shed light on how long he may be out, still to come. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. More of your calls, more of your texts as well. We got Bonte Hill joining us in studio in the 9 o'clock hour. Plus, are we concerned at all about this upcoming road trip if Stephen Curry's going to have to miss some time, or is it a blessing in disguise? It's Bedoni, Shasky. We're halfway home on a Friday on 95.7 The Game. Let's go. As I finish these nacho cheese Doritos, yes. When you work in Sports Talk Radio this early, you eat nacho cheese Doritos at 8 o'clock. It's not unhinged, Joe Shasky.
So I love how, like, every day we get off the show and we start talking, and I go, two things. A, I want to get going, and then B, it's because I'm hungry. And you guys are like, all right, let me guess, you're hella hungry. Yeah, I'm hungry.
Well, no, it's not that you're hungry. You have to shout it out to everyone in the building.
Because I'm ready to go.
No, you shout out real quick. This is what Joe Shasky does. Bye, everyone. No, he does it in the sales. He literally, bye, everyone. I'm going to go get some food. Or bye, everyone. I'm going to go get a haircut. Bye, everyone. I'm going to go work out.
Yeah.
You got to shout out your business. That's fine. It's just, we make fun of you because you do that every day. That's fine. It's okay.
Sorry that you guys aren't as nice to everyone in the building as I am.
Is that nice, or are you just telling them what you're doing later? Is that being nice, or just I don't...
By the time they walk in, I've already been up for 6 hours. So, yeah, I excuse me for being a little tired. And I don't know what I'm doing.
Tired.
I just performed. I'm just carrying the show and carrying the station. It gets tiring. So on my way out the door, it's like, all right, guys, I'll see you later.
You better not try to say
how things go.
You better not try to say you're the Jimmy Butler of the station. That's not what I'm here for.
But in the final 4 minutes, you better go through me.
Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. By the way, Joe Shasky, you know this. I mean, you should if you don't. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco, baby. All right, we got a lot to get into. We're halfway home. We got Bonte Hill joining us in an hour in studio. Bonte Hill, Warriors pre- and post-game host.
Who just opened a can of soda?
Was that Pliny, the whatever?
What was that?
Well, do you love that? Is that your favorite? That's Carter. We got some calls we're going to get to here in a second. Was that Amir Khan, by the way? McNeese State legend, team manager. I can't get enough of this kid. We're efforting him. Matt Nahegan is in the back. If you guys don't know what we're talking about, McNeese State with the upset of the March Madness tournament thus far, taking out number 5 seed Clemson. And no one's talking about any of the players on the team. It's about the equipment manager or the team manager coming out with the boombox a la Debo Samuel. You know what?
Because you know why?
Niners should sign him.
Because like the Warriors, it's about vibes, baby.
That's right.
Vibes.
That's right. Well,
he's aura.
You think Debo's going to be doing that, by the way, with Commanders? We'll get back to the Warriors in a second. Debo Samuel, by the way, he's very happy to be joining a winner in a winning organization in the Washington Commanders.
I love Debo, and we're wishing him well. I just don't care what happens with the Washington football team and them coming out from the locker room. I don't care.
Okay, fair enough. He said he was glad to go to a winning organization.
That's had one playoff win in the last however many years.
Are more of a winner than the Niners lately. It's just, he's not wrong there.
Sure.
Oreo Cookie is in Oakland, wants to join in the conversation. 888-957-9570.
You can't rain on my parade today. My man Quinton Post and my man Jimmy Butler, who I always wanted, and my guy Buddy Hield, who I've always had faith in, and Draymond Green, who I never doubted as an offensive player and never tried to trade away. All of them are balling right now.
But Stephen Curry got hurt. Here's how it sounded.
Curry takes the pass from Post. Dribbles far side. Leaves Shed behind. Drives in, dishes out. Kuminga there. Curry got nailed. He's hurt. He's on the floor. Curry got hit and went down hard. He is in pain right now. Trying to get back up. And Toronto calls a timeout. And Curry is spread out, face down on the floor. And this is not good. Not good at all.
Classy from Toronto to call the timeout right there. I thought there was a foul too, but they called the timeout. You got to check on the franchise right there and one of the faces, if not the face of the league, and Stephen Curry. So, yeah, scary moment. They're calling it a pelvic contusion, Joe Shasky, and you're starting a 6-game road trip that starts in Atlanta tomorrow, Magic City. I don't think Steph is going to be there. So you got the Hawks, you got the Heat, you got the Pelicans, you got the Spurs, you got the Grizzlies, you got the Lakers. So the first 4 against teams that aren't exactly world beaters, and the last 2 against some Western Conference contenders. Can you get him back? Do you need him back? Do you need him?
Like a Jimmy Butler closeout of a game, Joe, it's one possession at a time. I'm not going to get too ahead of myself. Start with the Hawks, and I think you just suffocate them, and I think the team's going to have to evolve their style of play.
Offensively, that's a fact because it can get stagnant without. And listen, the offense is Steph centric. He's the greatest shooter in the history of the sport. Yeah, Rob Parker, I'm talking to you, who I guess came on our airwaves yesterday from Fox Sports, and was saying he can't be the greatest shooter ever if he doesn't take the last shot. Like, I don't know what that was. It was just, the whole thing was very weird. Maybe I'm butchering it. That's basically what I got from it. That being said, the offense is not going to look as good as it would with Steph Curry, and it's going to look a little stagnant at times. It's going to be incumbent on guys like Buddy Hield, who is a shooter. I'm going to need you to shoot the ball better. Jimmy Butler. Listen, he had a triple-double yesterday. It's his second triple-double as a Golden State Warrior, third this season. 4 of 15, not great.
What did he finish from the free throw line? Because he smoked too early.
7 to 10. So yeah, he's getting there.
He can get better from the free throw line. I actually think that's coming. Look, when you get a Jimmy Butler on your team and Steph's out right now, you're going to play in some ugly rock fights. Get used to it, Warrior fans. We're going to have some ugly ones. That's okay. You know who likes to get down into the trenches and play that way? Draymond Green. He's been spectacular. And so I think that the team's going to slowly evolve, and they're going to do what they need to do to win games. That's the hallmark of a good team, winning in a variety of ways.
And they've been able to do that, and I will give them credit. In the Jimmy Butler era, you want a blowout win, they'll give you a blowout win. You want to grind it out win, you want to do it without Stephen Curry like they did against the Milwaukee Bucks, who are a playoff team in the Eastern Conference, we'll do that. I guess their only really bad loss has been probably that Philly one. They didn't have Jimmy Butler and Quinton Grimes, and then Denver's the worst one probably. No Jamal Murray, no Jokic, and Aaron Gordon just absolutely was just bodying everyone in that game. Oreo Cookie, I went to you and then I didn't go to you, so I'm going to go back to you right now. Good morning to you, sir. Are you concerned about this Stephen Curry injury if it starts bleeding into the road trip and he has to miss some time?
What's going on, fellas? Concerned, yeah, you're always concerned when the point guard is injured. We definitely don't want that, but this could be a blessing in disguise for our team, especially for Jimmy Butler. If you guys remember when KD first came here, it took a couple of games, a couple of months maybe, for him to establish himself as being the number one. Curry doesn't have an issue being Robin to Jimmy Butler's Batman. So Jimmy, I think with this, is going to force him to take that Batman role. And when Curry comes back, man, we're going to be a different team with Jimmy handling the ball, especially down the stretch. And I haven't lost any hope, man. I think we're still going to make some noise in the Western Conference.
That's Oreo Cookie in Oakland. He thinks it's an injury is a blessing in disguise for Stephen Curry. That's a little too strong for me. I am concerned about this road trip because, again, you don't have a breathing room in the Western Conference right now. You're currently the 6th seed in the West. You are 41-29. You're playing very good. You're 9-1 in your last 10 games. You're 16-2 when Jimmy Butler is suited up as a Golden State Warrior. Great. You're one ahead of the loss column to the 7th-seeded Los Angeles Clippers, who are right on your heels. You have got to keep winning. And if you're going to be without Steph for a few games here, man, like my expectation of the road trip is going to shift a little bit. Maybe if Steph was healthy, I was looking at this road trip, Joe Shasky, and saying, okay, 6 games here. You got 2 Western Conference. I think 5-1 is doable. Now, maybe can I just get to 4-2? And that'll be good enough for me.
I mean, they're on a pace right now to go over 50 wins.
Yeah.
If they on the Jimmy Butler pace that they're in. So,
yeah.
Look, we'll see. Again, one game at a time is how I'm viewing it. I'm not looking at it any farther than that. One game at a time. And I think, when you play the Hawks, they're going to present specific things that you're going to have to slow down. Number one, not let Trae Young
You love Trae Young.
I hate him.
He's one of your favorite players to watch.
He's one of the biggest losing type of players in the league. I hate losing players.
He's gotten to an Eastern Conference Finals as the best player on the team.
Give me a break.
What? He has.
He plays ball hog basketball and then throws you a grenade at the end of the shot clock and is like, make a play.
He gravitates. The kids love him, man. He's
plays
a fun player
no
to
defense,
watch.
Doesn't elevate others. Yeah, I'm out on him. But you need to slow him down, and you need to not allow him to have the referees in his back pocket. And so that's what they got to do. They got
All-Star this year, by the way.
What?
All-Star this year.
Great. Fraudulent All-Star. There's about 7 to 10 other point guards I'm taking before I even consider.
He's a 4-time All-Star. He's an All-NBA.
He could be a 1,000-time All-Star. Okay. I'm not taking Trae Young on my team.
You don't have to. You have Stephen Curry. Why would you take him on your team if you have Stephen Curry? Just letting you know. I don't know why it angers you so much. Sean in LA.
Because he's not a winning player. There's so many guys like him in the league that just don't play winning basketball.
Okay.
Like Jimmy Butler's a great example.
The team also stinks. They're the 7th seed right now in the East, so they're going to make the play-in.
We do this. The team stinks. What about Kate Cunningham? His franchise has been trash forever. And he's gone there, and then instantly they're freaking awesome, and they play good basketball.
You gonna give JB Bickerstaff, the head coach there, some credit there, huh? Who had just taken the Cavs to the playoffs last year, got into the second round. All right, let's. Hey, coaching matters too. Shout out Steve Kerr, Sean, L.A. You believing in this Warriors team right now, Sean?
Yes, I am. How's it going, guys? I'm a big believer in the Warriors, especially because they got Jimmy Butler. I'm originally from Chicago.
Nice.
So I've been following Jimmy Butler his whole career. I love that guy. He's awesome. He always shows up big time. And also the other thing is Steph Curry has done this before where he's been injured, and he is the best superstar at coming back and just integrating into the team, making it seem seamless, just like fitting in, letting everybody get theirs. He came off the bench in 2022 when he came back in the playoffs. He did it with KD one year where he was injured and came back in the playoffs. And then the last thing is the schedule. If you look, like they got 12 games left, 6-game road trip followed up by the Nuggets the night after. Steph had the same injury, or not, I wouldn't say the same injury, but he had a similar tailbone injury in 2021. He missed 5 games. So let's just say he misses the road trip, 6 games, and then the next night, Denver, 7 games. I think the absolute worst they'll go is 3-4, which sounds bad. But then if you get Steph back, you look at those last 5 games, are very winnable. You could go 4-1 or 5-0. I think you're looking at, 47, 48 wins, and I think that's enough for the 6th seed. So I'm a big believer in the Warriors. I think they're going to get it done. Thanks, guys. Love the show.
That's Sean in L.A., and I keep circling back again. We're looking forward here. But Stephen Curry, we don't know the severity of the injury yet or how much time he's going to miss. We'll let you know whenever that happens. Left the game yesterday with a pelvic contusion late in the third quarter. Warriors win 117-114 over the Toronto Raptors. They're the 16th in the West. 6-game road trip starting tomorrow in Atlanta. You got the Hawks, you got the Heat, you got the Pelicans, you got the Spurs, Grizzlies, Lakers. You finish up the season. I keep looking at that game, and maybe it's going to matter here, and you don't want it to matter. Clippers, Warriors at Chase Center. And that's the team that is right behind you in the Western Conference standings currently, Joe Shasky. Just a game back in the loss column. So, yeah, no Steph potentially. But again, Jimmy Butler was also the story coming out of that game.
And Quinton Post.
And Draymond Green.
And Pods.
And like there's a lot of good things to like. And I'm not trying to be like negative and Debbie Downer here. I'm just trying to, there is a dose of reality to start worrying about things when, yeah, and I keep hearing people bring up like a couple years ago when he missed this time or that time, and, it was a blessing in disguise then. And sure. And that championship run when he had to miss some time and guys started to gel.
You think that title is very fluky? That's the feeling I get.
Fluky strong because you won a title. Like I don't like
the stars aligned.
But everything aligns when you win a title.
Exactly.
Like matchups matter. Like I'm not saying it was fluky. I'm saying when he got hurt last time, like you had breathing room in the standings. Like him missing time now could be costly, and you could slip to a play-in because of it.
Yeah, you could.
But I think
here tonight. But
that's not crazy to say, and I just don't want it to feel like it is. No one's saying it's crazy,
but we're expecting like the Clippers with a guy who literally has been injured for the last 6 years.
They're hot.
In Kawhi Leonard.
They're hot.
Okay, they're hot. And who do they play tonight? The Memphis Grizzlies.
Okay.
All right? And if they lose tonight, now we got a little breathing room, right? So I know we think that the Clippers are just going to keep winning out, but you just have to maintain pace. Yeah. That's really all you have to do right now. And that's why I'm taking it day to day, game to game, possession by possession, just like a Jimmy Butler close out of a game. Very methodical, baby.
That's true. They do call you Joe day-to-day Shasky, don't they? Like, not like the injury, but like you're taking it day-to-day.
Well, I consider myself more like Aerosmith. I'm living on the edge.
Okay, sure. How's the plantar fasciitis doing these days?
I feel great. Okay, I went all in on the Pegasus 41s from Nike, and I'm selling all my Jordans.
Wow.
Yeah.
Gone.
Yeah.
What size are you?
10.5.
10.5. Okay. Well,
make bids now.
Oh, I might. That's the same size as me. AJ, now where's Priest at? How's Priest feeling about Jimmy Butler? That's not Priest. If you're listening, 888-957-9570.
All the young players are playing well.
That's exactly right. AJ is in LA. We're getting a lot of LA callers today. What's up, AJ? What you got on the Warriors win last night and Stephen Curry potentially being out for some of this road trip?
Hey, what's up? Well, Steph being out, we've seen Steph come back and recover well from his injuries. But one guy I'm hoping that'll return quickly is GP2. I'm a bit pessimistic, a little bit, when it comes to modern-day Steve Kerr and his in-game coaching and adjustments. I'm referring to the last 3 years. I'm a bit nervous and I'll lean into last night. I mean, that starting lineup he pushed out there. I can't believe any advanced metric said that you should have that starting lineup last night. He should have started Post, and we know he should have started Post.
I agree.
Right?
How about last night? Last night, Post is cooking in the fourth, and he brings in Kevon Looney. Yeah. When you know he's going to go to the small ball lineup to end the game, it made no sense to me.
And I'll tell you this. I know everyone's down on J.K., but I'll tell you what. If they did not make J.K. the primary defender on Quigley last night in the second half, it was lights out. I know Draymond and Jimmy did their thing, but J.K. on Quigley in that second half was the difference. That was a huge difference because that kid was smoking Moody and Potts. I mean, they were looking at the bottom of his shoes the entire night. So if he didn't make that adjustment, and it was just late, but what I'm saying, the Warriors shouldn't even have been in that situation at all. So I'm a bit nervous because you can't have blunders like that going into, the really, really important games, and they're coming fast. So we'll see what happens, but that's my thoughts.
That's AJ in LA. It's a good call. 888-957-9570
Quinton Post he's been great. He's game changer, Joe. I keep cutting you. No, he's a game changer for this team. I think as you're looking for people to step forward offensively in the absence of Steph Curry, this is where you give a little more leeway to Moody, to Kuminga. Pods has got to be assertive. Like, we keep viewing Pods as like, he's like an 8 to 12 point guy. Well, what if in Steph's absence, let's say it's 5 or 6 games. Well, what if Pods is giving me 18 and I'm getting 15 from Quinton Post occasionally, and I'm getting 15 from Moody, and I'm getting another 18 or so from Kuminga? Like, no one's saying singularly you're offsetting the Steph Curry output, but collectively, can the team find a way to be a different version of their team, get a little better defense in the half court? Because we know, like, Steph, offense. But what if I can get some defenders out there and maybe get a few more stops? And maybe, I take a little of a hit when it comes to the three-point shooting and the spacing and all that. But what if I slow the game down a little and play a little more methodical? Like, there's a give and take to this. I think they're just going to have to mold. It's a lava lamp, Joe. They're going to have to figure out how they shapeshift to win each game.
I do love me a lava lamp. Are they still making those these days? Are those making a comeback?
Don't touch the lava lamp.
Never touch it.
It will burn you.
Yes, never touch it. That's something I learned as a child. And I feel like they always spilled for some reason. We always had carpet, and it got all. Yeah, well, a lot of kids, Joe Shasky. There was like 10 of us. You know that?
Lava lamp means to me that you were smoking weed.
Well,
which I'm not mad at.
Well, that's okay.
And if you had a bean bag too, the bean bag chair.
I love the bean bag. Yeah. That's right. Well, you got to have the hacky sack too to be playing too, right? Yeah. There you go. Just going peak 90s here. By the way, I think like baggy clothes are in right now too, because like all this.
They are.
All of Benny's clothes. I picked him up at school. I was like, what's your mom dressing you as? She's like all baggy. I was like, what is going on?
Michelle works at Levi's, and every time I go there, I'm like, okay, so this is the new fad now.
Yeah,
we used to call them the Jordache jeans, so they were like whitewashed. I don't know how to. That's the only way I can describe them. Now that's totally in with the big puffy thighs and the big pant legs.
Acid wash they have too. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'm never going back to that.
That's okay.
I'm just going back to average size pants.
There you go.
You're not super skinny, slightly slim, but not baggy. Slim, but not skinny.
You a slim boot guy? Slim boot?
I'm fine with a little taper, but I don't want it so tapered around my ankle to where my ankle can't breathe.
You're not a tapered Pepper guy because he's gone. No.
I don't need like a crew of 3 people to try to squeeze me into my jeans.
No one wants that. By the way, we don't want to see that. The Warriors improved to 8-1 when Quinton Post makes 3+ 3-point baskets, Joe Shasky. And last night marked his 13th outing of 10+ points this season. And he's accomplished that feat in 3 of his last 6 games. I go to my Spadoni circle of trust, if you will. Meet the Parents, Meet the Parkers, the circle of trust.
Yeah, they're disposable thumbs.
There you go. So if I was to do a circle of trust of NBA players for Joe Shasky right now, so let's do you first. The circle of trust. Is everyone in the circle of trust right now in the Golden State Warriors? Is there anyone you're looking at right now heading into this road trip where you're like, you need to come out of this, and I need to trust back in this player? Because there's one guy in particular who drives us all crazy. And I know his game was solid yesterday, but the shot hasn't been there. Buddy Hield.
Yeah, but he hit big free throws.
Is he ever going to be in the full circle of trust for you, though?
So last night, they're up 2 after the bank shot 3.
Yes.
Okay, and they needed to hit multiple free throws. And what did he do? He hit the multiple free throws.
He did.
And so, like, I do trust him.
At the line.
Yeah.
Do you trust him to be a good shot creator every single game?
Well, no. I mean, like, but I think that his effort level on defense has actually been way better than we give him credit for. I think he's contesting shots. Like, the one area that is very difficult to quantify, I know they have advanced metrics on it. I go off the eyeballs. They are contesting shots better in the half court defensively than they have in forever. They just are. And Buddy's a big part of that. Like, I'll give Buddy credit. Like, he's trying really hard. There's a reason why Jimmy likes Buddy.
Well, they love
Steph
Buddy.
likes Buddy. They know he's trying hard. He may not do the right thing,
Likely.
but they like him a lot.
888-957-9570. We'll do Spadoni's Circle of Trust here.
Can I give you who that guy is, though, for me?
Who you don't trust right now?
TJD and Looney are like just on the outside looking in.
They don't really play. Like, no. TJD, like, I can't trust the guy because the head coach doesn't trust him.
Looney will make a play here, and it's just, I like Looney a lot. I know they will need him for a specific matchup. I want to make this very clear. But right now, I just think in the regular season, and given where their offense is right now, and that you're going to play some non-shooters together, I think you have to lean more QP than Looney. Now, there'll be a time where we'll go back in the other direction, where it'll be, all right, I need more defense and more OG savviness defending people, and I'm going to lean more Looney than QP, but I think Quinton needs to get the bulk of the minutes. And then late in games, small ball team. Like that lineup last night to end the game. Butler, Dre, Kuminga, Moody, Pods. Not mad at that. I like that lineup.
Yeah.
I'm sure GP2 might be in the mix too, but that's... Again, I go back to spacing. I don't know how that spacing's going to look. But I wasn't mad at that closing lineup. It was a good closing lineup for last night's game.
Pajemski in the closing lineup going forward. Again, Steph was out, so there was necessity there. So that concerns me a little bit. We had a caller allude to the defense. He getting blown by at times.
He was. Quickly is super fast.
But again, there was no Gary Payton, right? No. And maybe you'd think Gary Payton would be a guy in that scenario. Going up against a guy like Quickly, absolutely.
But then Kuminga took on that role.
He did. And Kuminga, to his credit, again, that's another guy right now. I think if you ask the fan base, their circle of trust, I wonder where Jonathan Kuminga is right now.
He had a big rebound late. He had a big bucket late. Like, I trust Jonathan Kuminga. I think we're way too harsh on him.
Are we harsh? Like, I don't think we've been, as people have been crushing him.
The guy missed a couple shots early in the game, and I could feel the tension from the internet. It's like, everybody, like, just relax, dude. Relax.
Well, I was listening. I was out on Wednesday. Obviously, I wasn't feeling very well, and I caught some snippets, and there was some people calling about Jonathan. It was like a best win of the year, coming off one of like the worst losses, and it was Draymond DPOY and then Jonathan Kuminga. What the hell's going on? I was like, really? That's what we're doing after one of the biggest wins? He's just, again, we had the whole conversation yesterday, the polarization of one Jonathan Kuminga, and it is otherworldly. But if Stephen Curry's going to miss some time, I do think he's going to have to step up and be that second scorer alongside if Draymond Green can continue to do it. I'm still waiting for Draymond Green to, like, again, not ease off, but like, are we just going to expect the scoring from Draymond going forward a lot? Like, it's crazy.
The shot looks good, though.
It does. Like, I mean, let's real quick. It never looks good, but it's been going in.
No, on the Draymond scale, it looks great.
I know. Right? I'm just saying his shot overall.
It doesn't look.
It's not a sexy look.
See, like, he hurt his shoulder in 2017 or 2018, whatever that was. He hurt his shoulder really bad. He waited on the surgery, and I'm not sure he ever really got the appropriate corrective surgery. His shot has been so ridiculously flat since then, and right now he's getting better arc
a little bit,
and the form looks good. He looks decisive. He looks confident. Like,
I don't want 14 3-point attempts, though. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, but you know what? But
I like the mindset, but not that many.
If it's 9 and then they start coming out on you, now that opens the floor up for him to do some blow-bys and then him to do some alley-oops. That's coming.
Oh, I still think they're going to leave him open. Like, I know, like, they have to honor it, but I still think, like, if I'm a Western Conference team and I'm the Grizzlies or the Rockets, like, I'm letting Draymond shoot that still probably. But you know what?
But he's got to make them pay.
He's got to make them pay. Pajemski, same thing. These other guys have to make them pay. I know Quinton Post is going to make them pay. But the Pods of the world, the Kumingas, they're going to sag off and say, hey, shoot that. We're okay with that. We're going to do some help defense on Jimmy or on Steph. We're up against it. We're going to come back on the other side. Bonte Hill going to be joining us in studio for the full 9 o'clock hour. More of your calls, more of your texts. Stephen Curry potentially missing some of this road trip, something or nothing. Is it a blessing in disguise? That's a little too strong for me. But if you think that this team with Jimmy Butler, is your belief level in Jimmy Butler so high that you think Steph could even miss this entire road trip and the Warriors be okay? I'd love to hear it. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. We're rolling. And that's going to be brought to you by, as I flip through everything here, the college basketball tournament, which is here right now. Stay up to date on all the tournament action via our bracket challenge on 957thegame.com. I don't know how my bracket's looking right now. I got to check it out. And be sure to tune in to KPIX Channel 5 for tournament highlights, live updates, and to see your 95.7 The Game hopes, your favorite ones. Like me, I think I'm going to be going on there next Saturday afternoon, and we're going to share our thoughts. I'm going to share my thoughts on the tournament.
Television
show,
debut?
Everything. It might be. Well, I've done some commercials for Outdoor World, it was known as, back in Monterey. I did some commercials.
What?
Yeah, you know.
You're exploring this.
Well, I was exploring the forest when they were filming it. So there you go. That's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
You know, Spadoni, it's funny. There's a lot of people that are playing a role in society, in life, on the air,
what do you mean?
On TV.
What do you mean?
I'm not one of them. From the 530, Shasky got a truck so he could cosplay as a rural blue-collar guy.
Rural.
Dude lives in the city and got a truck. Okay, first and foremost, what does any of that have to do with anything? I drive a truck that is a tiny little truck that my brother makes fun of. Yeah. It's a Maverick. It is not big. It's a hybrid. Okay, number 2.
It's not a Ford F-350 or 250 or 150.
My brother has I think he has the 250 or, I think he has the 250 with the super cab. He'll let me know. And my brother also has the 150, which was my dad's old truck.
And he has the Fords. Shout out Ceremony Ford.
Exactly. I'm telling you this right now, and I mean this. As a city truck, for someone who does a lot of coaching and is doing a lot of hauling, I got the back row. I got the back seat. I could put the baby. I could pile the kids in there after practice. I can put all the gear in the back of this truck, put the little bed down, and still be able to park it in the city. It's so convenient. I love Ceremony Ford. So, no, I'm not role-playing. It's real. And Ceremony Ford is real, and you should go see them.
And it's spectacular. Thank you, Joe Shasky. And shout out Ceremony Ford. Shout out Laughing Monk Studios as well, as we are broadcasting live from there. 888-957-9570.
We got to go down there. Road trip down there? Maybe next week?
I'm always down.
Yeah.
I'll go right now.
Maybe Wednesday?
When are they open?
Wednesday sounds good. I think so.
Well, we're gonna check out the menu and see if they changed it to the Spadoni linguine, and not the Shasky. It's the Spadoni one.
They did change it. Armando sent me the photo. It says the Shasky linguine. I'm gonna look it up.
It's just disappointing, is what that is. I thought Sam and I were friends. Sam Gadiri, Laughing Monk. I thought we were gonna change it. It sounded more Italian and better, but I guess we're having a Polish pasta these days. I guess that's what we're doing. We'll get to Uncle Gene in a second. By the way, Joe Shasky, 17 years ago today. What were you doing?
17 years ago today.
March 21st, 2008. What were you doing?
I was probably working at my butcher shop.
Okay. All right. I was
calling into the station that is on the other dial.
Okay.
Because we didn't exist.
That was what? Freshman year of high school for me heading in? Yeah. So my freshman year is about to be ending.
Yeah.
So I was locked into the March Madness. I'm sure you were. And 17 years ago today, a star was born.
We're a Curry 3 away from tying it. Here it is. We're all tied in Raleigh. And Lovedale keeps it for him. Curry! Oh, are you kidding me? 40 for Curry. 30 and a half. A star on the NCAA tournament stage. Stephen Curry leads Davidson into the second round.
Stephen Curry, Jim Nance on the call
That
for
was
CBS
today?
Sports 17 years ago today. Stephen Curry, the starter there. Can you name anyone else on that roster? No, you can't. Andrew Lovedales of the world.
Of course I know Andrew
the
Lovedale.
Thomas Sanders of the world. The Max Paulus Goslins of the world. Jason Richards.
Mark's second cousin.
Dude, they had a guy on the bench named Boris. Boris Meno was on Stephen Curry's team.
I'm more of a Boris Diaw guy.
Thank you. Or Boris from GoldenEye. Thank you. I am invincible. Stephen Curry that day against Gonzaga in the first round. Guess where they were playing? Raleigh, North Carolina, the Midwest region. The Zags were the 7th seed. Davidson Wildcats were the 10th seed. 14 of 22. 8 of 10.
What day was that?
I have it right here.
17 years ago.
17 years ago today. March 21st, 2008. 9:25 a.m. local time at Raleigh, North Carolina at the Lenovo Center. All right. 14 of 22. 8 of 10. 4-6 from the line. 40 points. 2 assists. 3 boards. 5 steals. Incredible. A star was born that day. Davidson Wildcats won. Stephen Bleepin Curry. Insane.
Can you name the song that was the #1 song on the Billboard Top 100 at that time? 17, 18 years ago?
That was my freshman year of high school. Let's go back to the archive there. I'm going Jay Sean, Baby Are You Down, 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 Down.
Nope.
That's a good guess, though.
T-Pain and?
Oh, hold on. E40?
Nope.
No, hold on. T-Pain, Florida?
Yeah.
Apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur?
Low.
Let's go. Yeah, that was right. Yeah. Shorty got
that
low.
the same?
low.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shorty got low. There we go.
Yeah.
Look at me. That wasn't bad. Okay.
It's really good.
Man, that was an era, Joe Shasky. Stephen Curry started it all.
Glowing.
Yeah, that was my time. That was high school for me, man. I was excited. No,
I was beaten down by the realities of life.
I wasn't there quite yet, right? I was playing World of Warcraft there. I think Burning Crusade I was hitting, not Lich King quite yet. So I know you're very into that stuff. So.
I don't know what any of the stuff
You
is.
said a
that
bunch
you
of
just
words, none of them made any sense.
You guys just
World of Warcraft, you said?
There you go.
Wow.
You guys just aren't locked in.
You are such a nerd.
Into WoW like I was back then. That was the biggest game like ever. Like during that time. They had like 20 million subscribers.
Start calling you Elon Spadoni because it's so
What's
nerdy.
the difference between playing like Call of Duty and World of Warcraft? What's the difference? Nothing.
World of Warcraft is like the Dungeons and Dragons of video games, dude.
It's an MMORPG. Get it right.
Wait,
okay.
What did you just say?
MMORPG.
What does that mean?
It means as many
MMORPG?
No, MMORPG.
I know OPP. Yeah, you know me.
No. An
Naughty by nature.
MMORPG. So here, let me get the exact one because
I like a first-person shooter.
It is a massively multiplayer online, and an RPG is a role-playing game. So like the Skyrims of the world.
I didn't know that.
So
thought RPG was like a rocket.
No. That's a rocket-propelled grenade is what that is, an RPG. So there's multiple meanings, acronyms.
Yeah.
So a massively multiplayer online role-playing game, MMORPG. So that's one of them. Guild Wars was another. Elder Scrolls Online.
Guild Wars?
Yeah.
That sounds very Middle Ages.
It was. It was the only other rival because it was free because World of Warcraft had to play a monthly subscription.
Did you play this on a video game?
No, console. Or on a
computer.
On a computer. A desktop.
PC?
PC. Thank you. Sorry, I couldn't think of the
Hewlett
word.
Packard.
It was a PC gamer.
Yeah, I didn't have the Alienware. Like the fancy ones have like Alienware brought. Like that's like next level gaming. But I had enough RAM. Yeah. Yeah.
My dad used to unplug the computer. He would like see it like the little light would be on, even though it would be like shut down or sleeping. And he would be like, the power's on. We're wasting power. And he'd unplug the computer. I swear to God, dude. He'd unplug the computer.
So we got
consistently.
We got off on a tangent there. I don't know why about World of Warcraft because we were talking about. Oh, that's why because we were talking about 2008, which is when I was a freshman in high school playing that game. And 17 years ago today, in 2008, Stephen Curry was dropping 40 in the first round against Gonzaga. Do you remember that at all, Joe Shasky?
Of course. And I still see Davidson jerseys in the stands to this day.
Yeah.
But I wonder, like, if we went to Chase Center and I said, what college did Steph Curry go to? What do you think the percentage of people going to the game that would actually know that?
It's a great question. We have smart fans, I like to think. The Golden State Warriors are a very smart fan base. I'd say half.
I think it would be a lot. I mean, they say during the introductions from Davidson College.
Yeah, but everyone, we phased that out.
Do you know where Steve Young went?
I do.
Where?
Brigham Young University.
Okay, I know, but it's an easy
Jimmer
one.
Fredette was at the game yesterday.
I saw him. He looks so old.
Yeah, well, he's not even that old, I think. Jimmer.
Thank God the Kings took him instead of Clay.
Oh, God, that's right. Teach me how to Jimmer. He got hurt, right? Because he was part of the 3-on-3.
He just wasn't good enough. We just saw Adam Morrison. Like, we're like, no.
That's 2-time champion Adam Morrison to you, sir. All right? He's an NBA champion, Adam Morrison. Just like the Quinn Cooks of the world. Put some respect on Adam Morrison. And you make fun of him because he cried at Gonzaga.
I liked Adam Morrison.
You laughed at him,
He
though,
shouldn't have been the third pick, but I like him.
No, that was an MJ special. Uncle Gene.
Hey, Uncle Gene.
He believes in this Warriors team. How could you not now?
You're my number one pick.
How could you not
Uncle
believe?
Gene.
What's up, Gene? What you got?
Yeah, hey, guys. Yeah, I'll get to that in a moment here. But first of all, I really appreciate your blast from the past. Yeah, particularly when you mentioned Jordache jeans. I remember when I used to wear those. Of course, these days, I just wear Lardache jeans.
Oh, my gosh.
That's good.
Gene, how much fun are these Warriors?
They're a lot of fun. And, I want to say, you asked how much faith do I have in them from here on. And I have a lot of faith, but with a big if. And the if is Curry's got to play like Curry played the first, I want to say, 6 to 8 games when Butler came. If he plays like he did the 10 before and the last 3 or 4, we got a problem. I don't think we go deep in the playoffs, let alone to the championship. But, you mentioned too, Spadone, that this may be a blessing in disguise. I hope it is. I mean, it was in the past. You mentioned the times when, I guess, Draymond and then Curry were injured late in the season, but they came back and with enough time to get it back in gear and then go right into the playoffs and do very well, in one case winning the whole thing. So that's what I'm hoping for. I think we can make the playoffs, even if we miss him for 5-6 games, as long as he's got 3 or 4 to come back and hopefully, get re-energized, rejuvenated, and, ready to just go like hell right into the playoffs.
There you go. That's Uncle Gene in Oakland. Are you playing with fire at all, Joe Shasky, if I tell you, hey, you know what, Steph, we want you rejuvenated and rest a little bit here. So not only can we finish the season strong, but you can get a little revamped here before and rejuvenated before the playoff run. Are you playing with fire if you do something like that? If I'd say, you know what, Steph, I think you can be cleared to play, but maybe I keep you out a couple more games.
I mean, it depends where they're at on the standings, and it depends how the team's playing, right? I'm not trying to be a cop-out, but I do think that all is going to be baked into the equation.
Well, because you're very confident in Jimmy Butler right now and his ability to steady the ship without Steph.
Well, today. Okay. And then they go on a 3-game slide.
Okay, all right.
Right?
Well, you're very confident. I'm just saying.
I go off of how I'm feeling today, right? Like interest rates are day to day. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's kind of how things work for me. And so right now I'm looking at my stock, my portfolio. If we were a stock, and I'd be like, I'd really be confident. Check in a week from now and let's see where I'm feeling.
All right. Stock up, stock down with Joe Shasky, 888-957. Bye.
Well,
Sell.
things can crash. I mean, have you seen the GameStop thing?
Well, yes, I have seen it. The fact that was the whole entire thing was crazy to me. GameStop, which is just losing money left and right. Then all of a sudden the stock was worth a bajillion. And it's just, I'm not a finance guy, Joe Shasky. I talk for a living. That's what I do.
Newsflash. In the Bay Area, living here, no one is. That's why we're all broke.
Well, you know what? We're trying here, all right? We're trying, and we're having fun watching the Golden State Warriors. That's the only thing that we could be happy about right now, because damn sure not happy about the San Francisco 49ers and Brock Purdy and that contract and what we're hearing from Mike Garafolo of NFL Network. We're not going to get into that today, but apparently
wait, you can't just tease me with that and then back out.
I mean, apparently, according to reports, it may be looking at, $60 million, Dak Prescott kind of money for Brock Purdy. That's what Mike Garafolo is saying, I guess, on NFL Network.
I'm going to keep this real short and sweet. Keep it real simple for everyone who can hear me, specifically Brock Purdy and whoever is in his ear. If you're demanding, and I'm assuming here that if you're demanding Dak Prescott specific money, take a hike. I love you. We all love you. There's a happy medium here. You deserve a giant raise. I want you as my quarterback. But if you think the best way for you to reach your maximum and this organization to succeed at the highest level is for you to soak up the cap with every last penny and then some, I mean, no.
Well, when John Lynch says we have a plan,
I draw the line.
When John Lynch says we have the plan, is that the plan to pay Brock Purdy $60 million a year?
I watched Baltimore make Lamar Jackson sweat it out okay? And now they've reaped the benefits of that, being able to afford other players like a Derrick Henry. If Brock Purdy wants Dak's money, take a hike.
I'm looking at the exact tweet right now. That was blown way out of proportion. This is Mike Garafolo. I'm seeing it right now. Based on recent quarterback contract extensions in relation to the salary cap, Brock Purdy has a strong case to make a deal that comes close to Dak Prescott's $60 million per year. He didn't say that's going to happen, though. So let's all
okay. Well, then if that's the case,
let's all take a deep breath.
Part of the negotiation dance is, we want to give you 40. I want 60. Well, I want 42. I want 58. We want to give you 44. And you know what I mean? We'll settle at 50. But if you're demanding top dollar to reset above Dak, like, no, I'm sorry.
You know what? I'm not even worrying about anything about the 49ers right now, because right now they don't even deserve me worrying about them. I'm focused on the Golden State Warriors and what they're doing. So we'll get to the Niners when we get to the Niners and Brock Purdy. I just wanted to relay that information. And I just needed to read the actual statement, because you know what? Let's all take a deep breath. I don't think it's going to be $60 million a year. And if it is, well, it's going to be great content. Steve Kerr, after the game yesterday.
Great content and poor offensive line play.
That's okay.
I mean, come on.
That's okay. We'll figure it out. Kyle likes to figure it out with the offensive line, right? He prided himself on doing that. He'll figure it out. He's smarter than you. Steve Kerr asked about a Curry update after the game yesterday.
He's getting an MRI right now. He just kind of fell on pelvic, tailbone area. So he was trying to come back. He thought he might be able to come back, and we just decided not to risk anything. And so hopefully it's not bad, but he's getting imaging right now.
More from the head coach after the game, asked about Steph trying to come back in.
Yeah, he went down into the training room with Rick, and Mike just told me just now that Steph thought he'd be okay to come back in, and the decision was made not to risk it.
So I'm under the impression from David Sampson and other executives who have left sports and now have...
Who is David Sampson?
He runs a podcast called Nothing Personal with David Sampson. This is just what he says.
Media, and he was formerly the president of
the Marlins,
Florida Marlins,
and
baseball.
Other people that have are former executives that are now in, prominent media roles have said that every single stadium in all of North American sports have these MRI machines and X-ray machines and things, and the results come back immediately. Now, I can't confirm nor deny, but that's what he said, and that normally they'll go get a second or third opinion the next day, but 9 times out of 10, the teams know almost right away about fractures and things like that. They just go in and boom, they figure it out. So I think Kerr's response there tells me that they're, I guess, at least more optimistic or hopeful that it's not a serious long-term fracture or anything like that. It would end his season.
Yeah.
But again, you never know.
You never know. Again, in the fact that he was able to come back and feel good enough because Steph knows his body better than anyone else. And Dr. Rick Celebrini knows Steph's body as well, because he's been helping the guy train for however long he's been with the Golden State Warriors. So it's concerning nonetheless, because he's 37 years old. Like, that's baked into all of this, is just the finality and the fragility of some of these players, Joe Shasky, that, you can't afford an injury. Like, I look at a team like the Warriors. And again, if this happens to a Shea, and we're not hoping any of this happens, a Shea, Jokic, you can say this for any championship team, right? Like, there's very few teams that can absorb a loss like that and continue on and still try to win. Now, you have Jimmy Butler, and he's playing tremendously. He just had a triple-double, second as a Golden State Warrior. Draymond Green has been scoring the ball at a great clip. It's been awesome to watch. The confidence there offensively has been awesome. You got the role players, the others, as we call them, doing great. Jonathan Kuminga's come back. It's been a mixed bag, but we'll see. That gives you some breathing room, but at the same time, you're just a game up in the loss column from a play-in spot. That does start to creep into your mind as you go on this 6-game road trip. When can we get Stephen Curry back? And hopefully it is like he's just back in a game or two, or he comes back. I have a hard time thinking he's going to come back tomorrow.
No.
That's
to me, there's multiple days, even if it is the lightest of light
injuries. You
injuries.
have to protect him from himself at this point.
Plus his back and his legs, I feel like need a little.
Well, and traveling.
They need a little day.
We have to think of him as a small guy. He's 6'3". Like, that's he's a tall man still traveling. That's not easy in a plane. I mean, my back gets stiff. I have to walk around, and I'm only 31 years old. I'm not even 37. So I couldn't even imagine being in a plane for that long, traveling.
The mileage he has.
The mileage, exactly. So they'll protect him. They'll protect him from himself, and Steph's not going to push it. He'll be very smart about this. But it just does, it heightens these things, because we just saw LeBron get hurt, and he's trying to ramp back and trying to get back, and he's 40 years old, and he's dealing with what was it, an ankle injury? So there's a lot baked into these things.
Jamal Murray's missed time.
Yeah.
Their backup, Brown's missed time. Jokic has missed
Chet
time.
Holmgren, if you're the Thunder.
Chet Holmgren's missed time. So a lot of teams are nursing a lot of injuries right now. You referenced the LeBron absence for quite some time. So and there's going to be more injuries, right? Jaren Jackson Jr. has been out or was out for quite some time for Memphis. Every team is dealing with something right now.
Yep.
But Steph's a headliner. I mean, it's like when you don't have LeBron for multiple weeks, like you feel that absence.
I think I said ankle. Groin for LeBron, excuse me. Adductor, whatever. Sorry, I want to be accurate here. That was what he was. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it was an impingement of the ankle for Jokic.
That's what it was. Okay.
Yeah.
There's so many injuries. I just can't.
And there's so many different ways of putting it. Contusion, impingement.
We need Doc Pondia on UCSF Health. He knows he can translate all these for me. Like sprain is actually like a slight tear that I've learned all about these things as I've been a part of Sports Talk Radio. I was like, I'm learning a lot more about science than I ever have in my life.
The medical hour.
The medical, that's right. I'm not mad at it. And again, hopefully it is just a bruised tailbone. And I've had a bruised tailbone. It hurts. Like sitting down hurts. So yeah, I can imagine playing basketball.
How did you bruise your tailbone?
I fell on it. On the side, like,
were you a skateboarder? Or?
I did skate. Yes, you do. Yeah, I did skate.
Yeah, I know you can get really bad, like wrist injuries.
Yeah, if you're trying to either do like grind, you're trying to do a kick flip or a heel flip, and like you eat it, and yeah, that happens.
I didn't know you were a big skater.
Well, I used to be.
Yeah, my brother was.
And then I started playing World of Warcraft.
So
there you go. Not to bring it all back to WoW, but that's what
that makes sense.
By the way, that's what we call it. WoW, World of Warcraft. WoW is what it's called.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah, now I get it.
There you go.
The only thing I can think of with the Warcraft is the South Park episode.
Oh, it's
which
all
is
time.
Just the greatest.
It's one of the greatest episodes.
We are dealing with a human being who has no life, and like
how do you kill?
Sitting there,
how do you kill that which has no life?
It is the greatest. It is so good. And then the character avatars that they choose for each player is just. Look, I know South Park rubs some people the wrong way.
Shouldn't. They're the best.
It is all time funny. They're always ahead of the game. The Macho Man one about gender and athletes was just hilarious.
They're so good.
I identify as a woman. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. It's just Macho Man Randy Savage. Okay.
There's so many, and we can laugh a little. Society, it's okay to laugh.
It's also Friday. I'm feeling great. We got Amir Khan out there on the televisions. That guy's the best. We got McNeese State winning. It's all good. Jimmy Butler's getting triple doubles. Steph,
did you hear?
It's okay. What?
The Giants have new City Connects coming out.
No.
I heard that they're black on black.
Oh.
Which I'm here for. I've been wanting. They used to wear that back in the day. That said world champions way back in the day.
I'm not mad at that.
The John McGraw. That original.
I still think they're black with the S, the orange SF is their best look. It's so clean.
Yeah, but they need black pants to go with it.
Yeah.
That's the look. The
the blackout. We're going.
Yeah, I love that. And then, did you see the Astros throwback / new City Connects?
So clean.
I loved them.
I hate the Astros, but I love those uniforms. I think that's as far as you can put it. Like, I hate teams that just have great iconic uniforms, and then
they go away from them.
Well, and yes, like the classics. Just stick
like
with
the Warriors. I actually like their new black jerseys that are like their alternate ones that they're wearing last night. I like those ones.
Celtics, Lakers, Warriors, Knicks. You guys don't need to change your uniforms. They're iconic for a reason.
The Warriors need to go back to the cable car.
Okay,
I'll die on that hill.
There you go. I'm not mad at that. Steve Kerr, more from him real quick. Bontiel going to be joining us in studio here in a couple minutes. Asked what his message is, Joe Shasky, to the team once Steph goes out.
I didn't even mention it. I mean, there's no time. I think it was late third when it happened, or mid third. So the team knows what's up. You know, he's gonna go down and get checked out, and you just keep playing. So I didn't say anything.
Well, and again, like, what are you going to say? Steph's not here, guys. So let's change everything. You figure it out. Like it's a funny question. I get the question needs to be asked, like if there's a message change or anything, but like,
have you ever seen Steve Kerr get overridden, overridden? I don't know, whatever. Have his decision immediately impacted on who's playing, who's not by a player on the floor? Because I watched it happen last night. He subbed in Gee and Looney, and then Gee didn't move to the corner. Jimmy threw that ball into the stands, and Jimmy was livid. And then, like, Steve looked down at the bench and was like, Jonathan, get up. Kuminga, check in.
He was, hey, and Jimmy, that's Jimmy voicing his frustration to the player, but that's also a signal to the head coach. Like, I'm telling you,
get the right guy
in here, because I'm not going to show up my head coach. It's too early to do that. I'll do it with Eric Spoelstra, but I'm not doing it just yet for Steve Kerr. We'll give it a year for Jimmy to do that to Steve Kerr. It's the honeymoon period still. And again, I say that tongue in cheek because it might not happen, but Jimmy Butler, this is the honeymoon period still.
The stakes are high.
It's very high.
I mean, the stakes are high. Getting an extra week off of rest, as much as I'm saying, like, hey, they can overcome it, for this team, it's a huge deal.
It's
being the 6th seed gives you a week of rest.
I've been telling you this, like, don't be in the play-in game.
I know.
Don't be in the play-in game. I do not want to play the Clippers, who have owned you. I do not want to play a Sacramento Kings team when all they would love to do is beat you. Or, quite frankly, and again, the Phoenix Suns stink, so they're going to be like just because the Dallas Mavericks don't want have anyone to play on the roster, by virtue of that, they're going to be the 10th seed, the Phoenix Suns. I'm sure Kevin Durant would love nothing more to beat Draymond Green, Stephen Curry, and the Warriors organization.
I think that's Kevin Durant's thinking about how can I get to the Warriors in the offseason.
I think he had the opportunity to do that, and he didn't.
No, I mean, he's smart enough to know that you would have depreciated all the assets.
No,
I mean,
you're thinking way too hard about that.
I know. I will never give up the dreams of Kevin Durant.
You should, because Jimmy Butler's a better fit, and he's better.
No, he is. But why can't I
right
have Kevin Durant as well as Jimmy?
You're not getting all of them.
Who says?
Sorry, you can't. Well, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't. I'm telling you right now. Lastly, from Steve Kerr, before we get Bonte Hill in studio here, who's wearing a leather jacket now, a Letterman. Look at him. Steve Kerr asked if Jimmy needs to step up once Steph goes out.
Nope. He just understands the situation, and he wants the ball, and he asks for it in different areas and attacks. And, he did a fantastic job. His shot wasn't going tonight, but, he was creating everything for us. Triple-double, obviously. The defensive play of the game with the block shot at the rim. So it's the beauty of guys like Jimmy, Draymond. They can impact the game at such a high level regardless of what's happening with their offensive games.
I love that just nope in the beginning. I need that as a drop from Steve Kerr. He doesn't need to tell Jimmy anything. Jimmy knows what he's doing out there, and that is the luxury of having a player in an IQ like a Jimmy Butler. It's like another coach on the floor alongside Draymond Green. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Bonte Hill joining us here in studio, as he does each and every Friday at 9 o'clock, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Bonte Hill, Joe Shasky, Joe Spadoni here for the next hour.
Can you get up? I want to see that.
Yeah, that is. He's wearing like a Letterman, for those of you who don't know.
All-star jacket.
There you go.
Is that pro standard? Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah.
Wow, he's got the cable car on the back right there.
Yeah,
nice.
Really cool.
He's got the Warriors hat on.
God, Joe Lacob checks must be just so heavy.
Hey, you know what?
Man.
I'm not mad at it.
Gosh.
Turn on his mic. Turn on his pawn him up.
Instead of the 4 hour, we should call it the propaganda hour. So
the what?
That's the propaganda hour, because a lot of people are saying, "Oh, Joe Lacob, you won't say anything because Joe Lacob pays you." Well, number one, Joe Lacob doesn't pay me. NBC pays me.
NBC Sports.
There's a peacock on my check, and there's a 95.7 The Game logo on my check. So,
and Bonte Hill, as you know, Joe Shasky,
good morning.
Warriors pre- and post-game host for NBC Sports Bay Area.
My guy's hanging out the car doing drive-bys before the segment even starts. He's got a look of like,
we can get rolling here.
Cousin partner? Like, you're giving me the menace to society face.
It's a new season. Spring is sprung, guys. Let's go.
A lot of negativity, man. A lot of people just need to pump the brakes. I hear Panic Radio, man. Oh, my God.
Who's negative?
I got to so you were out Wednesday, but I'm in the car. I dropped Baby Ches off. Evan Giddings is rolling, talking Draymond. Out of nowhere, it's Shasky here going, the Clippers beat the Cavs, and Draymond Green's back's hanging out by a thread in his calf. He needs us. Like, Lord.
I have been celebrating Draymond.
Oh, no, I know. I'm just saying, during that time, we know you're day to day, Shasky. We know you're hour to hour.
Time out. We
did call him Joe.
But I was like, whoa, what's going on? And then
I needed the Cavs to win. They lost the game before, and I go,
they've lost 3 straight.
They lost. The streak broke, so now they're going to come back and win. And they lose 2 in a row. I go,
well, the Clippers look good.
They
lost 3 in a row. Sacramento beat the Cavaliers.
Yeah. I'm talking about at the moment.
Oh, at the moment. No, I know. They had won 16
and I threw
straight.
My pen.
I'm listening this morning. Spadoni's talking about the circle of trust and this and that. I'm like, oh, God.
Everyone's playing great.
Everybody's playing well.
The postman is balling right now.
He is.
All right. Pajemski's looked great in his return. I thought his first quarter yesterday was outstanding. Look, Kuminga made some winning plays down the stretch. A big bucket. He had a big rebound. I'm seeing Buddy Hield hit big free throws.
Be careful talking about Kuminga because every year, every season, there's always somebody we point the finger at.
And thank you.
Kuminga's become that guy, unfortunately.
It's so unfair.
It was Wiggins last year. It was Clay last year. It's got to be someone.
It was Pods earlier this season.
It was Pods.
Well, Pods wasn't playing well, and now he's played great. Since the original injury, the injury before this, he's been really good. And him finding his shot has actually really salvaged this season.
No, it's good to be here, though. Let's have some
fun.
Where
do we want to start here? Do you want to start with Jimmy Butler? Do we want to start with Draymond Green? Or do we want to start with the biggest story?
Can I give him? No, we'll get to Curry in a second.
Okay.
I truly believe, just obviously when they're both healthy, this isn't a knock on anyone. I believe that with 4 or 5 minutes to go, I want Jimmy as the facilitator with the ball in his hands. That doesn't mean Steph isn't a huge focal point of the team, the organization, everything. I want things to flow through Jimmy because I expect him to make the right basketball decisions and plays and Steph running off action and things like that. I don't necessarily want Steph at the top of the key with the ball in his hands. Hey, create everything.
Well, he won't. He won't because the greatest strength of Steph Curry is playing off the ball. And when you're humming, like they were winning championships, Steph Curry's playing off the ball. Yep. And you have Draymond Green at the top of the key waiting for him running off the screen. So now you get Jimmy there, and you can run your split action with Dre, Steph, and Jimmy right there in the split action. Sometimes they run the split action higher at the three-point line, which allows more spacing.
You can post him up. I think he's your best basket
Jimmy's going to be your playmaker. That's why you brought Jimmy here. That's okay. Steph Curry's greatest strength is playing off the basketball. So when you got Steph Curry running off screens, how many guys are going to overreact to jump out on Steph at the three-point line that will open it up for a cutter? That may be GP2. That may be Jonathan Kuminga. That may be Moses Moody. That may be Quinton Post stepping out for a three. Yep. We shall see. But that's your best. That's why you brought Jimmy here. Yeah. It's for the clutch time. And there's 7-2 in clutch time games with Jimmy buckets here yesterday, right? Nobody would even know that he was 1 of 11 in the fourth quarter from the floor.
Yeah.
1 of 11. But there were good shots. He controlled the game, and then they made great defensive plays. Moody with a block. Draymond with a great recovery down the court.
That was one of the best plays in Draymond's career.
You know what I'm saying? Jimmy Butler with a great block at the end of the game. So they played the defense when they needed to play the defense. And yes, Jimmy will facilitate.
And he yells at Guy Santos, gets him out of there immediately.
Well, I didn't like that sub.
Well, people are freaking out about that too. We had some callers and I don't know about Jimmy. I was like, no, that is what you need. That's what this organization needs right now. Like Draymond, and again, I get it. And Draymond's been doing this for a long time. And not to say it's gotten old, Bonte, like the message gets old from the messenger, if you will. But there is something to someone else coming into an organization or workplace and giving you a kick in the pants. It's just like, oh, okay. Like, I'm going to listen to this guy. It's a new voice. And we're seeing that now with some of the young guys and them gravitating towards not I was going to say Buddy Hield, but a Jimmy Butler. And Buddy Hield, by the way, is one of those guys. Those guys are so tight. Before, after game, they're joking around. Like,
they are tight.
His imprint, Jimmy Butler, and I brought up the Guy Santos thing just because I thought that was great leadership out there. And people might say that's bad leadership. No. That's what Tom Brady does. You mentioned that earlier. That's what the Tom Bradys of the world do. They demand excellence on the court. So if you make a mistake in a close game like that, I don't care if it's against the Toronto Raptors or against the Boston Celtics. Like, you can't make mistakes like that. So not only was he going to be getting on Guy right there, but that was also letting Steve Kerr know, like, hey, man, like,
are people making a big deal about that?
No, we had a couple callers that were calling about it.
Coach in Vallejo was like, you got to watch it when you're criticizing the young guys.
You think it's going to hurt their egos and they're not going to. I was like, no, it's the opposite.
No,
it's the opposite.
Jimmy Butler has taken Buddy Hield and Jonathan Kuminga under his wing. And Pods. He gets on Pods a lot.
Yeah. Pods
but he's coaching. He's coaching them. He's teaching them where to be because you know what? In 12 games, it gets really real, folks. The playoffs are right around the corner. And Draymond mentioned it last night. When you get into a playoff series, you may be playing Denver. You may be playing the Lakers. You may be playing Memphis. You may be playing, who the hell knows who you're going to be playing? The Clippers?
Yeah.
You got to be buttoned up in these playoff games because a 10-0 run can knock you out of a game. A 12-0 run can knock you out of the game. You got to clean up the little details here. And that's why Jimmy Butler got on Guy Santos and he yanked him and you get Kuminga back.
Yep.
And Kuminga plays 25 minutes yesterday and he's trying to find his legs. Well, people got to remember with Jonathan Kuminga, yes, he's had some up and down times since he's been back. But he's the one guy who hasn't played with Jimmy yet. He's the one guy who hasn't found that rhythm with Jimmy Butler yet. And so slowly but surely you're starting to see that. And I thought he played very good defense down the stretch. He played good defense down the stretch against Denver, and he played good defense down the stretch yesterday against Toronto. So, yeah, who cares if he got on Guy Santos? Guy Santos will take it on the chin.
Well, and with the Jonathan Kuminga angle, I think it's going to be really interesting. And we'll see how long Stephen Curry's out during this road trip. They go to Atlanta tomorrow against the Hawks, so they got the 6-game road trip here. Miss a couple games. Like, again, blessing in disguise. I hate kind of saying that because it's like I don't want Stephen Curry to be hurt. You're only a game up in the loss column against the Clippers, so you need him out there. And we've seen Bonte, this team offensively without Steph can get a little stagnant at times. But bringing Jonathan Kuminga now, like, is the juice going to be there with JK? You got Jimmy there.
Yes. This is a great opportunity.
This is a great opportunity for him to flex his muscles again offensively and get a little bit more aggressive, I feel like.
They're 7-3 without Steph this year.
I know. Look, they're plus 60 when he's off the court since the Jimmy Butler era.
They were minus 90 before Jimmy.
Yeah, I know. We were monitoring the non-Curry minutes. But look, you got Dyson Daniels and Trae Young in Atlanta. They've had some weird games in Atlanta over the last 5-6 years.
So out on Trae Young.
I mean, he's played better this year. But you know what? On the road, role players play better at home. They're in the playing box trying to get a home game. These could be some tricky games on this road trip. Of course. 5 days they're going to spend in Miami. They're going to spend 5 days in Miami and, the return of Jimmy Butler. So
Are they going to stay with Pat Riley?
No, probably
all 5 days?
Eric Spoelstra get some brunch with them?
Yeah,
how about, you're talking about like
Tyler Hero?
There are moments in the game where, it's a 10-0 run or whatever. You need to stop the faucet. Look, I've come to this conclusion the other night. Quinton Post is going to get attacked at times on defense. He's going to get cooked. He's going to get he's going to. They're going to go out of their way to go at him, and he's going to have to make adjustments in game. But he does bring an element of flame throwing from the outside offensively that I think he connects a lot of different personnel lineups that give you some defensive specialists out on the perimeter. I think you got to play him. I think you have to stay committed to 20 minutes minimum a night to play him. I mean, last night obviously was a great game, but he has got to stay in the lineup. And even if the shot doesn't fall in the first half, I want to see Kerr go back to him in the second half. Yes, it's give and take. You're going to lose a little on defense at times. But I think he brings things to the table as a stretch. Last night, he set a screen for someone. That guy cuts. Yeah. Everyone goes with him. He pops out. Bang. Like, they just don't have a lot of guys that can do that.
No, they don't. 22 minutes last night for QP, 6 made threes. But you mentioned, and this is where Steve Kerr, and I was coming in, I heard a caller say, why didn't they start him? Well, if you go back and watch the Denver game, and Denver obviously had no Nikola Jokic.
8 minutes.
No Jamal Murray, no Christian Brown, and Westbrook, Michael Porter Jr., and Aaron Gordon attacked him. And Aaron Gordon dunked on him. And they attacked him and jumped out to a 15-8 lead. And look, teams are going to hunt him because he's a rookie and he's trying to get acclimated to the NBA. And there's going to be some growing pains here. He's going to see minutes. Whether he starts or not, I wouldn't focus too much on that because Steve Kerr wants to get off the great starts.
Yes.
So sometimes you want to play your best, what he feels like is his best lineup defensively and offensively to get off the better starts here because the Warriors don't want to play uphill. Got an older team here. You want to play with the lead. The Warriors' record, when they have a lead after one, it's like, I want to say like 27-4. I could be wrong there.
Wait. So if they're leading after one, they're
27-4, 26-4 like that. But they're also after the third quarter when they're leading, they're 37-4.
Right.
So
really,
obviously, and Bully always says this. And really, I didn't subscribe to this really until this season. When you watch around the league, the NBA is kind of a first quarter league in terms of you get out and set the tone, play your pace, play uphill, play downhill, still uphill, all of a sudden you're rolling. So that's where it goes with QP. What matchup is it? Who you're playing against? Because Steve Kerr, we've seen it. I don't know why people get so surprised about this. We saw this first season as head coach of the Golden State Warriors. He flipped the lineup multiple times.
Well, he's just going to do that.
He's going to do that. So QP will get his run. He's going to see anywhere from 10 to 20, maybe 25 minutes, depending how the game flows.
I mean, we were talking about that with Looney, too. Like, it might not be a Looney game, but come playoff time, he's going to have some moments.
And he played 8 minutes last night.
Yes, exactly.
Played 8 minutes last night.
But, I look at, not having GP2 last night, the closing lineup of Pods, who had a great first quarter and then hit a bucket late. Pods, Moody, Kuminga. This is the final pairing. Cosmic, and then you had Butler,
Draymond.
And Draymond Green. I like that combination. Then they subbed in, okay, they're going to foul us. We're up a couple. Let's get Buddy Hield in here. And Buddy hits a couple of big free throws. Like, you got to play the offense for defensive matchups and play. And I feel like he's kind of been on it right now in terms of Kerr, pulling the levers.
No, he has been on it. He's been on it. Halftime adjustments. Sometimes you'll see Post start the second half. Sometimes you'll see Moody start the second half. Sometimes you'll see GP2 start the second half. And what's imperative for the Warriors moving forward, too, heard you guys talk about Draymond's shot. Those are shots that Draymond, and we've been talking about this for years. This is what drove me crazy in the Lakers series a couple years ago when Anthony Davis camped out in the paint and they went to the two big lineup with Looney and Draymond and they dared them to shoot it. Draymond, Gary Payton II, Moses Moody, they're all going to have to shoot these shots in the playoffs because guess what? Darko Rajakovic, the coach of the Raptors, he's telling Draymond, keep shooting, keep shooting.
We're never.
Well, guess what Mark Daigneault from OKC is going to say? Guess what Ty Lue's going to say with the Clippers or JJ Redick with the Lakers or Mike Malone with them? Shoot the ball. And you know what? Draymond Green has been making them pay, but GP2. They missed GP2 last night because offensively in this last 9, and I ran into GP2 after the Denver game because I just got to keep letting it fly.
Well,
he's shooting 44% from 3 this last 9.
So the Denver game's a great example of GP2. First 3 quarters, he was letting it fly. Then in the final 5 or 6 minutes, he passed up 2 corner threes that he's got to take. And they settled for a late shot. I call it grenades. Hey, here's the ball. There's 3 seconds. Make a play. Jimmy had a late 3 that he had to throw up. JK at times get caught with the ball at the end of a possession and takes a shot that you have to take. Okay? Otherwise, you're going to have a turnover. And people are like, oh, why is JK taking 3? Because he got thrown a grenade with 3 seconds left. Open shots that are created must be taken.
They must be taken. When you get a great shot like that, a coach can't draw up a better play. Coach cannot draw up a better play, so you got to let him fly. And the good thing is Draymond's letting him fly 14 3-point attempts.
14.
You know what I'm saying? 14.
The most in 8 years, Monte. 11 attempts he had against the Kings in 2017, 13 versus the Bulls in 2014.
Well, how about him leading the team in scoring twice in a week? And he hadn't led the team in scoring since 2016 in Game 7 of the NBA Finals.
I said
9 years ago.
Was it last week? I said, I think we're seeing the best offense and defense since 2016. I swear to God, I believe it.
Yeah, he's playing unbelievable. You know what? That steak at House of Prime Ribs, I can start to taste it.
Me too.
I can start to taste it.
Did you guys hear? What? You can put DoorDash on a credit card now. They got like a whole credit system for DoorDash. You didn't hear this?
No, what?
No,
they launched it yesterday. So we're going to go into big-time debt for this prime rib.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Okay. I was you were saying House of Prime Rib was on DoorDash. I was like, they are?
I was wondering. I was like,
DoorDash it.
Sasky was like, Draymond needs to sit his back. His hanging on my third. I said, don't fool the audience. You just don't want to pay the House of Prime Rib. He's playing well, and he's gunning for that DPOI. So now he's motivated. He wants to make the all-defensive team, first team. He wants to win that DPOI.
Who's the oldest? I did this the other day. Do you know who the oldest first team all-defense is?
Oldest guy ever?
Yeah.
I'm going to go.
You're going to go Tim Duncan.
Tim Duncan. I was going to say Tim Duncan. It's not Tim
Kevin
Duncan.
Garnett?
Nope. Bruce Bowen.
Wow.
Bruce Bowen, that makes sense.
Okay, he was 36 years old.
Yeah.
And then Draymond would be 35. Who's the oldest DPOI?
Oh, that's a great question.
2000, 2001.
2000.
2001. 2001.
I looked this all up the other day. Me and Evan were doing
2000, 2001.
Oldest.
Oh, man. DPOY.
Mutombo?
Dikembe
Mutombo.
The Sixers. Yeah, they went to the finals.
They went to the finals. I was thinking who was on there. Yeah.
He was 34 when he got that DPOY.
Yep. He got traded, yeah.
This would be the oldest player to ever win DPOY if he pulls it off.
Know what?
And he'd be the second oldest guy to be first team
all defense. It makes sense, dude. Just the age of some of these guys and what we're seeing is unbelievable. Around the league, it's literally insane.
100%.
Did you know that?
I thought he was cooked. I was so wrong.
Well, if the Warriors want to make some noise here in the playoffs and do what Draymond said at the All-Star break is win the championship, when you think about their top 3 players, I think we all know it's Steph, Dre, and Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
37, 35, 35.
Old.
When you think about those top 3 players in those ages, no team has ever won an NBA championship with their top 3 players being 37, 35, and 35.
They feel like the Raiders of the Rich Gannon era.
Right, but Steph is a different 37-year-old. And Jimmy's a different 35-year-old in the way he's playing. And the way guys are playing off of them. So I look at it as with Steph and Curry off the floor, and hopefully it's not too long because you can't afford to lose games. The Clippers are hot. The Rockets won't lose. Minnesota thankfully dropped 2 straight to Indiana and New Orleans. I don't know how they did that when Indiana had like four of their starters out. But you have to keep winning games. You have no margin for error anymore. When you blow a Utah game and you blow a Brooklyn game, you cannot lose games here. So you got to continue to win, and hopefully you stabilize it when Stephen Curry gets back so you can avoid that play-in. Because I know some people saying, well, you go to the play-in, you win the 7-8 game. You want that week off.
Well, you want the
week off, no matter what.
Exactly.
Who cares about the matchup? Get the week off and get fresh. And also, this is a great opportunity for guys like Moses Moody to get his offensive game back. And
Kuminga.
And the spotlight on Kuminga without Stephen Curry is going to be bright is all hell.
I think he's going to do it, dude. I think we're just everybody needs to relax, and we always over-focus on the negative.
They're winning, too, which is why I don't know.
And they never focus on the positive.
If they were losing, it'd be one thing. But they're winning. They're winning these games, and I get it. The Nuggets one was frustrating for everyone involved. That was just bad. No Jokic, no Murray. That was a bad loss. But you bounced back the next day with probably the win of the year against Giannis and that team, which is an Eastern Conference. I'm going to say quite like a contender, but they're a playoff team. Like Giannis is there. By the way, your boy Bronny James cooked him yesterday in a one-on-one situation.
Well, Draymond shut him down.
And Draymond shut him down. And by the way,
Butler.
I'm looking at DraftKings right now. Plus 135 for Draymond to win the DPOI. It's going to keep getting closer and closer. Evan Mobley has had a very fine season, been very good. And it feels like it has kind of been like DPOIs, like how many blocks do you have per game? It feels like it's a big man award these days. But let's be honest, like who's affecting a game more on a defensive basis more? Evan Mobley or Draymond Green?
Draymond put on a masterclass against Giannis Antetokounmpo from the first possession on. He blocked a shot. Next possession, he lured Giannis into a three. Giannis is shooting 18% from three. He's only attempted 46, but Draymond Green's like, go ahead and shoot it. He was 5 of 16 that night. Dame and Giannis were averaging like 55 together. Leading in the NBA, they scored 36 that day, 11 to 34.
Giannis is having an unbelievable season.
But you know what? God. You know what? I could see, like, he's a very, very good player.
Where are you going?
I'm very unimpressed with his game. His game is not aged well. All right, if you get him a head of steam and he gets in transition, he's going to dunk on your head. But you notice, and not everybody has a Draymond Green on their roster.
Hasn't refined it, yeah.
But outside of 10 feet, what can he do? What can he do?
Remember, he tried to be a three-point shooter and he just gave up on it because he realized he just
I
can't.
said this: Jimmy Butler, Giannis, and Draymond have the 3 flattest shots in the NBA. They do. His shot is so flat. He also takes forever at the free throw line, and it drives me nuts.
Yeah, that's he's been.
No, it's not even that. No, it's not that. There's a foul, and then he walks around in a big circle, and it takes 30 seconds for him to get to the free throw line. Doug, line up, shoot the free throws. Let's go.
When I hear people with Giannis saying like he's a top 15 player of all time, I'm saying to myself, I'm taking Charles Barkley over him. I'm taking Karl Malone over him. I'm taking David Robinson, Tim Duncan. I'm taking Hakeem. Kevin Garnett. I'm taking Kevin Garnett over Giannis. I'm taking Kevin Garnett over Giannis. I'll say that right now.
International, there's no doubt he's one of the greatest international players.
Yeah, no
ever.
doubt.
I'm still taking Dirk over him.
Absolutely.
We're gonna look back on that run with the Bucks and them not even getting back, like sniffing like the finals again. Like just look at what they did. And I know injuries were a part of that.
Middleton's
knee was a huge part of that. But like the first round exits and like. That's going to be the big name this summer, right? Like when we all think they're going to phase out in the
they bounce in the first round, yes. And Dame, Chris Haynes going with the report, that probably came from Dame because Dame and Chris Haynes are tight. And Dame the other day where they had a team meeting got to the Warriors game.
Oh,
it wasn't even a team meeting. It wasn't even a team meeting. It was a meeting with Giannis, Dame, and Doc Rivers.
Oh my God!
And I'm watching Dame off the ball. I'm saying,
you know where I stand.
He doesn't even move anymore.
He doesn't try.
No. He got rid of the ball and was just like
he stands there waiting for it to come back to him.
What did you think? Real quick, we can take us a few minutes, and all the vibes are good right now.
With his head and his shoulders.
That game against the Nuggets, Vontae, like what was that?
Aaron Gordon.
Yeah, I know it was Aaron.
But if you watch the Knicks game, even though they won, OG Anunoby and Karl Anthony Towns, and even though Draymond got the night at the end.
They were balling. Yes.
Rugged, thick dudes that eat glass on offensive glass destroy the Warriors.
Does that give you pause if you have to play them in a first-round series now?
Of course.
They don't have a player to match up with that. Scotty Barnes is a bigger, thicker guy. He gave him trouble last night.
Yeah. No, Aaron Gordon, I think, is an X factor for the Nuggets, but he's also an X factor in the Western Conference. If he's right, playing alongside Jokic, because he's a guy who could guard Jimmy Butler, he could guard LeBron James. We saw that during this championship run. He's going to have to switch out on Luka at times. Aaron Gordon alongside Jokic, and if Murray's right, yes, Denver's a problem. They beat the Warriors 9 straight times.
And Porter hits shots with guys in his face.
And he plays big against the Warriors. Double-double right there.
Russ played great.
Westbrook was amazing in that game. Amazing in that game. Even though he didn't shoot well, he was amazing in that game.
So 3 daggers. He has two in his pocket.
So yes, I mean, look, ideally you would love to avoid the Lakers and the Nuggets in the first round. They're not thinking like that. No. But his fans were probably thinking like that, saying, try to get Houston or Memphis, because Memphis is fading. They're fading. And Houston, even though they've won 8 in a row, when you get the bright lights in the playoffs.
Houston on.
Yes, exactly. They'll see him again.
I will go pick up Dylan Brooks.
They'll see him again.
See the Nuggets again, too.
The size, but only to your point, these bigger teams, yes, it is. It's going to cause problems for the Warriors.
They need, okay, I'm not trying to get ahead of myself. This offseason, hypothetically, the kid from Charlotte who might be available.
Mark Williams.
Maybe Lively or Gafford gets moved because Dallas seems like they're in a free fall. Even a Jackson Hayes type of. They need a big, bouncy, athletic, rim-running center to complement what they have.
Yeah, I think they'll look into that.
That's the number one need.
They'll look into that in the future, and they've got assets. They're in a great position here moving forward to go to State Warriors. That is.
So they'll face the Nuggets again. That's their first home game back from this road trip that they start tomorrow. It's going to be the back end of a back-to-back, so that's going to be very interesting. You got the Lakers on a Thursday, and then you got the Nuggets on a Friday back home at Chase Center. That's going to be huge. Like, I just think this for the mentals, Bonte, more than anything, and I get it. It might sound silly because you have Stephen Curry, you have Jimmy Butler, you have Draymond Green. You have a championship mindset there. But for the mentals of beating a Nuggets team, just to say you've done it, because you haven't done it in a couple years, at least in the regular season, like that matters to me. If I'm 12
or 13. You just don't want to keep hearing about it. Like, we won 9 straight.
Exactly.
You don't want to get that streak to 10. Like,
remember
oh my God,
we were bringing that. Remember it was the Spurs forever. You just couldn't win in San Antonio.
Yeah, they couldn't.
Can we get in on the other side? I thought Chase Center came alive the last couple of nights.
Chase Center's
say it now. Say it now.
The fans are feeling it because they're winning, playing basketball. Jimmy's there. He's getting excited. Quinton Post getting his block shot in the third quarter when they were down 7, 90-83 after you heard Steph Curry hit the floor. You're like, damn. You can hear it. You can hear it. You can hear with the mic catching it, and it's like, and Quinton Post has a good block shot at the rim. They're down 90-83. He's firing up the crowd. They needed that. So Chase Center is alive.
Has a fan base, an organization, a team taking on the mindset of a player more than Jimmy Butler? Like the confidence is exuding from all the fans I talk to when it comes to this guy. The players are confident. Quinton Post, everyone, Bonte. You're more confident on air. I see it. Molly, you guys are questioning it.
I'm confident, period. My confidence doesn't waver. My confidence doesn't waver.
This was Bonte. Hey, Fitz, after the game, we're going to be talking about X, Y, and Z. Before, I was like, yeah, I know. We're going to be talking afterwards.
That's what you said. I wasn't like that.
You were scared of Scotty Barnes and them boys.
My energy never changes. I don't waver, man. Ain't no punk in Bonte Hill.
That was a tough loss against Toronto in Toronto.
No, my energy doesn't. I know you are. But no, this fan base did need a jolt.
Yes. They did.
The fan base needed a jolt. And you know what? After that Orlando game on a Monday night, I see fans leaving midway through the third quarter in a win. Fight? I said, damn, maybe they need to do something here. But I think, I was talking to Slater about this yesterday. I think we're all surprised. Some people in the organization are surprised on how quickly Slater comes on the show. You don't need to drop that. It's got a good story.
No, you're tight.
But no, some people in the organization too was like, we can't believe how quickly this has worked. How seamless this has been with Jimmy Butler. You knew he was a great player. And I think some people, when they're taking their victory, like, I told you we should have got Jimmy. We know he was a great player. But when you hear things that's happening with Pat Riley and Dwayne, so you kind of get skeptical. Yeah, exactly. But he's worked out, and it's been great. And now we move forward with 12 games left.
Him and Dre, God.
They're unbelievable defensively.
In studio.
2 free safeties.
Courtesy of the River Islands Gas Line. Bonte Hill every single Friday joining us in studio for 1 hour. We're going to wrap it up on the other side. One more segment here, and it's going to be brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport. Let me just introduce.
The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni.
Listen to that guy driving the bus, man. Damn, Spadoni. Damn, you sound good.
And Joe Shasky from 6 to 10 on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, he's having his Cabo vibes. By the way, Bonte Hill in studio. I don't know if you know this, Bonte. Carter was out in Cabo for his bachelor party last weekend, balling down in Mexico. And then he missed 3 days this past week because his throat was just shot. He's called it the norovirus. I don't know what he picked up there in Mexico. We won't get into it. Picked up something, though.
Carter and I are going to do lunch at the Go Club next week. Fried chicken.
Really?
You know it, boy.
Fried chicken's coming back.
Really?
Mashed potatoes.
Oh, that's why. Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
good bill.
Right
$5
across from
buffet.
Fogo de Chao. That's right. Yeah, our old building, of course.
Yeah, the Brazilian steakhouse is really good, too, but sometimes a brother needs some fried chicken.
Yes.
Good music, fried chicken. Let's go.
Different kinds of Brazilians.
Right, Shasky,
right, Joe Shasky?
I'm going to go to Chick-fil-A probably today.
I go to Laughing Monk Brewing as we're broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk studios.
I go there too.
Shout out Sam Kadiri.
I like Laughing Monk Brewing.
I love Laughing Monk. I love Laughing Monk. Love it. I saw Sam. He was at the game the other night.
Sam Kadiri, our boy.
The Denver game. Yeah,
Let's go.
Of course, Matt Higgins taking pictures of himself.
So Bonte Hill, Warriors pre and post, NBC Sports Bay Area, and obviously here at 95.7 The Game. Crushing it each and every Friday with us in studio. Joe Shasky, he said, this must be important because he said really right before we came on, he's like, I need to bring this up before we get started. So go ahead.
So one of my lifelong friends, Joey Nevin, is a good buddy of mine. His family's a great family. I've known them forever. My whole family has. His wife, Lisa Nevin, is going to be on KTVU this morning. Ooh. And she's being interviewed to celebrate World Down Syndrome Day, which is today. And their beautiful 5-year-old daughter, Grace, was blessed to them with Down syndrome. And she's been a joy to not only them, but to everyone that she's been in contact with. And Lisa's doing some great work with a company called Jack's Basket. And it helps change the narrative of Down syndrome and helps everyone understand that we need to celebrate these children and these people daily. So I'm thinking of you guys, Gracie and Lisa, and good luck today on KTVU, and Joey and everybody. And I'm going to tweet out the little link where you can kind of support and just kind of raise awareness and help fundraise for all those people out there. And my heart goes out to them. Great family, great daughter, and love you guys. And I just wanted to say that. And for anyone else that's out there that's got someone in their family with Down syndrome, today's your day, but every day should be your day. And, we all love you, and we've all got our own children and our own kids and stuff. And I just wanted to say, love you guys. And you're doing great work, Lisa and Joey, and you guys should be proud.
Very well said. And we didn't have shameless shout-outs today, Bonte. So if there's anyone that you wanted to shout out as well, you can.
I don't know if you guys did it earlier in the week, but shout out to my guys at City College of San Francisco winning their 5th championship, state championship. Yeah. Adam, Justin, Tom, the whole staff there beating up on Fullerton. They even played their A game offensively, won by 17. Did you know that they didn't use one timeout in the state championship game?
Wow.
They didn't use one timeout.
That's confidence right there.
Prince's brother,
that's awesome.
I saw Prince on Wednesday, and he was like, yeah, my brother had a pretty good game. King.
King had a really good game. Yeah. Otis Amy had Otis Amy. Amos.
Fred Otis
Miley
Amy
Otis.
Was the returner for the Niners.
Mr. Amos, he won the state championship, won the MVP for the tournament, won the North Coast Player of the Year. So he had a really good game after tearing 2 ACLs. So yeah, City College, shout out to them.
Yeah, young Guido went to, he came over yesterday. Guido. And he went up to the game for Reardon, and
who is Guido, by the way?
This young Guido.
You don't know who Guido is? You worked on the show.
I know who he is. Who's the audience?
He's a friend.
Wait, Shasky brings him up twice a show.
That's fine, but if you still don't know who he is, he's a friend.
Is also one of my lifelong. His grandfather
he's Italian.
Came to America and lived down the street from my grandfather, the real Guido Guanasso. And then his dad,
elite name.
Tim, was called Little Guido, and he grew up with my dad. And then Lil Guido is Brian. And me and him grew up together, so hence Lil Guido.
Yeah. Oh, you're about to bring up WCAL?
Yeah, basically Midi lost. The women's Midi team lost in the state championship. And Reardon lost as well. And Guido said that the kid who was playing for the Southern California team,
Braden Barrios, or what is
was unbelievable.
So I fired up the game after our post-game show. So I wanted to see. I was actually rooting for Ritter to win. I wanted the city team to win, and Yeah, your boy dropped 40 and 11, 44
we just said
and 11.
Almost 50.
Yeah, he almost dropped to 50 burger on these dudes. So,
and I heard he had to like throttle down at the end of the game.
He did throttle down. He did throttle down.
He also said they had no answer.
No answer.
And the kid was that good.
I would have liked to see some adjustments, maybe some doubles, some traps, maybe, to get the ball out of his hands.
Is it?
Shout out Joey Curtin in the
Is it Braden Berries?
I'm not going to question high school coaching around here.
Was it what was the school that beat him? Was it Eleanor Roosevelt? So it's Braden Burries, Burries.
46, 47?
Well, he won the California State Player of the Year. And he's got like a top 7 where he can go to any school in the country.
I think he's going to UCLA.
He's a McDonald's All-American.
Yeah.
So, I know Coach Charlie Johnson at Stewart Hall would have found some way to get the ball out of his hands. I'm kidding.
And where did their season end?
I'm kidding, Jay. I'm just kidding. I
heard the kid from De La Salle, the basketball player from De La Salle who's going to Oklahoma. I heard he's a monster.
Oh, yeah, he's good. Yeah,
I heard nothing but really good things about him in the game prior to the state championship.
He had an ankle injury going into that game, but he's a good player.
He's even better in baseball. And I was like, he's really good at basketball.
He's going to SEC.
I mean, March Madness is right now, but the talk of March Madness isn't even a player, boys. It's Amir Khan, McNeese State's
the aura.
team manager, baby. Bonte, have you seen this?
Yeah, I have seen it.
I want the Niners to sign him.
See, I was going to quote tweet you.
Why?
And I was just like, I'm going to leave it alone because it's like, Niners hired this guy. The last thing we need is another boombox running out the tunnel. Can we retire the boombox, please? I don't want the boombox back out. The boombox is played out. It's lost its luster.
Jed York picks up the phone and calls Bonte Hill and says, Bonte, I want you to be Mr. Aura for the Niners.
Well, I mean the check, yes. I'm going to do it for the check, absolutely.
Stop it.
But I'm not saying, for the check, but I'm not
live
paying.
with these people.
Yeah,
I love these people.
Jed York.
He's Aura. This is Aura right here.
This is Aura. That's Amir Khan, baby.
Bonte would be arm around Trent let's go.
Oh, absolutely. If the check is right, I could be bought on Sundays.
What's the song, Bonte? You got to.
It depends what they want.
I need
it depends what they want.
You need to give your recommendation.
Coming out to Chris Stapleton together as Mr. Aura with George Kittle on the other side.
We play all. Listen, we can play all the snitching music you want out of the boombox. You want to play all the snitching music you want? If the check is right, I'll be there on a Sunday morning, walking out with the boombox.
And Luke Carlos blasting out a bunch.
The Warriors do play in H-Town this season. I don't mind going to Houston. Magic Cities and they had Club Onyx.
Chameleonaire?
Paul Wall, Lil Flip, all those guys.
I remember Chameleonaire when he was just Chameleon. Before he became a millionaire.
Or before he was riding dirty? Is that before then?
No, he was Chameleon and Paul Wall. That was they were a duo.
But he wasn't riding dirty then.
He wasn't a chameleonaire.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Chameleonaire.
Yeah, if the check is right, I will be there on Sundays with the boombox. If the check
gives
is right.
out checks besides like the PGA Tour?
Yeah, maybe Jed York does. I know the Niners are trying to penny pitch right now. Niners are trying to penny pitch right now. But you know what? If the boombox, man, if you hire Amir Khan, he's getting paid. Well, have me do it at 6'4". I got a little more strength than this guy.
Pen to sign on the dotted line.
By the way, Kyle, you check back. I know you're excited about that. Use check. You got rid of him. You brought him back.
Look, I understand it, but
they have a plan.
That's what John Lynch says.
I didn't. I thought they were going to go to one back formations and go more double tight form. I don't know. They want use check back for the locker room. Great, fine. I got no problem.
But why did they spend $20 million on a backup tight end?
I don't know.
And then
they replaced Charlie Warner because that was a big loss for them.
Okay,
and they also tried to sign a guy from Detroit, the backup tight end, because they love their blocky tight ends. That's what they do.
Again, makes a lot of sense. What's more important, your backup tight end after bringing the fullback back, or I don't know, the heart and soul of the defense is Dre Greenlaw?
I need
because you could have had him for $12 million as opposed to the $20 million guaranteed. It's just
I agree.
It doesn't make a lot of sense.
I don't know what's going on.
And then according to reports, like Dre Greenlaw agreed to a deal with Denver, and then Shanahan or someone in the Niners like Lynch. No, wait, we got to go get him back. So they try to flip him back. Like, what are you doing? Yeah. So when John Lynch says on Stanford's media day, or pro day, I should say, to Matt Barrows of The Athletic.
Got a lot going on.
No, they got. Sorry, excuse me. But their pro day, and John Lynch was there. He's talking shop with Andrew Luck, and he talked to Matt Barrows of The Athletic, and he says we have a plan. Don't worry, Niners fans, we have a plan in place. Bonte, what's the plan?
I don't know what the plan is. We're going to find out what the plan is. This is their plan. They're penny pitching. They're trying to fix their books. And then we'll see what happens with Brock Purdy. And they've got a lot of picks in the upcoming draft. So I'm wait and see mode.
Picks.
I'm not going to freak out over off-season stuff because some people win the all-season and they suck in the regular season.
The off-season isn't concluded. Free agency is going on now.
You still got 21 players in the top 100 that are available, or 19, I think it was, whatever it is. And you still got the NFL draft. Let's just see what the roster looks like in training camp. I'm going to pump the brakes and not go crazy when we haven't even got the OTAs yet. I'm not going to do it.
The only Stanford story you need to know is Rintaro, the kid who's from Japan that I've been telling him about. Just Google it off air.
Baseball player.
He's like 6 foot, 280 pounds.
He's the Zion of baseball. He might eat himself out of college baseball, but he hits tanks, dog. From Japan.
He eat himself out?
Dude, he hits tanks.
It's easy to eat yourself out. By the way, March, I see all the March Madness stuff. Shout out to the Players Club pool. My boy Worldwide Hef, Spadoni's guy.
Wait, so you're back in with all these guys?
Well, I just say,
No, yes or no?
I'm in with Worldwide Hef. I don't even know who I picked to win the championship. I've watched 45 minutes of college basketball. But since I've been in this damn pool, I think it was Duke or Florida.
We picked Duke.
We all picked Duke. Dave Fleming on yesterday said Duke.
I think I picked Florida because the one team I watched the most this year was Todd Golden in Florida against Tennessee and Alabama. And I watched like maybe 40 total minutes of the Florida Gators. I was like, wow, they look good. They got cars. They got size. Sure, I'll pick them. They're hot right now.
Not since Billy Donovan have they looked this good.
Worldwide Hef is trying to get all the celebrities in there. He goes, I guess he tried to hit you up for a pool.
He did?
Oh, he told me to do it, and I may have whiffed on that. He wanted to get like all the NBA Hall of Famers in the pools. Like,
and Spadoni.
Worldwide Hef, calm down.
No, he
Worldwide Hef, calm down.
Wait. So he wanted to use you as a proxy to get to Tim Hardaway and Chris Mullins?
Fezzi Worldwide Hef he's a piece of work, man. I love you, Hef.
I like it. I'm not mad at that. Bonte Hill in studio here. We got what? Not shameless shouts. We got Fast Five here.
That's what he does. He's a bold type of dude.
All right, Bonte.
He's bold. Dude.
Let's see. I like how we have a little thing for you now, by the way. You're a guest, so we have the rundown right here. And you're a part of the rundown every week, Bonte Hill. So we got Warriors without Steph, Jimmy the Alpha. Let's get to this one. Forgetting about Wiggins.
I can hear you, Shasky.
Yeah, I know he does that. We have forgetting about Wiggins right here.
Not even listening. Just already going to the next one. He's talking Warriors, and Shasky's like down the line.
Monte, I don't know if you know this. I'm not only one of the best hosts on the station, I'm also one of the best producers. You got to be 4 plays ahead.
He likens himself to Dr. Dre. We were talking about that. Yes. So he's Dr. Dre. He's Stephen Curry. He's Jimmy Butler.
Let the people do that for you. Yep. Say that for you.
There you go.
I mean, if you're relying on Lubby Lubs and Carter back, and Carter still hasn't recovered.
No, it's the streets. It's the streets that have to say it. The streets have to say it.
So you're going to be facing the Miami Heat. If you're Jimmy Butler, you're Steph Curry, you're Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, the Miami Heat on Tuesday. Andrew Wiggins, Eric Spoelstra, Pat Riley. And we were just, looking ahead to the week, that is. And this sounds disrespectful, and I don't mean it as disrespectful, but have we forgotten about a player faster than Andrew Wiggins?
Yes. Dennis Schroeder.
Well, a player that
we actually care about.
A player that won like a championship.
Dan Uggla Warriors.
A player that won a championship.
I mean, nobody's forgot. I mean, winning helps cure all.
It's what Jimmy's done, obviously.
What Jimmy has done. Andrew Wiggins is all the way in Southeast Miami.
Yeah.
They're in the Eastern Conference. They're losing a slew of games.
In a row.
They've lost 8 or 9 in a row. He's played in like half the games.
Lost 9 in a row. They're 29 and 40. They're the 10th seed still, though, by 5 games.
It's a good point. People have forgot about Andrew Wiggins. People don't really bring him up. But at the point of attack defense, and I know people love to do this online, talk about POA, blah, blah, blah. We'll see how much they miss Wiggins in the playoffs. Now, Jimmy Butler's a better, obviously, the alpha. The guy can make in ways that Andrew Wiggins just couldn't do it. And I don't want to slander Andrew Wiggins.
No, they bring different things to the table.
Jimmy Butler was the perfect fit for this current group of players. So, we'll be reminded of Andrew Wiggins, but it'll be the Jimmy Butler game and how Miami responds to Jimmy Butler being back in town.
That's going to be, And again, you mentioned, I didn't even realize 5 days in Miami. That's going to be crazy. 5 days. That actually kind of makes me a little more nervous now that they're going to have 2 nights in Miami. And
Saturday night,
prior to the game on Tuesday, they'll have multiple nights in MIA, and that scares me.
They've lost some crazy games in Miami.
Yes.
Dwayne Wade with a game winner. Deion Waiters, remember him? This is my house.
Like the whole thing started though in Miami way back when with Jared Jack.
Draymond Green with the game winning layup. Yeah,
don't talk about that.
Yeah, don't talk about that.
Time greatest end of a Warrior game ever.
The baby Warriors, man, what a time! I remember we were deep in the
talking about this the other day. I go, dude, two of the guys I thought there was no way they could replace. I know now thinking about this, people are like, "What are you talking about?" Carl Landry and Jared Jack, when they lost them, I was like, how are we going to replace them?
Jared Jack, dribble. He won game 4 against the Spurs in the second round. Remember that in overtime? Jared Jack was fun. And then Jermaine O'Neal. Remember Jermaine O'Neal?
I'm bald head by choice. That was my favorite.
Hey, listen, like Damon Oakland, when you're bald head by choice, you're about that life.
That's
you know what I mean?
Next level.
That's next level. That's next level confidence right there. Like AJ Pearson, you're bald head by choice, right? It's like, okay, yeah, you don't mess with that. But listen,
Schwarber.
Jermaine O'Neal. Remember he had that post-game interview where he was like, these guys are this team, this organization, we're building something here. And it was like, I'm talking to my soul. So, man, that was over 12 years ago.
We were talking about Jermaine O'Neal earlier in the week. Shasky was doing a Kuminga competition.
I was saying that, like basically Jermaine was buried behind Rasheed Wallace, Brian Grant, and then they made a trade for like Dale Davis, and they had, or maybe he was in the Dale Davis trade, but they brought in Detlef Schrempf. They had so many guys, he just never got off the bench.
Yeah.
And then his first year in Indiana,
Arvydas Sabonis.
Yeah, first year in Indiana, he was okay, and then it was year 2. It was like, he's like an 18-point-a-game scorer. It was like 6 years in the league.
No doubt.
It took some time. Kuminga's already shown some promise on a winning team. We're not ready to let guys develop naturally, and it's just the whole Kuminga thing drives me crazy because all we do is it's a referendum on if he's good or not on every possession.
Well, first of all,
come on, you guys.
First of all, I started, and Steve Kerr said it at the podium, so I get why people ran with it. And then you started hearing media members and fans talking like, you can't take Guy Santos off the floor. Guy Santos is playing well. He's playing with energy. But Jonathan Kuminga was averaging 17 a game.
Yeah.
Averaging 17 a game.
He was their second most reliable player at that time.
And so then he misses 31 games. You miss 2 months a game. It's going to take you some time to get your legs back under you, to play at a high level. This team
it's a different team.
And it's a different team. And just, the youngsters where they say, man, these have 4 years to develop. Well, I look at Cade Cunningham or Franz Wagner and all these, Scotty Barnes, they have a runway to play, make their mistakes, and play a bunch of minutes. The guys like Moody and Kuminga and Poole to a lesser degree, they're playing on the championship level team where you got to come in, and the expectation is we're hanging banners. Yeah. We don't have time to wait for you. So the whole Kuminga thing is so fascinating. Like I've been getting my Tim Kawakami on Twitter. I've just been blocking people because you get called out. You get called out your name. That's like this is propaganda. Kuminga sucks. Like your boy BPA, the worst caller possibly in 95-7 game history. I'm dead serious. His Twitter game. Kuminga's been awful in all the games. What are you watching, dude? Like, honestly, I get it. You have an agenda. You don't like the guy like many others. But let's just keep it real. Let's just keep it real. The Milwaukee game, when they went on a 25-5 run in the third quarter, people were acting like Kuminga. It was Kuminga's fault. Like, wait, what? So, you're going to need Kuminga to play important minutes at times. Now, sometimes he's going to close, sometimes he's not. But he's an athletic, his athleticism just through the roof.
He does need to work. Look, all that said, I love Kuminga. The area that I think he needs tremendous growth in is they're going to throw him the ball at the block. He has got to work on his back to the basket game. He doesn't have any post moves currently. His move is, I have leverage to go spin left. Right. I never go left. I settle for a fadeaway in the lane, which is a really tough contested shot.
He hits that shot, but the other thing too,
he just needs to add elements back to the basket.
When he gets the ball, it's kind of like what Tim Hardaway Sr. was a Warrior. You don't need to attack as soon as you get the ball.
No.
Pass it around a little bit. Trust that the ball's going to come back to you. Let it come back to you. And I thought he made strides yesterday off the bench, scoring 16. He was very pivotal in that second quarter to try to give the Warriors a lead going into the half. So I think people just need to relax. It's 5 games in. He's trying to find his rhythm. He hasn't played with Jimmy yet. He's learning how to play with Jimmy Butler.
And with no pods, I feel like they haven't had the Jimmy Kuminga lineup together because they needed Jimmy to be a ball handler. Like it'll all work itself out.
And you know what? If he doesn't play great down the stretch into the offseason, you got choices to make. You have decisions to make when it comes to JK.
And we have a decision to make right now with Fast 5.
And that's it.
There you go. See, I do the perfect setups.
Come in at 6, Yeah. I'll just take the day off.
All right, time for our final thoughts of the show. We got Bonte in studio. We got Joe Shasky. We got myself. What do you want to start with? Joe Shasky?
Yeah. Bonte, I don't know if you know this. Our guy Carter over there rented out an entire hotel, missed 2 days of work because he had it scheduled in for the vacation, then was sick for a couple days, showed up, and it sounds like he's still got all of Mexico in his throat.
Carter, say something.
I'm here.
Barely. I'm here. I'm hanging on by a
He has a video where he's on a boat of some sort, and he's got the giant baseball shades, and all you hear is, woo!
Boats and girls?
Well, that's shout out Step Brothers. Thank you. I like that. You can't say it.
Say this, Monte.
Boats and bros.
If you ever need a loan, just go to Carter.
Oh, is that right? Now, he is rolling in dough.
100%.
Oh, his mom, when I first met her, Carter knows more sports than you, Bonte.
No, she didn't.
Oh, remember that, Carter?
Bonte
he
took
knows
it
more than
personal.
you. Oh, I did take it personal. I said, okay, young buck, we'll see.
His name's Carter. That is the most,
Unless
no
you
offense,
can
Carter,
recite the
it's one of the most
1987
pretentious
Niners
white
schedule.
people names of all time.
Right.
I knew who you were when I
Chad
saw
is
it.
a
What
white
about Coach
person.
Carter?
No, that's a last name. That's different. Your first name's Carter. It's next level.
Yeah, Carter's kind of a
Preston's
gangster
another
name.
one, too.
Preston, that's a good name.
I don't think Carter is white. Welcome to the Carter. Like I think of
I
the
don't
projects.
think white guy.
That's a last name. Those are all last names. I'm talking first name basis.
Like Jackson.
Exactly. Yes.
Last
Bradley.
Jackson's kind of a rich elite, and it's spelled an X Jackson with an S.
Hunter. Hunter.
Yeah. To me, I think Chad's a very white
Let's
person.
bro. Chad's like, let's go surfing, bro.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I thought Carter was a surfer. Like he interviewed me for one of his classes, like on the phone. I thought you were like hanging loose, bro, and like chilling, having a Corona.
Sorry, whenever I hear the word Chad or name Chad, I think of hanging Chads from the presidential election back in 2000. Remember there was controversy with Al Gore, the hanging Chads. You guys remember that?
I was 7 years old. We were all.
Oh yeah, I forgot you guys were young bucks.
Yeah, we were. Yeah.
You can't remember that?
We don't have
hanging
our,
Chads.
we don't have our AARP cards.
Sorry.
Yeah,
no, that's why Spinotti.
My final thought is, get off Bronny James's back. What a performance yesterday. A career high 17 points for Bronny James.
This is like when you let the team manager
You guys got beat by 30.
minutes of a blowout.
What?
You guys got beat by 30.
Well, who's you guys? I'm just talking about Bronny James.
Yeah, the Lakers.
The Lakers. What about them?
not you. Yeah. I mean, the Lakers got beat by 30.
I mean, that's...
Why are you bringing that up? I mean, somebody got to
Because
score. Somebody's got to score.
I celebrate people that don't fall from it when adversity hits them. And that's one Bronny James.
He surpassed Ben Simmons in threes.
Adversity,
did he really?
timeout. Given
Career
the
threes.
most guaranteed
Career
money
threes.
as a player who didn't even play well in college, got the most guaranteed money a second rounder's ever gotten. Yeah, he's facing a lot of adversity.
He is. Good for him. He had a great exclusive on The Athletic, too.
Gosh.
Well, let me guess. Dave McMenamin did it. Let me guess.
No, he's with ESPN.
Oh, gosh.
That was Fast
that
Five.
was Jovan Buha. That's who covers the Lakers.
Jovan Buha.
Jovan Buha.
He's very good. That was the Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. At home, we're on
My
the
final
go.
thought is baseball season's on the way.
Oh, I'm ready. I just got my opening day
I know
tickets.
you're ready. No,
Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you.
Club level.
Get out of here.
Steiny, and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
Okay. We're still all right. We're all right. Beat the Raptors last night.
Whoa.
See, I look at it as though our guy had a back injury, but he walked off. He walked off, Goo.
Yeah, but he walked
off. That's big.
He looked like Sly Stallone on the boxing mat for a little minute. He couldn't get up. It was hurting. I've had that injury, Steiny, on the hoop court. Somebody low bridge your boy.
Oh, my God.
What you got?
You never had that injury.
It happened to me.
When?
24-Hour Fitness, probably 2001.
How long were you out?
I got back up and played.
Yeah. Well,
Steph wanted to come back. We're good, but that's scary. That's how.
Did you just call him soft?
Goo?
No.
Well, you came back right away. How come Steph didn't?
He tried to come back,
and they told him no.
Yeah, and it was I didn't fall that hard, dude. That was a thud. What's up, baby? And I got a bone to pick with you.
Yeah, well.
Because it's getting out of hand.
Oh, man. Hey, we got to come up with hey, by the way, Warriors, they won last night. Can we talk about the game? What'd you think? How about my little premonition at halftime?
You were worried about something.
Let's get into it right away.
All right. 95.7 The Game, breaking news.
All right, this is from Shams Charania of ESPN. MRI on Warriors star Steph Curry in his pelvic area confirmed a contusion and no structural damage, sources tell ESPN. Curry's expected to miss the start of Golden State's 6-game road trip beginning Saturday in Atlanta as he receives treatment over the next few days.
All right, so there it is.
All right, we'll take that.
Let me get their schedule up here real quick. Basketball reference.
It's kind of light.
The Hawks game's going to be tough. I think the Hawks game's going to be tough. Let me see.
Miami
Warriors,
too.
Well, I hope
they didn't lost 9 in a row.
Warriors need to hope Miami wins before they get there.
Right.
All right. Schedule results. They're at Atlanta Saturday. Then they have, they got a bigger issue than Curry's back, and that's 7 days in South Beach.
So Curry will make the trip. Evan and I were
hell
talking
yeah!
about
He's probably flew straight to Miami.
Look at you.
So the Warriors play Saturday against the Hawks in Atlanta. Then they don't play till Tuesday. So Curry will get, after he misses Saturday, he'll get Sunday and Monday off. We'll see about Tuesday in Miami. Then they don't play till Friday.
That's big.
So the Warriors really only have 3 games in the next 7 days.
Wow.
So Curry could miss a week and only miss 3 games, which would be a piece of good news. And they were able to survive after he left last night's game. And they win again, 16-3 with Butler. And Jimmy brought it home with a big block. And Draymond made some threes early. And Golden State won a tough game against the Raptors.
I mean, the Raptors were just the body punches or points in the paint down here. What concerned me again moving forward. But the bottom line is there is no apologizing. Steph went out. They rallied to get the win. They were outscored in the paint by the Raptors 58-30, and they got the dub. And what I'm noticing, Steiny, is this team at the most inopportune times just scraps and is making plays with Jimmy Butler on the defensive end. Moses Moody, I cite him, 27 minutes, Steiny, 4 points, but defensively, he made a big block. So did Jimmy Butler. So did Quinton Post at the end of the third on Pirtle. Like, all that stuff matters. And Draymond Green, again, shooting a 3, taking it, not pausing, 5 of 14. So I'm not going to come in here because we're at the juncture now, Steiny, to where, hey, you just collect them, stack them, right? Operation Stackola. So that's what they did. They got the win. And now it's just when they get the chef back, you keep moving forward.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors just played 7 consecutive home games. They went 6-1. They are in 6th place in the Western Conference. 2 games in back of the Grizzlies. Grizzlies are looming. They're about 4 or 5 games down the road. So the Warriors 5 is a possibility. And we'll see about any higher than that. But then again, the Lakers or the Clippers are right there behind them. I mean, I do think that, yeah, they got a win last night, but I think we're starting to see the challenges that this team's going to have, whether it's Aaron Gordon the other night against Denver, whether it's Karl Anthony Towns, whether it's Scotty Barnes or even Jakob Poeltl.
Yeah.
If the other team's got bigs that have some athleticism and some skill, the Warriors are going to have to,
no doubt, man,
do a better job against those types of players because they seem to be giving the Warriors problems, even though the Warriors did a nice job, let's say, against Giannis.
Yeah, no doubt. And Stotty, they lost a rebounding battle 44-30. They won the rebounding battle lost it 44-38, but I'm with you. So, it's just a concern moving forward, but I look at the you look at the field in regard to who they possibly could play in the playoffs, and I almost want to say every team has that guy or guys that you speak of that can punish us down low. But Draymond Green, Stotty, I don't know if he's ever played better basketball right now, defensively and offensively collectively since 2016, man. It's really special what he's doing. Jimmy Butler, I mean, what can you say, man? It's just not all about points with him. Duh. We're watching that. But, man, Steiny, other guys are stepping up. We saw Quinton Post. 6 of 10 from the field and 6 of 9 from all his makes were from three. It's beautiful when he releases. But, yeah, that was one where I thought Steph Curry might be out for an extended amount of time. And a lot of people, and you were one of them, went to 2022. He had got injured and missed some time at the end. But I don't know how long he'll be out. But it sounds like with that report from Evan and Sham, Steiny, maybe just a couple games.
Yeah, I'm looking at 2 or 3 games.
There's also a natty detail from Anthony Slater. He will not travel with the Warriors to Atlanta. Per source, MRI confirmed the pelvic contusion. He's going to miss Saturday against the Hawks, reevaluated Monday.
Yeah, that won't be an easy game. Like you said, I was worried about Miami, Atlanta, that first one out the gate.
So I'm 2 things I want to ask Warrior fans today. One is they went 6-1 on this road trip, which obviously is a darn good road trip. 2 things I want to ask you about. What do you make of this number that the Warriors are 7-3 without Curry? And even a game like last night, when he goes out of the game, they're down 5 or 6 points.
Yeah, they were.
He leaves, and they end up coming back to win. So, you can make a case they're 8-3 when Steph doesn't play. Obviously, they're not a better team without Steph Curry, but my question is, why has this team been able to survive 11 games without Steph Curry? Because I think in the past, they go 4-7 rather than 8-3, and take a look at where they'd be in the standings. So the fact that they've been able to play so well without Steph Curry this year is a big reason why they're in the 6th spot. The other thing I was thinking about, Goo, and I'm interested to know the way Warrior fans looked at last night's game. You got to win games, obviously, first and foremost. Mm-hmm. But I didn't think that was one of the Warriors' better games with Jimmy Butler here. I felt like in the first half you had Quinton Post making everything, Draymond Green making everything, and you go into the locker room and you're still not really in control of the game. I thought the Raptors gave the Warriors some trouble last night, and if the Warriors don't shoot the ball pretty well from 3, they're in a little more trouble than they ended up being, and they were in trouble because it came down to the last minute of the game. So I'm just wondering if like I said, I texted the thread and said, you know what, I don't like that first half by the Warriors. Right. It just didn't look great, and I think they got a little trouble brewing tonight. But are we at the point now where you just a win is a win and you move on?
That's where I'm at, partner.
Okay, well I'm not there.
And I think, real quick, just to the record, if we want to add one to the total of 8-3 without Steph, it's a testament to their depth. And with it, let's just think if Jimmy Butler wasn't out there, how we'd be feeling now moving forward. So it's not going to be easy. And Stoney, I think because they've got off to a great start since Jimmy's been here, we kind of take it for granted. But the bottom line is they got it done. And their Achilles heel is, nobody can deny it, is active bigs on the other team.
but they won the game and they're making the plays at the end. Draymond to miss a shot and get back and block or deflect a possible alley-oop on the other end is why they're winning these type games. But that's where I'm at. I'm putting my hat on. I don't care what it looks like. Get it done. Larry the Cable Guy, get her done.
Yeah, I'm in the middle. I mean, yeah, they won that game last night, but the schedule since Jimmy Butler's been here has been pretty favorable. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that's a great team across the way. And maybe it's just one game, and they went 6-1 at home. But I don't think they were very buttoned up yesterday. Yeah. That's all. And maybe great teams get away with it, but also maybe great teams get away with it against average teams, but against teams that are in their class, who knows? But I'm asking Warrior fans what they thought of last night's ball game and moving forward without Steph Curry for the next game at least. Curry's going to miss at least one game, and it sounds to me like two could be the most likely. Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
March 22nd and March 23rd.
Dribbles far side. Leaves Shed behind. Drives in, dishes out. Kuminga there. Curry got nailed. He's hurt. He's on the floor. Curry got hit and went down hard. He is in pain right now. Trying to get back up. And Toronto calls a timeout. And Curry is spread out, face down on the floor. And this is not good. Not good at all.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, the good news is that not good at all has now been updated. Steph Curry with a pelvic contusion. He's going to miss the game against the Atlanta Hawks on Saturday. He's going to join the team in Miami on Monday to get reevaluated. And, of course, they play Tuesday against the Heat. So as of right now, Curry's going to officially miss just one game. But as Evan reminded me, Goo, back in 2021, and I have a vague recollection of this game. It was during the bubble season where Curry, I want to say it was against Houston, where he backpedaled at half court.
I saw it last night.
He fell back and hit his pelvis. He missed 5 games that year.
Okay.
When he got hurt. So, he's going to miss one. Can you limit it? Who knows? But the Warriors are going to be probably without Steph for at least a game or two.
Now, I guess the bright side is right. No structural anything going on. No structural damage. But, Steiny, one thing we all do know is his coach felt like he needed a break. I know this is kind of the way you didn't want to get the break per se because he only missed a game and came right back last night. But, man, the blessing in disguise is he'll get that rest. But now you got, we got to see how serious that the pain is, right? But, man, I feel like they're deep enough to survive his absence. But I just think about the Sixer game real quick here. The game Jimmy Butler didn't play, and that was a national televised game on the road in Philly, and the lowly Sixers had lost 9 in a row and beat the Warriors. So I'm curious to see, with no Steph going into the ATL, can they change their fortune? But I can't get over. I don't have the adjectives. I'm running out to describe Jimmy Butler's time.
Well, you better save some because if they ever start beating good teams, you're going to have to come up with new ones because right now they're just beating average teams.
But speaking of which, I'm looking at Toronto. They got length, they got size, they got athleticism.
And
why
are
they that bad? Yeah,
they've had injuries.
Well, everybody does, but I mean, I'm just thinking about the play where the Warriors offense, you tell me, Steiny, it just felt discombobulated. It felt bogged down. They're clinging to a 3-point lead. And who was it? Jamal beats Pods off the dribble for what I thought was going to be a layup. And Jimmy Butler's there to block it, get it, and go make 2 free throws on the other end. But, I mean, Steiny, the guy had a triple-double, and I feel like didn't have his best game.
Yeah, well, he impacted the game in a lot of ways. Draymond made some early threes.
Woo, he was hot.
He went 5 for 14. He was 4 for 6. So he made 1 out of his last 8 threes.
I get you on that, but
that's all I'm saying.
But early he was hot as fish grease. You do understand before he was 5 of 14, he got off to a great. He couldn't miss.
Do you think that strategy worked or didn't work?
I would take every other team with hey, Dre, keep shooting.
And I'll tell you what, he misses that last one.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the way teams are going to play the Warriors. And Draymond's going to get a lot of threes.
Yeah.
Now you look at the Warriors, the one guy you don't want to give open threes to right now is Post.
My God.
He looks automatic.
Man.
What do you think about this? And I'm gonna read this text, and then I'm going to the phones.
All right.
I think the lack of buttoned upness, to me, starts with Guy and Jonathan Kuminga,
who
right
both
now.
got screamed at.
Butler and Post got screamed
at. That's what I mean.
Well, let me tell you something.
And Jimmy did the double legs in the air stuff. I'm like, that's what Steiny was talking about. But that's just competitiveness.
Sure, it's competitiveness. Yeah, I don't know what young player that Draymond and Jimmy Butler are going to destroy this year, but some Warriors going to get destroyed by them this year.
Boy, they are something else.
No, they were. You could tell last night's game there was a little edge to both Draymond and Jimmy Butler, and they were a little less patient with their teammates.
Facts.
All right, 888-957-9570. I think all in all, it's great news about Steph Curry. And the reason I say it's great news after what we saw last night was because it's obvious he's going to miss a game or so, maybe 2, maybe 3, but this is not something that's going to linger past a week or 2.
Yeah. He could have shattered it. It's that, like, Steiny, you could shatter your tailbone, and then the season's over. It sounded that was a thud hurt. Evan was in the arena, said he heard it from the press box. I damn sure heard it on TV. And to watch him try to just get up, I'm like, oh my gosh. But I'll say this, and this is what I wanted to say last night. You tell me if I'm off. We're watching, what's my old adage, right, Norm? Worry about what's going on in your house. Don't worry about what's going on anywhere else. But we're watching Minnesota. We're watching other Memphis drop games to losing teams. And then that one was where I was like, well, the Warriors aren't doing that. Well, you know what, Goo? They kind of did it against Denver earlier this week. But that one is one they wanted to have. They got. And, Stoney, I'm going to just die on this hill. Good teams find ways to win. And that's what we saw last night.
Yeah.
Against a lesser team.
Exactly.
Who punished us in the paint. Toronto shot 56% from the field, 40 from 3, and lost the game.
Yeah. You know, the other thing I was thinking about with Steph Curry is he suffers that fall 8 years ago. I think he's out for a while.
Now tell me why.
Because he's strong as hell right now, and his body is like he's strong. He's strong. He's strong. All right, I got a big ass. Let's go to Eddie in San Mateo. What's up, Eddie? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I really like the breakdown of the Warriors, and I actually wanted to flip the question on you guys. Do you guys think that the defense is going to be enough for them to win these next couple of games? And then the other question I have, too, which I think is the obvious one, too, is do you think they're going to lack that big? Do you think they're going to need that big in the playoffs in order for them to go further in the playoffs, like the Western Conference Finals or the Finals itself, you know?
Yeah.
I'll go first. They're going to need that big, Stoney. I don't. But
you mean somebody that's not on the roster,
or somebody to do what they're not doing currently, because the pain is open right now against us, and that's the Achilles heel. So to answer his question, they got to find a way. And what did Dre say about Steve Kerr? If he can put some Gorilla Glue and duct tape and somehow, depending on the opponent, you know, I'm talking to the caller, Steiny, devise something to where that just doesn't kill him. But Toronto was eating, Denver ate, Minnesota ate, New York ate. So, you know, it is a concern for me, man, really.
It is. To me, it's the concern. They don't have a lot of size, and they are vulnerable to skilled big men and rugged big men who have a clue.
I like that word, rugged.
And, you know, Pirtle's, he's okay. He's pretty good. Yeah. But he really hurt him last night. And obviously Scotty Barnes hurt him last night. So that's something they're going to have to deal with. They're not going to be able to get any bigger at this point in the season.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of how many minutes Post can give you, how many minutes Looney can give you, and then how much you're going to play Draymond Green at center. And this from the 415.
You're smiling. I don't like it.
Well, because it's something you brought up yesterday. 415. Draymond has one good game against the Bucks, and he says he's DPOY. He struggled against the Nuggets, Karl Anthony Towns, and the Raptors last night.
Yeah, but in crunch time, like, he's a combo defender. He can do it all, Steiny. So, I mean, what do you want? The guy is not Lou Alcindor in regard to DNA. So it's not just him. This is a team-wide thing. But
I think it's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's a fair question is what it is.
Well, what if I pose this to you and the texter? If you got the defensive player of the year, and I'm not blaming Draymond, Steiny, I don't think you have this problem. If your power forward is DPOY, you would think teams wouldn't eat as much as they're eating. And they're damn sure not just scoring on Draymond. But you know what I mean? If you have that, you know, if that's a plus, which Draymond is, you would think, you know, guys, teams wouldn't be eating like they are. So I don't know.
888-957-9570 is the number. The latest on Steph Curry. He's got a pelvic contusion. He's going to miss Saturday's game at Atlanta for sure. He's going to meet the team on Monday morning in Miami and get reevaluated. And then the Warriors play the Heat on Tuesday night in Miami, and we'll see what Curry's status is for that one. But how do you handle it? I mean, to me, this is an easy one. This is a very, very easy one. You give him as much time as you need. If it's 2 games, dynamite. If it's 4 games, you take it. If he misses the whole road trip, so be it.
Even if you slip to 7th.
Yes.
And get in that box.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt that I think you'd rather finish 7 with Steph Curry feeling frisky than 6 with Steph Curry maybe banging up that back again. Let's go to Jan in Mountain View.
Hey,
Jan, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. Good morning.
Good morning.
The way I look at this is that I'm glad that Steph survives with any structural damage. That's number one. Sure. Number two, I sort of wish he wasn't going on the trip and that he'd stay here and get treatment around the clock, because I'll tell you, I believe the last team we play on the road trip is the Lakers, and then the very next night, a back-to-back, we're back at Chase playing Denver. And we want him right for that game. I mean, if he goes on this trip, I mean, I've had this problem with my tailbone, and it's very painful if you have to sit for long periods of time. And imagine how long that plane trip is to Atlanta. I mean, that's no hour flight. I mean, that's like 3 or 4 hours and so forth. And he should be getting round treatment and getting his body right, because we want him right for that last week of the regular season going into the postseason. We need him to relax, and I'm glad that Kerr kept him from coming back in the game last night, even if he felt right, because I'll tell you, he's probably hurting more today than he did last night.
That's a good point. Yeah. Thank you, Jan. Appreciate it. 6-game road trip at Atlanta, at Miami, at New Orleans, at San Antonio, at Memphis, at L.A.
That'll leave you with 6 left.
Then they come home and play the Nuggets and the Rockets.
Oh, Stoney, it's going to be over in the blink of an eye, man.
So, I mean, ideally, he could sit 4 games, and maybe you win 3 of them, and then he's back for Memphis, Lakers, Nuggets, Rockets.
I got 5 text messages from random friends with the Google definition of how long a pelvic contusion. Okay. So some are saying 2 weeks, 3 weeks, but he'll be back, especially with what Jan talked about. We're talking about the $1 million athletes, thoroughbreds. So he'll get around-the-clock treatment, but it's when you come back, he needs to hit the ground running. So do you think this is
not literally?
Well, not going
I haven't stopped listening.
He's got his headphones on.
From the 215, that's Philly, by the way. The 215.
So?
Have you guys seen or heard anything to explain why they aren't giving TJD a run anymore? That's a softball for Steiny. He stinks.
Say that to his face.
Okay. Now he's he'll be playing in the offs, I believe. Post, well, he's got to be more effective than he is now, because he's not the same player right now as Quinton Post. He's not giving the Warriors anything like Post is giving them
on the offensive end. But again, QP had that block. That was a great block at the end of the third.
I haven't noticed that Trace Jackson-Davis is a significantly better defender than Post. I haven't noticed that. If somebody has, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, Stoney, I guess what I'm saying too, and you quickly is quick, huh? I mean, he was just coming off those ball screens, getting what he wanted. But the bottom line is, I'm just asking you this, and I mean it. They got hammered 58-30 in the paint. I'm just wondering, would that be any different had TJD been out there at all? I got to believe on a good day, maybe like I want to see. And I don't think he's just going to be a bump on the pickle in the offs, especially if you're going up against Denver in the first round.
Yeah, I don't know. When I look at this team right now, and this may sound harsh, but what does Trace Jackson give the Warriors?
And
what does he give the Warriors right now that they've got to
rim protection? I'm gonna give them that, Steiny.
6 fouls.
I like that.
I mean,
but rim protection.
Look, we're talking about a player that hasn't played more than holy hell. But he hasn't played more than 5 minutes since February 1st.
But let's do this. Let's keep it real like we do 10-2. There was a juncture this season, Steiny, where we were excited about, even last season, we were excited about TJD. So I know that's gone and we can't see it now. So he hasn't been a zero his career here. He was getting, some love, and rightfully so. So I know it sounds crazy now, but how I'm going to attack it, you didn't ask me. If I'm a coach moving forward and I'm getting beat 58-30 regularly, or I'm just getting hammered in the paint, I'm exhausting all possibilities. That's all I'm saying. So that's why I feel like we haven't seen the end or the last. Do you realize
if you bring TJD in last night, you may lose the game, and they ended up winning the game. He's fine, but I mean, he can't play in front of Post right now. He just can't. And even if he's a little bit better defensively than Post. I mean, Post is giving him a dimension when he's in the game. It's undeniable.
He's on fire right now. And then real quick, what about when he serenaded the crowd when Curry got hurt? Like, I like that stuff, but that was a youngster doing that.
Well, I mean.
Like, let's go.
Yeah, you like it because he's a Warrior. If Bronny James does it, you would have hated it.
If I were a Laker fan, I would have liked it.
Yeah.
7.
He plays for the Lakers.
Yeah, miss me with 7.
Okay.
By the way, quit being mean to the guy on his birthday.
It's whose birthday? Whose birthday is it?
It's Quinton Post's 25th
How am I being mean to him? I just said he adds a dimension Trace Jackson Davis can't.
You're yelling at him.
Yeah.
At Post?
You're a natural, Richard. And I've had enough. I got to do something. The dynamic of this show is going to change. Last night, you didn't even ask me because I prop you up on any endeavor you do outside of the station because you rep the show. I went on with Vern Glenn, had a great time, a furious 5 minutes, and at the end, my man, Uncle Vern, goo. I'm like, what, Vern? You want to do lunch? What are you about to ask me? Don't let that Steiny push you around. You don't push me around. You're a softie with a Richard voice. And for the betterment of everybody involved in this show, I let you have that. I'm the lover, not the fighter. But people, I am not afraid of this, man. But I sound like a buster explaining myself. So don't worry about me. Goo is all right, and I got a button. And if I was that button like you are all throughout the 4 hours, I'd be fired because I'd be angry black man. Don't
like you were with Filmo? That was too early. That was 2.
I think you had something to do with that call. That was a plan.
I had nothing to do with that call.
Anyway, Steiny, I'm the joy of the show. You're the jerk.
Listen, people say, "Well, Steiny, why don't you give Evan some grief?"
Oh
you
my
know why?
God, Evan.
Because Evan doesn't come in after we beat the Toronto Raptors saying, "Where was TJD last night?"
And
he doesn't say that because he knows TJD is ineffectual, is out of the rotation, and isn't a big part of this team right now.
You are a master
Evan.
of misconstruing words. No, it's something different. You don't like when I'm happy. It's just something in you. So listen,
Trace Jackson
I didn't come
Davis.
in saying that. I'm telling you,
he was the
be
first
prepared.
guy.
Yeah, be prepared though, Steiny. He is not done.
Be prepared for what? A
TJD
4-minute
to get a shot to show.
Yeah, he'll play 3 minutes.
Huh? It's more than he's playing now.
Well, he played 3 minutes last night, 2 nights a night.
Don't make it sound like I came in and that was my takeaway.
This is your MO. You look at the box score, and whoever doesn't play, you say Steiny. How come?
Evan, you're here every day with this. That's a lie.
Let me look at the box score, because let me tell you who we're talking about next.
Evan, we don't got to talk to me, Evan.
What happened to Spency? How can Spencer not get minutes when Steph gets hurt?
I'm going to stand on. I like Pat.
It does interest me the players that you pick out that you want to see more of. For example, after the Denver game, I think it was Trace Jackson Davis. And it's always more of someone that we didn't see. I wonder where your mind goes sometimes.
But and I wonder where your guys' mind goes sometimes. Because you guys are putting spin on
we like to look at the game on the
court.
Like
it's a 98 miles per hour fastball. No, I just said we're consistently in the last 4 games getting beat in the paint. And I'm a guy
and you want to put their softest center in there.
No, see,
he's tougher than Looney?
No, he's not.
Oh, okay. Is he tougher than Post?
No, Post is playing better basketball than him.
Post seems like he's got a little nasty streak.
But rim protection moving forward.
Did you see the block?
Yeah, that was a nice. It's not. He's 7 foot. And I love you, QP3.
Right, and Trace Jackson-Davis is 6'7".
And Pirtle can't jump over a newspaper.
All right.
Some dudes are going to flush that.
I think you know what we're talking about.
No,
though.
I know.
That's something you can probably work on heading into next week.
You're a natural, Richard.
Let's go to Eric in Antioch. What's up, Eric? How you doing, buddy?
Eric.
I'll give you the update on Steph Curry momentarily. What's up, Eric?
Possibly.
But there's no need for him to stay here now. That's like, nigga, you got to... Oh, hello?
Yeah, yeah. It's us.
You deal with this guy, good.
Yeah, what's up, baby?
I'm sorry. I was in... Anyway, look, I'm listening to you guys. Don't worry, man. Look, he's going to be out 2-3 games. He'll be back. He'll be fine.
I'm with you.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not even worried. I thought I was last night in real time, but I'm like, okay, Chef, get rest. He's mad.
Yeah. You know, the guy's gonna, he's in shape now. Had this happened 10 years ago, who knows? But trust me, everybody calm down. And Steiny, cheer up a little bit.
Why? Why?
Oh, my God, Steiny.
Tell him, cheer up.
Yeah. Eric, I am laughing. I am in a great mood today.
Yeah, for all the wrong reasons.
That is the greatest. I love you, Eric. Don't be a stranger, man.
That's a 12.
That is
Eric,
a 13.
You're the man.
That was great,
man.
Oh,
you're the man. That was good. See? You see?
Yeah, that's great, man. You come at me and you lie, and now you got Evan, baby Steiny, who called him Steiny Jr. I mean, come on, man. I'm just telling you.
Why do people say chill out? It's like, I'm the guy who's saying Curry's going to miss 2 or 3 games. Everything's fine.
Yeah, and I'm with you.
What have I said today that has been down on the Warriors other than Trace stinks?
Well, Steiny, we got 4 hours a day, 20 a week, so we'd have to go check the tape. But the bottom line is, you did a bald-faced lie. I didn't come in here and say I want to TJD has to play. I'm just saying he probably will because size, we both agree, is a problem. As much as I love Post, he don't got a lot of bricks in the pocket. TJD does, and I'm just telling you, be prepared for him to get out there, I believe, in a playoff series.
Okay.
And I could be wrong.
Well, I'm sure if they make the playoffs, he'll get some run. Well, I mean, he's got 6 fouls to use, and you don't have to worry about him getting into foul trouble. So, all right, 888-957-9570 is the number. The news on Steph Curry is good. He will be missing Saturday's game at Atlanta. Then he's getting reevaluated on Monday in Miami. The Warriors play the Heat Tuesday night against, that one's also in Miami. And they'll reevaluate him the day before. And we'll see. The Warriors are on a 6-game road trip starting Saturday. How many games does he play? How many does he miss? We'll find out. But I think the good news is we're looking at him playing on this road trip, which means he'll be back in plenty of time before the playoffs to get integrated or reintegrated and to get his game back together. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm talking to Warrior fans about how you feel about last night's game. Is it just about getting a win? Is it just about getting a win and moving on? Or do you look at a game like last night and see some trouble maybe around the corner, especially as it pertains to opposing team size? 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
LifeSource whole home water systems filter water from every tap. And
We go down the tough road, Stoney. Toyota Tundra.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right.
The chef.
Good news for Steph Curry. Pelvic contusion. He's going to miss Saturday's game against the Hawks, but we'll see after that.
Yeah. I'm eager to see what they look like without the chef. Because we've seen him without Jimmy.
Well, we saw him last night. They cruised. They were down with Curry. He left. They won the game.
So what are you saying, Mal?
I'm saying if you consider that a game won without Curry, now they're 8-3 without him.
All right.
That's better than their regular winning percentage. Yeah. What do you think's going on there, Goo?
Nothing.
How can the Warriors be a better team without Steph?
Numbers do lie sometimes.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ask Rob Parker. Willard and Grandy had him on yesterday about his cockamamie. Steph ain't clutch.
Numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
Hey, I'm going to blow you.
You know what?
This is the new guru. I'm going to do it now. I don't care if the boss comes in here and tells me to go home. So, Evan.
Yeah, you'd love that, wouldn't you?
I tell Steiny the gardener's at my house. He comes on Friday. I'm a homeowner.
You have a gardener?
Yeah.
Hey, thank you.
Why are you guys profiling that Goo can't have a gardener? This guy goes, you have a garden? Like, explain. Evan, what does that mean?
I didn't have a gardener when I was growing up.
You know what it means? Look at you.
Evan, I'm 50, bud. And I love the manicured grass now, Major League Baseball, and I have a gardener. I don't want to do it. I like when somebody else does it.
You got a gardener.
Profiled me. What does that say?
You're a person who has a gardener, period.
But you were so like...
Draw your own conclusions, man.
Yeah, I am.
Good.
I don't like it.
Well, then fire him.
It.
All I asked was a follow-up. You got defensive.
Somebody...
It's like, Guru, you got a question right on the test? That's how that comes across. Yeah, I got a gardener. I got a family.
Yeah, you got a gardener. It says it all.
Prize Picks must be going well.
Sure.
See, I got a great...
Not everybody has a gardener. Good for you.
Oh, you guys.
Good for you. Must be doing pretty well here.
And that bothers you, huh? Ask me how much I make.
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
Carter's got the bread.
But you get on me. You get on me when I have a shtick that I do, and nobody ever answers it, but you actually just did drop down on Carter, fourth-generation San Franciscan who's got multiple properties
and a
throughout
Rolex.
the bed.
I don't like him into this.
I don't. Yeah,
because
exactly.
I love you, Carter. That's all.
All right.
Yeah. Slap me for what I'm doing.
Let's take a call. What do you say?
That's what we do.
Let's go to...
who we got?
Let's go to Dennis in San Francisco. Hey, Dennis, how you doing?
Morning, guys. How's it going?
Hey, Dynamite.
Always good to talk to you guys. What you were saying about size, Steiny, I love Kerr, good coach. I don't like the way he handles the young guys, but I think he's a good coach. I think he's a decent human being. But as smart as he is, we all know you need size. I mean, that Denver game, if that didn't rattle your cage, I don't know what it was. They got the crap beat out of them by this Denver size, And Denver, I will admit that Denver was shooting the basketball better than they normally would, but their size. I mean, Draymond had no answer for them. Draymond's only 6'6". He can't guard all the big guys all the time.
Right.
We need a 7-footer, that is a rim protector. I think they should give Post a little more run, see how he can do, how he can do defensively. We know he can shoot the three, but what can he do defensively? I think he's okay, but he's young. He's still learning. But one thing I have to think about last night. Last night, at the end of the game, they had 3 22-year-olds finishing that game. And that's where 3 22-year-olds. And that's why I'm kind of looking towards the future. I mean, I get tired of this Steph stuff. Steph. Steph's championship window. That makes me want to puke. You know what I mean? It's just like they're a team. It's not just one guy. And I love Steph, but when he holds onto that ball like he did last night, when it goes into the Steph Curry black hole, we start losing because we're not moving the basketball. When we move the basketball and we hit the guys are cutting, our offense is clicks, because when they're hitting the guys that cutting, they can pass back out to the guys at the 3-point line. It's just like if you move the ball, we do better. And our size is going to hurt us in the playoffs.
Hey, Dennis.
So that's all. Thanks, guys.
Hey, Dennis, real quick before you hang up. Steiny's making it something it's not, but you talked about it, and we all see it. If the size defensively doesn't improve, all my point was maybe we might see TJD. Where when you hear that name, are you like, Guru, you're smoking something?
No, I agree with you. I think that he's more. I love Kevon, but Jackson Davis is more athletic, and he leaps better. So I think he's got a better chance with rebounding and blocking shots. The kid's a decent player, and there again, why is Kerr not giving him any time?
Thanks, Dennis. Appreciate the call.
Professor? He asked you why he's not giving. Like, again, I
don't think it's that hard. He's not.
But you don't think he'll see the floor?
I didn't say it. Like, of course he's going to see the floor.
Well, he
in an emergency.
It now. Okay, gotcha.
In an emergency.
Well,
maybe
can an emergency be defined? We can't stop the other team's bigs down low. You know what I mean?
But why are people under the impression that he's now a defensive stopper?
Well,
I think Looney is a better defensive player than Trace.
Steiny, but you can never have enough. And the bottom line is he's not a defensive stopper. He's something you've got away with it up until said point, right? And if you're in a series and it's continuously happening, that's why I'm like, well,
it could happen worse with him. And apparently, this is where, if it comes down to Steve Kerr, this is the way I look at it. Okay, so Trace Jackson Davis hasn't played. He's kind of out of the rotation right now.
Facts.
Okay, so what does that tell you? Well, it tells you that he likes the other two centers better. He thinks they're giving him more production. And even with some big guys making hay against him, he apparently doesn't look down the bench, look at Trace Jackson Davis and say, that's the guy who can help us even out the interior.
I'll give you that, but I'm wondering if this continues. Let's just say during the regular season, Steiny, does it come a point to where that's when you get your number called on? Because that is essentially what sports is about.
Well, all I'm saying is maybe Steve Kerr says, you guys, Steiny, when it comes to defending interior bigs, Post and Looney are actually much better than Trace Jackson Davis. So I can't play Trace Jackson Davis against those kind of guys. And I'm not saying that's the case, but there have to be reasons that Trace Jackson Davis is not getting playing time. And I think part of it is that they found something with Post, and they're 16-3 since Butler got here, and the strides they're making in other areas are offsetting the deficiencies of maybe that Post has.
Well, because they're winning the games.
I mean, this is the way I look at it. And so how many did Post have last night? Post had, I don't know, he was 6 for 9 from 3. But Trace Jackson Davis can't possibly be
18, Sonny.
Okay, so to me, Trace Jackson Davis can't possibly be so much better defensively than Post that it's worth giving up Post's 3-point shot. Again, I'm not saying he's not going to play anymore. I'm just saying he's the third center right now. By the way, Daryl the Guru Johnson got invited to a party tomorrow, a birthday party.
Yeah.
Okay? And I know the person.
Cole Dixon. Yeah. Cole Dixon. He used to work with us.
Yes. And you told me you're going to the party.
Yes, his 30th birthday.
And Goose says, are you going, Steiny? And I said, I wasn't invited. I said I wasn't invited. Goose said, no, he said.
For me to tell you.
Okay, that's not an invite. Sorry. That's not an invite. You're not throwing the party. He's throwing the party. He's the only one who can invite me. And you can't invite me to somebody else's party.
Wow.
You can, but it doesn't fall under the official invitation.
This is when I do not really know who I work with. Sometimes I think I do. Evan, I'm the same guy that didn't get invited to John Curley's wedding, but then somebody bowed out and then I got invited. That's not a real invite. That's somebody left you hanging. Now so if we're doing that and you went to that.
No, I didn't.
Well, you guys are both wrong. Number one, you were invited to the wedding.
Thank you.
Just because it wasn't one of the initial invites doesn't mean you weren't invited.
Initial. That's the only invite.
You got a letter. You got an invite.
That's the way you invite people for weddings.
But I got it by default because somebody canceled. I didn't make the cut.
Yes, you did. You literally got invited. Now, Steiny.
Oh, boy.
If this was a party you wanted to go
talk to me.
Would you have been okay being Guru's +1?
I'm trying to depends on the party.
That's what I thought.
It depends on the party.
And I got a +1. You wouldn't be my +1. He told me he knew you're so mean ass that you'd probably say no. He said, please tell Steiny he's invited.
Oh, he can do it. He's got my number.
And then you say, hey, Goo, I'm feeling Walnut Creek. I go, that's where the party's at. You were invited.
Yeah, I'm saying
Evan knows what you're saying. Just say you don't want to go and you're not going to make it.
I was not invited by Cole to come to the party.
But you're hiding behind that excuse because you really don't want to go.
He knows you better than my goodness, man. Our guy knows you.
Hey,
We're
Bay
family.
Area. This is where I need help. This guy actually thinks I should show up to a party that I didn't get invited to. I don't understand that. It's called decorum. I have a little of it. I don't just show up to people's events when I don't get invited.
But he thought you would step on him.
I didn't horn into Curly's wedding
and not
like
say
you did.
You would come.
Huh?
So he was kind of embarrassed to ask you straight ahead.
Well, then he doesn't want me to come.
No, he knows you. So I thought, you know what?
So if he knows me and didn't invite me, he didn't invite me for a reason. Maybe because I'm a jackass.
Are you not going to show?
I'm not invited.
I'm telling you,
I don't even know where it is.
Yeah. I got the address.
Oh, okay.
I think you want to go.
And let me tell you something about the way wedding invitations work. This is the way they work. This is the protocol.
I had one.
You send out invitations with an RSVP. You get RSVPs back.
Okay.
Some people come. Some people say they can't. The people who say they can't, then you invite another group, the secondary group, to fill in for the people that can't make it.
And that hurts my feelings. I wanted to make the tournament. I don't want to be the first 4.
No, but you could be the play-in.
And that's all I'm saying, Evan. I don't like that.
But once you get in, you still have a chance to run the table. By the way, Steiny, this party is not like black tie. It's probably just I don't know this person.
Yeah, and apparently I don't either because I didn't get invited.
You did get invited just through a Goo.
That's seriously, man. It would mean a lot.
It would mean a lot to you. It sounds like you're not going to know anybody and it's going to be a little awkward.
I know Cole.
And you want to use me as a crutch.
I'm bringing somebody. I'm doing this for him. He asked me to invite you. I forgot.
You're listening.
Might go viral.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And now, broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a 17th seed, so I had a wedding. And the people I wanted there got the first dibs. Okay. Shout out Dan. The invite. Not the, oh boy, we paid for something. Goo, you want to come? No! You told me how close we really were. I didn't make it.
You accepted the invite.
I did not. And it didn't come in the mail. It came verbally when panic time set in, when other people canceled. And I was hurt that I didn't make the first cut. I'll just leave it there. Let's move on.
But that's how they're done. Like that's the way
they're done.
Okay, let's say you have a venue.
Okay.
And 100 people. The venue can hold 100 people.
And let's say I didn't get an invite. Well, that means I didn't get invited to the wedding.
How many invites do you send out the first time? If there's 100 people, you send out 100.
Okay.
If case everybody says they're coming.
Okay.
When everybody says
they're coming.
When 20 people say we can't make it, then you can invite 20 more people.
I don't like being that. I don't like that.
Okay.
That I don't like.
Okay.
I thought that person and I were close to where I would make the first 100.
Okay. So you want them to waste food?
That ain't got nothing to do with me. You didn't want me there.
It's fine.
You didn't want me there originally. But the math kicked in. Now some people can't make it.
Well, it's like MySpace. You used to have a top 8. Some people didn't make the cut. Doesn't mean you're not friends with them.
Dude, I'm a Taurus the Bull. I'm real on this.
The other thing, Guru, is you shouldn't even know whether you were the first batch or not. So I don't.
Well, I did when half of my coworkers said they're going, and my invite, I didn't make it. I was hurt.
This is a little unbecoming.
I made it.
It's not. Yeah, look at Evan made it. You made it. Well,
I did not make it.
You made the final, the play-in. You made the play-in. That still didn't show.
Here's the other thing. We're getting into a very sensitive area when it comes to weddings and like the amount of money that the groom and the bride's family has to pay.
Yeah, not everyone has a gardener.
They have limitations, and sometimes they've got to make difficult decisions.
Yeah, and I'll leave it with this. Sometimes you think you're closer to somebody than you actually are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Verducci's in Berkeley.
Verducci.
What's up, Verducci? How you doing, buddy? Hey, congratulations.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey, congratulations.
Happy Friday.
Congratulations are in order, but I forget for what.
Well, I'll tell you, there's a party coming up in the springtime, and both of y'all are invited because there's a little Ducci expecting in September, baby. So we're adding to the family.
I'm there. Congrats.
Congratulations.
I'm there. That's an invite.
Yep. No, that's a formal invite to the whole 95.7 The Game family, and you guys have been there for me through my health journey, and God is good that he is blessing us with a little one. And I also want to give a shout-out to my St. Mary's Gales that are playing today in the March Madness. So go Gales. And finally, I do want to give a shout-out to Special Olympics. I got to coach Special Olympics in basketball this past weekend. So Team Folsom Hills, Kodiaks, I'm so proud of you for how we played. We went 2-2, but it was an honor and a privilege to coach you all.
Wow.
And I want to be able to comment about the Warriors. Now, first off, can Steph Curry please get some fouls called, please? I mean, that was ridiculous yesterday when he injured himself, that this man, he is just like, he's a pinball. I mean, he's all over the place. And I was at the Kings game. I mean, they were literally holding him from, 90 feet, from the hoop. And it was ridiculous that this man, at his stature and what he's done for the game, can't get a call. Now, you're talking about things that worry me. You looked at yesterday's game, not having Gary Payton, I know he's small, but he adds a lot of interior scoring for us because of his cutting ability. And that was greatly missed yesterday in yesterday's game. So he needs to be healthy. And then on top of that, Kuminga's got to move the ball. There's so much time where the ball is moving, then it gets to him. It's very stationary. So I'm really hoping he can work with Jimmy Butler on that so he could be more effective in the playoffs. But, man, I love Quinton Post, baby. That man is a three machine. And you know what, Warrior fans? We're going to see what the Warriors are made of here in the next few games without Curry. You know what? The chef's going to go ahead and get some rest for that long playoff run. And let me tell you, baby, we're going to go win 5 with Curry. That's it, baby. So Warrior fans, wake up. Get ready, baby, because now it's time for the stretch run. Love you all. Have a good Friday.
Love you too, Verducci.
Thanks, Verducci. Let me tell you something. He shatters. Whoa, look at that.
Oh, my, what? Wow.
They're washing our windows.
I've never seen that.
Scared the
Evan, wow. I couldn't do that job.
Somebody go pound on the window, see if you can get him to jump.
I thought it was the Koreans.
Not jump off the side. Wow. Just like kind of shake him up. All right.
Whoa.
You would think that Verducci's one of the most positive people that I've ever been around. Now, you would think that I wouldn't like him. So I'm here to disabuse you of that theory. Verducci's one of my favorites. He's upbeat. He's like Buddy Hield.
Yeah,
he's like Buddy Hield. And I like him.
But he lost me when he said, we're invited. Then said everybody at the stations, like it lost a little bit. Snotty,
well, maybe now everybody knows. Maybe now everybody knows if they invite everybody from here, you'll take offense to it and won't come.
Nothing will satisfy you.
Yeah.
A Snicker, but I'm on Abundant Life.
By the way, I might go to Cole Dixon's party.
Yeah,
he just invited me. So but now I feel like it's not a real invite.
Next question.
And you kind of forced him. All right. Let's see. Let's go to Trevor in Rohnert Park. Hey, Trevor, how you doing?
Hey guys, how's it going? I forgot what I was going to say with all the fight over the parties and everything.
Sure.
So,
My bad, T.
Dude,
You're invited.
I want to say one thing. Guru, I totally get it about the wedding. I would be upset too, and Matt, I would be upset if I wasn't invited. I wouldn't go unless I got a personal invite. So you both are right. I just want to say, both you guys got strong points.
That's my man.
That's not a win for me.
Yeah, that's my man. What you got, T?
Well, I mean, also, Matt, I got to say, man, that party invite you got just now was kind of induced, so I don't know how great of an invite so.
All right. I have 24 hours to make a decision.
I'm just saying. Anyway, all I wanted to say is that I think when you look at that game against the Nuggets, we were off defensively and offensively the whole time. I don't think that game goes down the same way, and I do think Quinton Post is going to get more time. I think he's getting around 16 minutes a game now. I think you're going to see that ramp up a little bit because clearly he is the guy that Kerr wants to go with coming into the playoffs because of his size, because of his shot-making ability. His defense, I think, needs be a little bit better. But if you guys noticed against the Bucks, that combination of Butler and Green on the court, I mean, they stopped holding Giannis to 20 points is a win. So if they do that same effort against the Nuggets, it turns out a little differently, I feel like. So I think using that Nuggets game as like a heat check may not be entirely fair. Now, I agree they play poorly against taller teams and bigger teams, but I mean, I'm watching that game last night with Butler and Green out there, and that defensive effort was awesome, and I think they can carry that into the playoffs. I really do.
There we go.
Thanks, Trevor. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, Stoney, and again, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say again, you know, it's 117-114. They get the dub. So I get it if people say we're nitpicking, but we're just, you know, looking down the road, and there's a little concern, but there's more good than concern. So I'll tell you what, when it's go time, like the last 2 minutes of that game, and you see Draymond, you see Butler, again, Moody making plays, they're getting it done. It's like, are you going to be able to duplicate that every time that you get handled in the paint?
Steph Curry went down last night, pelvic contusion. This is what Steve Kerr said after the game, and I'll update you on what we know today. But this is in the immediate aftermath. I'll give you the sound from what Steve said.
He's getting an MRI right now. He just kind of fell on pelvic, tailbone area. So he was trying to come back. He thought he might be able to come back, and we just decided not to risk anything. And so hopefully it's not bad, but he's getting imaging right now.
All right. So clearly Rick Celebrini said there's really no point in you trying to come back till we get some more information. And the information is that Curry's got a pelvic contusion. He's going to miss Saturday's game at Atlanta. He's going to meet the team in Miami on Monday. He's going to get evaluated then. If he's good to go, then he'll probably play Tuesday against the Miami Heat. If not, then we'll go deeper into the road trip to see when he comes back. But I think all in all, between the time we saw him writhing in pain to what we know now, we'll take that any day of the week.
I'm looking at this 6-game road trip, Stoney.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take 4-2, but I want to know on the Stoney meter, Steph let's just say he didn't play any of the 6 games. Would how much of that number would change in regard to what would be success for you? Because, I mean, Atlanta, you could get them. Miami, you could get them. New Orleans had a big win the other night. But San Antonio had a big win the other night. And Memphis and L.A., what do you think? With no Curry, and hopefully I'm wrong, but let's just say he didn't play in any of those.
I actually think Atlanta's going to be a tough game. They're playing okay right now. And we know Steph's not playing that game, and Atlanta can score a lot of points at home. So I don't think that's necessarily a given. The first 4 games are all winnable. Can you win 3 out of 4 of those? And then you take your chances against the Lakers and the Nuggets. Without Steph Curry for the whole trip, I don't know. Do you take 3-3 then? if he's not going to play at all.
Does that knock you out of 6 if that happened?
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing for the Warriors is they now have a little breathing room at 6. But I think that they're thinking they want to move up if they possibly can. It might be tough without Curry, but they still have life, let's say, for moving up in the standings. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. The Golden State Warriors just went 6-1 on their homestand. Now they have 6 straight road games. What would be a good record for those road games, knowing that Steph's going to miss at least one game and maybe 1 or 2 more? Maybe 1 or 2 more. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types are welcome.
Oh, yeah. You know things are heating up on the basketball.
Steiny, you're off, bro. Way off.
No. That's gone too far.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, so the latest news on Steph Curry is he's got a pelvic contusion. He's definitely missing tomorrow's game against the Hawks in Atlanta. Going to get reevaluated on Monday, and we'll see if he can play Tuesday at Miami. The Warriors play the Heat. In the meantime, it's Jimmy Butler's team right now, right?
And Draymond's.
Buckets. It's.
But I get you.
Yeah, I mean, my question, I was just looking at the 2022 season when the Warriors won it all.
Jordan Poole.
You know when Curry got hurt that year? March 20th.
Wow.
Like he didn't the first game he didn't play was March 20th. Last night was March 20th.
Crazy.
So remember that year he missed the final 11 games. So he missed essentially the last 3 weeks of the season, and a lot of people felt like he was pretty well rested once those playoffs came around that year. And I mean, he lasted deep into the finals and had a iconic Game 4. Remember, he had a month off. So what do you do with Steph Curry if you're the Golden State Warriors right now? They're starting a 6-game road trip tomorrow, but you have Jimmy Butler now.
Oh man,
which you haven't had before. So how much can Jimmy Butler kind of carry you over the next, let's say, 10 days, Goo? Let's say Curry, and we'll just go worst case scenario. Okay. Let's say he doesn't play on the road trip.
All right, gotcha.
Which I think's worst case scenario. Okay. But what can they do with Butler?
Steiny, I'm looking just again at the opponents, and I could be wrong because I didn't see Denver coming in here and doing what they did without who they had. But I'm sorry. With what we've seen and the fact that I've told you, Evan, and the listeners, Strength in Numbers 2.0 is back, I really believe the Warriors could go 4-2, 5-1 on this trip without Butler. And
without Curry.
Without Curry, excuse me, because of Butler and what they've built and what they've created. And Moses Moody, Kuminga, we hadn't talked about him. We will, Steiny. But, I mean, just the rest of the guys. Post, everybody's got to step up, but they got a lead dog to go along with Draymond Green that was a jack of all trades in regard to Jimmy Butler, Steiny. So I wouldn't dare say they won't skip a beat. You're going to miss the chef. But as far as getting 4 or 5 wins on this roadie, I think they can if that were to happen.
Jimmy Butler, as we know, was suspended in Miami, so he hasn't played a full season.
Man.
He was asked last night if he feels fresher because of all his time off.
No. And I didn't choose to have time off. So let's just get that out the way. But I do feel good. I'm telling you, winning takes care of everything. Winning makes all the pain go away. Winning is one of the best things in the world. Everything. Now I'm glad that I can be winning here.
All right, so that's Jimmy Butler.
So, Steiny, there will be no video tribute in Miami at all. Evan, nothing. That was a divorce, and it was messy.
I'm not going to touch that one.
Well, I'm trying to think, even if they'd won a championship with how the divorce happened, I don't know if they would. I mean, he's going to get booed. Like, he's going to get booed every single time he touches the ball on Tuesday.
Right.
Yeah.
Miami would look foolish if they gave him some love. To me, Steiny, you left us for dead, and look at us. We can't win a damn game.
I wonder if Pat Riley's going to be there.
Pat, I kind of forgot about that aspect of the game.
Oh,
I'm going
man.
back to Miami. Miami fans they're pretty nondescript.
But when Bron first left Cleveland, they were burning his jerseys, but Cleveland fans,
well, Cleveland's
when he
more
went to
hardcore than
Miami. Yeah, but when he came back, it wasn't this messy. Bron just chose to go to another locale. This was nasty.
Yeah, the Heat fans are pretty nondescript.
Well, Pat Riley would probably fire somebody that even came up with a concoction to show Jimmy some love.
Let's go to Robin in San Francisco.
Robin!
Hey, Robin, how are you?
I'm fine, guys. Thank you for taking me. I have 2 things, 3 things real quick. The first thing is that I don't usually complain about fouls and the refereeing, but you could see all night long that they were blocking. What do you call that? Underneath the show, they were locking arms with Steph, pulling on him, grabbing him. And the last game, too. And it's like, geez, I guess they don't have any other way they can contain him other than that. I think they were being overly extra physical, and there's nothing wrong with it. That's basketball. It was an accident. I don't think Dude did anything deliberately, but they were pulling on him. Second thing is Steinmetz, I happen to agree with you. About not being invited, because that happened to me, and it was a family member who didn't tell me. She everybody else, but she didn't tell me. It was my mother-in-law. And so I took that as a slight myself. So I definitely get where you're coming from. Because I should be one of the people, and you probably feel this way too, Simon, that you should invite. You should not, I forgot about it. That's crap. I would take it personal too, Steinmetz, and I took it personal for you. Mm-hmm. And the last thing I want to say is Jimmy Butler, if he can fill in and kind of be that person that carries him through, that man, like Kevin Durant was, who got so much blowback for it, because Jimmy, out of everybody on that floor, Jimmy is more of that isolation player that could do it. Is he good enough to do it? We've seen it. Because the Warriors, when the motion ball's not working, they need an isolation player. Is Jimmy that good? Can he do that? And he's going to receive some negative feedback if he has to do it and fails. Peace out and love you both, and take care of your health and one another.
Yeah, Robin.
Thanks, Robin. Appreciate the call. For sure.
I'm going to say this, Donnie.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like, here I go, bringing up Kevin Durant, but I liken it to when Durant was here. If he were out, we were still good. And if Steph was out, we were still good. I mean, still top tier. So I'm going to call Jimmy Butler All-State, because I feel like the Warriors are in good hands.
Last night I felt like, and the game, Butler he's not a blow-by guy.
Huh?
He doesn't blow by.
Are you shocked at that component, Donnie?
No, I just feel like,
because I'm kind of with you.
I just feel like when he gets to the rim or gets around the rim,
it's not over.
No, it's not over.
Okay,
and he does have the ability to kick, and he kick outside, and it's not like he turns the ball over. But I don't think he's been finishing great in the last, 3 to 5 games.
And he's playing damn near every minute of these games, man.
But again, that's just that's the thing. I mean, Jimmy Butler's a player who can go 4 for 15 from the floor and still help you win. And he had 12 assists last night. He had 11 rebounds, and he had the biggest defensive play of the game.
What did you make of their offense? I thought it bogged down. And I
think their offense is going to bog down at times. I do. And obviously they'll bog down less with Curry. But I've noticed there were times last night, and certainly times against Milwaukee, where, it was hard to score.
Yeah.
It was hard to score. And you realize that when you come out and you play the first half and Post is knocking everything down and Pods is making 3 out of 4 and, Draymond's making his first 4 out of 6,
everything.
You realize that they're going to probably come back to earth at some point, and then it's going to get a little bit tougher to score.
What did you, I know we're not fighting on this today, but what did you make of Kuminga's night?
He was all right.
I just feel like the points aren't coming. Stoney, there's no flow. It's more, and then, it's nobody's fault, but it's more, they're watching him.
Well,
they're watching him like they're not helping him. And maybe he's got something to do with it, but it's like, it's ISO.
Well, why does it work for Butler and not for Jonathan, do you think?
That's a good question. If I knew, I'd be, I wouldn't be with you.
I mean, if you look at the numbers for Kuminga, they're fine. 7 for 15.
Yeah.
He's 1 for 5 from 3, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals. Not bad.
Too many threes, you think? Yeah, I think they don't want him shooting them many. 5?
I mean, 5 out of 15.
Well, Dre was letting them go, too.
I mean, Dre missed 7 of his last 8 threes.
Well, when you say it that way, he was hot as a firecracker.
Well, he did.
But no, so that's why Toronto was like, Dre, make them all early.
Exactly.
Right?
That's why.
Dude, and that was it, man.
That's why their coach was laughing.
Yeah, he didn't laugh when it was over, though.
The strategy worked.
Yeah.
Because also,
Curry
took 8 shots. Curry took 8 shots in 25 minutes. So
and they were running him off that line, and he was finishing.
The plan was not to allow Curry to shoot or to get as few shots as possible. They were more than happy to let Draymond shoot threes, and the guy that got the Raptors beat last night to me was Post. I mean, he goes 6 for 9. You got a problem.
Do you read a scout report? I was like, why is he that old? And we got to put some respect on his name, Steiny. Do you think Quinton Post, is there something to the youngster's ability, because he was doing it with the C-Dubs, but his ability to quietly get open? Or
who?
Quinton Post. Like, he just has a knack of, okay, that's happening. Let me fall back right over here. And bam, the ball finds me and I'm going to let it go.
Yeah, I mean, I think most teams now
just are leaving you out there.
Well, like if you'll notice, and this I think's a difference in basketball over the last few years, when a guy goes into the lane, they just know where at least 2 of the outlet shooters are behind the 3-point line. Like they know if they get into the lane, they've got the corner guy. And like I've never seen more passes where a guy gets into the lane and just throws it back out to a wing who's got a 3-point shot. So I didn't notice that I don't know how well he moves without the ball. I just think they know where each other's going to be when a guy penetrates and gets into a kick-out situation.
Now, there were a couple breakdowns, and Jimmy showed he was demonstrative. So was Draymond. You like that? You like? I don't call that showing. Oh, you know what? I do. Like, I'll tell you during the timeout, but Jimmy did it to Guy Santos. He wasn't where he was supposed to be. They scored. And then to just, kind of stomp, and before you take the ball out, let the world know what we all pretty much saw. But I was just like, man, I don't know. But they're youngsters, right, Stouty? So they're probably not taking it, not offended by it.
I don't know. I mean, certain guys can take it. Certain guys can't take it.
When you played, would you be able to take it?
I was the guy who did it.
All right. Not a shocker. Kidding. No, I believe it.
It depends. I mean, it depends on what your makeup is as a player. And that's, look, I expect more of that. Like, to my way of, like, I made a note of that last night. I felt like Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler were kind of tough on teammates last night.
Great way to say it.
So, that's something that's going to continue because the games are so important. And in a way, it's up to the young players because they're going to do it.
But if somehow they don't, then
it's not going to work. If Quinton Post can't take it, then it's going to have a detrimental effect. Yeah. But I don't necessarily think that's a problem.
Yeah, I'm not saying it is. Just something I saw and I thought of our conversation about, when things aren't going all good, you're seeing it. And I know, Stoney, I wouldn't be able to respond to that as a youngster. I might go in my shell a little bit. But Post, Santos, they didn't do that.
Yeah, and I mean, the identity of this team right now is Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler, for better or for worse. And they're tough players, and they're gonna be real hard on the young players. And the young players have to be able to take it and learn from it and be better.
Yeah. I'm a sucker for not just Jimmy, Steiny, all the guys, but Draymond especially here, man. Just after the games, it's like not a poet, but just to watch a guy know that his IQ is on 1,000, just to hear him talk about what he just went through and what he saw, and it's incredible.
I'll tell you who else was pretty good last night. Brandon Podziemski.
Man, oh man.
See, that's one of those where
huge shots.
You're starting to see why Kerr likes him. You're starting to see why Kerr spoke highly of Podziemski. Because clearly Podziemski was doing stuff at practice that he wasn't doing in the games, at least early in this year and in parts of last year. But I mean, Podziemski's a big part of this team, and he's a guy who's going to be tough to keep off the floor in crunch time.
Yeah, and I've noticed this about Pod, Stoney, because you can't deny it, but this was the second game with 1 assist. And I feel like Jimmy's kind of taking that to-do list, that chore off his to-do list. You know what I mean? And it's not him ball hogging. He was doing everything else, but the assists are like, they need him to score, and he's taking these huge shots. And Stoney, most often he's making them.
I mean, with Steph Curry off the floor, Butler and Green are going to make the plays for the most part. It's not that Podziemski can't.
Right.
But, yeah, the ball's going to be primarily in Jimmy Butler's hands. Jimmy Butler, big block late in the game to preserve a 3-point lead, and the camera showed him and Draymond Green enjoying the moment. What did he say to Draymond after that?
I can do that too. Yeah. I told Dre, like, you're not the only one that got that. You don't pass the ball enough to get a triple-double, so I'm not even worried about you. Man. Jeez.
That was Buddy Hield interjecting.
Fake-ass triple-double. Wow.
I want to hear that again because I wasn't expecting Buddy Hield there.
I can do that too. Yeah. I told Dre, like, you're not the only one that got that. You don't pass the ball enough to get a triple-double, so I'm not even worried about you. Man. Jeez.
Why did I miss that, Evan? Damn, Stoney. Look at Buddy. I know he was playing. You don't pass the ball enough. He's a shooter.
This has actually become a common back and forth after games. Like Jimmy and Buddy will just go at each other's necks every single time that Jimmy has to talk.
That's pretty good. Give me more.
What Buddy Hield last night, 20 minutes. He had 8 points. Got to the line 5 times. And he's automatic from the line. So this is more Jimmy Butler on his relationship with Draymond Green and what they're trying to build here.
I respect Draymond so much. I definitely respect him because he took 14 threes tonight. I love that. But he'll do anything to make sure that this squad gets it done. Whatever you ask him to do, he's willing to do it. So I'm glad I can follow suit in that. So.
14 threes, Dre. I'm not mad at you, Tupac. Man, Steiny, he was letting them go.
I mean, my question is that a good recipe for the Warriors, or is that not ideal?
I think you know the answer to that. Because if I'm another team, Stouty, I would love that. And Drake could hit 13 or 14 and beat you. But come on, man. I would think that is point goes to the other team. And what'd you say, he missed his last 7 of 8?
Yeah, he missed 7 of 8. But, you know, overall, the team shot 40% from 3, which
I think that's where they won the game.
Which you'll take any night. Maybe there's going to be games in the playoffs when he's. I don't think he'll take 14 in the postseason. I just that I have trouble.
I got a stat for you and Evan, and you guys probably already know it. So Green scored 18 in the first half, the most he's had since said game. Do you guys know what game that was? He had 18 first half points. The last time he's done that, you and Evan know?
I have no idea.
Game 7 of the finals, 2016.
Oh man,
that was he was balling.
Well, technically, he led them in scoring against Portland, right?
No, not lead. I'm saying have 18 points in the first half of a basketball game.
Oh, yeah. That was also the last time he led them in just total points. But last night was the most threes he's ever taken in a game.
No doubt. I was just saying the first 2 quarters.
Do you know the number before? Because it
13.
feels like
really? I think it was in 2017.
Is that the game against the Bulls when he made 7?
Yeah.
Okay. I heard that. Good call.
Like that one I remember. I want to say Thibodeau was the coach of the Bulls at that point. But yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. If you're just joining us, we do have an update on Steph Curry, who injured his back last night against the Raptors. According to the Warriors, he will miss tomorrow's game against the Atlanta Hawks. He won't go on the trip, which they probably either leave for today or last night. I don't know, but he's not on that flight. He's going to meet the team in Miami on Monday. We'll see how many games he misses. But if you're the Golden State Warriors, how do you handle the Steph Curry injury? And we all know that in an ideal world, You would give him as much time as he needs and then some.
Yeah.
But you're trying to hold on to that 6th spot and possibly move up a little. So does that maybe change your thinking a little bit? I got to believe that a pelvic issue,
contusion with already something going on with your back, but go ahead.
I got to believe that the biggest issue is just the pain. Like
he missed 5 games.
Maybe
last
I'm
time,
wrong, but like if he's just running around, the issue isn't it's going to get hurt more. Wouldn't the issue be just how much pain it's going to cause you? Maybe I'm wrong on that, but this has happened one other time to Steph, and he missed 5 games. So if he misses 5 games now, he'll miss 5 games of the 6 on the road trip, and they finish up the road trip with the Los Angeles Lakers.
But I'll say this, Donnie, about the schedule. They got some off days, so
They
that
do.
bodes well for Steph to get back. So that's a big deal. I'll say this. You just said it, and I mean it. And I know 7th seed, if somehow they slip down, if you told me I got a full, Steph Curry's at full strength, I'll take the 7th seed and a play-in game that we'll host, and we win that and we're in, right? As opposed to kind of he's still dealing with something and we're 6. I mean, gosh, that line would be around the corner, obviously, but still.
Yeah, I think if you're a Golden State Warrior fan, the news today is absolutely positively great news. I mean, when he took that fall last night and he was laying on the ground.
On his stomach, Ston, he turned around.
You have no idea when he's coming back when you're watching something like that. And for 12 hours later, us to say, well, he's definitely going to miss 1 game, but we'll see about the ones after that. I got to believe you take that in a heartbeat.
Man.
And now it's Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green who got to kind of bring this thing home in the next week or so if Steph's not going to be there.
You said he was stronger, so hopefully when he had it last time, Stoney, 2021, I believe, 5 games. I mean, that mean he wouldn't, he'd missed the trip all but 1 game.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number, and I think this is a perfect point to look back on the homestand. The Warriors went 6-1 on this homestand, and now they start a 6-game road trip. So it's a perfect time to take a look back at the homestand, 6-1. I think you got to be ecstatic. And I know people are saying, well, it would have been nice to get that nugget. Yeah, it would have been, but 6-1, you'll take that any day of the week. And now they go on the road for 6. What do you want to see them? What do you want to see from the Golden State Warriors on this road trip? It starts in Atlanta, it goes to Miami, and then it goes to a few other places, including Memphis, including L.A. 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
LifeSource Whole Home Water Systems filter water from every tap. In honor of their anniversary, they're giving new customers a special offer. Call 1-800.
I'm going to ask you about what's going on in the nation's capital, Sacramento.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'll bet you there's a player Goo's a little worried about. Moses Moody.
No, because I work with a guy, and I've had other coaches tell me in my playing career that you can be productive if you don't score the ball. And Moses Moody was out there being productive. I am noticing Steiny standing in the corner a little too much for my liking, and I wonder if that has something to do with the offense bogging down or if he's lost a little confidence. I don't know. But he was a plus yesterday on what he was doing on the defensive end. They got scrappers, and that's why I don't want Curry to be out, but I'm kind of excited to see, do they go to the penthouse to the outhouse like they did when Jimmy missed the Philly game? They lost that game.
Well, here's Draymond Green talking about how it's going to look without Steph, at least on Saturday and maybe a little beyond.
Guys stepped up to the challenge. The offense is never going to be as smooth when he's not out there. Jimmy's done a great job of last 2 games of just taking over the game and getting us great looks. But it looks different when Steph isn't out there. So got to make sure you pick it up on the defensive end, and I think we did a pretty good job of that.
All right, that's Draymond Green, who along with Jimmy Butler last night led the way. Warriors beat the Toronto Raptors, and they finished the homestand 6-1, Goo.
Would you have a problem now that we've dissected and we all can see right now it looks like this team is going to have a problem in regard to guarding the paint? But
Yes.
Scotty, what if I told you if they're going to do anything, it's going to be what they did on the defensive end to kind of remedy that or just keep that at bay? It can't get out of hand because, again, the Jokic's of the world and the Aaron Gordons with Jokic can get off so much to where you lose the game. I'm telling you, the Warriors are going to win a series because of the defensive end.
We'll see. I mean, that's where I'm at on this team. I thought for whatever reason, and I guess it's happened now the last couple of years, the Raptors give the Warriors a little bit of trouble. Remember, it was last year.
Good call.
They had the back-to-back games against the Pelicans and the Raptors, and they got booed out of the gym both nights, if you remember. I want to say it was around Christmas time. But
Pelicans and Raptors, I remember that.
A guy like Scotty Barnes is a tough matchup for the Warriors.
And Bear didn't even play last night.
And the other thing, as it relates to Draymond Green, you can put him on a hell of a player, and he can do a good job, but then you risk him being in a little more foul trouble than maybe you'd like him. But, I mean, the one thing about Draymond defensively that makes him one of the greatest defensive players of all time is he is excellent individually and he is excellent as a team defender. Sometimes it's tough to find a guy who can do both of those things, but obviously Draymond can do them both.
And he gets frustrated, Steiny, because he knows his assignments. I'm not saying he's perfect, but as great as he is defensively, and we all need help, right? He needs other guys to be in their spot or it all breaks down.
Yeah,
and that's why he gets frustrated.
Well, I want to say the first half last night, he got mad at somebody. I want to say it was Kuminga, but I'm not 100% sure.
It was Kuminga.
And
it was a few.
It was a pick and roll, and somebody got a layup, and Draymond.
And you could hear him yelling.
Yeah. Yes, you could. Let's go to Ian in Hayward. Hey, Ian, how you doing, man? What's going on?
I'm all right. Sometimes fans call up, and I just think, man, what he said was so stupid.
Oh, boy.
And somebody might say that about what I'm about to say. But listen, man, I'm a little bit – this sounds crazy. I'm a little bit glad that our boy got hurt, man, because it's going to give him more rest and make him more hungry. And I think the team's good enough to win a couple of games without him. So I know there's continuity issues and stuff like that, but they have good continuity. They know how to play with him, and I'm kind of glad he got a little bit hurt, as long as it ain't nothing, really long, to give him some rest going in. That's it.
That's the silver lining, Ian.
No doubt. He didn't want him to get hurt. He just wanted him to get rest. But it's like, Sonny, can you really rest when you're nursing something? You know what I mean? I get the genesis of what he's trying to say. And we all agree with it, but man.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's glad he got hurt, right. But you got to look for silver linings in times like this. And
that MRI was silver. Yeah, no structural damage.
All we have to do is go back to 2022 to look at how injury/rest worked in the Warriors' favor.
Yeah. He was 34 then.
Which it did.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the one thing that I always think about that championship year in 2022, and then you compare that team to this team. I think it's just really, really difficult. And what I mean by that is when they won the title, Klay Thompson missed the first 50 games of that season. So he played 32 regular season games, and when the playoffs came, he had only played, again, 32 games. Then you had Draymond Green, who missed a big chunk of the 2022 season, so he wasn't going into the playoffs having played 70 or 75 games. And then Steph missed the last 11 games of the regular season, which essentially added up to a month. And I don't know how you guys feel, but I don't think that was a coincidence that they were able to make that kind of run in the postseason when the three most important players all were probably as fresh as you could ask them to be at that stage of their career entering the playoffs. And this year's going to be a little different, it looks like.
And you know what? I can't fight you on that, and I won't, because there's got to be something to that. But with that said, Jimmy's got the most rest, right? And it was by default. You know, he didn't want to be resting with what happened with the Heat. But, Steiny, speaking of which, do you think we come to some juncture in regard to Draymond Green getting spelled a little bit? Because he is fighting every night.
I don't know.
Can you afford? But with what you just said, you got to load manage it to the point to where he's got to get some time off.
I don't know. That's one of those things
he's going hard.
Yeah, that's one of those things they figure out inside the team, and they get everybody on the same page, and they seem to execute it.
What did you make of the play? We hadn't talked about it. I believe it was quickly. Draymond was dribbling after he yelled at somebody, and he went across the court and just took the cookies. I was like, oh, man.
There's a turnover.
Yeah, but it was one of those you didn't even see it. Somebody should have yelled, come in.
Well, don't turn your back like that.
He took that thing. I was like, oh, boy.
He did. Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Jimmy Butler, if Steph Curry's going to miss a few games, how do you make up for it? How do you keep winning?
Whether he's with us or whether he's not, hopefully he is. But if he isn't, that's just more perfect basketball that we're going to have to play. We can't afford to turn the ball over. We can't afford to foul because we don't have the one individual that can automatically get us back into the game. But we want the guy. We want our guy with us.
That was Jimmy Butler talking about, man, he just...
Tell me, Stoney, because I'm trying to put it to formulate something.
He harps on turnovers all the time.
And he doesn't do it.
And he also was talking about fouling. You know, he thinks they foul too much sometimes.
He grabbed his shorts the other game when somebody had fouled, and he was just like, guys, we got to stop doing this. Like it was bothering him, Stoney.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. If Steph Curry's going to miss a chunk of this road trip, let's say he misses at least 3 games, just to make sure that he's all sound when he comes back. You know, how do you go about the next 3 games without Steph Curry? What are your expectations? And how many wins can you get on this road trip if your next 6 are all on the road? 888-957-9570. Here's where I'll meet you halfway as it relates to Jonathan Kuminga. He's more important now that Steph's hurt because now they could use some scoring. And
Pods told us, I'm just speaking of Pods, with the chef's out, Stody, I rub my hands.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, with Steph Curry out, they've got room for another scorer and another guy to take some shots. And you hope that's Kuminga. You hope Kuminga becomes their second leading scorer right now, or hell, maybe even their leading scorer with Steph out. These are big games, and this is exactly kind of what I was talking about yesterday with Kuminga, where, before we start thinking about Kuminga in the rotation and in the closing lineup, I'd like to see him help the Warriors win some games. And now he's got a great opportunity to be a very important player at a very important time of the season when they need him in a big, big way because Steph's not playing.
Yeah, we had somebody on the chat. I wanted to run this by you about Kuminga because I don't know where I'm at on this, but we know athletically, Stoney, he's a freak. What do you make of his lateral movement?
On offense or defense?
Defense.
It's average. It's average.
Yeah. I hadn't thought about it, and I was like, again.
It's weird. Like, I think he is good at picking up guards full court, and he can turn them. And I think he does a pretty good job staying in front of guys who are bringing the ball up the court. But I do think, let's say it's a half-court situation, and his man, cuts to the out to the perimeter to catch a pass and get into the triple threat position. Yeah, then I don't think he's as good of a defender. When he's starting out flat-footed and a guy's trying to attack him on the exterior. But that's where Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler come in. I mean, Pods got blown by on that last possession.
That helped.
And Jimmy Butler saved him, and that's what you got to do if you want to be a good defensive team. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios in downtown San Francisco. 650 on the text line. When Kuminga doesn't touch the ball, the Warriors pass and get easy baskets. When Kuminga touches the ball, he forces tough shots. That's from the 650.
But it's almost like, Stoney, I just feel like the others kind of know what's on his mind, and it just feels like he's out there by himself to either create and sometimes he's looking around like, damn, somebody cut, but it's almost a compliment of, okay, this is your thing, go do it. I'm sitting here watching you do it, Stoney. So, I mean, it needs some more fine-tuning.
Yeah, why?
Because it was bogged down a bit. And you said it bogged down in Milwaukee in that third quarter.
I think when people talk about Kuminga and Butler, like Butler finds himself in an isolation situation I wouldn't say frequently, but there are a lot of times when Butler is in an isolation situation and he's got to make a play individually. It feels like those plays are with the shot clock at 5, 6, 7.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it feels like when Kuminga goes that route, it's a little earlier in the shot clock. Like, I do feel like Butler's got a real good feel for when he's got to attack and make a move, and he doesn't do it often early in the clock.
And he's got 13 years of more experience, no excuses, but that definitely is true.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So 888-957-9570. Look, Jonathan Kuminga's got an opportunity here. I don't think there's any doubt about it. He's trying to fit in right now. He's come back to a team that's completely different than the one he left, and he's trying to figure stuff out, and I'll give him credit because you can tell he's trying to figure out where he best fits. He's not I haven't detected Kuminga's come back and just said, well, I'm just going to do what I do, and he's
smarter than that.
Kuminga is aware that the team is playing great and that he wants to add to it and not, let's say, get in the way. I give him full credit for understanding where this team is and understanding that he hasn't come back to the same team that he left when he was getting 18, 20 shots a game.
Yeah.
So maybe with Steph Curry out, you can ease him into more of a offensive role, and then Curry comes back and maybe you have a different kind of dynamic where he's more integrated.
Yeah. And again, to the caller's point just a second ago, and I knew what he was saying. Nobody's happy Steph is out, but I guess I am lightweight excited, Stoney, to see Jonathan Kuminga, Pods, and others take advantage of that opportunity.
Steve Kerr, after last night's game, talked about what he says to the team when Steph Curry gets hurt and what they have to do without him on the floor.
I didn't even mention it. I mean, there's no time. I think it was late third when it happened, or mid third. So the team knows what's up. You know, he's gonna go down and get checked out, and you just keep playing. So I didn't say anything.
Yeah, and we got good news today with just a pelvic contusion.
Well, Steve, do you tell Jimmy Butler it's time to step up?
Nope. He just understands the situation, and he wants the ball, and he asked for it in different areas and attacks. And, you know, he did a fantastic job. His shot wasn't going tonight, but, you know, he was creating everything for us. Triple-double, obviously. The defensive play of the game with the block shot at the rim. So it's the beauty of guys like Jimmy, Draymond. They can impact the game at such a high level regardless of what's happening with their offensive games.
Stoney, do you know how good you got to be when your shot's not falling and your coach you can go out there and get a triple-double, but you can still control damn near everything, man. That's what's special about his game.
Yeah, but not everybody's able to do that.
No doubt. That just speaks to just how good he is, man.
I mean, if they had more well-rounded players on their team, then those players would get more playing time. And I think that's, you know.
I mean, you couldn't ask for anything more. And I know we've done this show 50,000 times, but Stoney, again, when you just think about Jimmy Butler and you pour a drink and sip it and think about what they paid and what they didn't have to give up to get them, it's just your beverage tastes sweeter.
Here is where's the there it is. Draymond Green on Jimmy Butler and the combination of those two defending late in the game.
Absolutely. Just having someone that thinks the game like I do, and then obviously having the ability that Jimmy does, it's incredible. Him coming up with that block at the end of the game. He pointed straight to me. He said, I got you. I can do it too. You know, so just having another guy like that to where you don't feel like you need to have to cover up everything. It's amazing. Lucky to have Jimmy here. He's helped take my game to another level, and I'm excited about it.
Draymond Green.
He really, like Stotty, he believes that, man. He's happy. And he said they needed another, you know, I keep saying that word, but Stotty, that's beautiful, man.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any doubt he trusts him. He trusts Jimmy Butler and vice versa.
Look at his productivity on the court.
Absolutely.
He's in a good place, Draymond.
888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to jump into the conversation, we'd love to have you. The Warriors, they win last night, 117-114. Tough game. Tough game against the Raptors. I got to give the Raptors credit. They played hard. There's no doubt about it. And they came in having won 6 of 9, and they had a game plan, and they executed it, and it gave them the best possible chance to win that game last night. They just couldn't get over on the Golden State Warriors. But, you know, they've got some players that the Warriors struggle with.
And I'm going to be careful here because I kind of got the lesson with the Denver game, but you're just looking around the league and you look at the schedule and you're like, okay, that team is out. They have nothing to play for. And all of a sudden, you know, you look at Chicago and Sacramento last night to get that win, and Denver coming in here and beating a healthy Warrior team. I got to be careful talking bad about Atlanta. I got to be careful about the Miami Heat, and I think that's the mantra the rest of the season, Stoney.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Lorenzo in Virginia. Hey, Lorenzo, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How y'all doing?
Hey.
Good.
Hey, Steiny, man, this got 2022 written all over it, man. What are we talking about here? It's unfortunate, Steph Curry, he got hurt, but hey, let the chef take a week off, get some rest, and he'll be fresh and ready to go down the stretch here. But man, I mean, what are we worried about here, man? Jimmy Butler's controlling. He's got the rings now, and he, like I said before, man, he's carried a bunch of no names to 2 NBA finals.
Well, all right, let's do this, Lorenzo. Let's say I'm a Warrior fan. I'm a little worried about their size. Big guys seem to give him trouble, especially big guys with skill. That's one thing I'd be worried about.
Talk to us.
Well, you just gotta, Jimmy Butler, and I feel like they're gonna have. I feel like this team is gonna have to, Post is gonna have to, get, like Guru says, he's gonna have to get some more bricks in his back pocket and control the paint. And this team, with Steph Curry, down right now, they're gonna have to rely more on their defensive tenacity, and I feel like Jimmy Butler is the guy that slow the game down, be more methodical with the ball, no more, less turnovers, and I feel like y'all do have a point with the whole, when we come up against bigger teams, and we're gonna have to be better on defense. But I got a question for you, Steiny.
Give it to me.
Well. Yeah, I know y'all. Guru was saying something about with Draymond Green. He got mad at I forgot where at what point of the game last night he got mad at a player. But what do y'all think about Jimmy Butler? He I think it was like mid fourth.
Yeah.
He was on the baseline you saw that Guru. He was driving baseline and he tried to throw it to he expected
Santos.
Guy Santos. Yeah, Guy Santos to be on that corner, and he wasn't there. And then Jimmy Butler goes, "Stay the F in the corner.
Stay out there."
Yeah,
I caught that too.
Yeah, we all saw it.
Yeah, what do y'all? It was loud. They caught that. It was real. He said it real loud. What do y'all think? Do y'all feel like that's good leadership, or do y'all feel like that was out of frustration, or what do y'all think about that?
I just think that's the way Butler is, and that's the way Draymond is, and that's the way they're going to do it. And
got to deal with it.
You either respond positively or you don't. But I get the sense if you don't, you're just not going to play. This team right now is about Curry, Butler, Draymond Green, and those veterans dragging along the young players. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at SFO with the most nonstop flights.
starts and ends with the chef and Dre.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm telling you, I'm going to break in one day to the station. I'm going to break in, and I'm going to delete footage and audio of me. Like, that was when things were bad. What? I need to know where Chef is, Steph, and Dre. I want to delete all that. It's good times. J.J. Evans, Steiny. It's good times in Warrior Land right now. Got a great MRI back on the Chef. Boy, if a guy could die off a sound on a basketball court, that's what it sounded like. That thud. Hey, Evan, how quiet did it get in Chef? My bad. I'm throwing it. How bad did it? It was silence. That's what you got to down.
So the weird part, well, yeah, it did get silent, but the weird part was, I want to say a few minutes later in the fourth quarter, the crowd randomly just erupted. And I thought that Curry was coming out of the tunnel.
What was
because that's the only reason that it would get that loud. And it was Draymond Green walking to the scores table. Wow. Like he was coming back in the game.
Draymond!
And literally everyone in press row was looking around like,
we thought it was Steph.
Is that the reason?
Heart and soul.
He's in the zone. Honestly, is he playing better ball? Has he? 2016. Yes. I'm talking about all around.
Yes, he's played better basketball. Don't give me that look.
Well, he got a transplant.
He shot 38% from three that year.
Well, that was 16. That's why I said not named 2016.
No, yeah, Goo. He's playing better than he did in his prime. He's playing great in stretches for sure.
He's frisky. I used to be when I was Evans' age.
Speaking of fun,
thank you.
You want to hear what Vern Glenn said to Guru last night?
You're
on
my
KPIX.
Man.
I don't, but you're going to play it anyway.
Yes, I am.
Don't let Steiny shove you around. Okay, we'll be listening tomorrow 10 to 2.
You know what, Vern? Real quick on that, I have older men, younger ladies come just give me a hug, and we hadn't even met. And I'm like, what's that for? Hey. Who passed? What happened? That's Steiny. He's a softie, and he's a good friend, man. So that's too funny, but he's my guy, man.
Good stuff, man. Looking forward to listening to the banter.
Yeah, well, I'm not coming on your show now, Vern.
Evan, thank you.
I think you're supposed to be on tonight, right?
He said shove. No, I was on last night. You should be on the docket tonight.
You're joking. You're flat out joking.
That's Vern Glenn, the legend. You will be there.
There is no way I would schedule a TV hit for 10 o'clock on a Friday night.
But you are going on with KPIX to discuss your bracket.
When?
You'll get a
and
date.
You're very excited about it.
But it's not tonight, right? It's next week.
Well, that's on you. I don't know.
No, I think it's next week.
You would know if it was tonight. They probably knew not Friday.
Are you sure about that, Goo?
Yeah.
Didn't you want to do it for me tonight? I'll get you next week.
No, I'm doing something tonight.
For who?
Myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're nosy.
By the way, my
you know I like the poison.
My bracket looks good.
Oh boy. Who you got winning it all?
I've got Tennessee.
Nah, that's
Bruce Pearl. Yeah, look, I got the clench fist from Kenny.
That's Auburn.
Where's the buzzer? Evan, play the buzzer. Just give me a buzzer in my life.
He had been the coach at Tennessee.
But he's not now.
Okay.
Get it together.
Ask me again. Let me look at who I have.
We just had a discussion yesterday about how Broom stinks, and now he's got Auburn winning it all.
Let me see who I have winning it all.
He did know Santa Clara's men head coach. You knew his name, our guy.
I don't need standings. Where's my bracket? Okay, here it is. My bracket. I got...
Is it busted?
I have Tennessee winning it all.
Well, you just told us.
They actually have a good guard I like. Ziegler. Ziegler's a problem.
You do know Dalton Connect no longer plays for
stinks.
Tennessee.
He's found a home.
They're going to go further this year than last year. Let's go to Caleb in Livermore.
Our guy.
He was the AAU Player of the Year in 2016 for the Oakland Rebels. We're still efforting. We're still efforting.
Hey, man, you know what? Every time I call it down, man, I know y'all going to say something crazy, man. I love it, though. That's funny.
What do you got, buddy?
What I got to do, man, before I jump into it, y'all? Yeah. Happy Friday. Is it Payday Friday or is that next Friday?
Next Friday, unfortunately, Caleb. And if you're watching these scores of the tournament, it needs to come sooner.
But look,
look, Curry is going to be out for the next few games. That sucks. Thankfully, that the injury wasn't as scary as it looked. That looked pretty bad. But let's talk about Jimmy and Draymond, man.
All right.
That tandem as a duo defensively, like, we got to start ranking like the best duos like defensively in the league, man. Because those two are like, it's like they're like brothers out there. You know what I mean? They're just causing havoc, and they're great. You know, they remind me of myself back in the day. You know, I don't want to big myself up, but
sure.
You know.
Hey, Caleb, real quick, because you got more time. But they got outscored 58-40. You are right. It's amazing. The two collective, them together. But what if we're steady, you know, teams are pounding us in the paint? You know, where do you go with that? What do you do if they're that great? And I know it's not all on them. That's what concerns me or frightens me more moving forward.
Look, let's be honest. The Warriors have not been a team historically throughout this run that have had a lot of size. Like, I guess going back to when they had Andrew Bogut and Festus Ezeli, but in 2022, it was Kevon Looney. And let's be honest, like, Kevon Looney is an undersized big, but he makes it up with effort. Obviously, you know, he just knows where to be at all times. The Warriors are always going to be a small team, but they just combat it with their pace, their know-how, their experience. So I'm not concerned with their size. I'm just more concerned as far as when it comes down to it, like in the playoffs and in those crucial moments, I want to see really who's going to be out there in the closing lineup. It's going to be Steph, Jimmy, Dre, and is it going to be like Kuminga, Pod, Rudy? Who are those other two going to be?
It's real. I think it's in flux, Steiny.
I think it is too. I think
I don't know if that's a good thing. In 2022, was it in flux, or do we know? Like, they had Bielitsa.
Draymond didn't play all the time.
Jr. Well, in the finals.
Exactly. So he was part of their closing lineup sometimes and not others. I mean, when you don't have five obvious guys to go to, he's going to, I mean, that's the one I would look at it as a positive.
Like, Looney's going to be out there. We've seen this movie before.
You can't play with 7 players on the floor. You can't have everybody out there in crunch time.
No, but
even though it's a very important time of the game, they still only allow you to have 5 players on the hardwood.
You're ready for Cobbs.
Let me think. So who do we want playing? Well, we want Steph. We want Draymond. We want Butler. And it sounds like we want Looney. We want Post out there, too. Let's get Peyton. Moody's got to be out there, and ideally Kuminga. So let's run 8 guys out there and see if we can't get ourselves a title.
Well, I think that's a really savvy comment.
Yeah, you know what. But I'm thinking of Looney, Pods, and the big 3. Like, we'll see all kind of versions of it. And it could be Kuminga, the big 3, and Post. Like, we're going to see a Rubik's Cube.
Well, that's what Steve Kerr said.
Yeah.
So you believe him?
Of course, but I just want to, I'm asking you dead straight in the eye.
You don't love my answers here. But go ahead, ask.
Is that a strength, or can that be deemed a weakness?
I don't think, honestly, I don't think it's either for this team. It just, here we go. I haven't used this in 3 years. It is what it is. You know, it's not the championship team of the dynasty where they just brought Iguodala in, went small, and they shut teams down.
Yeah.
That team could lock you up defensively, and they scored plenty. I think this team's different. This team's got to put in the guys that do the things that Steve Kerr feels like it needs to do in the last 5 minutes of a game, and depending on what it is, I think it's going to dictate who plays down the stretch.
And I'll tell you what, you're concerned. Oh, go ahead.
But no, I don't think, 5 minutes, back in those championship years, 5 minutes left, let's get that death lineup in there. It's not even close to that anymore.
Yeah.
And the other thing I was thinking about with Butler and Draymond, I'm not convinced that they are a all-time great defensive tandem. I will say that mentally and their approach and their competitiveness and their smartness and all that stuff, they are at the top of defenders. But I'm not convinced that Butler is a great individual defender. I think he's a great team defender. I think he knows how to blow up plays. But I don't know that he's a lockdown guy like Draymond can be a lockdown guy. Not that they're Not that he's a bad defender, but
he benefited from playing with Bam. Then, if somebody were to get
now he's benefiting from playing with Draymond Green.
Yeah,
but I'm not saying it's a weakness of this team. I'm not saying that at all. But when they're playing Butler and Draymond, then they're going to be pretty small, and then they're going to have to play bigger guys, and their competitiveness will give them as much of an advantage as possible. But the thing about this team that I'm still concerned about is their age.
Oh, I thought you were going to say their three-point shooting, because I was saying on the year, I'm watching a guy in Brandon Pajimski, Stoney, that if you need shooting, if you look at his numbers, 33% on the season, and we know he got off to the awful start, but the last 10, he's 42%, and I know it's a short sample size, but Stoney, he's got the guts of a cat burglar too, because he's taking the shot and not thinking, even when the game's on the line. I bring that up because I think moving forward, I never thought if you needed shooting, Brandon would be called upon, but I'm starting to think we're headed in that direction when you look at this team and its lack of three-point shooting. Pods is one of your shooters.
Well, he's got to be one of their shooters if they're not allowing their better shooters to take threes. And that's why when you look at this team, there's a dramatic difference when Quinton Post is going 6 for 9 from the field. I'm kind of surprised that. How many games has Post played now? 15 or 20? I'm actually a little bit surprised. He's 7 feet tall.
Man.
So it's hard when they kick it out for you to contest, but I'm surprised people haven't made him put it on the floor.
Because Toronto was inviting him. I was like, did you guys got a scouting report?
But maybe
it kept happening.
You only have 5 defenders, so maybe somebody can't get out there in time to
and I believe it was you or Monty Poole. We had him on earlier this week from the Athletics, Downey, that talked about
NBC Sports Bay Area.
Help me out. Boy. Yeah, need the showers. But we talked about guys are going to get open looks on this team, not named Steph, Trey, or Jimmy, So Pods, Moody, Kuminga, you Post, Santos, you're going to get some good looks.
Yeah,
you just are.
Do they have enough good three-point shooters is the question. And, is a three-point shot in the postseason going to feel the same as a three-point shot last night against Toronto?
I don't think it will, partner.
I don't either, but doesn't mean they're not going to make them. It just means that, the playoffs are a totally different game. 415. You think in 2 years, Post will be considered a better player than Kuminga? They're too hard to compare, I think. But, Kuminga's got a bigger upside.
Yeah. And if you had a draft, how many would go Post since he's so young right now over year 4 Kuminga?
That I can't answer. I know people would say everybody would take Kuminga.
Yeah.
I would assume that, but I don't know. I don't know for sure. No. There's some coaches out there that would look at Post and say, well, I love his size and I love his three-point shooting, and he looks pretty competitive. Now, he's a little slow of foot, but
does he play 7 foot? Right now, I
don't think he does. No,
but he can shoot it with the best of them.
He had a block last night.
It was big. Pirtle dunked the ball. I hate unathletic dudes. Big for nothing. Stiffs. That's what they call stiffs.
So you think Pirtle's a stiff?
No, he ain't a stiff.
Okay, well then why did you bring up stiff when you were talking about Pirtle?
He lives on that street.
Yeah, I don't think he's great. A lot of Warrior fans like Pirtle.
I thought he was coming to town one off season, but anyway. You got to flush that, Evan. That's a facial.
The Raptors have seemingly accumulated a lot of players that wouldn't help the Warriors, but have been kind of attached to them, and it feels like a lot of deals.
Man.
First it was Siakam, Pirtle, and also don't they have Brandon Ingram now?
Oh, that's right.
They give him like $40 million a year.
I watched that game and didn't think about him once.
I didn't either.
Well,
I forgot.
He was hurt. He didn't play.
Well, no,
but wow.
Ingram's hurt?
Yeah, Brandon Ingram didn't play last night.
Yeah, I know. I forgot.
Evan, can you share not to put you on blast like my partner does me, because it wasn't anything to put you on blast
Sounds like
about.
You're about to.
No. Can you share with us your thoughts on Scotty Barnes at some juncture during the game yesterday? your text.
He's a freaking bull.
That is incredible.
Scotty Barnes is awesome. I don't like the fact that he's stuck in Toronto.
That dude is a baller. Talk to me, Stotty. Give me the scouting report.
He's weird.
Oh, he's very weird.
Jimmy Butler's weird.
You know, he was on that high school team, too, with Moses Moody and Cade Cunningham.
That's incredible. Oh, my God. How many state titles they get?
They went undefeated their senior year.
Steiny, weird is not bad.
It can be. No, it's fine. I just
unique.
Think he's a different kind of guy.
I like that word. But, dude, he can do it all. That's a bad big dude. He called him a bull. I like that. He almost steal that. That's how I am on the court.
He can't do it all.
He can bring it up.
Can't shoot threes.
Got feathery touch.
Can't shoot threes.
What's he doing on the year? I got to be about 31%.
26.
Oh, my, you got to improve that.
26%.
Hey, it didn't cost him the bag. He got it. He got the bag.
That's because he shot 34 last year.
Well, then they
gave him the bag, and he's, it was a contract
He
year.
was killing, man. Hey, Quickly ain't bad either, Steiny. Just erratic.
Would you pay him $35 million?
I'm going the other way.
He's got a big contract.
Good God.
Yeah, that's what he makes. That's what I asked.
Gotcha.
35.
Well, that's what you're going to give Kuminga. That's what you want to give Kuminga. You'd give him more than that. Have you officially changed your number? Or?
Still, we got some time to go.
Oh,
we'll get back to the bargaining table here soon.
Okay.
We'll see.
510, guys, did you see after the game Butler making fun of Buddy? Said he doesn't pass enough. Yeah, I heard that. We all heard that.
That is the thing they got.
It was funny.
I've never heard fake ass.
It was banter. I don't really know what to make of it, but
we hadn't seen that side of Buddy, even though we know he was playing, right, Steiny?
Get off, Buddy.
Yeah, that's my guy.
There was a moment. I don't know if it was because Butler was mad that he missed the last free throw, or I don't know, maybe he was just frustrated with the game. But an anonymous PR person walked up to Jimmy Butler because, after the game, they try and grab guys and take them to TV. They'll take them to radio.
I saw it.
Jimmy Butler just simply
phoned out,
waved him off.
I saw it. Evan, I saw it.
He's one of those guys?
Dude.
He wasn't very happy.
I saw it on the TV. He cut like, I'm out.
So they interviewed him after the game.
No.
On the floor.
No.
Okay.
They wanted to get him for an interview.
Right after the game.
Right after the game. On the floor.
Court. Okay.
And Jimmy Butler, back of the hand.
Watch it, Steiny. He cut.
Now, did he make it to the podium last night, or was all his sound from the locker?
He only does interviews in the locker room.
He does not go to the podium.
Wow.
No.
Really?
Yeah.
So he hasn't gone to the podium?
He still talks to the media. He just prefers to do it by his locker.
How do they determine who goes where, or whether a guy goes out to the podium or not?
Well, that'd be a question for Raymond.
Yeah. You've known him for years. Evan, so you seen Jimmy's candle? You seen the candle game?
No, he lights it before the game.
Okay, so it ain't Serrano in Major League, yeah.
No, he doesn't walk around in a Buddhist monk costume.
Remember Kyrie was a Celtic and he had the trying to get all the demons out.
Get it right. What did he have?
That's what I'm having trouble with.
I know. I know what he had.
Help your partner out.
Nah.
Evan, do you know?
He knows.
It's like an incense.
Sage. Yeah. Not a guru, a sage.
That's a 4.
Hey, how's your bracket doing?
I got St. John's win. Well, I got 4. I got 4 brackets. I got Florida, Tennessee, St. John's, and St. John's. So,
I'm looking at the one that Lucas's work one where it was $25 to get in.
Lucas, who's in Vegas spending our money. You know what, Lucas, if you're listening, I don't want this to get back to you. You're not. We had a fee and I paid it.
Yeah, I'm in first right now.
And look at you're just such a bragger.
You don't. Hey, I'm like Draymond. I'm like Draymond Green. Don't let me win it. Don't let me win this championship.
You do realize, Steiny, that
I know it's the least
that
meaningful.
Means nothing.
Well, it does.
It's better than last.
It means something if I got everybody intact and somebody's got UC San Diego winning it.
You didn't even know who you had to win at all.
Yeah, that hurt.
No, I did. I just read it wrong. I knew I had Tennessee. I just forgot Bruce Pearl's not there. I had Creighton beating Louisville. That was an upset. I got right.
Was it?
It's an 8/9.
That's what I told Vern.
Who'd you have? Who'd you have there?
On who? Creighton and
yeah.
I lost that one.
I know you did, because everybody has Louisville because they go on past.
I go on feel.
Okay, well, who'd you have, Baylor or Mississippi State?
I think Baylor.
I had Baylor.
And so did I.
It's another win.
By the way, a 9 over an 8 is not an upset.
That is, yeah.
Technically, it is.
Steiny, stop.
Technically. I have...
St. Mary's down 4.
There.
4-0.
I had Houston.
Oh, my God.
I had Gonzaga.
That was poor.
Zaga.
See, the key is to get the 8s versus 9 right. That's the key.
I don't agree with that.
Well,
that's the one you kind of can...
Yeah, that's what you think. I had... there is one lose. There's one I lost, and I blame myself because I let it get personal instead of going with my head.
Who
do you think I picked to lose, and they won?
Michigan?
Nope, but that kind of school.
Michigan State.
Who do I hate? What coach do I hate?
Oh, UCLA.
That's like asking what day it is.
Yeah, UCLA. You hate your guy.
Yeah, Cronin.
They
I had Utah State.
Oh, I got a piece of sound I want to play for you guys from him in a little bit.
All right, hold on one sec. How about this one? I had Arkansas, a 10 seed.
Yeah.
Who the hell, why would somebody not have Arkansas when they've got the best coach in the country there? Seriously, I don't understand that.
I think the best coach in the country tips off in about 5 minutes.
Izzo.
All coaches must answer to John Calipari. Great coach. I had McNeese, as you know.
I hate you for that.
I got McNeese beating Purdue.
So do I.
Oh. Yeah, well, that one doesn't look as good. All right.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, sure.
I want to play this for you.
Okay.
Because I had a provocative something for both of you.
Well,
this is actually from the great Mick Cronin.
It says guys get to college, and it's way harder than they thought, unless your name is Michael Jordan or Cooper Flagg, guys like that. Alonzo Ball, Kevin Love. 99.9% of them, it's harder than they think, or they thought it was going to be. Then you either make excuses, quit, transfer, blame others, or you get to work. And that's what life's about.
He is insufferable.
Those were some bars, E.
He is insufferable.
I can hear it again, or you get to work,
Some great advice from Mick Cronin.
It's easy after you win.
Somebody said to me on the text line, it's not what you say, Steiny, it's how you say
and
it.
That's there you go.
I must be like,
think you're mean.
I must be like Mick Cronin, because what he said is right, but oh boy. Insufferable.
You know what they say, Steiny?
Yeah.
Typically, you don't like people that you are alike.
Oh,
hey, Evan, shut up.
Evan is on fire.
The other thing, but see, and this is the one thing. Yeah, this is one thing, Goo, that I can speak to.
D3.
He's right. You get to college and you think it's going to be easier than it is. Yeah. And, I wasn't Jordan or Cooper Flagg when I went to Franklin and Marshall, and it was harder than I thought. I thought I was going to play a lot as a freshman. Only played 7 games, and the rest is history. As you can probably tell, I didn't blame others. I didn't transfer. I got to work.
Yeah, they didn't have the portal then.
I wouldn't have gotten I wouldn't have gone into the portal. When I make a commitment, I follow through on it. The coach doesn't like me. I'm transferring.
Ask KPIX.
No.
You had nowhere to go.
That's all.
I had options. I had a lot of options.
This is where I don't want to steal your joy, because I think you're being real. You said you didn't get recruited by D1.
No, not D1. I had Division III options.
Got to go.
But I went to the, I would say probably the best academic Division III school that combines academics with, we got to go. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number, and it is a Friday here at 95.7 The Game, and that means it's the end of a segment, so it's time to do a read. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Relaxing days, stunning sunsets. Every day is magical at Bodega Bay. The Inn at the Tide special midweek rates start at just $199 per night, and that runs through May 1st. It includes breakfast and a bottle of wine upon your arrival. Book your stay right now at inatthetides.com.
You either make excuses, Quit, transfer, blame others, or you get to work. And that's what life's about.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
It's tough for me to go without Fitz when I'm watching a Warrior game.
Well, I told you all you got to do is go to Macy's or somewhere and get you something nice.
What are you talking about?
You said Fitz.
Bob Fitzgerald.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We tried to get him on today. Surprise you. Fitz. He was on the plane.
He said no?
He was on a plane.
He's on his way to Atlanta.
That's good news because Fitz is part of my what's bugging me today.
Are you?
He's part of it.
I don't like any of it, though.
It's good-natured, but
Stop!
Real Warrior fans will know what I'm talking about.
Evan, I'm intrigued. First time ever with Steiny.
So coming up at 2 o'clock, what's bugging me?
How you think the show's going so far? For a non-payday Friday. You can rate it. I'll give you my
give me the scale.
And that's what life's about.
Oh, my God.
Evan, that's better than hardball, man. Dude, he's feeling good. He made some points. I'm going to give us a C+. Energy kind of
I'd give myself a B+ and you like a C- today.
Shocker,
Just
man.
today.
Just shocker. What you got?
We can go in a lot of different directions. We got this sound that Evan has of
it's the best
Steve Kerr talking about the great. I get so distracted when he pops his head in there. It's unbelievable.
But that's your ADD. It shouldn't. You focus on the.
We all have ADD. You asked the question how the show is going. Do you want to know his answer?
I didn't ask, so I'm not in this one.
I totally do. I know my boss. That's why I brought it up.
What do you think?
He came running out.
That he thinks.
I know exactly what he thinks
about the show.
I didn't even see him. He was like Flash. But for that to be him, that's a D.
Well, I know exactly what he's saying, but he's wrong in his assessment.
You don't even know what the answer is.
I know what his answer is. He's going to say, you guys were kind of loose today. You guys,
he's never said that.
But he's wrong because we've played all the Warrior sound. We've talked a lot about Butler. We've talked a ton about Steph Curry. We'll give you an update on Steph Curry. We talked about Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler. And we haven't talked about Kuminga. What could he be upset about?
Real quick before you answer, Evan, if you know our boss, he don't like missionary radio. That's like we hit Amy, that's on B, C, D, E, and F. He don't like that. He likes entertainment. And that's where I think we've been lacking.
He doesn't.
What did I do wrong?
He doesn't like when we go non-sports for too long of a period of time. And
we did that early in the show, and that was it.
What he doesn't understand is that you run out of sports talk ideas right around this time.
I have one for you. And by the way, no,
I want to hear what
don't.
he said.
That's the job.
What did he say?
He said you're mediocre. You want to hear what Steve Kerr said about
to eat.
Steve Kerr doubled down on his Draymond's the best defender he's ever seen. He actually kind of qualified it. There's an interesting definition he put together for you.
All right.
I have a top two, and that's Scottie Pippen and Draymond. And I think what makes Draymond different from Scottie is that Draymond is physically stronger and more capable of guarding low post players. And I'll give Scottie a break because back then the low post guys were Shaq and Patrick Ewing and Hakeem, and it was a very different game back then where it was very low post centric, and now hardly anybody goes down to the block. But what I see with Draymond when he's guarding the post, it's incredible when you then add on top of that his ability to guard pick and roll all the way at half court. I think Dennis Rodman is actually a great comp for Draymond in that regard, and I definitely should have Dennis in that conversation too. Probably those three: Dennis, Scottie, and Draymond, and you can see the parallels: the length, the physicality, the speed, the versatility. But ultimately, it's up here. It's the brain, and
wow.
You know, Dennis and Scottie were two of the smartest defenders I've ever been around, and Draymond is he's amazing in that regard, just his ability to process.
Damn. That's some high praise, Evan. Steiny. Two of the greatest, Pippen and Rodman. Man.
Yeah, but and let's get into what he didn't say. And let's get into the name he didn't use.
Let me see if I can guess.
I think you know who.
Ritter brought it up. Are we thinking about the same guy?
Michael Jordan?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not one of the greatest.
That's where I was going.
I mean, Steve Kerr would know. He played with Michael Jordan. He didn't even mention his name.
Yeah.
He didn't mention his name.
Well, he punched him.
I'm just saying.
That was for effect. But Jordan's the greatest defender I've ever saw.
Well, why didn't you know what? I respect that, but it means nothing. I'm going to take the guy who played with Jordan and played with Rodman and coached Draymond Green.
But it's like when you see an ugly baby. You don't say it. You say, oh, it's so cute. And Dre is his baby. You know what I mean?
All
like
babies are ugly.
Not all. I'm thinking, hey, what do I do with that? See, I'm learning. All right, Evan, that's on you. Hey.
Put your finger down.
I can put it up. What are you going to do? You never been in a fight and people think you're the man?
I told you.
They're afraid of you?
Brent Wiley, 2nd grade.
Evan, I got to be honest. Have you been in a fight, E?
Yeah. But
I believe.
not as an adult. Those days are behind me.
16, 17?
I'm always.
Yeah. Stoney, you're not willing to be Steve Kerr today.
I'm not willing to be Steve Kerr today.
Be willing to get punched in the face.
You know,
somebody's
the problem with our culture is there's too many guys my age that are still into fighting.
It's
like,
amazing.
How dumb do you have to be to want to fight?
It's played out.
It is. No, like, okay. The
defenders.
I think Pippen was a better wing defender than Draymond Green. Like,
I'm not mad at
guarding a guy on the wing. Pippen was unbelievable.
I think Dre might say that too. You like,
look, great. Draymond's great, but like Pippen could lock up a guy. Like I remember Scottie Pippen in a series against the Indiana Pacers. Mark Jackson was giving him trouble, and they just put Pippen on Mark Jackson, and he just absolutely smothered Mark Jackson.
What about what he did in the 91 finals to Magic?
Help me.
Smothered him.
Now, Magic was 40. But
he was in the finals, but dude, he did a hell of a job. Like Michael couldn't handle it.
I'll tell you what. I'll respond to this one from Uncle Looney. He says Draymond's the greatest help defender I've ever seen.
That man,
I think he's the greatest combination of individual and help defender.
And Kerr broke that down. I think it was yesterday. You're right. The combo.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious. Like one guy can do one thing, but Dre can do it all, and at the rim. And then he's a showman. Dude, he was talking to the Toronto bench like he talks about how he's disappointed this new NBA, the players don't bark back. Like Dre said that. Like I need an antagonist.
Okay, so Draymond Green wants to get in somebody's head, which he can do very well. And then when somebody doesn't take the bait, he criticizing them for not allowing him to get into their head.
Or go back and forth.
Look, Living Room TV, Trade Kuminga. Okay. That was a super chat. That thing's turned into a nightmare, the super chat.
Not for somebody.
Well, so everybody just, like, guys text in and they just rip Kuminga, and then I have to read it, and people think it's me that's saying it, but it's not.
This time it's not about Kuminga.
Somebody said, Evan, you got in a fight on your bike the day you crashed.
I lost that fight.
Remember, I go, what happened to you were on vacation. Evan came in here with knuckles like Mike Tyson. I said, Evan, what happened? You got in a fight? Fell off his bike.
Next time, at least donate enough so we can use the money.
Where do the proceeds go?
I have no idea what you guys are talking about right now.
The super chat that you talked about that's out of hand.
When Evan rides his bike, he takes the seat off. Living Room TV paid $1.99 to have that read. I mean,
just know your show.
Pippen was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Pippen was a great defender. I think my Mount Rushmore of greatest defenders.
What did you guys think of the comment that he made about how Scottie wasn't able to defend low post players just because you would never put him on Shaq or Ewing? And I don't know. I mean, Draymond, I don't know. Like, would he have had to defend those guys if
That's
he
a great
played
question.
in the 80s
There were
or
Aaron
90s?
Gordons every night. You know what I mean?
No, I'm talking about what Evan's talking about is would For example, there's no
back to the
Shaq.
basket center.
There's no Shaq. There's no Akeem.
What about Karl Malone? He would have been hard for Dre.
No, that's a good one.
Yeah, there's no.
But what about Shaq? Like, he guards centers in today's game.
Oh man,
how would he do against Shaquille O'Neal or Akeem Olajuwon?
I think like others, you lost the battle. Dude, Shaq, I'm just one of the most dominant forces in the game.
So you don't think he could have guarded Shaq and had any success?
I guess my success, Steiny, is if Goo, would he have stopped him? I would say no.
No, yeah.
How about on Tim Duncan? I think he could have had more success.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Tim was still,
I think he would have had, I think, believe it or not, I think he would have done a better job against Shaq than against Duncan or Akeem.
Wow, man. All this pods all last year. And I think that's what, they gave him a to-do list, and he was like, I'm going to let it fly. I'm paraphrasing Pods was. But now he's went back to who he is, and it's working and flowing right now. Man, I mean, like, he is a big part of this team, man.
Yeah, I think he's playing better now than he's ever played in his pro career. For one is, I hate to say it, but last year he played on a non-playoff team. This year they're actually winning. They look like they're really good, and he's figured out how to play. I mean, think about that for a minute. Is it becoming tough for Kuminga to play because this team right now is so much better than last year's team at this time, or the team that was struggling to win games before Kuminga got hurt?
Well, I want to go before Butler came to town. What was that looking like, Steiny?
It was looking like a team that wasn't going anywhere. Right. They were a 500 team, and Kuminga was thriving individually. Now they're an elite team, at least since Butler's gotten here, and it's harder to play on a really, really good team than a really, really bad team, obviously. And Kuminga's going to have to figure out how to get playing time and be productive with it on this team.
Hey, real quick, sir, I got to throw one more name at you. David Robinson.
What's that?
How good of a defender was it? He didn't make your list, huh?
No.
The Admiral?
No.
Oh, he was the ultimate rim protector to me. Even coming out of Navy, man.
I tend to like guys who are like
Garnett.
Yeah, Garnett is, yes. Like, rim protectors don't really do it for me. It's like,
but it's such an intimidating component to have. Now you've seen guys dribbling, afraid to know they want to do this and go to the cup, knowing it's going to get sent back most often.
Give me a guy like Artest, like Pippen, like Draymond, who impact many, many, many plays during a game, as opposed to a shot blocker who, intimidates a few and blocks a few. That's just me. That's just, hey, there's no right or wrong here. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. If you're just joining us, we have some Steph Curry news. Steph Curry will miss tomorrow's game against the Hawks. The Warriors start a 6-game road trip tomorrow in Atlanta. Curry won't be playing tomorrow. He's going to join the team in Miami on Monday, and they play the Heat on Tuesday, so he'll be evaluated on Monday, and if everything's good, he'll play Tuesday. I'm getting the sense, I have nothing to back this up except a hunch, is I just think he's going to miss maybe 2 or 3 games, because the last time he had this injury was in 2021 when he got hurt, and he missed 5 games with a similar injury.
But you want to knock off some games, or is it because some of these games are spaced out?
That's a big part of it. I mean, they only play 3 games in the next 8 days.
Man.
So you can give him a week's rest, and he only misses 3 games. That's not bad. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors set to hit the road. They are in the air right now, headed to Atlanta, and it's an interesting trip coming up. It's got some teams that you figure the Warriors would have a good shot of beating, but it gets a little tricky at the end with the Lakers and then the Nuggets on a back-to-back when they get home, Goo.
Yeah. So when you covered the team, you made this trip to South Beach. Did you, young Steiny, get loose, or you probably weren't there as long as they're going to be, but did you have some go-to spots? Just like dinner, just like, dude, we're in South Beach.
I didn't go to South Beach. That's too much for me.
You just went to the room?
No, I went to. I tended to. I liked Coconut Grove. That was a nice little area,
right.
A nice little neighborhood.
Right. That shocks me, Steiny. You like to get active.
Why?
The Steiny I know at 60.
I am not.
Action.
Nor have ever I been a South Beach guy.
All right, I got you.
You want to talk about a
oxymoron?
Fish out of water. See, a man, you don't have the ha-ha. That's a fact. I do not have the ha-ha. A man, as Clint Eastwood once said, has got to know his limitations.
Damn.
And that's why I don't go to South Beach. Coconut Grove. You ever been to South Beach?
No. Never been to Miami.
You never been to Miami?
Nope.
Evan, Miami.
Florida and Alaska are the two states I've never been to.
You've been to 48 states?
Good Lord.
Or driven through them, yeah.
Damn.
Dude, I've lived everywhere.
Louisiana?
Yeah.
Damn, E. The Fifth Ward?
Like the two that I know he's been to are the North and South Dakota. I know he's been there.
Yeah. And
Michigan?
I didn't live in South Dakota.
No, but you were there.
Yeah, I've lived in 7 states.
Montana?
Yeah, I've been there. You have to drive through there to get to North Dakota.
Wyoming?
Yeah, I hit a deer there.
Oh,
Good
your
for
car
you.
had to be not totaled, E?
No, deer ran out in the middle of this 2-lane road in the middle of nowhere, and I clipped it.
You've never been to Idaho.
Wow.
Never been to Idaho. I got stuck at a red lion there until 4 a.m.
Pocatello?
There's no action in Idaho, I got to
Pocatello?
Boise?
Yeah. College town.
I've been to Boise once. Took a road trip. Yeah, I never told you this. Well, I have, but you guys probably forget.
Are you going to do it now?
Oh, it's just like after every Warrior season, I would take a road trip by myself and drive somewhere. I know, it's pretty sad.
That's what Hank Aaron used to do at the end of every baseball season.
Did he really?
He would drive from Milwaukee to some sort of desolate area in the northern region of the country, and you couldn't get a hold of him for 2 weeks. He would just go fishing by himself.
That's cool. That's what I
feel like I got regrets already about my life. Like, that's tight.
Oh, I'd go fishing, but not that kind of fishing. I drove, like one year I drove to Boise.
And did what?
I just stayed at a hotel and went out and had a couple drinks and then drove back to Elko and then back to Reno.
Yeah.
I drove down to Arizona one year. Drove to Albuquerque one time after the season. And what was the other one? Oh, Salt Lake. I like Salt Lake City.
Yeah, you always hype up
I do like Salt Lake
There's
City.
action.
So, all right, let's go to, there we go. Daryl in D.C. wants to talk about Warriors defense. What's up, Daryl? How you doing, my man?
Hey, how you doing, Steiny? How you doing, Guru?
Hey. Doing well, thank you, man.
To be honest, I think Draymond's one of the best versatile defenders that ever played in the NBA. The fact that even when he first came out, the fact that he could guard 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, very switchable. There's a lot of people that at his size can't cover the big man at his size at 6'7". I think he's the most versatile defensive player the NBA has had. And I think the Warriors are at least 2 pieces away. They're missing a shot creator or shooter and definitely an athletic big. I do not think that the Warriors will make it out the first round. Those 2 pieces are vital for them to win the championship.
So Jonathan Kuminga doesn't fit the first part, shot maker shooter, huh?
No, he does not. He's facing a wrap. If you look at him in the last few games or since he's been there, he's not much of a shot creator. When you give him the ball, he has to go downhill. If he doesn't have the ball going downhill, he's not that effective. So in order for this team to go as far as it needs another shot creator next to Jimmy, next to Steph, and you need an athletic big. Because as long as they don't have a big down there, they will forever get beat up by the likes of Cavaliers, Denver, Lakers, all of that. They need to get big.
Daryl, thank you so much for the call. I think that's fair.
Man.
They're going to have to combat that in some kind of way. No doubt about it.
I felt like he was describing the game of basketball, Snidey.
Well, and the other thing is, so he said they need a shot creator and a shot maker, and they need an athletic big. They don't have an athletic big. Correct. They don't.
Correct.
So they're going to have to do something there, either get one for next year or figure out a way to overcome it. But, yes, that's an issue. The shot maker, shot creator, and I don't think this guy's perfect at it, but that's why I think he shoehorns Pods in there, because Pods is the closest thing to that right now. Man. An extra playmaker slash shooter.
I want to put Moody in there too. You don't think as much, huh?
No, I don't.
Well, not here lately, but he had been on fire.
I mean, I think Pods can make plays for others a little bit better than Moody and a little bit better than Kuminga, and that's something that, for whatever reason, Kerr thinks he needs. But honestly, if Kuminga could be that guy, if he really hones in on knowing how to make a play for somebody else.
But he hit me in the cardiac when he said the coming downhill parts, Donnie, because that's where he's a bull. I'm still in Evans' word. But when he's not, can you know what I mean? Can you dance?
No, he can't. Not yet. Not yet. And that's what I wonder is, will he ever have the the crossover stuff, the change of direction, and then being able to make a play for somebody else? He can do it at times. I'm not here to get into Kuminga again. Steiny, how did you like Albuquerque? I've always had a fantasy about going into Mexico and checking it out. Yeah, I'd recommend Santa Fe.
That's your fantasy?
New Mexico's beautiful.
But fantasy?
Have you ever been to New Mexico?
No.
It is beautiful.
I'm not saying it's
New
not.
Mexico.
Oh, okay. Evan.
The southern tier is just kind of a desert.
When I hear fantasy, I don't think about New Mexico is my point. Like, step it up.
New Mexico is nice. I like it.
Goot, your favorite movie is Oppenheimer, right?
Yeah, I've seen it like 8 times. Yes, it is.
Oppenheimer's favorite place in the world was New Mexico.
Yeah. That's why he's my man.
Yeah, because that's where they tested atom bombs.
Well, but he chose the location. Like Los Alamos was his choice because his heart was in New Mexico.
If we could do you didn't see it, did you?
No.
But then how'd you know that?
Because I know that New Mexico was the site. I've heard of Los Alamos.
Oh my God, a great movie, man.
Seriously, give New Mexico, this is where you're talking about New Mexico like I talk about Kuminga. And people think it's unfair, and I think what you just said about New Mexico
I didn't like
unfair.
fantasy. That's all. I didn't like the word New Mexico. I'm good.
It's mystic. He
ain't called in a while.
It's magical in New Mexico. There's what's it called when
we got
not yet. Not till I come up with a word. I'll come up with the word. Let's see. Hey, it's 1:12 already. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. The college basketball tournament is here. Stay up to date on all tournament action via our bracket challenge on 957thegame.com. And be sure to tune in to KPIX Channel 5 for tourney highlights, live updates, and also to see your favorite 95.7 The Game hosts. They're going to share their thoughts on the tournament. That segment also brought to you by Frontier Ford.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of the Floor Store. This month marks our 39th anniversary.
Steiny and Guru, Willard and Dibbs, all together at 1:45 each and every day, only on 95.7 The Game.
So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchell.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Guru, you know what the motto of New Mexico is?
For me, it's back to work and attacking with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
What does that mean when you like quotes? Like, I'm attracted to that stuff. Profoundism.
I don't think there's that. It's profound.
I added the ism.
New Mexico is called the land of enchantment.
Okay.
Now, the gentleman or woman on the text used the word fantasy. It's been his fantasy to go to New Mexico, and it actually is a wonderful word to use as it relates to New Mexico, because New Mexico is known for its magic, its mystery, its enchantment.
And that's what life's about.
That's why fantasy works. I'm telling you.
Well, I got a different definition of fantasy. I got you. But what you did during the break is you got to stop it. You're trying to make Michael Jordan not the mythical figure that I think he is. And I believe him and Kerr got a relationship.
Okay, and you know nothing about that.
I know him and Pippen don't, and that bothers me.
I wouldn't speculate on a relationship that I know nothing about, and I wish you would hold true to that also.
No, but I would. They played together and won. He passed Kerr the ball. Kerr hit the shot.
Yeah, and Jordan Poole and Draymond Green won a title together.
You got me there. I'm done.
What Guru's referring to,
theater of the mind,
is
I lied.
According to Evan, after Steve Kerr talked about the greatest defenders of all time, he didn't mention Jordan. And Raymond Ritter said, oh boy, Michael's going to be mad at you. And Kerr said something like, yeah, well, he doesn't like me anyway, so no harm, no foul there.
He's joking. How could Mike not like his guy?
I made it up.
Maybe Kerr doesn't like Michael. See, I look at Steve Kerr and I see nice guy. I see competitor, but I see nice guy. I don't see nice guy when I see Michael Jordan. That's all.
But see, people think you're not a nice guy, and I defended you on TV because you are a nice guy outside of here.
Okay.
There's a different side to you.
All right.
I'm starting to feel like Jordan didn't have that. He was just a killer, and he didn't care. Come on, man.
I love
you, Mike.
I don't want to ruin your hero list. So.
Call it like you see it.
Thanks, Shannon. Let's go to Mr. Paparazzi in Florida.
Uh-oh.
In Florida. Hey, Paparazzi, how you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing well, man.
Hey.
Munga, I think what should go down is he should take advantage of this opportunity while Jimmy is there and sharpen his game. Because Jimmy buys him time to get better for the future when Green, Curry, and Butler won't be there, since he's supposed to be the future. So now he can sharpen his game and get better and work on all the little things everybody is complaining about without being pushed into the number one man or the number two. Right now, he's number 4. And that's the best position you want him in, especially with the stars and the IQ level those stars have around him. And instead of trying to make him be the man now, tell him to take advantage of this opportunity and work on his game and get ready. So when it is his time, we'll have a legit reason to either get on this case or celebrate him as our Warriors. And plus, I came over with Jimmy Butler from the Heat.
Hey, real quick, that's a great point.
I think it's a great point.
Let me ask him this. What if I were to tell you, and you tell me if I'm being unfair, I thought that was already happening, but maybe because he was hurt, he couldn't actively get out there and do it. But I thought he was watching all this stuff, so he would hit the ground running.
No. It's different on the sideline. I coach myself. It's different on the sideline. Yeah, he probably was watching and learning, but he probably was coming back to be the man.
Yeah.
But no, don't come back being the man. All you want to do is come back and give them what they missing. That person who's driving to the hole, that person who could jump on top of the rim, that person who can do all this. Give them like that, something like a Dennis Rodman, but an athletic one right now. because we not really needing him for that. We need him for that youthfulness, that energy, that go through when people want to double team Curry, when teams want to double team Butler and leave. He got lanes and stuff open. Take advantage of that right now of your game, which is so quick that nobody can stay in front of.
Well, I'll say this to you, Steiny.
Thanks, Paparazzi. And I'm going to follow up on what you said.
They don't run enough for Kuminga to be able to do what he does to come downhill enough for me. You know what I mean? Especially when you're giving up a bucket on the other end. Like, they don't run enough for Kuminga to be in the open win like a thoroughbred. It's the half court where I'm feeling like Kuminga's thinking too much. And the offense looks bogged down like it did the third quarter in Milwaukee and last night.
I think Paparazzi is right on the money, like with some general thoughts. And one of the things I believe is he's not ready yet to be the player that some people think he is. He's not ready to assume that mantle. So when Paparazzi said, Jimmy Butler's going to be here for 2 more years, it did click with me. I was thinking, you know what? That's a great point. He buys some more time for Kuminga. You don't have to ask Kuminga to do something that he might not be ready to do because he's still only 22.
And what cost us, Donnie, this offseason?
What do you mean at what cost?
I mean, how much is that worth? If he has a number and they feel like...
Then he's got to go. Like, seriously. Like, that is the way I feel. You can't pay this guy $30 million because that's the second or third best player on a team. And he's not there yet. Like, here's what I think. It's just not his time right now. And it sucks. And other guys got paid. And he's in a different situation. But the timing's not right. He's not, maybe I'm wrong, he's not going to get the money he wants. Okay, so what does he do? Take a 2 or 3 year deal at whatever you can get. If it's 15, it's 15. If it's 20, it's 20. If it's more than that, great. But it's probably not going to be 35 or 40. That's the contract that he'll get at 26 if he shows he can be that guy. But I'm with Paparazzi. At this point, he hasn't shown it. But you know what? They took some pressure off him for the next year or two because Butler's here. I think that was well said, Paparazzi. Well, that's usually when you follow up and say, I don't know, Steiny. I agree or I disagree. That was an astute
point talking about maybe it's just not his time right now.
Yeah, I just like with the injury, with the injury and with the upswing and the uptick of this team to contender status, it's just made it a little tougher for Kuminga. And the one thing we can't forget, he's missed 30 games.
Oh, that's a big portion of it.
So, it's probably going to be slow.
Respond to this, Donnie, on the chat. Talus Mike. Can we think about how stagnant the offense gets without Kuminga? Why are we blaming him about it being stagnant? And I don't think either one of us are doing that. I'm just like, you're right, man. But a push is going to come to shove, Steiny. Jonathan Kuminga thinks of himself highly, and I'm sure his representation does. So it will be, and it's about the playoffs and this run. But this is going to be fascinating to see if he's thinking like, if his camp's thinking like you are, like, okay, I'll grow into that payday. I'll get something for now and then blossom. Or he might be feeling like, if I'm in another system with no Butler and Curry, I may go up that pecking order like our guy from Florida just said. He's fourth. He might go somewhere. They might not win, Stoney, but he might be second, 2 or 2A.
Yeah. And if I believe if somebody gives him $35 million, and I don't know who's got that kind of money other than the Nets. I mean, if the Nets pay Kuminga $35 or $40 million, are we going to be sitting here saying, tell you what, Nets have action. They got some big action. Or are we going to say, well, he's going to get 30 minutes a night there, so he's going to get you 22 a night, but how good's the team going to be?
Yeah.
I'm at the same place I've always been with Kuminga. Would I trade him? No, I wouldn't trade him. I can't pay him what he thinks he's going to. I can't pay him 30, though. I just can't. And I think there's room in the middle now. Shaka in Berkeley.
Our guy.
What's up, Shaka? How you doing?
Hey, man, I'm loving this conversation, man. Y'all got it going on as usual, man. I think what we saw yesterday out of Kuminga is what we could expect started off kind of slow, then he got moving, man. We just let him just play through the offense, man. Let him do what he got to do, man. I think we're worried about too much right now. Let's just get to the playoffs and make a dent, man. Let's do something, win a couple of rounds, man. You know, the Warriors, man, we're champions, man. I think I really believe y'all underestimate this talent of this young man. He's just young. He's 22, man. You know, he's only 22 years old, man. Everybody act like he's 27, 28. You know, I just think that he needs more support, you know, a hug every now and then after we come off when he's frustrated. And I think he'll take us to where we need to go, man. It'll be another banner in San Francisco, man.
Yeah. Thanks, Shaka. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, I won't retreat, Stoney, and you're not asking me to, off of they need him to be the best version of himself to go deep, to shock some people. And at this point, with the big three, would the Warriors going to the Western Conference Finals even shock us at this point? It wouldn't shock me.
It would shock me.
It would be hard, but everything is, you know, that's worth something. But at this point, Stoney, I don't think I would be so much shocked because they're so top heavy in regard to Butler, Dre, and Steph having the know-how and already off to this great start. You know, it is dependent and a little scary on the others, their first time, you know, having this type of role, the Pods of the world, the Moody's, the Post, the Kumingas. So it will be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, I mean, it's to me, it's interesting because I think some people look at it like I look at it, and some people look at it like you look at it. And it's this. The Warriors right now are a very good team. And they're a very good team, and they've been a very good team, and Jonathan has not been a big part of it. To my way of looking at it, I look at it and say, you know, he's not as important as he was when he left to the Warriors' success. They've shown that they can be a really good team, and he's not playing. Other people say, well, now we're a really good team, so if Kuminga can play, he can take us to another level. And, like, I'm skeptical of that. That's all.
Will you agree with this? And even last night is another example. I feel like opportunities like last night, just in the minute allocation, like we're going to see more of him. Like it's not the TJD thing. I'm not comparing the two players, but Stoney, he's a factor on this team. Like, you know, we're not going to do it every day we come in here, but I just can't ignore every time we get to watch a Warrior game. I guess what I'm saying is his growth, because, you know, for you to sit here and say if he were to sign and come back and get there in 2 years, well, how is he going to go through how is that going to happen? Repetition. And each game until the season's over is going to be that. So you just hope it kind of clicks. And last night he didn't play bad.
Yeah, he was
right. Again, I'm not telling you he was a star.
He was. I don't know.
Like, I'm not getting you to say something.
I guess, yeah. Okay, you know what? You're right. He wasn't bad last night. He wasn't bad.
And he wasn't great.
But I like this from Janine on the YouTube chat. Being on a contender with talent like Steph is hard for young players. They don't get to work through their mistakes like on other teams. And that is a theme of what's happened to Kuminga for 4 years. It just is. Yeah. Like, the thing I worry about with Jonathan is what happens if Butler, Curry, and Draymond trust Moody, Podziemski, and Payton more than Kuminga. Well, that's gonna filter through to Steve Kerr. So
do you think that has a chance of happening?
Yes, I do think it has a chance of happening. You know what else has a chance of happening? Jonathan Kuminga playing great, and Kuminga is doing enough that Draymond and Butler and Curry go, man, this guy can help. We got to put him in the right spots, but he can help.
Yeah, I think that's where we're at now. You know, it's not going to be easy.
I mean, like the thing, like they are no longer in a position to allow Jonathan Kuminga to work through anything or to try to figure out how to be a scorer on this. Like, it's the part of the reason that he was scoring so much is it was out of necessity,
but they've got the job.
No, but if Kuminga's your number 2, you think you can be a real good team?
Well,
I don't.
Right.
Not right now. Maybe in a few years. And so the other thing is, whether they like it or not, they like to use Draymond at center and Jimmy Butler at 4. And that's Kuminga's spot. Yeah. So I'm worried about Kuminga finding a role on this team this late in the season when I know damn well that Kerr's preference is Draymond at 5, Butler at 4. Okay, well then Kuminga's got to play 3. Well, now we get into some iffy stuff in terms of, well, could Peyton give us more from the 3? Yeah. Could Moody give us more from the 3? I don't.
Yeah, and I'll end it with this. We can take the names away. Player A was averaging damn near 30 points, 25 points a game before the trade went down and before he got hurt. Team makes a trade, gets a hellified baller in town, and then the young player that was doing what Kuminga was doing comes back to, you're right, a new team, Stoney. So I'm just saying to the masses, and I'm Team Kuminga, like I really think he's a talent. It's going to be an adjustment. And maybe it doesn't get adjusted by the time the playoffs come. But I don't want to say it's unfortunate because the greater good of the team, they're doing better and they got a shot. But let's just not underestimate what you just said, how difficult that may be for said player. And in this instance, it's Jonathan Kuminga to get reacclimated to this team, especially if you're not eating like you were before and even starting the games.
Well,
yeah, I don't envy him at all. It's tough. And you got the contract stuff, oh, by the way, in the background, if that interests you.
And, I mean, this is where, I'm not disagreeing with you. But when you say, it's tough for Kuminga, there's another point of view that a lot of fans hold. It's not that tough, Jonathan. You've got to start doing the things that they need you to do.
Okay.
Which is rebound.
And
rebounding is they want him to rebound more.
Yeah. I'm going to say this, Tony.
There's no reason that Moody and Podziemski should be rebounding the ball better than Jonathan Kuminga.
And as excited as I am, this is how you know I'm fair and I'm not trying to win anything or what have you. The bottom line is he's been here for 4 years. And, I did resent Kerr at moments because I felt like Ty Jerome and Lamb were getting in his way of growing or whatnot. But that ship has sailed, right? But the bottom line is, if you're telling me in year 4 with 13 games left, the same guy needs to rebound, well, I'm looking at you right now, Stoney, saying, you know what? That's probably highly unlikely that's going to happen if it ain't happened by now.
That's fair. But I don't take it that far because I know he's been in the league 4 years, but
in this system,
he doesn't he came from a place where his basketball foundation was less than 95% of the other 18 or 19-year-olds who got drafted.
But they chose and knew that.
So then they knew he was not going to be a finished product right now. And that's the thing, and that's where the fight is, in a way. It's like, I think they drafted a project, and if you think a project is going to turn into a finished product in 4 years, especially on a team that's really, really good and trying to play for titles, I just think fans are asking too much from Kuminga. He's just not there yet.
Yeah. 25 minutes, 15 shots, made 7. 4 rebounds. And again, this just last night, 2 steals. So, I'm just looking at this.
How's his defense?
Wasn't bad.
Okay.
But
I don't know. He didn't stand out. The 2 guys who stood out defensively were Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green.
I know we're almost up against it. Let me throw this to you. So if we take Kuminga off of this team, Stoney, you really think they can get to the same heights they could have with him? Like, you don't think he propels him just to another bracket?
Yes, but they need him to be that player who does the things they're asking him to do to take it to the next level. And I feel like the Warriors don't think that he's there yet. But, okay, the way I look at Kuminga now is if Jonathan Kuminga, let's say, got hurt right now and he was going to miss the rest of the season, I would not be like, they are screwed. I just wouldn't. Yeah. I wouldn't say that. I would say, well, that's a piece that can help them at times that they're no longer going to have. But would you write them off? I wouldn't write the Warriors off just because Kuminga's not playing a lot.
But the funny thing is, we keep talking about this team and its lack of size and mismatches. Well,
he plays
the other
small.
way.
He plays smaller than his size because he doesn't rebound.
But on the break, he's a monster. And coming downhill, he's a monster.
And how much of a factor is the fast break in the playoffs versus the regular season?
I'll give you that.
888. No, never mind.
What happened?
Well, we got the
shindig.
What's it called?
Crossover.
Yeah, crossover.
Also
coming up on what's bugging you? Which is always sponsored by Atco Pest Control.
You got something today?
Well, yeah.
I hate when you say you don't have nothing.
Well, remember I told you I had something, and it has to do with.
Oh yeah, gotcha.
And that's what life's about.
I'm gonna find that audio, Gavin. Go ahead.
I hope that UCLA makes a deep run in the tournament so I can put together a list of Mick Cronin drops.
I love the drops. I don't like Cronin. I love the drops.
Are they in the bracket that could possibly be at Chase?
No.
Oh,
unfortunately.
Man. Could you imagine?
We didn't even mention that. We may be out at Chase Center when the regional comes in here.
Yeah.
Give me Calipari. Calipari or Pitino will be here.
A little pressure on
They
Coach
don't
Cal.
want. Let me tell you something.
They don't.
Do you really think Pitino or Calipari wants to be looking down the barrel of a double interview with you and me?
Not your job.
Oh, my God. Hey, Calipari, this ain't Lexington.
I'll get somebody else to ask these questions.
This ain't Fayetteville, Arkansas, Calipari. We're coming hard.
Yeah, I almost slipped up on KPIX. I go, yeah, Pitino has some I had to catch myself. He's beating them. He's gotten past them. Yeah, a little stuff
You
going
can take
on.
this to the bank. If we interview John Calipari,
he's awesome.
I will be.
Are you fanboying on
my God. Yeah, I love Calipari.
I didn't know.
Yeah, I won't ask him anything tough.
In 10 seconds, why?
I just love him. Because he's real.
So is Hurley.
Oh, man. That's who we need.
We might get Dan Hurley.
That's who we need.
Nah, I'd be just flat out scared.
Firecracker.
I'd be like, oh, boy, Hurley's going to make a tool out of me. All right, let me see. Download the free Odyssey app. Check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Willard and Dibbs on the other side. And that segment also sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
This fish is stinking from the head up.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15.
You either make excuses, quit, transfer, blame others, or you get to work. And that's what life's about.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it is the crossover, and it is on a Friday, which means we're sponsored by Atco Pest Control. And coming up in 10 minutes, what's bugging you? Sponsored, of course, by Atco Pest Control.
Streets are saying we got some good ones.
We
have to sift through the options today.
Yeah.
And by the way, I think, one of the things we have to do,
and that's what life's about,
periodically on this show is, conduct interviews, and there's an art to it, and you guys do it very well, and you guys were never better than yesterday when you had Dan Dibley on as a guest.
It was a tough
a little bit tricky, but well done, guys.
He was about 6 minutes late. That should have been our first sign.
That's incredible. I purposefully put him in a spot where we had a break 9 minutes away. Where I'm like, we got an escape hatch here. And then he's 6 minutes late to a 9-minute segment, which left 3 minutes, and we only took 2 of them. Purposefully. If you had an opportunity. Holy crap. Holy crap. This person was answering our questions, screaming at television,
play-by-play,
bumping into security people, and ordering drinks all at the same time.
And believe it or not, he was actively drinking while it was happening, too.
It was actually quite easy to believe if you listen to it.
That was great radio.
Is that on the Odyssey app?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it's there.
I think we have it. And listen to
Oh,
Good God.
After the interview, Mark Willard and I exchanged detailed texts about it. They were really in depth. I texted to Willard.
Wow, if it got Steiny texting.
I texted yikes, and Willard texted back, dude.
Yeah, it was a male text. We had an entire conversation in 2 words.
No doubt.
Nothing else needs to be said.
That was it.
Yep.
Wow. And nobody's heard from him since.
I actually have. I texted him.
You checked on him?
Yeah, I checked on him.
By the way, I actually want to shout out on my walk here today. I got stopped by a listener. So what's up, Gene? Supposed to shout out everybody at Kaiser. I didn't quite catch first of all, men don't know what their best friends do for a living. So in the 38 seconds that I was with Gene, I didn't quite catch what he does over there, but I'm going to shout out his people. And then we're done with the exchange. And he wanted to do a pick, and we super energetic guy, really fun, nice guy. Okay, we dap up, and he's on his way. And then I get about 10 steps away, and he turns around. He goes, "Hey, Willard, tell Dibbs his picks suck."
Oh boy!
And that was like down the street.
Wow.
So that was.
Hopefully he's out. He's winning.
I was like, yeah.
We know he's drinking.
They did.
Yeah.
They did yesterday.
I texted him at 9:45 this morning, and I simply said to Dibbs, "Oh boy." And he texted back, "What?" Question mark. I said, "Epic Vegas call-in."
Why are you trolling him?
He said, "I hope it wasn't too much. We are in deep."
Wow.
Yeah, no, it was just right.
It was
just right.
You got
it. Is exactly
Willard,
what
you
we were
hit him
going
with
for.
it. You only been there 4 hours.
I'm like, dog. Dude, you're not coming home till Saturday. Potentially Sunday at this rate.
Run some 4 corners.
Pace yourself.
You got time, Dibbs.
Pace yourself. There's a lot of games coming.
So you two were in the building when I heard a thud that I'll never forget last night as Curry went to the ground on that tailbone. And if you told me that bad boy has shattered, that's what it would sounded like. But walk us through being in the building, what that was like watching my man, the chef.
Well, unfortunately,
look chefless.
Yeah, when he hit the ground, that was the loudest moment of that minute because there's no sound. There's 2 sounds that Steph Curry brings to an arena in the Bay Area unlike any other. One is a 3-pointer during a Curry flurry, and the other one is when he doesn't get up. And it is the most like Adam's apple grabbing moment after what we've watched the Warriors go through over the last 4 to 5 weeks. And like it's the ultimate air out of the balloon,
man.
With everybody's experiencing right now, to then look as the players all head to the other end of the floor, and only 9 of them go, and your eyes go back and see him laid out there. The stuff that goes through your head about the season.
Oh, it was incredible.
It is breathtaking. It's absolutely breathtaking.
Yesterday was really unique. I don't know if anyone else felt this, but it was kind of a sleepy game through like the first 3 quarters, and the Chase wasn't really into it. Yeah. It didn't feel like. And then the Pistons go on their run, and then Steph goes down. And first, as Willard says, like the whole arena is holding their breath.
The Raptors.
Yeah. And then Steph gets hurt, walks off, gingerly walks to the locker room, and then suddenly the arena, like, kind of feeling danger and realizing this could be a loss that maybe keeps them out of the 6th seed or whatever. Suddenly the arena woke up. Like the second that Steph left the game, and then Quinton Post is on the floor, amping everybody up, and then it just got incredibly loud. But through 3 quarters, even with Steph, just the way the game was going, it was kind of just like a ho-hum, no big deal game. And then the 4th quarter was loud, and it was big.
Yep.
But
I mean, he went out. They were down
5. I think. Yeah.
I didn't like the way the first half played. I thought they were just kind of running up and down. And Toronto's got the kind of team. You could tell Toronto was treating the game importantly, and they just got enough to make it a little bit hairy. You know what I mean?
The Warrior defense was awful.
The first
50 to 38 in the paint, they got outscored.
Absolutely.
You were right.
They got saved by 2 big people who hit threes. Like, if Draymond and Quinton aren't hitting those threes, the Warriors lose that game because every other metric of that game skewed Toronto.
They shot 56% from the field.
And they killed them in the paint. And the Warrior defense, and this is part of a characteristic of a good team, which is that they kind of buck up when they need to in the end. And I think that was Butler's point with that block shot. Yeah. He went over to Draymond and said, I can do that too. And that's great. But it also says to me, it's like, but you were bad for 3 quarters. Man. And I start to wonder the same thing we've wondered all week, which is, do the Warriors have the stamina for this?
Oh, man.
That's my big curiosity right now, because it's like, I don't think they can play great defense for 4 quarters.
Because a better team might be further down the road to where you can't catch them.
Right. For sure. Sure.
They did just play great defense for 4 quarters against the Bucks.
3 quarters. I would argue the third quarter.
The third. You're right.
They were awful.
Good call.
That's like, you know.
They got back
still, Milwaukee didn't even break 100.
Yeah. No, I think they have the capacity to be a good defensive team. Same way I think they have a capacity to be a great team, like all the way around. But can you do it every night? Can you go through the physical challenge of maintaining a playoff spot and then winning in the playoffs at this age?
But can we all agree that they got a problem, I believe, with active athletic bigs moving forward? Cat, Aaron Gordon, and our guy Barnes last night, and then with a little splash of okay players.
I'm not calling Barnes a big. Like, he just a dude who torched him.
Evan called him a bull. Yeah.
He just, every single possession, he's just like, I'm just going to drive in, and if you're still there, I'm going to score on top of you.
Shrug you off, and I'll score at the rim.
He just did whatever he wanted. He did whatever he wanted.
Man, he's really good.
He's very good player.
Really good.
He's a very good player.
I feel like the Warriors, one of the keys to how far they can go is, okay, they have their big 3. We all know that. And then they've got role players who tend to be either lean defensive or lean offensive. And what I'm starting to think they really need to push as far as they can go is when they've got their defensive guys on the floor, can they make enough threes offensively? And then when they've got their offensive guys on the floor, let's say Jonathan, can their defense be good enough that then they can keep the offensive guys on the floor because they're playing well enough defensively? And right now, Peyton's making enough threes to justify being in any lineup down the stretch.
They missed him yesterday.
It felt like they did, actually. Yeah. And I never thought I'd think that.
That's how well he's been playing.
That's the kind of guy you could have stuck on Scotty Barnes, I think. Would have slowed him down because they both play bigger than they are.
So if you're Toronto and you watch Dre get off and look like Larry Bird early and then miss 7 of his last 8, do the Raptors get on the play like, yeah, we lost the game, but that almost helped us that he got hot early and took the midi.
If I'm the GM of the Raptors, that was a perfect night. It was a perfect night.
Man.
You all looked good. You played hard. Brandon Ingram, I ran into him in the tunnel underneath. He looks fine.
No walking boot?
No. No, he sneaks and jeans. Just cruising around smiling. And you got the L. What a perfect night for the Toronto Raptors last night.
Well, that was their game plan, and their head coach Darko Rajakovic.
Sure.
Do you remember one of what he said about Stephen Curry a couple of years ago? He's been around as an assistant elsewhere before, and he's coached against Steph a lot. The quote that he said about Steph is, "I've been coaching against him for a long, long time. I can't wait for him to retire. I'm going to get drunk that night. I promise you that."
Man.
He's been around the block.
That's
He's
a
been
head coach
torched by
saying
Steph a number of times, and he just said, "All right, Steph, you're not going to beat us." And then Draymond in the first half, Quinton Post, Pajemski in the first half.
Yep.
That was the only reason they were in the game.
And that was the other thing I felt like, man, Post is making everything. Draymond's hitting pods. And they were still just hanging. They weren't in control.
They couldn't get a stop
at halftime.
And that's a concern of mine, man.
They could not get stops.
All right. Let me tell you something about termites. They are silent destroyers. They eat away at your home before you even see the damage. Atco Pest Control, they stop them in their tracks with expert treatment and prevention. Protect your biggest investment. Visit atcopestcontrol.com today and then tell our office you listen to What's Bugging You, and that'll get you 10% off any termite treatment. So mention What's Bugging You at Atco Pest Control. 10%. Knock it off.
Can I go first? Because
always, you ain't got to ask.
No, mine's not fun, and so I want you guys to then ramp the fun back up.
Sometimes they're not. Wheeler.
Yeah, well, no, this really ticked me off. This is disgusting. This is actually really gross. This just came down an hour ago.
You know what it is, Grandy?
I have no clue.
Y'all remember the left-handed pitcher for the Dodgers, Julio Urias?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Wore the glasses.
I want you to listen to this headline that I'm going to read, and you tell me if you can automatically figure out what ticks me off about it. Okay? Listen to this headline.
I got it. It's a Dodger.
That's good answer. Good answer. Major League Baseball suspends Julio Urias through the 2025 All-Star break. He's the first player to be suspended twice under the MLB policy on domestic violence and sexual assault.
I know what's
bugging me.
There should be one and done.
Thank you.
Oh, my goodness.
Twice?
Man.
And we're welcoming you back in July?
That's embarrassing, man.
What kind of disgusting rule is that? I mean, I could argue.
What are you saying to women out there?
I could argue if you do it once, I don't want to see you again. But you're going to do it twice? And we're going to welcome you back in July? Get off my league.
Man.
What are you doing?
How tone deaf can you be?
That's gross. That
that's
to
a great
me
word,
is
man.
wildly disgusting. And the Dodger uniform to boot.
Yeah.
Oh, they're probably going to catch hell for that. You ain't the only one thinking that.
Well, but I mean, obviously someone's got to sign him and maybe nobody will. But baseball, you've got to be kidding me.
Who was I know it was different. Who was their starter that lost his
Trevor
career?
Bauer.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, he didn't get a second chance.
He didn't even get convicted. That thing got overturned.
Man.
Yeah, exactly.
But wow. He's the first player to be suspended twice under the sexual assault and domestic violence policy.
Yeah, that shouldn't even be a possibility.
After the break.
That's terrible, man.
Oh, God.
All right.
Anyway.
Damn.
You should have went last.
Well, no, because then we're all sitting here like Steph Curry just landed on his tailbone, and we're all sitting here silent. Somebody will say something funny.
What's bugging me? On the one hand, it bugs me. On the other hand, it's a wonderful, wonderful sign for the Warriors and their fans. What's bugging me a little bit is the Warriors broadcast team.
Ooh.
Because let me tell you something. Here's how you know the Warriors are back. Here's how you know the Warriors have action. The broadcast team is afraid. They're concerned. They're worried and panicked about the Toronto Raptors. They don't like to get behind 4 points to the Raptors.
Stop it.
The Raptors are the kind of team that can beat you if you don't dot your I's and cross your T's. Anytime the Warrior broadcast team's feeling a little scared, that means the team's back to being good because they're worried that a team that's not as good as them can beat them.
What specifically did you hear?
Oh, God. Pregame.
Thank you for that.
I was at the game, so I don't know.
Quickly makes a 3 to go up 3-0. And, we're already, oh, boy, don't let this team get going. This is a dangerous team, Toronto. They've won, 14 times. They've won 6 of 9. They're playing better ball. They really are going to be a tough out tonight. Okay. All right.
Did you hear what Draymond said post-game?
No.
He essentially said, a team like the Raptors, young and, playing better basketball, they come into our house. We're the team that's dominated the league the last 10 years. We're going to get everybody's best shot. He shouted out Jamison Battle. Jamison Battle had a career game, made 4 threes. He really, but you're Jamison Battle trying to make a name for yourself in this league. That's what you do against us. We're the big dogs. It kind of sounded out of the Warriors playbook, Warriors broadcast playbook.
Hey, by the way, not for nothing, but somebody's texted, remember my shaving cream?
Oh, yeah.
I made a mistake.
Oh, boy.
I made a mistake. It doesn't, you're wasting everything that's in your hand. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't necessarily fall.
You got to reboot what it was you said that day.
So the foam didn't evaporate. The foam stayed there.
Like you couldn't keep is it gel or foam?
It doesn't matter. So you put it on your face.
Yeah.
And now, you're ready to shave.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, your hands are still full of shaving cream.
What's the sink for?
Well, that's all wasted, though. That's what I'm saying.
What you mean?
The shaving cream on your hand, after you lather up your face, you then have to rinse your hands off.
Exactly. So why do you need the cream after you've already applied it to your face?
Because there's always still like a layer on each hand.
You rinse it off in the sink.
And that's a waste.
Wasteful.
Hold on a second.
Oh, my God.
You know how expensive shaving cream is?
Have you ever eaten Cheetos
I don't
before?
use it.
You ever eaten Cheetos?
Let me guess, the bag's only half filled.
No, that's not the point.
Do you lick your fingers?
Yeah, like when you eat a Cheeto, there's something left there in your hands.
Not like as much as shaving cream.
Still, it's probably proportionally about the same.
No.
That's cheese dust that you paid for.
I think when it's all,
I
cannot believe
when it's all said and done.
Your hands.
When it's all said and done.
Yeah.
And you are done with the can of shaving cream, you've probably used 71% of it on your face.
But you had us thinking that the cream was defective.
The cream is
you said it wouldn't stay on. I'm thinking, wow, what was it? A dry shave.
You made it sound like it was dripping down your face.
You're just worried about using excess.
Yeah. Well, that's why I clarified.
Yeah. Well, but certain substances, is it even possible for you to wipe it all on your face?
No. It's not.
Well, but he worries about the stuff that goes down the sink.
It's waste. Like it's expensive.
Sonny, do you get every last ounce out of your toothpaste tube before you throw it away?
You're
one of those.
Yeah,
I'm not afraid to take a scissors, cut it in half.
I'm done.
See, I don't do that.
I'm done.
And then you put the brush in.
But, I'll rest it on the counter and use my fist to push it up towards the end.
My mom used to do that with peanut butter. We'd get to the end of the jar. I'm like, I need new peanut butter. And she's just like, I could get a full sandwich out of there.
Oh, yeah, you got to get a spatula.
It's you could, but do you have an hour to do that?
Dude, statute of limitations. I used to get butt whippings for throwing chicken away at dinner, and Norm would go, boy, you see all that chicken left on that bone? I used to have to hide it.
You're listening
I can say that, right?
to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And now, broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Mm-hmm.
I'll go next.
Yeah, go ahead, baby.
This is not nearly as serious as some of the other ones. What's bugging me is certain motion sensor sinks and soap dispensers.
Oh,
here we go.
You get soap, or you put your hand out under the soap dispenser, and either it doesn't recognize that your hand's there, and you wave it back and forth. You wave it back and forth, and then the soap comes out when your hand's not underneath it anymore because you're trying to get the motion sensor to go. Then you finally get soap on your hands, and you go to rinse your hands off with the water, and you get 2 seconds of water. And I still have a lot of soap on my hand. And then there's the cooling off period between times when the water will turn back on again. So I'm just standing there waving my hands in the sink, trying to get the water to turn back on. And I get that it probably saves a whole lot of water, but it's a frustrating experience because I just can't get it to work the right way.
Boy, Steiny, I bet when that soap comes out
with you.
And it misses your hand, the wastefulness of that probably drives you nuts.
I know exactly what Grandy's talking about, and I'm on board.
Me too.
He's absolutely right.
I asked are you doing it right, Goo? I got to ask, yes, you are.
Yeah, turn around and see if there's like an attendant. You're like, somebody want to help me with this, please? Yeah, that happens. I also know where this happened to make Grandy frustrated.
That's how I knew. That's how I knew.
Mention it.
It just happened.
Not here.
All right, I'll knock it out. So I know you guys got joked. Oh, good, you think you're a GM. I'm not, but this is random. # random. So we saw the Eagles win the Super Bowl because I thought of defense, okay? They had the ability to rush 4, and that defense, I believe, is why they won the Super Bowl, okay? Shout out Barkley, but the defense. But Joe Burrow, I'm not mad, but I'm just mad at ownership for paying receiver, who I love, T. Higgins, 4 for 115, 50 guaranteed, the highest for receiver 2 ever. But guys, do you plan to win the game 50-48? There's a thing called defense, and you had Trey Hendrickson that had 17 and a half sacks, and it looks like you're ready to say night-night to that. And I know he's 30 years old, but I'm driving around like, why would you give receiver number 2 all that bread over a guy that can get you almost 20 sacks? Because you need defense, and that's bugging me about what the Bengals are thinking. Why would you go in for receiver number 2 over a guy that can get you 20 sacks? Just a thought I had.
That's what cost them last year. They were a great offense.
So you're going to win 50-48 every?
No, they're going to lose.
Like 50-48. Yeah, without knowing anything about the Bengals cap, when I saw that day where they signed both receivers,
we didn't get to talk about it.
You just ruined Joe Burrow's career. You just ruined Joe Burrow's career. I think it's so odd the way people process that. Like, oh, you got him weapons. He wants a lineman. He doesn't need.
But allegedly, he was on board with, bring my guy Steiny back.
Dudes are always going to be on board for their guys. I get that. But if you ask Tom Brady what's more important, elite receiver or a left tackle, the Bengals have been watching Joe Burrow get beat up and hurt twice now in his very young career.
Oh,
stop giving him receivers and get him some fat people who can block stuff in front of him. I thought that was wild. Wild. Wide receiver market's out of control.
Like getting rims on a car when you need an engine.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Exactly. On 95.7.
Wow.
Have a great weekend, everybody.
That was quick.
Snuck out
Go
fast.
Warriors. Come on, St. Mary's. Let's go.
Warriors.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, let's go. Actually, today it's not Willard and Dibs. It's Willard and Grandy. Because I like sobriety on the air. That's my thing. And so here we are, everybody. Happy Friday. Grandy's in 888-957-9570. Grandy, listen. Look, kinda. Steph is mostly okay.
Yeah, I mean, probably the best news you could have gotten about the injury.
Not great, though. Like missing 2 or 3 games or whatever it's going to be is not phenomenal this time of year. We're going to have emergency Pandia. Doc Pandia will join us here in a couple hours. We'll get the details of what he thinks is actually going to be the number. My hope is that it's just 2 games, but we'll see. But there's kind of something different that comes to mind, and we can get to the injury and sort of what it means for the Warriors in the standings, and we're going to do all of that. But I want to get this off my chest first. I don't care what's fair. I don't care what the rules are. The same way the NFL is willing to go out there and be like, if you touch the quarterback below his thigh, that's illegal. And if you touch him above his thigh, that's illegal. Here is the 1.5-inch area where you can touch the quarterback. And if you touch him outside of that, that's illegal. And
flag, 15 yards.
Exactly. And everyone runs in the streets and goes, the NFL is soft. And then the NFL goes, fine. We'll continue to make billions of dollars because we want our quarterbacks on the field. That's what matters to us. Hey, NBA, you've got to protect Stephen Curry. He's your freaking face. And this is out of control. And only because he got hurt did it distract us from the fact that that guy got slammed to the ground by 2 Toronto Raptors and no foul was called. If he changed his first name to LeBron, somebody would have gotten thrown out of the game.
Or if the person committing the foul was Draymond.
Thank you.
Would have been suspended. Maybe.
I don't get it. I don't understand. I'm not here to whine and complain about free throws. And I don't even care about fairness. I don't care if it sounds like I'm asking for special treatment. Guess what? I am. He's special. He's special. He is your freaking calling card. He is your show. The playoffs are coming. You are going to allow, literally, you just said it, a head coach who has openly stated, I'm just going to run everybody at Steph, and you're going to let people huck him around the floor like a damn rag doll and just let officials head down to the other end of the floor while he lays there on the ground. Unconscionable. I don't understand what the hell's happening in the NBA. I don't get it. I don't get it.
I don't want to blame the Raptors in a game plan. This wasn't like a bounty gate thing. Like, let's go and ragdoll Steph around for 4 quarters because that's not what it was. But just general course of NBA basketball, there's a lot of contact. There's a lot of physicality. And generally, it seems like Steph doesn't get the whistle that a lot of superstars do. And you add on to that Steph 6'2", maybe 6'3", and he's obviously very built and strong, and he's been able to handle a lot of contact. But he's one of the players who you would think might need a little bit more protection from things like that compared to some others. And he doesn't get it for whatever reason.
It must be the size. It's the only thing I can think of because he does play, and the Warriors do play, a game that is a little bit more finesse-based than some other teams. They don't have LeBron James. They don't even have Scotty Barnes. They don't have players who can do that just bowl somebody into the paint and then score on them. They've kind of got to go over them like Jonathan Kuminga. They've got to go around them. Jimmy Butler can go through people, but he doesn't really finish. He gets to the line a lot. And Steph Curry is the most creative finisher and has to throw the ball up at odd times and weird angles and does an amazing job of it. But they don't have anybody that can go through that contact.
Just shrug off another 6'8" dude and be like, no problem, I got this.
And for some reason, that creates this visual of what I think must look like a soft presence on your way to the hoop, and it doesn't get a whistle. And so I really want to talk about the Warrior whistle today. I'm reminded of what Bob Fitzgerald told us a week and a half ago when we asked him which team he doesn't want to face in the playoffs. And he said the Lakers, and it wasn't for the reason everyone always gives. When they go, oh, it's a bad matchup, and LeBron and Luka. He said, no, I don't want to face that team because of the whistle that they get. And my question is, why don't we? I don't understand. What cachet does LeBron have that Steph doesn't? What cachet do the Lakers have that the Warriors don't? I mean, history, great. I don't care about 1987.
Over the last decade, it's Steph and LeBron. That's it. Everyone else is like 8 levels lower than those two.
I don't understand. And it's not like I'm sitting here asking even for an unfair whistle, though I would openly be in favor of it because he deserves it. You protect your assets. You protect your assets. Why do all of us have insurance? We're protecting our assets the best that we possibly can. I cannot believe that the NBA would let a tanking basketball team come in, throw Steph Curry to the floor, potentially bust up one of his bones, and watch him walk off of the court a few weeks before the playoffs start. And the officials don't even call a foul. And I don't even want to read the 2-minute report, but I guarantee you it didn't say a thing because I know that was not even in the final 2 minutes. But the bottom line is this makes no sense from a business perspective. This makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
It's kind of like, I mean, you mentioned the NFL in terms of protecting quarterbacks. It's also like when an official in an NFL game will call a pass interference early in the game, or will call a personal foul early in the game, or will, call offsetting penalties when a couple of dudes go at it and they kind of are extracurricular with each other early in the game, just to set the tone for what's going to happen in that basketball game. And then what happens with Steph is he'll drive and he'll get bumped, or maybe it'll be like a hip check and he'll go flying into the first row of seats, no foul. And the opponent's like, okay, if I can get away with that, then I'm going to keep doing that, and I'm going to push the envelope and see what I can keep getting away with. And you're just going to keep going and going and going and going. It's what any competitor would do. Whether it's fair or not doesn't matter when you're in the heat of battle and trying to win a basketball game. Oh, they're not going to call that? Let's see. I'll take it one step further. Oh, they're not going to call that? Okay, one step further. And then you go on and on and on. Not that there's any ill intent with what the Raptors did. That's just a hard basketball play, physical basketball play. It was definitely a foul.
No, I don't come down the Raptors road for this.
But it's the officials for not setting a tone. And when you don't set a tone like that, then that sort of thing builds up over time. And it's not just a one-game thing for Steph either. It's a thing that has happened over the course of his career.
I'm so glad you're here today for two reasons. One, you're not drunk. And two,
I'm not wearing zebra stripes.
Yeah. It'd be funny to see what would happen to this conversation if Dibs were here. Maybe I'll try it next week. But
if he makes it.
Yeah. If he makes it out alive. Yeah, what do you all think about the Warrior whistle? And in particular, Steph Curry. This has been an on-again, off-again conversation that I feel like just kind of gets touched on sometimes by Warrior fans, but today I really want to dive into it. I don't understand. I do not understand a league that does not seemingly want to protect its number one asset. And that is not a homer take. Look at the data. Look at the jersey sales. Look at the ratings. Look at the international interest. This is not a homer take. If LeBron James gets this kind of red carpet rolled out, and by the way, he's, as I call them, a head snapper. He is one of the top 3 or 4 head snappers in the league, which is people who literally look to draw fouls by making fake movements with their body so that they can fool the officials. Steph is not.
Never has been.
Maybe he should be. Maybe we need to start doing that. Maybe Steph needs to start flinging himself into the second row after drives to the hoop so that the officials will finally take notice. Do you remember the game in Brooklyn just a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah.
When they're down 27-5, and he's so frustrated, he's getting thrown around at such a level that the officials would not call anything, that he grabbed the ball on the inbound underneath his own hoop and gave an absolute forearm shoulder shiver.
Yep. I think it was Keon Johnson.
To the defender, knowing that he was going to get an offensive foul called just so that he could prove a point and turn and look at the ref and go, will you get your damn whistle in your mouth and lock into the game that we're playing right now? How the hell does he have to do that?
After he knocked Keon Johnson down, he then kind of like cocked the ball back a little bit like he was about to throw it.
I'm going to huck it off this guy's forehead. And you're like, this is like the nicest dude in the NBA. Is he really going to do that?
We're 10 minutes into this basketball game.
I mean, I just do not understand. You want to talk about biting the hand that feeds you. You're going to let this guy lay on the ground with no whistle?
What would you prefer if no player got special treatment or if it was more equitable across? The example you're talking about is LeBron and Steph. But what if no stars got an extra added benefit of the doubt on their whistle?
I don't know how realistic that is.
Not very realistic.
But if we're talking sort of
your point is protect your stars. So in a vacuum, do you think protecting your stars is something you want out of your professional sports leagues?
Yeah, it is. I'm not about fairness when it comes to this. I think it's a faux thing that we do. Oh, we like to treat everybody the same. Let me tell you something. As somebody who is a professor of classes at the collegiate level, you do not treat everybody the same. If you kick butt all quarter long and do all your assignments, you damn right I'm going to give you a benefit of the doubt at the end of the year.
That's also just life in general.
Yeah, the schmo over here who didn't do any assignments and then hits me with 2 weeks to go. Can I make them all up? No. No, you can't. Right? We don't treat people the same way. You know, I don't have the same rules for somebody else's kid as I would for mine.
I remember,
like, come on.
Oh God, I must have been in like second grade or something. And early in the school year, my teacher, no, it must have been more like fifth grade. I forget when it was. Early in the year, my teacher says, "Oh, and just so you know, like, if we get later on in the year and you happen to forget your homework at home, and I look down at your record and you've turned it in on time every single day, like." I'll give you a pass.
Absolutely.
And then you know what I did? I turn all my homework in, and then I take advantage. One day, I didn't forget it.
Well,
just didn't do it.
But you earned it in a way. You earned it. You're a manipulator.
I did.
It's a manipulation
I took advantage
sensation.
of it, no doubt.
But
that's how life works.
Yes. Like, this is, to me, this is A to B. If you do things in life to build up equity with other people, that is going to absolutely come back to help you at a certain point. There are all kinds of phrases that we use for that in life. You get what you give, and you get what you pay for, and all of that stuff. It's all coming from the same place.
And there's no one who has built more equity in the NBA than Steph.
For some reason, it doesn't apply to him. He does not get what he paid for.
Why do you think it doesn't happen?
Only thing I can think of, because I don't think there's some sort of discrimination against Steph Curry, is his size. It's his size and his approach, which is not physicality. But that's because it can't be. You can't be 6'3", 190 pounds and bull people in the NBA. If you walked next to these people, like you've done it, because you've walked underneath the hallways at Chase Center.
Yeah.
You know, I was sitting there like having dinner last night in the media room and a couple Raptors walk in and you're like, holy hell, who the hell is that?
Walked past Giannis on Tuesday.
Dude, they're the most gargantuan human beings you've ever seen in your life. You can't bowl through them if you're Steph Curry.
But what makes no sense, if you are someone like Steph, who's not small for normal person standards, but small for NBA standards, it should make it more obvious that you're getting ragdolled.
Correct.
Like, if you're LeBron and you're 6'9" and you're built as hell, and like, okay, you're not going to be able to sell that you're being thrown around as much as someone who's 6 inches shorter and 50 pounds lighter.
I'm not here to tell you I understand it. My best guess is just because bodies don't fly off of him, therefore contact is like a little bit less evident. That's my best guess. But my number one answer is, I don't get it.
Well, I think our callers might have some answers.
All right. So, yeah, a lot of people want to weigh in on this. Let's do it. 888-957-957 is the number. We're brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types, welcome. All right, we see all of you. We got Mr. D and Laura and Deb and Spencer and Jonathan. Here we go. Let's take your phone calls coming up next. Grandy's in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
Now it's time for the closer of the week.
Curry takes the pass from Post. Dribbles far side. Leaves Shed behind. Drives in, dishes out. Kuminga there. Curry got nailed. He's hurt. He's on the floor. Curry got hit and went down hard. He is in pain right now. Trying to get back up. And Toronto calls a timeout. And Curry is spread out, face down on the floor. And this is not good. Not good at all.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Randy for Dibs. Ken, did you edit out the whistle in that highlight? Did you edit it out?
No editing required.
That was weird. I didn't hear when Tim Roy said Curry got slammed to the ground and kept laying there. I was listening close. I didn't hear the whistle. You took that out?
Come on, Ken.
Huh.
You can't manipulate it like that.
Can't take out anything that isn't there.
That's interesting. That's some good, high-quality editing right there.
I couldn't even tell.
I had a funny moment there during the break. I went to the restroom, and I waved my hands underneath the soap.
Did it work?
It worked!
Whoa! Maybe you're just better at it than I am.
Those of you who missed the crossover don't get the joke, but you get to go back on the Odyssey app or YouTube and listen to it later. That's what's bugging Grandy, but not here at
motion sensors.
Not here at the offices of Odyssey.
Oh yeah, we got the high tech.
We got the good stuff.
Yeah.
You guys all want to come visit here? We'll let you in and wash your hands.
And it helps us out in our water bill.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Saving. We're out here just saving. Steiny loves it. All right, let's go to the phones. I flat out don't get it. I'm not here to whine and complain. The Warriors
Homer.
Warriors won the basketball game. But I like someone's got to explain to me. There's one business in America that seems to have no interest in protecting its top asset. It's called the National Basketball Association. No interest at all whatsoever in protecting its number one asset. Do you want to know what your playoffs are going to be in round one if he's out? Let me tell you. You're talking about probably better than 10% drop in viewership.
And by the way, this was not a serious injury. Does not seem. Maybe he misses 2-3 games. That could be enough to keep the Warriors out of the playoffs.
Absolutely. This is very dicey. It's very dicey. And I think we can get to this later. You and I agree. Anybody who has uttered, ooh, could be a blessing in disguise.
I'm out on that.
Remember 2 years ago when he rested leading up? Here's my answer to that. Remember how many wins the Warriors had that year? Lots more than they do now. This is not good. This is not a good thing that he's going to miss at least probably 2 games.
We remember that Steph came back for the beginning of that 2022 postseason run. He came off the bench against Denver in the first round, if you remember. But we all forget, Willard, the Warriors lost 6 of their first 7 games that Steph missed. He missed the final 11. They lost 6 of the first 7.
That team had something this team doesn't have, and that's wiggle room. It's a flat-out fact. There's none.
Yeah, we can get into that.
Minnesota and New Orleans will tip in just a matter of hours.
And Memphis plays the Clippers tonight.
Clippers. Go Memphis.
The Warriors want both those teams to lose, but specifically the Clippers.
I think they would. I think if you're a Warrior fan wants Memphis to win, and you want to be a Pelicans fan again.
Emphasize the 6th seed over climbing, of course.
Pelicans aren't winning this game. Minnesota's mad about what happened the other night. Zion's already been ruled out. Minnesota by 1,000 tonight.
I think you said the same thing last time.
I did. I was wrong, but this time I'm right. Just trust me.
I think you're probably right.
Hey, Willard, your picks stink. Anyway.
Not today.
Let's go to Laura in Mill Valley. Lead us off, Laura. Laura, thank you for calling. What's up?
Well, I can't agree more with you. I'm frustrated about Steph. He doesn't get the calls so many times. And you know what? I hate reporting on how is he feeling. Oh, he has back problems. And I feel like maybe he is getting clocked or targeted. And he doesn't whine. He doesn't flop. He doesn't push back. He's a consummate professional. He only gets better. And you're right. He's a brand unto himself and to the league. It's disappointing that they don't protect what could be either a game-ending, career-ending, or a run to the finals. And I'll take my answer offline.
Yeah, Laura, thank you. Like, that's what I don't get. Like, I know that people are going to hear this conversation and they're going to think about equity. I'm sorry. I don't want equity. You don't protect your assets with equity, right? Cars coming at your dog and your kid. Who you saving?
Oh, God.
Well, I'm sorry to get morbid. Like, I don't know why that's the first thing that came to my mind, but, like, I can come up with a much better one. You know what I'm saying? But, like,
good old-fashioned trolley problem, Willard.
Okay. All right. How about this? A big wheel is flying at your dog and your kid. Who are you grabbing?
Wow. Your kid.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, we do. This is a class system. I'm not here for let's protect Onyeka Okongwu the same way we're protecting Steph Curry.
Go Trojans. Fighting on. Shout out Lucas.
See him tomorrow night.
Yeah.
But, I mean, like, this is a business. You got to keep your guy on the floor. So I look at it from that perspective, not necessarily the perspective of, we're all equal here and a foul is a foul. Yes, you're not wrong. A foul is a foul. But when in doubt, I'm going to blow the whistle a hell of a lot louder for Steph Curry than just about anybody else out there.
And I think the part where you are on to something is, and it's what a lot of our callers, and I've seen a lot of texters and on YouTube as well have pointed out, like, the NBA is so clearly incentivized to do that.
Yes.
So clearly incentivized. Like, it's one thing if this is coming from, and this is probably part of it. I mean, you're a Warrior fan. I'm a Warrior fan. I think most people on hold are Warrior fans. Our last caller, I'm sure, a Warrior fan. And part of it is, well, it would help the Warriors if Steph would get a better whistle. But the other half of it is, which is harder to argue, as long as Steph is healthy, the NBA is a better product and the NBA is making more money. And that's all the NBA cares about at the end of the day.
You would think. Bay Area basketball fan, St. Mary's has survived. They rallied back in the second half. The Gales have defeated Vanderbilt by 3.
Better luck next time, Commodores.
That's right.
SEC, best conference in the nation.
SEC, what a joke.
Please.
Smart people. No. Not that people at St. Mary's aren't smart, but anyway. Good stuff there.
Bama is waiting.
And they're going to beat Bama.
Okay.
They're going to be. Hey, Willard, your picks stink. I got St. Mary's beating Bama. Did Bama not almost lose to somebody like, were they against Robert Morris or something like that earlier?
It was competitive,
They almost lost that game. Whew. Yeah, come on, St. Mary's. You can do 2. I got them in the Sweet 16.
We'll see.
Yep. Mr. D in the city. Hey, Mr. D, thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Listen, I'd like to see a stat on how much time the Warriors in general spend on the floor. Every drive, they're hitting the floor. And, they got a name for that. They call it flopping. And, sometimes it's legit, but sometimes it's not. You remember when Jordan Poole was here? Every drive,
yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you on that one.
Floor.
Yeah.
He was on the floor. And so I think what happens is after a while, the officials don't take them seriously because they hit the floor and then they get up running down to the other end. So they say, well, they really wasn't hurt. And I think that's got something to do with it. I want to, any other team in the NBA, how much time do they spend on the floor?
Well, Mr. D, here's where I'm not going to dismiss your point by any stretch, except for you likened it to the word flopping. Do you honestly think the Warriors are the biggest floppers out there? Because I see a lot of teams and certainly individuals, LeBron, James Harden, etc., Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who do a lot more of this than the Warriors do.
No, I know they do a lot of flopping. Everybody does their amount of flopping, but I just think it's been so much embellishment. Dating back to when Jordan Poole was here, he was on the floor every time he drove, and some of that is embellishment. And I'm not saying that Steph is embellishing all the time, he's flopping all the time, but he's on the floor a lot.
He is.
Mr. D, thanks. Appreciate it.
He's right about Jordan Poole flopping.
Yeah, Jordan Poole.
This current iteration of the Warriors, I mean, that was 2 years ago. This current iteration of the Warriors, I don't see them as flopping anywhere near as often as a lot of other teams do.
I don't really see it. And if Steph ends up on the floor a time or two, I do want you to at least acknowledge this point. There's nobody who takes the ball to the rim and attempts to finish a lot around the rim as much as Steph Curry at his size in the league, maybe save Kyrie. Those are the only 2 point guards that I see go in there as much as they do. Kyrie's an even better finisher.
Ja,
yeah, but Ja flies, dude.
Yeah. Same size, though, generally.
Yeah, a
little taller.
Where is Ja? Not playing tonight. But anyway, I do think that Steph he's battling up against trees. And when he gets hit by people that size, I'd fall down too. He's way smaller than the people he's getting hit by.
And flopping is one thing, and that I think it's kind of a separate conversation. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. Part of the reason why I love watching the Warriors play basketball is because they haven't really ever given in to the idea or the skill of flopping and trying to convince officials that they deserve fouls and they deserve free throws. Like, it's a big part of today's NBA, and really, like, it's been around for a while, but it was really popularized by, like, James Harden's Rockets. Like when they were competing with the Warriors, and it was like these just two different styles competing against each other, and it was not very fun to watch.
Yeah, Chris Paul, James Harden, all on the same team. It was brutal.
Not fun to watch, but that is almost a different situation to me, because we're not asking for officials to call fouls when Steph flops.
No, I don't want them to get fooled.
We're asking officials to call fouls when Steph is fouled.
Steph Curry will not fly to Atlanta today. And the reason is not because he flopped, it's because somebody flopped him on the ground with force.
Some buddies, two different people.
And that happens. But the least you can do is, that's the least you can do.
And he would have stayed in and shot 2 free throws, by the way. I guarantee you that. Yeah, he would have.
Oh, my gosh. How about Deb in Santa Cruz? Hi, Deb. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thank you. You guys bringing up this topic is just so important. And I believe more coaches should give a pushback. I love when Steve Kerr says, well, the reffing. But, I don't claim to be an expert, but I'm sitting there. I'm going to most all the games. And if I can see a foul, how come they can't see a foul? I feel like it's an unspoken conspiracy that, we don't call fouls, for the Warriors. Another topic besides your flopping, which I agree with you totally. I never see Steph flop. He gets pushed over, hit so many times, and so do our other players too. But is the bully ball. I think the NBA really wants to see bully ball played. They don't want a team that has finesse or workarounds or fancy footwork or turns or whatever. I think that's why the bigger players get all the calls, because, if you go up and try to bully them, no, you can't do that.
I guess, Deb, it's an interesting thought, because why would the league, I can't tell you you're wrong, but why would the league want that? I don't think that's a fun watch, and the league has made a bunch of rule changes to sort of prevent the Detroit Pistons of the 90s style of basketball that used to be.
I agree, but I'm just looking at what I see.
Yeah.
And the teams that do play the bully ball. And, East Coast versus West Coast, it's different. And it's not a refined way. I mean, Draymond brought it up a while back. Hockey players get in a fist fight and it's all okay. And then they go back to playing.
Right. And then, and obviously, and that's Deb, thank you so much. It's a good call. That's the culture of hockey. And also there's a reason behind that. They let the hockey players do that. Stop the game.
Throw the sticks down, take the gloves off.
Well, they do it because they have sticks in their hands. And it's like, if they don't let them get, I know the thought is, if they don't let get their frustrations out that way,
they're going to hurt someone
they're going to actually whack each other with a stick, and somebody's going to get killed. Like, there's no doubt. I mean, that's why hockey does it that way. And then the culture of hockey, most of the fans love it. Absolutely love it.
It's like letting two puppies just go at it to tire them out.
Yeah.
Get your energy out when you can't actually hurt each other.
I mean, it's kind of a funny concept. Let's put skates on people's feet. put them on ice, don't let them fall down. They have to drop all of their weapons and then fight each other. And it's true. They literally can't hurt each other. They usually can't even reach each other. It's pretty hysterical to watch. Anyway, you know what just came to mind, though, about bully ball? So the Detroit Pistons came to Chase Center just a couple of weeks ago.
That's a bully ball team.
That is a bully ball team.
Jalen Duren and Isaiah Stewart.
Absolutely. They are the most, and the Warriors said this after that game, they are the most physical team in the NBA, and they're young and they're up and coming, and they will push you around, and they're trying to go through their maturation process too, to sort of like, figure out how to do it within the rules and have it all work on their side. And they believe, like every team does, they believe that they're being penalized for that. Did you all hear, and this was last weekend, so it was a little bit under the radar, but J.B. Bickerstaff, the head coach of the Detroit Pistons, this is after a game, and I cannot remember. I think they lost to Oklahoma City. So he's watching Shai Gilgeous-Alexander flop around out there and get all the calls. And then the Pistons are getting called for stuff where they're barely even touching each other because of this reputation of bully ball. And I loved this rant. This came from a press conference, and he worked himself up into such a lather that he then threw the box score and walked off without any more questions after this. Take a listen.
I'm disgusted by the way that game was officiated. The level of disrespect was above and beyond. They have a guy fall down and trip on his own teammate's foot. They review us for a hostile act. They throw an elbow to our chest, neck area. I asked for him, at least take a look at it, right? Just show us the respect to take a look at it, okay? No one would take a look at it, okay? The disrespect has gone far enough, and I'm not going to allow our guys to be treated the way that they were treated tonight. Okay, I tried to have a conversation with official. The official was arguing with Mark. I say his name one time, and he screams at me and tells me that's enough. We understand that we play a style of ball that's physical. It's on the edge, right? I coach my ass off with a passionate way. I'm into the games. Our players are into the games. We understand that, right? But we deserve a level of respect because we're competing our tails off and bringing something positive to this league. Right, we're growing young players. Our young players are competing their tail off. The least that they could do is get the same respect that everybody else in this league gets and get refereed the same way that everybody else in this league gets reffed. And enough is enough of it. And what you saw tonight was disgusting. It was a disgusting display of disrespect towards our guys and what we're trying to do.
Okay, JB.
Then he crumples up. Yeah.
I've had enough of that.
He threw that thing and he walked out of there. Got fined $100,000 for that rant. And right after it happened, it was over the weekend. So we were doing the weekend show, and the fine had not come down yet. And we did a whole segment or two on he's going to get fined, but he shouldn't get fined. I don't think JB should be fined for that. He didn't get personal with the refs. He didn't insinuate that something was amiss with gambling or anything like that. He simply stated what he saw. He left names out of his mouth, so he protected names even though he was livid with them. Like, why are you not allowed to say what you want to say, even if it includes the refs?
And that was against the OKC.
Oklahoma City.
This is becoming a common thing.
Yes, it is.
Coaches after games against OKC. It reminded me almost a month ago when Chris Finch, head coach of the T-Wolves, after a game against OKC, which I think they had won.
Okay.
They might have lost. I think they played back-to-back. I think it was after the first game. They lost the first one. We don't have this sound, but I can just read the quote from Chris Finch. On playing the Thunder, he says, quote, "It's so frustrating to play this team because they foul a ton. They really do. They foul all the time, and then you can't really touch Shai, and it's a very frustrating thing."
Yep. And Shai has become brilliant at...
Oh, he's so good at it, and it's a skill.
Not just flopping, but making things look like they are fouls when they're not.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, if there was a Warrior that you want to come down his road, it's Draymond. Draymond does this as well.
Jimmy does a little bit of it.
Little bit, but like it's creatively grabbing hands and putting them in the wrong spot and then making it look like you're pulling a defender and it looks like they're hitting you. Like, the guys
But Draymond's also Draymond, and it doesn't work as well for him as it does for others.
Right, and he's not a scorer. So, except for last night. But anyway, this furthers the point I'm trying to make about Curry. He literally does everything the right way. He doesn't do any of this crap. And he doesn't get protected.
Well, let me ask you this. So, since Jimmy Butler became a Warrior, the Warriors have free throws attempted per game third most in the league.
Yeah.
Does that make it ring hollow at all?
Well, I don't think this is about the Warriors. I think it's about Steph. For me. I don't think, every fan thinks their team doesn't get a whistle. Yeah. I don't want to be the Warriors never get a whistle. The league hates the Warriors. That doesn't make any sense. How could the league hate the Warriors? They write their checks. But that's kind of by extension, my point about Steph. Steph is the Warriors. Dude, he writes your check. He writes the referee's checks. So the fact that whatever it is about his style that does not lead to the human eye, I don't think something nefarious is going on here. I just think that it's a whiff. It's something they're missing, and more should be done to study that and prepare them for that.
As a Warrior fan, I agree.
Yeah, yeah.
It would help.
Spencer in Oakland. Grandy's in for Dibs on Willard and Dibs. Thanks for calling, Spencer. What's up? Spencer, you there? All right, we lost Spencer.
Call back, Spencer.
Yeah, let's go to John in Walnut Creek. Hi, John. Thanks for calling.
Hey, Mark and Grandy, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you guys for taking my call. Appreciate you guys very much.
You too.
And as an aside, I know Dibs through the world of volleyball because I coached, and we had some players in common. But
not doing yourself any favors right now, John. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, hey, as a coach, as former coach, I got to come down your road on this favorable calls thing. I agree with you that Steph gets a bad whistle, and I think there's something deeper than that. But no, I don't think anybody deserves a favorable whistle, and I realize that's pie in the sky. I understand the NBA protecting their assets, but no, the rules are the rules. You either call it or you don't, but you be consistent. Steph absolutely got crushed last night, and it should have been a call. The fact of the matter is, though, that nobody should get a superstar whistle. Well, nobody. And that's the problem, that where you have LeBron and Harden and all the head snappers.
And, John, you can feel that way, but you started off your call by saying he doesn't get a good whistle and that you think there's something going on there. What is it you think's going on there? And that's the larger point. That's not okay.
He has something that, and like the Niners, too, they don't necessarily... They want to see LA and Boston in the finals. That's what they want. You watch if the Cavs and the Celtics get into the Eastern Finals. Watch that whistle. But I'm telling you, the Lakers are a ticket.
Yeah, that's interesting, John. Thanks, because the data would suggest that the Warriors are a wonderful thing for the finals. Like Steph Curry is every bit the ratings driver that LeBron is.
They would want Warriors-Lakers in the Western Finals.
They want them in the NBA Finals. You want a rule that you could break. Let's just make two teams from the West go to the NBA Finals. So we're sponsored by Honda of Vallejo. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. A lot more you want to weigh in on this. Stay right where you are. We'll keep taking your calls. Grandy's in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
Are you curious about who offers the best?
happy with the ball above the arc on the right side. Gets it down to Draymond up top. Pressure by Mobo. Kuminga gets it and swings it to Post, and Post hits another one. He is 4 of 7 from the field. All are three-point shots.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Quick aside, who is Quinton Post?
He's a madman.
Who is this guy?
He's like one person on the court and then someone else off the court. Like, he'll hit a three, and he'll hit a three over Giannis, and he'll, like, running down the court, scream in Giannis's face, hold up the three fingers. He'll hype up the crowd when Steph goes out. He's a 52nd whatever pick in the draft, and then he goes to the podium post-game last night, and he's just like, oh, my God, I can't believe I'm a Warrior. This is so great.
Right. And then at the end, he's like, hey, Dibs, your picks stink. Like, complete madman. He's like Guru. He's got 12 different personalities. And Guru, I mean that in the best way. I know you're listening. Yeah.
Hey.
You're versatile, bro.
Sports, man.
Wow. Catching straight. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. All of us here at 95.7 The Game, so excited to have Laughing Monk along for the ride. Hey, Sam, what's going on? We can't wait to spend more time there. Hope you do as well. Multiple locations. Got the one right there on the way to Levi's Stadium and beyond. And with what's going on right now, March Madness, and there's like sports all day, every day. Like, what a great place to go.
Oh, yeah.
And take in a game and have the food and drink and all of that. So really, really glad to have Laughing Monk here and be live in the Laughing Monk Studios. All right. 888-957 957 is the number. Emergency Pandya in just about an hour or so.
Unfortunately, we need it.
Yeah, we need to check in on what Doc Pandya has to say about Steph Curry's pelvic contusion. That is the medical phrase that pays after what happened last night.
He fell really hard on his back.
Yeah, he hurt his butt.
Yeah,
that's what I call it, but I'm not a doctor. So
we will ask a doctor.
Yes. Ow! Exactamundo. Oh, and I also need to admit that I got. I guess J.B. Bickerstaff has not been fined $100,000 for that rant yet.
Oh.
I don't think he's been fined at all, but it doesn't mean he won't. They just haven't levied anything as of yet. I think they probably will, but they haven't.
It's been 5 days. Normally it happens by now, right?
Usually, I think. I've also never heard someone do that and not get fined, but I hope he doesn't get fined. That'd be great. But I got by fake Twitter feeds. So
I'm gonna get you.
It happens. To all of us. Let's go to Jonathan in the city. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking my phone call. Good afternoon, Mark and Mark. Hey, I just want to say, man, I think I'm beginning to buy this because I heard this from Kenny Smith, and this is how he puts it. He goes, just go back and look at the superstars' careers in the NBA, and if you look at their box score, about 40 to 50% of their, average scores, it maybe comes from the foul line. And then he goes, so think about Steph Curry, averaging 25, 28 points. If he gets double-digit foul calls like the rest of, superstars in the NBA, he said he's going to average about 35 points a game. And he said, this is how he puts it. That's unfair. The league can't, let that happen because it's unfair. As unfair that it sounds like to us, he's saying that it's unfair if they give Steph Curry the same amount of protection that the superstars get. And before I go, Mark, every time Steph Curry is on the foul line, and that's very little that it happens, there's only one thing in mind. And I know you're a big Pearl Jam guy.
Yeah.
Footsteps. 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 I got scratches all over my arms. The sound guy in Chase, that's what he should be playing every time Steph Curry's on the foul line instead of Kilo or E40.
Jonathan, that's intricate knowledge because Footsteps is way deep in the catalog, so that's strong. Very, very well played there. I think Kenny the Jet is somewhat tongue-in-cheek with this idea. Can't call fouls on Steph because he's too good and it would be unfair. My response to that would be, okay, I'd much rather unfair than basically send a message to the rest of the league. The way to defend Steph Curry is to whack him around and throw him all over the place and let him get hurt, because what's more dangerous to the league, something that is seen as unfair or Steph Curry in a polo and sweats on the sideline? That's way worse.
Yeah, I don't want to ever punish a guy because he's too good. So,
I mean, and you want him in the game.
Yes. A couple of things. What Jonathan's bringing up about Steph and free throws and what Kenny the Jet Smith was talking about, there is some like statistical basis for it. Not that that's the reason why the NBA is doing it, but Steph with a consistent whistle or consistently at the free throw line is a cheat code. Steph recently became like the 20s. I forget exactly how many players have scored 25,000 in their career. It's like 26 or something like that. He just passed that plateau. Of all players that have scored 25,000 points or more in their NBA career, Steph has done it with the fewest free throws.
Yes.
If you look at Steph's career averages, points per game in games where he's attempting 5 or more free throws, 29.5. Pretty good number. 10 or more free throws per game. He's averaging 35.4 points per game.
There you go.
Go all the way up to 15 free throws a game, which has only happened a couple of times in his career. 53.3 points per game.
There you go.
Not saying Steph's ever going to get 15 free throws a game, because of course not. Only the greatest ever would ever be anywhere near that. But like Steph, as a scorer, consistently has had to do it in so many more difficult ways than like any other elite scorer in NBA history.
Yeah, so first of all, he makes all of his free throws. That's part of that. But the other part of it is Steph Curry, the percentage breakdown of like where his points come from, the 3, the 2, and the 1.
It looks like no other elite scorer.
No, but by far and away, the highest number are his threes.
Yeah.
I think it was something up in the neighborhood of 46% of his points have come from behind the 3-point line.
I remember it pretty close to 50.
Right? Yeah. So, like I get it. And that also screams like, well, yeah, you're going to get a lot less foul shots when that's where you're shooting. But I'm not even really talking about it in terms of a build-up or total number of times. I see what I see. And I see that he does go inside, and when he goes in there, he does not get the same whistle that other superstars do, and he's much smaller than all the other superstars, so he gets thrown around more. And when you see something like last night where he's thrown to the floor by 2 bodies and lands on his tailbone and can't get up, like that happens. It's life. It's basketball. This is big boy sports. But, dude, call the whistle. Like, blow the whistle at minimum. The fact that all of that happened and play just continued was offensive. It was offensive.
Yeah, Jonathan brought up Pilo and E40, but too short. Blow the whistle.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Mark in the city next up. And this is one of those moments where we now have 3 Marks on the air all at the same time, which is just too many. But hi, Mark.
Hey, Triple Mark Brothers. I got a couple points. One about Steph Curry. I'm a homer too, but he hasn't been, he has thrown his leg out. He has done if he gets a minor contact, sometimes he will accentuate it. But after he got his ankles injured, I noticed that when Steph came back, whenever he went inside, he would always fall to the ground. Now, it wasn't because sometimes he would get pushed and fouled, but he was just protecting his ankles. He didn't want to land on somebody's foot. That's the thing about Steph, and he continues to do that. And I think it's his survival instinct. And the refs, I think they see that and they think, well, he's falling all the time. Maybe sometimes they miss the fouls. But I mean, I hate defending the refs. And then the other thing, just real quick, was Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Harden. Those guys have mastered the low forearm shiver push off. That guy pushes off every time he drives to the hoop and he gets away with it. That is unfair. That's markedly unfair.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's what I don't want. You know what I mean? Mark, thanks. If you think about where those 2 ideas come from and whether people agree or disagree, this isn't about validation on this, but if what Steph Curry does when he goes to the hoop is he falls a lot and it's because he's protecting his ankles versus people who have literally turned into an art form the idea of making it look like people are fouling them when they're not. Like, which one makes more sense to you? Which one is more passable to you? Which one deserves more protection to you? And let me add in, Steph's better than those guys. He's more important to the league than those guys. Shai might win MVP, probably will. And he's still not as important to the league as Steph Curry is.
And he probably never will be. Mark is onto something in terms of like players, and Steph is an example of them, but a lot of NBA players do it. You fall to protect yourself, and there's an art form to it. Like, you don't want to land awkwardly on a leg for fear of rolling an ankle or your knee buckles or whatever. Like, it's better to land on your backside or however, and it could be an awkward landing, but you'd rather have a bump on your hip than potentially tearing your ACL or something. So that's one thing. And there, like, you actively try to learn how to fall to save your body from things like that. The other half of it is learning how to sell a foul while falling. And, like, that is what Steph doesn't do that often. He's right. He does it sometimes. He kicks out his legs on threes, and he'll try to get, like, a clip sometimes when he's shooting the three, and he'll kind of have an awkward flail at times. But, like, he doesn't do it anywhere. And that's a separate thing than when you're driving around the rim. But he doesn't do it nearly as often as anybody else.
I'd be happy to help. In high school, that's the only thing I did. I'm a white guy who can't jump. I fell down every single time I shot the ball. I'm like, let me listen, because I could make a free throw. As you know, I can make a free throw. So get me to the line. That's it. That's the only thing I can do. I can shoot as long as nobody's guarding me. Then we're fine.
You only gave me one shot to knock you out.
Yeah, and you Eminem'd that damn thing. All right.
I shot my shot.
It's all you got. We're brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com, and all vehicle types are welcome. Just like listeners. 888-957-9570. We'll keep taking your calls on this and also get into the current situation surrounding Steph Curry and the Warriors, which is the injury itself and how the Warriors should go about playing that over the next week plus. We'll get into all of that. Grandy's in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever for a single line.
Off of Baji. Baji had stripped in traffic. Curry with the steal behind the back to Buddy. Over to Kuminga, flying in, goes up, scored, and got fouled! A little magic here at Chase Center.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
That wasn't Curry, was it? That wasn't Curry on that highlight, was it?
Oh, there was a foul. So.
Yeah, it ended with got fouled.
It was Kuminga.
Thank you. If it was Curry, it would just be a which is what everybody heard last night when his backbone literally hit the floor.
It was
loud.
Very loud, and I mean, I don't know exactly what you were expecting, but once I heard Steve Kerr say that Mike Dunleavy said that Steph was trying to lobby to get back into the game, I kind of felt like it wasn't going to be that big of a deal. But before then, I mean, I know you and I were sitting next to each other at the game, and Anthony Slater reported that Mike Dunleavy was walking down the tunnel to go check on him.
Followed him.
Normally that happens when it's something at least somewhat beyond just a bump. So there was a little bit of nerves, but the news today from Shams and from Slater and everybody else, as good of news as I think you could possibly hope for.
No doubt. Although, to go from, hey, Steph was trying to get back in the game, followed up with, he's not on the flight with the team today, is a little like, oh, okay.
But he'll be reevaluated Monday, which is before the next game.
Before the next game. And for those of you who don't speak schedule and have these things memorized in the back of our head like we have to, there's a bunch of off days coming up. In fact, it's almost to a concerning level.
And it's happening in Miami.
Well, just quick aside, okay? These are young, rich men. They're going to go to Atlanta. That's where we're going to start. We're heading to Atlanta. Actually, as we speak, so to get to Atlanta, start out with just a little Friday night teaser. Let's just get it started. Remember, it only took Dibbs 4 hours to sound like that yesterday.
And you can have yourself some fun in Atlanta.
Yeah, you think? So we're going to arrive in Atlanta, going to hang out for a Friday night. We don't have anywhere to be until probably about 5 o'clock tomorrow night. Hey, get there, 5 o'clock local time, got yourself a little basketball game against the Atlanta Hawks. We just dip our toe into the road trip's waters here. And then after that, hell, you played a game in Atlanta, and where are you? You're in Atlanta still. And nowhere to be on Sunday or Monday. However, you will be making a trip on Sunday from Atlanta to South Beach. And then we're going to do South Beach on Sunday and South Beach on Monday. And then
Tuesday night game.
A very highly anticipated game on Tuesday where Jimmy Butler goes against his old team. And then after that, do you fly out of Miami as quickly as possible to the next destination? No,
even though the next destination is still New Orleans.
New Orleans. But we've got 2 nights off before you go to New Orleans to play a game and then get loose there on a Friday night. These 3 cities, the Warriors have a week to play in. Atlanta, Miami, and New Orleans. What could go wrong?
A lot of things. Don't tell Dibbs. He'll join them on the trip.
Boys, keep your eyes on the prize.
I mean, you are right, though.
Relax.
Because one slip-up is maybe the difference between being the 6th seed and being in the play-in.
Totally. And Steph's not on the plane. Steph's not playing tomorrow night.
He's for sure missing at least one game. Reevaluated on Monday before the game Tuesday.
The reevaluation Monday does feel a little bit like, and you'd expect the Warriors to be very, very cautious.
Yeah.
With anything with Steph. Very precautionary, as we already watched this week. Sat out a game on Tuesday for what Steve Kerr basically said was just needed an emotional wellness day.
He was mentally exhausted.
Yeah, so take that one off. And then he wants to come back in the game, a close game they'd have to have last night. What do the Warriors say? No. Go get your clothes on. You're done.
Another example of Steph, the face of the franchise, losing a battle against someone in the coaching staff or front office.
Yeah. By the way, on your way home, leave that plane ticket with us. You're not coming with us anymore. And so those are all, but when you hear reevaluation Monday, that suggests to me that the Warriors are just like, look, take the weekend, See if you can get back on your feet. We'll fly you out on Monday. You can join us in Miami. If by some, grace of who knows what, you're able to get out there or want to get out there on Tuesday, wonderful. But if not, then you can just buy 3 more days before we have to play in New Orleans on Friday. This is not from nothing. My guess, that's when we see Steph Curry next. A week from tonight in New Orleans, he misses 2 games. That would be my best guess, which is based on nothing.
Yeah. I think also another reason to think that this is relatively minor and it's probably only going to be a 2-game absence is normally when the Warriors say, like, the player's going to be reevaluated at some point, they say something like, he'll be reevaluated next week.
Exactly.
Or he'll be reevaluated, and they don't really specify exactly when. The Warriors said he'll be reevaluated again on Monday, which means on Monday they expect to have at least some sort of update. And Monday's only a few days away.
Right.
So this is not, doesn't mean he's going to play Tuesday, but it just means that they expect that there's a chance that he could play Tuesday.
Yeah, they want him with the team by then, but think of how they just played Pods. Steve Kerr came out the very next day after Pods left. What game was that? Was it in Brooklyn,
game.
Right? In Brooklyn, he plays
Final game
1
of the road
minute,
trip. Yeah.
and then he leaves, and Steve's like, it's kind of precautionary, like, we're just really want to, we just want to make sure we don't do anything wrong.
He said he was day-to-day, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He called him day-to-day, and then he missed 3 more games.
He missed 5. He missed the first 5 games of the homestand.
Wow. So they really take it easy because I think this just comes from the confidence of who they are and where they've been, which is that they're like, look, we're not going to push it in order to win games right now and then put the playoffs in more doubt. Because when we get to the playoffs, you never play a back-to-back. You never have to worry about that at all. There's a little push-pull there. I get it. I think it makes fans more nervous than it makes them. But when you're this close to the play-in tournament and you want to avoid that at all costs, it's hard. I give the Warriors credit, even though sometimes, like earlier this week, I find it to be stressful and maybe not even what I would do. But I give them credit for being like, look, no, this is our policy, and we're sticking to it no matter who we're playing that night, no matter what.
Yeah, we're talking about star treatment as it relates to officials. The Warriors don't have star treatment when it comes to their medical group. If you're the last man on the bench or you're Steph Curry, you're generally going to be treated the same way in terms of when you're ready to come back, they're going to take it slow. It is easier though to be a little bit more patient, say with someone like Pajemski than someone like Steph.
For sure.
There's a little more pressure there, and you lose in Atlanta on Saturday, and then you kind of have a 50-50 decision for Steph on Tuesday. Maybe that factors into the decision, or say, God forbid, you lose Saturday and then you lose on Tuesday and you say, all right, Steph, almost no matter what, you got to play on Friday, because now we're looking at maybe not even being the 6th seed, but maybe being the 8th seed in the play and having to go on the road to begin the play. And so they're not going to rush to a decision unless the season is on the line, and the season is not yet on the line, but you lose a game or 2, and then very suddenly the season is on the line.
Well, you wonder, at least I do, and this is what I think the Warriors are probably good at, is not making the assumptions that we make as fans. We'll look at the schedule and go, well, here's what's going to happen, right? This team, they're going to win that one, they're going to lose that one. They're going to win, and we have this whole schedule mapped out in our head.
Atlanta's a quality team.
Well, no, but that's kind of what I'm getting at. I think we've been given the message repeatedly over the last, especially week or 2, if not all the time. Dude, this is the NBA, and surprising results happen all the time. Minnesota going out there and losing back-to-back home games this week to inferior competition, resting their players. Nobody would have saw that coming. So
now you're suddenly more scared about the Clippers.
Absolutely.
Because the Clippers have the tiebreaker.
And the Clippers have Memphis tonight, and Ja's not playing, and I expect the Clippers to win this basketball game tonight.
Clippers just beat Cleveland.
Yeah. Now, the good news is the Clippers also play on Sunday, and they've got Oklahoma City coming to town. And hopefully Oklahoma City plays all their people and is able to get a win. But that's kind of what I'm getting at. You just can't make too many assumptions about what these other teams are going to do. You have to, I think the Warriors do, zero in on what's right for the person, the player, and the team in that moment, and sort of remove all of these other distractions. And I think they're really, really good at that. And they've had success with that. I don't really have the stomach for it. I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, it's hard. And we also don't have the benefit of what they have. Like, I don't know how Steph feels this morning. I don't know if when he got out of bed.
Probably worse than he did last night.
I would think.
That's how
like,
these things work.
Did he get to the restroom in 10 seconds or did it take him 2.5 minutes? I don't know.
Oh, man, the way that he hobbled to the bench.
Right. Oh, that kind of injury is the one where when you wake up the next day, you're like, oh, my God, I can't move.
Also, the last thing that you want to do, I think I heard a caller on Steiny and Goo earlier today, the last thing you want to do when you have that kind of injury is sit on a plane for 5 hours.
Yep, and that probably has a lot to do with why they sort of like presented this the way that they did. The minute he goes out, they're like, all right, at minimum, we're like,
Steph, you're not coming back in this game.
You're missing one game. Yeah, you're not coming back, and you're not playing in our next game. And so, no, we don't want to put you on a plane, a back east plane trip all the way across the country. We don't want to do that.
Not a plane like you and I know a plane. Like they've got a nice,
a little cushy.
You could probably maybe lie him down somewhere too. But
you think? Yes, you can. But don't do, why? You know what I mean? Like join us.
Don't need to.
Join us Monday in Miami. Get on that plane. Probably going to be feeling a little bit better by then. I do think if you dive into the actions and the words that we've seen so far, it's a relief. And it looks to me like the Warriors and Steph Curry probably feel like this is not going to be a long-term thing. The two biggest clues are A, Steph wanting to return, and B, the reevaluation and the plane trip are already scheduled for Monday, which is not that long from now.
Yeah.
So I think both of those are really good signs.
No doubt. And I mean, they need them to be good signs because the Clippers, you're a game and a half up on the Clippers. Clippers played today. Let's just assume the Clippers win.
They're a 7-point favorite.
So they'd be a game behind, and they have the tiebreaker. So if you finish even with the Clippers, they would jump ahead of you.
Yep.
You have a decent leg up on Minnesota now. Even if Minnesota wins today, Minnesota's taking on, I have it somewhere.
They've got New Orleans again.
You're right, New Orleans. So, and you expect them to beat New Orleans. If they win, they're also a game behind you, but you have the tiebreaker. So you can think of it as 2 games ahead. Plus, they've played 2 extra games after tonight, and they have 2 losses on you in the loss column. So you would have to lose just for Minnesota to have a chance. Assuming Minnesota wins today, the Warriors would have to lose at least 3 of their remaining 13 games, and Minnesota would have to win out. So you have a pretty decent leg up on Minnesota.
It's bigger than it feels. I agree with you. And remember, you have a game directly with the Clippers, and it just so happens to be the last game of the year.
It might mean a lot. It might mean absolutely nothing.
Sunday afternoon, sleepy game, 12:30 tip. Sunday afternoon, April 13th here at Chase Center. Clippers, Warriors, last regular season game of the year.
I hope it doesn't mean much.
Yeah. I don't know if this makes you feel better or worse. The Clippers do have some, they got some tough games coming up. They're home to Memphis tonight. They're home to Oklahoma City on Sunday. Then they hit the road for a 4-gamer that will take them both to the Knicks and the Cavs, and the Orlando Magic, and then Brooklyn as well. But then they go through their stretch that scares me. And that's why I really would love this road trip. If the Warriors don't have success and if they drop a couple games early because Steph Curry's not there, and then it's a road trip that kind of gets harder as it goes.
Yeah.
Right? It ends in L.A. and then not a break for the schedule. When you have a long road trip, they fly back late at night. I know it's a short flight from L.A., but they have a game at home the very next night. And I think it's against Denver. So the Warriors have a difficult end to this trip, which is now like almost 2 weeks from now when the whole thing is finally over. But when they're doing that, the Clippers are on a homestand that brings them New Orleans, Dallas, San Antonio. Then it gets harder again, but there's a stretch of games in there where the Clippers, I think, are going to cruise a little bit, and the Warriors need to be in a spot where they're ready for that.
Dallas might still be in it at that point, and they're expecting to get Anthony Davis and Daniel Gafford back. So they might. Yeah, they are.
I mean, they're actually going to come back and play.
There was a report earlier today that they're nearing returns. And I'll
believe it when I see it.
They're still in it in the Western standings. You look at, I know it's just the 10 seed that we're talking about right now, but they are only, in fact, they're tied with Phoenix for the 10.
If
Phoenix
I'm
has
Dallas,
the tiebreak.
and we've watched this from that franchise before, where they were battling for the play-in, and Kyrie had been acquired.
It was just 2 years ago, wasn't it?
And they openly came out and sat everybody and fell out of an attempt for the play-in tournament in what was a blatant tank.
And I think it netted them Derek Lively.
There you go. So that's why I say I believe it when I see it with that franchise. There's zero reason to bring Anthony Davis back so that you can do what? Battle to be the 10 seed and get your butt kicked like for one game? I just don't. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Maybe. I think the schedule game is a little dangerous to play because
for sure. Of course
you just don't know what any motivation for any team is going to be, whether they're a good team or a bad team. You don't know. I mean, you talk about the Clippers, the final game of the regular season. It could be meaningful to one team. It could be not meaningful to the other. It could be meaningless to either. Steph doesn't play. Kawhi doesn't play.
Well,
you never know.
No.
We could say that's probably going to be a challenging game, and I just threw out the Clippers one as an example, but you could say it for almost all of the final 6 games of the regular season.
I think that what we saw last night is that reminder that you have to, the best you can, and it's impossible because we're humans and we're fans and we're emotional and all that, but just stay on that night because on one drive to the hole, any franchise in the NBA can change in an absolute heartbeat. And, even though I don't think that happened last night, it reminds you that it could. It could in the blink of an eye. And it remains my number one source of skepticism with the Warriors when I see a few things. When I see Steph Curry now has had a mental exhaustion game and a tailbone injury all in 1 week. I watch a defense that looks like it has a hard time sustaining for 4 full quarters. They're very good at the end of games. Draymond and Jimmy make great plays. Moses Moody has as well. And we can get to that in just a minute. But their defense outside of that was awful last night. And Toronto was doing whatever they wanted. And so my number one source of skepticism, if there is one with the Warriors, is I just don't know if they've got the stamina for this. I think that at their best, they can do anything against anyone, potentially. But the stamina to really be there every night and play 4 quarters and put that up against the Denvers and Oklahoma Cities of the world, I'd still have a little bit of a hard time buying it right now.
I think that's more of a case over the course of the regular season, but once you get to the postseason, I don't think it matters as much to me. And one thing that has always been the case for the Warriors. It's not new that the Jokic's of the world and the Anthony Davises of the world and the Giannis's of the world, although they handled him amazingly on Tuesday, the Aaron Gordons of the world. It's not new that those are players that give the Warriors trouble. They've given the Warriors trouble for a long time. And the Warriors, they always do this song and dance every year, and it's so funny the moment that they finally lean into what has always worked for them, which is Draymond at the 5. It has always been their best thing.
Yep.
And I get why, because you don't want to wear Draymond down, and they had to turn to it probably a little earlier than they would have liked this year. But they always do this thing where they're like, oh, TJD, he's our starting 5, and he's doing these great things. He's our starting 5 for the rest of the year. Oh, Looney. It was Steve Kerr being like, I do this every year. I take Looney out of the rotation, and then I get to a point where I'm saying, what am I doing? He deserves to be in the rotation. And then like clockwork, 2 weeks later, he's out of the rotation again because they found out, once again, for the 10th consecutive season, their best lineup features Draymond at the 5.
And that'll probably...
It'll happen again in the postseason.
Of course it will. Of course it will.
But I know what you're saying. Everyone's a year older now, and Draymond just turned 35. But I think over the course of a postseason... Draymond can handle it. I think the Warriors can handle it.
Yeah,
there are bad matchups. That's the case for every team.
Let's see what have they got in the tank when they get there. Is still my question. It's still my question. We are now on a Friday afternoon, bringing to a close a week where, yes, the Warriors went 2-1, but we also got a Steph Curry injury
and a weird 2-1
and a Steph Curry mental health wellness day,
and a loss to a team full of G leaguers,
right? And an Aaron Gordon torching. So that's what we got this week, And so to come out of that week and have one eyebrow up like you guys are going to navigate these next 3 weeks and you're going to do it well with strength and mostly victories in order to secure a playoff spot. Maybe, but that's an optimistic view. That's you have some real potholes to avoid during this time.
I know we got to hit a break in a few minutes. Yep. We could get into whether or not the Steph absence could potentially be a blessing in disguise, because I've heard that phrase thrown around about it. I could make the case for it. I don't believe it, but I can make the case for it. But let me ask you this. Let's say Steph misses 3 or 4 games, and as a result, he gets some time off, and he's a little fresher. But as a result of him missing those games, the Warriors are in the play-in instead of as the 6th seed. Would you rather pushing Steph harder, get the 6th seed, and have a more exhausted Steph at the end of the regular season, or have a fresher Steph going into the play-in?
I mean, my answer is going to be the same every day for the rest of this year, no matter how we cut this.
6th seed.
Stay the hell
I'm with you.
Out of the play-in tournament.
It would be different if there wasn't the built-in week off if you were the 6th seed. If it was the same amount of rest.
If I would rather have the 7 seed and sitting here talking to you just like I am, or the 6 seed and do an entire show with a pencil in my ear. I will do the show with a pencil in my ear. Not on my ear, in my ear.
We got Adam on our YouTube chat, though, saying fresh Curry equals a ring.
Okay, y'all want to talk this out? Like 888-957-9570 if you want to talk this out.
Well, maybe the better question is, are you willing to overextend Steph for the hopes of getting the 6th seed?
Okay. Like, is this a blessing in disguise in the minds of some? You can weigh in on that, 888-957-9570. We can also, if you're all willing to do it, we can do a little X's and O's of last night. I know it was just the Raptors and whatnot, and I hesitate to do this because, boy, here comes people just hucking stuff at each other out in the streets. I thought for the most part last night was a little bit of an uncomfortable night for Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh. Okay.
Not like a problem, but that was an uncomfortable night for the most part for Jonathan Kuminga. And I think it really especially showed itself after Steph left. And that's why the beginning of this road trip that will now not include Steph Curry concerns me a little bit.
Okay.
No question about it. We can get into it. That segment was brought to you by Honda of Vallejo, and we are also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're here for your phone calls, 888-957-9570, and we're a half hour away from Emergency Pandia. Doc Pandia, with what he saw and what he thinks on the Steph Curry situation, is coming up. Grandy's in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
The 2025 Mountain Winery concert season is here with Trevor Noah May 23rd and 24th. Kevin Hart acting my age.
Now I admire him. I hate Mark Randy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Just keep drinking, Dibs. Everything's going to be fine. The weekend is just about here. Everybody should go to YouTube right now.
Oh, what's going on?
Well, a few things, if you will. And we invite everybody every day to go to youtube.com/957 The Game. First of all, you can not just listen to the show, but you can see the show. Second of all, you can hop into the chat, which is energetic.
It's bustling.
It's a thing. It's a vibe. It's a whole experience. And so, a couple reasons. Next commercial break, which will happen, I don't know.
25 minutes.
There you go. A little bit, maybe somewhere in that neighborhood of 10 minutes after 4 o'clock. We will do a YouTube-only break. In other words, we will talk just directly to the YouTube audience and let you all, whether it's ask questions, throw shade, whatever it is you want to do, that'll be your opportunity to do it. So get over to YouTube, and we'll talk just only to that audience coming up in a few. And then also, you should go over there so that you can look at Mark Grandy if you don't know what he looks like. Because right now, the YouTube chat has decided that if there's ever a movie about Brock Purdy, Mark Grandy will. Mark Grandy will be the actor who plays Brock Purdy.
I don't know if that's a compliment. It's just that I'm a kind of generic-looking young white dude.
You are a boy next door looking dude. You're a boy next door looking dude. That's what you are. You know what I'm saying? So now
that's Brock Purdy. He's just so unassuming.
Yeah, like to the point where everyone's like, I'm sure I'll be fine with $35 million because he's nice. Right. I wonder if y'all saw the report yesterday.
I'll be fine with $35 million.
With Brock Purdy.
Did y'all see the report yesterday? Like the NFL, like the Garafolos and the Peliceros and all the people that end with O's, they're all like, so here's kind of where it sits. The Purdy camp is like, look, if you just get it close to Dak Prescott's contract, we've got a deal. That's all. Just close. Doesn't need to beat the $60 million per year and $231 million guaranteed, but essentially in that range.
I think that anywhere in that range is going to make a lot of people uncomfortable.
Yep.
A lot of people.
Not me.
It'll make me uncomfortable.
I bet. So anyway, I also think it's weird that they want you to play Purdy in the movie because you're older than Purdy.
Quite a bit older.
I think Brock Purdy should learn to shoot a free throw, and he should play Mark Grandy in the Mark Grandy movie.
Well, my guy Carlos on our YouTube chat, shout out to First NorCal Credit Union, said essentially the difference between me and Brock is that I win when I get to the mountaintop.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, I saw that one. It's like the difference between Purdy and Grandy is Grandy's a champ.
Wow, dude.
I saw that. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Carlos.
We should actually do that in Knockout next year, like what Purdy does, which is while you're shooting, somebody should be chasing you and trying to tackle you.
That would make it more difficult.
Yes, somebody who is 320 pounds and takes steroids should chase us while we're trying to shoot free throws.
Yeah.
Let's see how you do.
I'll retire as a two-time champ.
There you go. College basketball tournament's underway, and you can stay up to date on all the tournament action with our bracket challenge on 957thegame.com, and be sure to tune in to KPIX Game Day Center Court after the games, 9 p.m. each night after games for highlights, and you will see some of our hosts sharing our thoughts on the tournament.
Oh, on TV.
In other words, like either making fun of other people who got wrong picks or making fun of themselves if they got wrong picks. I don't think Dibs is on the schedule this weekend.
That's good news.
I could be wrong. I actually, if I were running KPX, I'd be like, get that guy. Get me Dan Dibley.
Yeah, just be careful to whatever the TV equivalent of the dump button is.
Yeah, but it's after 9 o'clock, so, loosen up the reins a little bit,
Whenever Guru's on, that's must-see TV.
Right. Always. Always. So, anyway, that's after the games, 9 p.m. highlights, KPIX Game Day Center Court. Oh, Goo did it last night? How'd it go? Did you watch it? Because we were at the Warrior game,
Knowing Goo, he's going to have a copy of it, and he'll send it along.
The beautiful thing is, and I even heard Steiny do this, and I hope everybody listening, take my word, okay? If you went anywhere and bragged to anyone about being in first place in your pool after yesterday, you're a moron. What are we doing? You're going to go out there after the very first 16 games where everything is worth 1 point, and you're like, I'm in first place because I got 14 and the other guy only got 13. Like, they're right. Steiny's like, I'm in first place. I'm like, everyone's in first place. You're either in first or second.
How many did you get right?
I think yesterday out of 16 games, out of 12 or 13.
I think I got 12.
Yeah, 12 maybe. Something, whatever. Ken, you got 10? Yeah, let's see if you can overcome this massive deficit of 2 picks with the billion games that still need to be played.
All that matters is you didn't lose any Elite 8 teams.
Exactly.
Ideally, no Sweet 16 teams either.
There's a cat named Paul Hoffman in our sales department. He's an energetic character, and he's really good at his job.
I love Paul.
Yeah, well, so do I. Hey, Paul, you keep grinding, buddy. We can make beautiful music together. But Paul thought Kansas was going to win the whole thing.
Yeah, he's out. He's out of the running. Officially done.
Paul can go say something definitive on KPIX.
I will not win.
I am out. The rest of us just wake up and do it again today. There's if you were in first place yesterday, you could easily be in last place by now. Although I hope not, because there really haven't been any game-changing upsets yet.
Nothing crazy. We've had 2 12s beat 5s.
Yes. You could lose. Here's what I would say about
those weren't even really upsets.
No, they were like, oh, we're a 3-point underdog or something like that. So
I think Colorado State might have been a favorite against Memphis.
They might have been. I feel like everyone had that.
Yeah.
Ken came running down the hall earlier today. He's like, Rams. I'm like, didn't everybody have that one? No, everybody had that one.
No.
That's
a lot of people.
Good. I had that one. Whatever. Anyway, here's how I would define your bracket update. If you lost anybody who you had in the Elite 8, you done messed up. If you lost a team or two that you had in the Sweet 16, you're fine.
I've lost 1 Sweet 16
You
so
should
far.
not have lost anybody yet who's in the Elite 8. That means that you got a little too juicy with your picks. You started having a little bit too much fun. Right? UCSD was not going to go to the Final Four. So, although they did a game little comeback against Michigan last night.
They're only their 5th year in D1, and this is the first year they were eligible for the tournament, and they made the tournament,
Dude,
and they nearly beat Michigan, who won the Big Ten tournament.
No, they were
crazy.
They were really good in that.
Hell of a story.
Dominant in the Big West. And
they were down 20 in the first 5 minutes of that game.
I saw all the Michigan fan base is super loud. It's a loud fan base.
Oh, yeah.
So, Twitter last night, as that comeback was happening, I saw a lot of Michigan people who were just like, this is ridiculous.
What the hell is a Triton?
We're so much better than this team. We're bigger. Can you just throw the ball inside? I can't believe this. Let's fire somebody. I'm like, just relax. This is fun. This is how madness works. Other team goes on a run. See if you can hold them off.
It's easy to say it's fun when you're not a fan of the team playing.
I got no dog in the fight. You know who I got in the fight? Whoever I wrote down with my pen, which I have no idea what the hell that even was.
Please tell me you picked Oregon to knock off Liberty.
I did.
7 o'clock tonight.
I did. And then I picked Steve Kerr's Arizona to knock off Oregon.
Yeah, I think most people did.
Yeah.
It's okay.
But anyway, all right. Back to Wiggins. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll take your Warrior phone calls. Doc Pandia in 20 minutes. Emergency doc after the Curry injury. I know you had, a couple things here on the Warriors swing players. If you allow us to get X and O kind of nerdy basketball for a second. I know you had something you wanted to get to on Moses Moody.
I think I need to apologize to Moses Moody because I think I have enough data to suggest that I was just flat out wrong. I thought Moody had it in him to be a good 3-point shooter and to be a solid role player and to come off the bench and to maybe score and grab some rebounds and hustle and do all that. I didn't think he had it in him to be a good perimeter defender. And I think he's just absolutely proven me wrong. And for that, I apologize because Moody's been awesome defensively.
Unbelievable.
Amazing.
You could argue that he had the biggest play of the game. I know Draymond got credit for hitting the 3, but that win over Detroit a couple of Saturdays ago. Moses picking Cade Cunningham clean.
And they held Cade to like 8 points in the first half. He got going in the second, but it was Moody for the most part. Had that steal against Cade. Had the block down the stretch last night. Also poked another ball away. I forget who was the ball handler in that moment. It didn't turn into a steal, but poked the ball away, turned into kind of a broken possession. I think back to the game in New York versus Ken's beloved Knicks. Jalen Brunson couldn't do much of anything, and it was Moses Moody as his primary defender. Moody's been amazing for like a few weeks now defensively, and I didn't think he had it in him. I didn't think he had the lateral quickness to stay in front of guys smaller than him and quicker than him. He's done a great job at that. And you look at a game like last night, Willard, and I think it tells the story of Moses Moody.
Yep.
Because he didn't make a single shot.
Scored 4 points. Yeah,
all from the free throw line. Didn't make a single shot. Moses Moody was 0 for 5 from the field, 0 for 3 from downtown. Yet he played 27 plus, nearly 28 minutes. And the reason why is because Steve Kerr knows even if he's giving him nothing offensively, he is still positively impacting the game of basketball. And I asked Draymond Green this last night, like, how would you evaluate Moses Moody's defense over the last handful of weeks? And he says, well, he's becoming elite on the perimeter. And the way that you can tell that a coaching staff is trusting a player is when they are doing nothing on one end of the floor, are they still playing a ton of minutes? And Moody's at the point defensively, Willard, where if he's doing nothing offensively, he will stay on the court because that's how good he's been defensively. He's been amazing. And I think it's time that I apologize. I didn't think he ever had it in him.
Well, Moses right now, I mean, the line score last night was crazy because, as you said, 4 points all from the free throw line. And then you're like, okay, well, what else did he do? Well, he had a rebound. 27 minutes of action, he had 1 rebound. But and 2 assists. He also had 2 steals, and he had a block. One of those steals was an absolute huge one down the stretch. And so this is where we get to, I think. And I'm only going to use this because, boy, here we go. Everybody can get all going. But I use this as a comparison piece because this is the kind of thing that I think happens where the fan base can get a little bit upset at what's happening with rotations and decisions on the court because they'll look at a box score and be like, why is Moses Moody starting and getting more minutes than someone like a Jonathan Kuminga, who did get 25? He got the most minutes off the bench, but
by a decent chunk.
By a decent chunk. But still, like, why Moody and not Kuminga? Kuminga had 16 points. Moody had 0 field goals. But it's what you just said. And the reason I said that Kuminga, I thought, had a little bit of an uncomfortable night last night is not because we've arrived at a spot where we now need to suddenly judge his reintegration. It's 5 games in. I still think they're trying to figure things out. And I'd also add, any time a lead dog has to leave the court, it's kind of like when the Niners lose Debo in the middle of a football game. It's like, well, crap, that's your game plan. That's everything you practiced, and now you've got to do a fire drill and do something different. It's very, very challenging. And so that's what I saw in the fourth quarter of the game last night with the Warriors. They were able to grind it out. But the part that is uncomfortable for me in watching Kuminga, because he had good quarters and bad quarters last night.
He was good in the second quarter.
Second quarter was phenomenal. First quarter, not so much. Second half, very meh. But the problem is not the numbers or the output. The problem is the style of play. And the bottom line is right now, when I watch the ball get to Jonathan Kuminga's hands, it gets sticky. And the offense stops. And Jonathan is not always very decisive. It's like, dude, if you're going to go to the hole, go to the hole. But should we pass it? Should we drive? What do we want to do? And all it does is take those 3 seconds, and Warrior basketball has stopped. It's grinded to a halt. The ball movement is not happening anymore. And all of a sudden, those offensive possessions seem to get really loose and really unproductive really fast.
Yeah. I have thoughts, but you want to sneak in the
I sure do.
That thing?
I want to say that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. And now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, unless, of course, we do what we did yesterday. Had a great time, by the way, wanted to mention it again, at Splash at Thrive City, which was brought to you by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. It is always a great time out at Splash.
That was a lot of fun yesterday.
Yeah, really good. Really good. It got loud there at the end.
Yeah,
that was a lively night.
We walked in there and they were like around 4:00 is when we expect it to really get busy, and they were spot on.
They were right.
They were spot on. I think last night was like a great example of how Kuminga needs to go about offense for the Warriors. And I know you're focusing on maybe after Steph went out and kind of the sticky nature of the ball once it got in his hands, and it kind of stopped the ball movement and it got a little stagnant. I think the first quarter and the second quarter are like all Kuminga needs to look at in terms of tape to figure out how he needs to play things. Because the first quarter was, I'm going to take a contested three. I am going to drive, but not really gain an advantage and try to throw up a wild shot. And I'm going to go, I don't have it in front of me. I'm going to go maybe like 1 for 5 from the field in the first quarter, and I'm not even going to hit rim on a couple. I'm going to try to draw foul, but didn't get the call. I'm going to throw my hands up and be late getting back on defense. Like the first quarter was a disaster. It was really, really bad. The second quarter, it was more within the flow. It was getting out in transition. Ken played that highlight coming back from break. Like last hour, it was the and one where you were saying couldn't it be Steph because he got a whistle. It was Kuminga in transition, finishing at the rim. I believe that came in the second quarter. He was so much more under control and more selective when the ball was in his hands and more willing to, all right, I don't have an advantage here. I'm going to pass it, set a screen, whatever. Second quarter was so much more smooth. And I think there's like a disconnect when we say we want someone to be aggressive. Like, because that, in my mind, aggressive is just like every time I get the ball, I'm going to try to shoot. Like, no, that's not what it is. When you have the advantage, be aggressive. But when you don't have the advantage, like just work within the framework of the offense. Yeah. First quarter, second quarter, like it was two opposite ends of the spectrum for me. In the second half, you're right, wasn't great either. It was better than the first quarter,
it was
but
fine.
Nowhere near as good as the second quarter.
I mean, I say this next comment with love, but Jonathan Kuminga right now with the ball in his hands kind of looks like Kevin Durant in free agency. It's just like, dude, you're searching, and I'm not sure you know exactly what it is you want to do. So you're trying different things each time in the hopes that might be it, but you're not really defined with what you're going for. And I don't really feel that with a lot of the other players on the Warriors. They're not as talented as he is, but when he gets the ball, it just looks like there's a thought bubble right next to him. And it's kind of like, what am I supposed to do right now? Am I like, they need me to score. They need me to be aggressive. Am I supposed to do that? Even if it's not there, should I force it and spin and try to create something, or am I supposed to keep the ball moving? And I'm almost at this point where I'm like, I don't care which it is, just be more definitive, be more decisive, go do it. You know what I mean? This team, this organization does a wonderful job, as stated, of being like, be you. Remember that bite we played from Draymond to Pajemski when he came on the air on Wednesday?
Yeah.
And he's like, we do not care about your missed shots.
We do not care.
We do. That's the one thing we don't care about. What we care about is all of the other things that you do on the court. Be in the right place at the right time, make good decisions, be decisive, and go for it.
Don't let your makes or misses impact the other things.
And Jonathan is that kind of player. Like, there are going to be nights where that shot is falling, and there are going to be nights where it's not. He's not a great shooter, but he's also not like a putrid one.
No.
But it's just like...
He was really shooting the three ball well before he got hurt. Right. Like, really well.
Really well.
And the reason was because he was more selective. And he was taking the open corner threes, the in-rhythm ones. And he wasn't just hoisting to hoist. And it was like sometimes less is more. And for him at the three-point line, that is 100% true. Like, just take the in-rhythm open ones specifically in the corner. When he does anything beyond that from the outside... It's not going to end well for the most part.
Dog Pandia joins us in about 8 minutes. In about 4 minutes, we'll do the YouTube-only soiree, if you want to call it. It'll just be a few minutes.
Fancy.
But get on over to YouTube, and we'll talk directly to you, answer any questions you have, or fight you, which is probably what will happen. But let's go to Fozzie in the East Bay. Hey, Fozzie, thanks for calling. You're on with Mark and Mark.
Yeah, what's up, boys? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
Look, enjoy the conversation about JK, but I really wanted to talk about this guy, Quinton Post.
Okay.
This kid, man, he's impressed me a lot, man. Look, he's out there balling, playing with guys who, to me, are absolute maniacs, and Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler. I mean, those guys, man, they're alpha males. And he's out there holding his own, man. He's knocking down shots. He went for, 6 for 9 from three-point range. He's stretching the floor for us, giving Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green some space down there. Man, this guy, man, he's only 22 years old, man. He's from, I don't know where he's from, but he's in a brand-new world over here in the NBA, man, and he's doing his thing, man. So shout out to him, man. He's doing absolutely great, and good luck on everybody's brackets. I hope everybody's doing better than me.
Why, Fozzie? Who'd you have?
Man, I picked San Diego yesterday against Michigan.
Yeah,
hey, look, Tyler McGuy.
But that's just
Shout
one.
out to that guy. He's great.
Yeah, Fozzie, you're okay. You lost one game. Would you have him go in the Final Four or something?
No, I didn't. But also, Colorado beat Memphis today. So, yeah, busted all the way. So, yeah, thanks for taking my calls, man. Everybody have a good weekend. Cheers, boys.
You too,
Appreciate it, Fozzie.
If you lose 2 first-round games, that's not a busted bracket. I'm not
99% of people get at least 2 wrong in the first round.
Like, unless you're talking about those $1 million challenges where you're like, I didn't get a perfect bracket again. That's never going to happen ever to the ever. Like, we will die before somebody gets a perfect bracket.
Yeah.
That's
the
never
odds of
gonna
that
happen.
happening are...
I'm surprised these websites haven't changed it now to be like, we'll give you $1 billion if you get it right. Just to get people to drive traffic, because it's never going to happen.
I'm at the point where you pick all the picks and you have a champion, and then it says, in order to qualify for the prize, you need to enter in all your information so Allstate can get it. I'm like,
I'm out.
I'm not filling this out. I'm not giving you my email and my phone number.
Dude, I would
Allstate.
actually, you know what? I'd love to get some sort of a analytics, math, numbers person and find out what's more likely, hitting the Mega Millions or filling out a perfect bracket.
Oh, I read something this week where it was you're more likely to win the lottery like 5 times in a row than have a perfect bracket.
There you go. And you are literally never going to win the lottery.
Let alone 5 times in a row.
5 times more likely than perfect bracket is just absurd.
Really quick, something that Fozzie said. Well, first of all, I agree about Quinton Post. The dude is an absolute madman. He is, though, older than 22. In fact, he turned 25 today.
Did he really?
So happy birthday to Quinton Post. Yeah, he's 25.
Like the oldest rookie in the history of the NBA.
That's what happens when you spend 6+ years in college.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's from the Netherlands. Amsterdam, to be specific.
He can shoot a 3, but the reason he started pumping up the crowd after Steph's injury was partially because of Steph's injury, but it was also because he had just had that block shot.
Oh, yeah.
Like Quinton Post, to me, this is an easy puzzle. I don't know if he's got it in him, but if he just becomes a passable defensive player, he can be a real difference maker in this league.
Yeah.
But right now, Quinton is like, he's a 3-point shooter, and he's a 3-point shooter. Like, he's a real problem with a lot of matchups on defense, especially Bulldogs like Aaron Gordon. You watched it. They pulled him off the floor. They couldn't keep him out there anymore. And so I'm sure that's what they're working with him on constantly right now. If they can turn him into a passable defensive player, he's going to be a big deal in this league.
Yeah, I'm with you. Let me ask you this. You're talking about Kuminga. And a little concern from you, I think a lot of Warrior fans, and I know we got Doc coming up next, so we can get into this a little bit later. Do you think the Curry absence might be a good thing for Kuminga? Because I think it might allow him to try to get into a little bit of a rhythm, because he's going to be needed more without Curry, even if the absence is only a couple of games.
I don't know that I can answer yet that it's a good or a bad thing. It's a pivotal thing. Because it could go either way. I don't know yet how it's going to go.
Fair.
I think it creates more shots for him. It's going to create more opportunity, but if they don't go in, then, or if he keeps getting slow back on defense, then you're going to start seeing a whole lot more Moses Moody than you already are. 888-957-9570. We keep taking your calls. Emergency Pandia is coming up next.
And get to YouTube.
Get to YouTube. We're going to do the darn thing. But Doc Pandia on Steph Curry is coming up next. Grandy's in for dibs on Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. Foster Farms boneless, skinless chicken breast, $2.99 per pound. And a digital deal for bananas, 47 cents per pound. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to...
Test 1, 2. We good? YouTube, you hear us?
What's up?
Nothing. How nervous are you about Oregon tonight?
I'm not that worried.
Be real.
No, I'm not worried.
Dennis Struzzulo, you are not on YouTube right now, Dennis. What are you doing, you dog? I haven't talked to you in months. How are you? There's a buddy of mine on YouTube here.
What's up, Dennis?
Yeah, say hi to Dennis. He's a good man.
I'm not worried about Oregon. The only thing that scares me is that they are a 5 seed, and 2 5 seeds have already lost.
Yeah, well, numbers are numbers.
Liberty, Dibs will tell you, look out for the short white guy on Liberty, but I'm not worried.
Uncle Looney says, do you still respect Rob Parker's opinion? Uncle, how do you know I did in the first place? Do I respect Rob Parker's opinion? Not really. I like Rob's a good dude, and Rob knows how to. Everybody in sports media has their own approach to all of this. Let's put it that way. And
there's no such thing as bad publicity.
Yeah, Rob knows how to poke a bear. Let's put it that way. And having him on our show, because I know a lot of people are like, why give him the platform? I mean, I would answer that by saying, like, why take what is happening so seriously? It's funny. I thought it was funny. And, we're in the business of trying to put together a memorable radio segment. So I hope we did that. And if we didn't, we didn't. But, no, I think anything that says Steph Curry's not the greatest shooter of all time is stupid.
Yeah, our guy Steven behind the glass doing a great job filling in for me/Lucas got in our ear after the segment yesterday and was like, I really hope Rob Parker doesn't check Twitter because Warrior fans are killing him. I can guarantee you, one, he might not have seen it, but if he did see it, he loves every second of it.
Loves it. Like, guys like that get used to that. They're almost they feed off of that stuff. Theodore says, Willard, be nice to Dibs on Monday. First of all, why? And second of all, am I not usually? Grandy, you answer. You're the one here every day. Am I nice to Dibs?
Yeah, you're nice to
Should
Dibs.
I be? Yeah,
most of the time.
Do you hear that silence? Do you hear that?
Most of the time you should.
Yeah.
But I'll put it this way. Steiny is much meaner to Goo than you are to Dibs.
Not even close.
Yeah.
And Austin and San Jose, I know I will never, ever write you again because you are relentless with your unfair and ridiculous criticisms of me, but of course we're buddies. You're here every day. That's all that's all that matters to me.
I see Austin and San Jose agreeing with me a lot on the YouTube chat.
By the way, that like Austin, your Purdy thing, it doesn't matter what we would pay Purdy because we don't even know what the hell we're doing. We've never run a salary cap before. I don't even know. It doesn't matter. What matters is what they are going to pay him. And so I hold no personal sort of thoughts about where this ends up, but I think that they really like their quarterback, and I think that good quarterbacks, that's what they cost, and I don't know what the hell the Niners are going to do next year if they don't figure something out with them.
Yeah. Uncle Looney asks, who do we have winning our brackets? You have Tennessee, right?
I took Tennessee.
They looked pretty good yesterday, although they didn't
really
cover.
They didn't cover, but
shout out to Dibs.
That. Yeah, Dibs. Dibs' picks suck.
I went with the boring pick. I have Duke winning. Duke looked amazing today.
My philosophy on brackets, because I'm not a huge college basketball fan, is to pick someone who legitimately has a chance to win it all, but is not the team that others will pick.
Yeah, if you're trying to win a pool, you have to differentiate a little bit.
I'm just trying to take a shot at winning a pool.
Yep.
Because I don't know. I can count on one hand how many college basketball games I watched prior to this tournament starting. So,
Florida's dominating right now. A lot of people are picking Florida.
Kevin said Dibbs always seems so upset with him and short with his answers. Well, Dibbs is an angry little man. Oh, do we have to go? I'll leave you with that.
Yeah, we're coming
Dan
back.
Dibley's an angry little man.
Talk to you later, YouTube.
Bye, YouTube.
And more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Warriors coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
Quickly passes to Barnes. Barnes, the main man for the Raptors. They double him immediately. Ball thrown out to Shed. Shed accelerates by Pajemski to the rim. Blocked by Butler. Butler saves the ball to Hield. With 16 seconds, Raptors have to foul. They foul Butler in the backcourt. Jimmy Butler has saved the day.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
This was funny, and I want to know what a moment like this is like for our next guest. Joining us on the River Islands guest line, as all guests on 95.7 The Game do. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? How many text messages, Doc Pandia, do you get when Steph Curry falls on the floor? And did any of them come in before mine? That's what I want to know.
Mark, you were the first one.
Yes!
You are absolutely the first one. Yes, number one.
Good job.
Johnny on the spot. That's what I was going for. I was sitting right next to Grandy, and we looked at each other, and he's like, probably emergency Pandia. And I'm like, right now.
I'm on it.
Right now. Click, swipe, Doc, what's going on? Send. So, what do you think, Doc? Because what you said back to me was you don't think that this is too bad. But what's your overall thought?
Yeah, I agree. I still think this is going to be a relatively short time missed for him. I mean, obviously, when you see that play and everyone's hearing the noise, you're like, oh, did he break something? Especially with the back issue. That was my first concern was, did he aggravate that back? And that's going to be a several-week-long thing. But then you see him get up. You see him kind of holding at his tailbone. I think all things considered, this is probably very minor. I think the best thing for Steph, because this contusion is very similar to kind of what he dealt with in 2021. He knows what to deal with. The Warriors know how this impacts a basketball player because it's not very common. So I think they rest him, maybe rest him a little bit more because he's been dealing with this fatigue. And I think this may actually be a blessing in disguise come a week or two from now.
Do you think this is something where perhaps it's more just a pain tolerance thing than anything? And I know Steph's put up with a decent amount of pain. Do you think maybe that's part of the reason why this might be a shorter absence than maybe we initially feared?
Yeah, absolutely. I think when, they got that MRI, the concern was, is there any kind of fracture there? Is there any kind of major muscle or tendon damage? And they hear the MRI comes back clean. So really, essentially, it's just a matter of inflammation and discomfort. And because this isn't a knee, it's not an ankle, it's really an area that if you can tolerate discomfort and you can play comfortably, particularly with, can you be aggressive and not worry about falling? And are you not having discomfort in your muscles when you're doing stuff? You can absolutely play. So I think for Curry, the advantage of having had something like this before is really the most beneficial part because he knows what's normal pain, how he can play, like how much impact can he take. So I think all things considered, this is the best case scenario for the Warriors after that fall.
Doc, you know the cadence of this stuff, and there's no bigger Warrior fan than you. So what do you make of the fact that they've already announced that he's flying to join the team in Miami Monday and will be reevaluated that day? That news says what to you?
That tells me that they're thinking it's pretty minor as well, too. I think the history of the Warriors has been overly cautious, which is good. The fact that they have such a quick turnaround with these reevaluations, I think in general, when you're concerned about how an athlete's going to respond to an injury, you usually say, look, let's give it 7 to 10 days because it's too painful. Then we can get a better sense of how you are. The fact that it's a 2 to 3 day turnaround, and they're having him fly, makes me expect that potentially Miami or that New Orleans game, you're going to see him play. That quick turnaround, particularly for the Warriors who are super cautious, it really indicates to me that this is pretty minor. And if this were potentially a playoff game, he may have actually come back in and tried to play. So I think that those are all positive things that you see moving forward.
How do you, as someone on the medical side of it, try to balance the what's best for the individual athlete versus what's best for the team? Because while this isn't a postseason game and they're not in the middle of the playoffs, one loss here and there can be the difference in being the 6th seed or being in the play-in. So how do you, as someone on the medical side of things, try to balance that? You don't want to obviously rush someone back, but every single one of these games is vitally important.
Yeah, I think what you really have to take into consideration with this is what's the risk of potentially him coming back and causing a more severe injury, or is it simply going to be an issue of is it just going to be more painful? And I think with a knee or with an ankle, you're look, this could potentially be catastrophic if something goes wrong. But with this area, you can push the limit a little bit of saying, hey, we need to win a couple of games. You might be a little bit more uncomfortable, but we're not leading to long-term issues. So I think you really do balance what's the worst-case scenario. With this injury, there really is no worst-case scenario unless he's, doing some kind of weird compensation because of the discomfort. So at that point, you're look, you can have a little pain. It may last a little bit longer. Let's maybe get you back sooner than if this were a knee or an ankle where this could be a career-changing injury. This is more of an annoyance more than anything else.
Doc Pandia with us here on Willard and Dibs with Grandy in for Dibs. Doc, what about this? And by the way, very much appreciate you having my back earlier this week when you actually listened to an entire conversation on the radio and got the context and the concept of what was going on with this Steph Curry Emotional Wellness Day. I don't want you to predict gloom and doom, but when you look at what 3 35-plus-year-old men are trying to do down the stretch here and the physical and mental toll that it takes to go through the playoffs, how realistic are we all being with our optimism that the Warriors are headed somewhere in the playoffs?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I mean, I think, you don't see many examples of this if you look at NBA history over the past 30, 40 years where a team is basically anchored by a couple older players who are essentially fighting for a higher playoff spot. And then you finally battle through it and get there. And then you've got this huge journey ahead of you. And where I think this can work from a physical standpoint is if the younger players do take a lot of that load and overperform such that, Jimmy and Draymond and Steph can have less a load and then be fresh for the playoffs. But you're absolutely right. If you're already talking about fatigue and worried about players making it through the regular season, playoff basketball is intense. It's a very physical game. They're going to be playing at a high speed, high level, and you got players who already have a lot of wear and tear on them. So I definitely think that it's absolutely possible. There's great skill. The question is, can these younger players take the physical load off the three of them so that when we get to the end of the playoffs, they're healthy and ready to be able to compete and play 35, 38, 39 minutes, in a big game. All
right. So to kind of summarize, you're thinking maybe this is likely based on their behavior, not terribly serious range of motion thing, and maybe best guess, just a guess, is probably Friday in New Orleans. Is that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think so. I think that plus the fact they're probably going to build in a little extra rest for him just with everything that he's kind of dealing with. So yeah, I think New Orleans would be good. Have him acclimate to the flight. I mean, it's a silly thing, but one of the things you have to worry about is when you sit on that area that's contused, it's probably going to be sore coming off a flight across the country. So New Orleans gives them time to acclimate. And yeah, I think that would be good. And they can kind of give them some additional rest for the back and the knees as well, too.
Doc, we always appreciate your availability. And even more so, I love being your number one freak out texter.
Yeah, after you, Mark, I put the phone on Do Not Disturb. It's all you. It's all you, Mark.
There it is. All right. Thanks, Doc. Thank you.
No problem. Take care, guys.
All right, thanks, Doc. There he goes. Doc Pandia. I do. Dude, I'm like, Steph hasn't even hit the floor yet, and I'm already texting the guy. I'm like, what's going on? What do you see?
Doc,
what do you see?
I'm scared. Help me.
Yeah. And he fired right back. He's like, I'm available after 3, and I don't think this is that bad. I'm like, okay.
That's all I need to know. Thank you, Doc.
Yep.
Keep it moving.
If memory serves, as soon as that text came in, I just moved my phone right across the table to you.
You did.
I'm like, take a look at that. I'm like, we're all right. Yeah. Although, we're also guessing. But to me, there's 2 things that I take from what we saw and heard last night. A, they openly admitted, because always remember this, they don't have to tell us everything. The fact that they admitted that Steph wanted to come back in the game and decided to share that publicly, and then immediately said today, MRI's clean. He's not going to be on the plane today, but he will join the team in Miami on Monday, and the reevaluation happens immediately then. I think they're sending out the thought that this is not very concerning.
Yeah.
Now, the other side to that, though, is that this can feel concerning to the fans in much less time than that. Here's what I mean by that. You can sit here and say, oh, this isn't much of a concern. How do you feel if they lose tomorrow night?
Oh, yeah, then it gets real.
They struggle to score and lose in Atlanta, which is not a far-fetched concept at all.
They're a little under 500. They're going to make the play-in the East.
They score. They're a horrible defensive team, but they will score.
Dyson Daniels might win Defensive Player of the Year, though.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Great.
He's a hell of a defender, but everybody else on that team, not so much.
Yeah. I'm wondering, just out of curiosity, because, and I know sometimes this makes people go, oh my gosh, this guy's a gambling degenerate. Sometimes I like to just get a sense of what the world at large sort of thinks about a game. I'm going to try to see, do we have tomorrow's games up yet? I don't see them.
I'd imagine the Warriors would be favored by 3.5.
Tomorrow feels like a weird one. It just feels like a weird one.
I mean, Warriors are 7-3 without Steph this year.
Yeah.
And really last night was a win without Steph. They were down when Steph got hurt, and they won that game. And I heard Steiny saying this, and I agree with him. So really, you could call that 7-3 more like 8-3. They won that game without Steph. And they are, and a lot of those wins, Willard. A lot of this.
What if Steph had missed the whole game, and they were in the exact same moment they were, they were down by 12 instead of being down by 5. Like, in other words, Steph contributed to where they were in that game.
Sure.
Without him, they may have been already out of it.
But they were better without him than they were with him in that game.
Not really a fair comparison, because the fourth quarter is when certain players start trying harder.
Sure. Okay, what? 7-3.
Yes, go ahead.
The point still stands. 7-3 without Steph this year. And this is not me saying at all that they're better without Steph than they are with Steph. Only a crazy person would say that. But a lot of those wins came before Jimmy Butler got here. Crazily enough. Milwaukee was the first game that Steph missed since Jimmy Butler debuted. All of those other wins came before Jimmy Butler got here. And now this Warrior team is more equipped to win without Steph than they were before.
For sure.
Why can't they continue playing well without Steph?
They can. They absolutely can. On certain nights, I think that becomes more about basketball, and on certain nights, it becomes a little bit more of an emotional thing. And so, very impressed that they were able to grind that out in a game. There was no business and no room for them to lose that game last night, even with Steph out. And so I know what the vibe was. You and I were there. The vibe in the building as you're watching that thing the whole time is, the Warriors are messing around with the Raptors a little bit. Raptors are hot. They're hitting their shots. But what was the lead at halftime? 6?
Yeah,
and you're sitting there going, okay, maybe they're going to sleepwalk through this one a little bit, but they're going to win.
Yeah.
They're going to win. And then it wasn't until Steph gets hurt and you're down by 5 where all of a sudden you're like, hold on a second. Is this actually a problem?
Well, the environment was really weird.
Right.
You felt that it was sleepy. The crowd wasn't into it. It was like, they can't even put this team away. What's going on here? Those pesky little Raptors.
I think it was a classic and predictable sort of a vibe based on where they had been. It's the end of the homestand. You feel like you've achieved what you wanted to achieve. You had 3 glitzy opponents come in New York, Denver, and Milwaukee. You went 2-1, which was the hope. Steph got, even though it was weird because it didn't play out the way you thought it would, but 2-1 is what you were hoping for. Steph got an emotional break. And I walked into that one like, all right, whatever. Win this game and get the road trip started. That was kind of the vibe. And then even when they're up 6 at half, you're like, look, they kind of feel the same way we do. You're going 3/4 speed. And then the next thing you know, in a blink of an eye, he's laid out on the floor and you're losing and it's getting late. And there were a couple moments in that fourth quarter where you're like, oh my God, are you actually going to lose this game? So I give them all the credit in the world for doing that when they didn't know that they were going to have to play without Steph. Now, tomorrow, there's like, you can game plan for we're going to play without Steph. But I don't know which way the emotional side goes. Like, that can be a little bit of a deflator. I'm happy that it's happening early in a road trip rather than late. But, sometimes when your star goes out, like, you don't have time for it to hit you in the belly that night because you're like, we're in the middle of a game. Maybe today it hit him in the belly a little bit. Like, we're on the plane and Steph's not here. That doesn't feel good, I wouldn't think.
Well, Steve told you guys on Wednesday about the game on Tuesday where they beat the Bucks without Steph. And you guys asked, I don't know exactly what the question was, but he essentially said winning a game like that without Steph can actually, or playing without Steph can actually prove to be a positive for your team. Because you could have an experience like you did on Tuesday, and then you get to a point down the road, maybe it's in the postseason or maybe it's in a big regular season game like last night, where you say, Steph's down or he's out for the fourth quarter and this is a tight game. We have to win without him. And you can think back to what happened Tuesday against Milwaukee when you did it without him for the entire game. And I asked Steve about that last night. I said, did what happened Tuesday help you, give you confidence when Steph went down? And he answered the question and said, honestly, I don't think any of us were thinking about Tuesday. We're just thinking about what was going on right there. So that's what you're talking about. Like, you're just so focused, laser focused on what's happening in front of you. You don't have time to even think about anything else.
Yeah, and I don't think, I know crisis of confidence was a phrase for this team earlier this year. I don't even think it's possible anymore. You know what I mean? Like, Jimmy Butler's here. And
that's how he answered the question. Yeah. He said, well, we're confident because of Jimmy.
Yeah. There's not going to be any room for that. And there's no way you could look at the Warrior roster right now and be like, ooh, they don't have enough to win a basketball game. Of course they do. Like, yes, they're down their star. But then go to the next beat and look at the lineup that goes out on the floor and ask yourself, okay, do they have enough? Is there enough firepower? That's to me, the only question. Like, if you got into some sort of a high-paced, high-scoring game with the Atlanta Hawks, do you have the firepower to stay in that? Probably not. Your job is to go out there and make sure the game doesn't become that. Like, the Warriors now probably want to play a little bit slower.
They can't afford to play defense like they did the first 3 quarters last night. Although defense in the fourth quarter last night, from the 7:30 minute mark of the fourth quarter on, the Raptors scored 9 points, and 3 of those 9 were on that banked-in 3 in the final minute when the Raptors were just clinging to life barely. So really, in normal basketball action, the Warriors allowed 6 points over the course of 7 minutes down the stretch. That's what won them the game, and that's how they're going to have to win a game or two without Steph.
Here's the Steve Kerr comment that you're referencing with regard to the idea of the star, and in this case, Steph missing a game here and there.
In many ways, it's a good thing for the team. I learned this from Greg Popovich. It forces the rest of the guys to step up. It forces guys to focus. It also prepares you for a game later on, maybe where Steph gets injured in the playoffs. You got to win a game. Well, hey, we did this before. We beat Milwaukee without him. You want to see your team respond to different types of adversity, and it's no different from Denver the night before. Jokic, Murray, they take the night off, the team wins, they feel stronger for it. These moments can strengthen a team, and I think a lot of coaches around the league recognize that.
Okay, talk about being prophetic. He says this on Wednesday. On Thursday, Steph gets hurt. On Saturday, you're in Atlanta, and you got to do exactly what you're talking about right there.
Yeah. But I also think what he said at the very beginning was it could be a good thing because it forces other people to step up. And that's why I asked you the question before we had Doc on. Do you think that Steph's absence, even if it is a very short one, could ultimately prove to be a good thing for Jonathan Kuminga? Because I kind of feel like right now he's hanging out in this limbo area where he's trying to exert himself, but he doesn't have the leeway all the time to do it. He doesn't have the freedom to play through a mistake. When the Warriors now, without Steph, they're going to need scoring from somewhere. It feels like he has a little bit more freedom to just go out there and play free and maybe make a mistake and know that he's not going to get yanked as a result.
And minutes restriction has already been moved. If there was removed, if there is one, there isn't anymore. 25 minutes last night. In other words, I think that they feel he's fully healthy. Is he fully integrated? Probably not. He's still feeling his way as he gets back to what Steve Kerr called a brand new team. And I think that at 22 years old, Jonathan Kuminga often feels like he's still kind of like checking things out and press that button. Oh, that didn't work. Press this button. Ooh, that did. Like he's still that kind of a player. But yes, so is it a good thing or a bad thing? I don't want this to sound like a cop-out. It's TBD based on the results. Like, in theory, it's a good thing in terms of opportunity. I do think that more shots now come his way and a little bit more responsibility comes his way.
And he's generally been better when more has been asked of him.
That is correct. However, I also think because of that, not that the hook will come quicker, but more is going to be asked of him, and therefore, if it doesn't go the way they want it to go, they will very quickly pivot. They will pivot to the other options out there that are less dynamic, but sometimes maybe more reliable across the board, to the point you made about someone like Moses Moody.
Well, yeah, and that's the other thing about the Moody and Kuminga conversation is Moody's at a spot like last night where he gives you nothing offensively, and he's still a positive, and he's still going to play. The reverse is not yet true for Kuminga. He has the ability to be a good defender. He just hasn't quite put it all together yet. So if Kuminga is struggling offensively, he doesn't have that extra added other way to stay on the floor because he's not impacting the game defensively the way Moody has been. So there's that much more pressure on Kuminga on offense to be good and to be effective and to be efficient, because he knows if that part of his game isn't working, he's not going to stay on the floor. Moody has kind of the freedom to be like, okay, like I want to make my shots, obviously, and if I miss them, I miss an open one. That's frustrating, but I'm going to lock in on defense because I know I'm going to stay on the floor that way.
I mean, we get to test everybody's points that we heard them make this week. We had all those people, and it felt like they kind of wanted to just half step into this point. They're like, I don't want to be the person to say this, but I kind of feel more confident when the Warriors have Jimmy and no Steph as opposed to when they have Steph and no Jimmy. Well,
we're about to find out.
Get to put that to the test. I mean, are you feeling better just tomorrow night? If you could swap in Steph for Jimmy, would you?
Yes.
Okay, you would.
I would. But it's probably not the reason you think. Steph absolutely loves playing in Atlanta. He always goes off in Atlanta.
Wow. Is that because he wants to show Trae Young who the actual Steph Curry is?
I think last year in Atlanta, he scored 60, if you remember, in an overtime loss.
Was that the case?
Yeah.
Oh, I do remember that
one?
game. I do.
He if you look at like points per game by arena, whatever is it like State Farm or whatever it is in Atlanta is like one of his highest scoring arenas.
Along with Madison Square Garden, I have no doubt.
Orlando's one. Miami is actually also one.
Oh, good. Well, then this will be a great trip, except for he's not going to play in those games. So anyway,
not guaranteed about Miami.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Okay, here's something we can play with. And so really want to focus in our last hour plus on you at 888-957-9570. You get to kind of like choose your own adventure here and lead the way.
Whoa.
I think that's a fun thing we can play with, which is if you could swap out Jimmy for Steph tomorrow night in Atlanta, would you? So we can get to that. However, for the next 15 minutes or so, we wanted to play with something. We're very aware that the Warriors, they've been all-encompassing lately. We have been so focused on Golden State Warrior basketball. You've been so focused on Golden State Warriors basketball.
For good reason.
Hottest
team in the league.
Meantime, the tournament is happening. 49er free agency has freaked everybody out, and in 6 days, the Giants have a game that counts.
6 days.
Any take that you have that's not Warrior related, your Macklin Celebrini take, any take that you have that's in your hip pocket.
San Jose Earthquakes just kicked off.
Right? St. Mary's is going all the way. Any take you have that's not Warrior related and you've been holding it, let's create just a little window for that, and we would love to hear from you because I got a few. I know you got a few. 888-957-9570. We will take your calls right now. Anything non-Warrior related that you've been wanting to get off your chest. Steven Risotto is freaking out, big Giants guy in the next room. He wants to tell you all about Jung Hoo Lee. 888.
Is his back okay?
I don't know. 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls on that. Coming up next, Grandy is in for Dibs, and it is Willard and Dibs. And it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Dibbs, your picks stink.
They really do. You lost me money yesterday. I wanted to go with him, and so I did. Thankfully, we hit a quick parlay at the end of the night to win back most of what we lost.
There you go.
But not all of it. But not all of it. So, Dibbs, your picks stink and you're drunk, which is a bad combo. Because I don't even know. Yeah, like I don't even know if maybe you're just like telling me the pick wrong.
Well,
you know
he had that instance earlier in the week in the first 4 game where his system had it lined up perfectly, and he went against his system, and he lost.
And he couldn't explain it. And that was when he was still sober. So when I heard him last night, I'm like, dude, I'm not listening to that guy anymore, right? He can't even complete a sentence. Why would I take a pick from him? And then on my way to work today, we shouted him out earlier, run into Gene in the streets, and he wants to dap it up, take a picture, loves the show, loves the whole station. And then right as I'm walking away, he goes, oh, by the way, tell Dibbs his picks suck. And that's a direct quote. He didn't say your picks stink. He said they suck. That's stronger.
That's worse than stink.
That is
sure.
worse. They do. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right, we're playing around with it a little bit here. Look, it's Friday. Let's have some fun. We got a lot of Warrior stuff still ahead. March Madness has moved to the next sort of regime here of the evening. Arizona is on the court.
Come on, Akron.
Yeah, an Oregon fan.
Let's go Zips.
I totally think this is bad juju that you're doing this because it's like you're jumping to the next and you got to worry about you first. You got to worry about your own. Don't be worried about Akron.
It's already 9-0.
It's already down by 9. They're not even 2 minutes into the game.
Akron, come on.
What do you want from the Zips? They're a 13 seed.
Don't get embarrassed.
Well, that's what they're there to do. Yeah. They're there to be food. 13, 14, 15, and 16 seeds.
Oh, but 12 is fine.
Yeah, for some reason, something happens at 12. They're just like, yeah, we're a 1.5 point underdog. Like, we're just as good as you.
And Liberty's a 12 against my 5 seed Oregon Ducks.
Anyway.
Not worried.
Wanted to throw out there that with all of our Warrior talk over the last few weeks, maybe there's some other jams that y'all wanted to get in there. So for a few minutes, any take you've got, anything you've got that's not Warrior related, let's go. And we'll take your calls, 888-957-9570. Like Elliot in the city. Hi, Elliot. What's up?
Hey, guys. I'm wondering what you guys think the direction is for the Giants because the way I see it, they're just doing the same thing they do every year, where they get a few players that get fans a little excited, but it's probably just going to be another 500 season. And especially with like the Dodgers in our division, we're not even close to being contenders for even a division, and definitely not a World Series. And I think we're kind of turning into the Steelers or the Kings of the MLB, where we're just always mediocre and don't really have a direction, don't have great young players. So I'm just curious what you guys think, like, what is the direction moving forward, and what is the goal for this season?
Well, I tell you what I think is I feel a hell of a lot more depressed than I did 45 seconds ago. Hey, come on, Elliot. What happened to Hope Springs Eternal? Where's this coming from? Like, first of all, it's not. And Elliot, thank you. Thank you very much for calling. This is not news. They're not as good as the Dodgers. Join every other team in baseball.
Or the Padres.
They're not. Yeah, they're not as good as them either.
Probably not the Diamondbacks either.
Go Dodgers.
Dibs.
Look, I'll put it this way. To me, and this is just the way my brain works, like, I don't think you can start off a season that way. Here's what I'll pass along to you. Is the Giants roster now some sort of a world-beating roster? Clearly not. Clearly not. But I will tell you that those inside the organization are walking around about 6 inches above ground as compared to how they felt the last few years with the regime change. Part of that is Buster Posey, but it's not just a figurehead. It goes deeper than that. It really does. From a baseball perspective, every former player who I talk to who has gone to spring tells you fundamentals got lost in the last 3 or 4 years, and they're back. And Buster has a very, very clear direction of how he wants that team to play baseball, and that is filtering down already. And you're going to see, they think, a team that plays a much cleaner brand of baseball, both on the base paths and in the field and all of that. But then we go to the thing that has been the thing that we've talked about so much with the Niners and Warriors at the beginning of their seasons recently. And the word is vibes. And the vibes from everyone I know who's been to Arizona, and I'd even say this for those of us who've been over here to Oracle Park for like front office stuff, the vibes are very different. That might only carry you 4 games into the season. I don't know. But the vibes are very, very different. And then if you care about this, they have like the best record of any team in spring training.
Oh, please.
I said if.
You had me until the end.
I said if. I threw out a menu, and you can order whatever you want.
I'm not ordering that last part.
You can order vibes. You can order fundamentals. Or you can order fake games.
I mean, it's all kind of wishy-washy crap anyway.
Yeah.
I think I hear you in terms of the vibes and the positive attitude and it being compared to the last regime. That, to me, says more about the last regime than what's currently going on. And I think it also says more about the promise of the future as opposed to what's about to happen on the baseball field this year. Now, what I will say is I think that, and maybe to Elliot's point, because I feel a lot of what Elliot is saying right there. I think the easy way to kind of reframe your mindset, and it's not easy to do and it's not fun because you're kind of giving in to maybe another kind of mediocre year, it's you have to think of this season as like square one, like as the building block. And like the last like 4, 5, 6 years, all of the Farhan era kind of felt like the building block. And you never really got past the building block other than that one crazy season when they won 107 games or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But that was an anomaly and it was an outlier. Everything else was terrible or right around 500. You never were like, you could never see the consistent progress. And as a result, it's hard to look at this season as like the beginning, but that's what it is. And I think you fast forward 2 years from now, 3 years from now, and you'll be able to be like, oh, we could kind of see the beginning. And you can see it kind of turn, and this is the beginning of it. It doesn't mean that this year is going to be great. I'm not expecting them to win 90 games, but I think you'll be able to tell that it's improving a little bit. But that's hard to do when you're asking that of a fan base that's been used to 500 ball for years now.
100%. But I also, this is just the way I start seasons. I look at it in terms of like, like, let's see it. Let's see it. Because maybe it will be a special season.
Maybe.
I'm not expecting anything. Here's what I'm looking for. I'm not even looking for, like, beat the Dodgers. I mean, my God. They're obviously a problem.
They're already a game up.
Exactly. But, I look at it this way. Are you going to play good baseball? And are you going to be interesting? And are you going to be entertaining? I'm going to start there. Like, are you just going to be a good baseball team? That's kind of my view for the first couple months. I don't even mean the whole season. I want you to come out and play good baseball. And
it's sad that is
be a good baseball team.
The bar that
just be a good baseball team. Don't be a frustrating baseball team. And then you see where you go. Are you blessed with health and all those questions that every team has to face? And if you're blessed with health and a couple things go your way and a couple of the guys you look at where you're like, are they going to have a good season or a bad season? If you get a couple of good answers there, then sure, it could be a playoff team. I don't think they're going to win the division, but I don't think being a playoff team in baseball is out of the question at all.
Maybe not.
And that would be great. Rich in Fremont is next up. Hi, Rich. Thanks for calling. What's up?
What's up, guy? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
I want to deliver this hot take to you guys. Brock Purdy. 5-year deal, $62 million with $35 million guaranteed. And the reason why I say this is because the brain trust of the 49ers know that the most important position on the football field is the quarterback. Okay, and we see the way Dallas took care of Dak, and we see some of these other quarterbacks around the league, they're getting paid. Look, the Niners know if they don't take care of Brock, they got to start all over again, and they know they don't want to do that. which it appears like they're doing that anyway, even though they say they're not. So I think that they take care of Brock, they pay him, and they move on to the next part of their plan. I just don't see them not paying him and letting him walk.
So when you say, yeah, Rich, thanks. When he says 35 guaranteed, I assume he's meaning that almost like on an annual basis.
Yeah, he said 62 mil, and I imagine he means per year.
Yeah.
And then he said 30, I think 32 or 35.
35, I think, is what he said. Yeah,
guaranteed, I imagine that's also
So in other words,
per
what
year.
he's saying is a 5-year extension for $310 million with $175 million of it guaranteed. That's
Something
the
like
math?
that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's hot. That's hot.
That's more total or per year than Dak. That would be the highest paid quarterback, wouldn't it be?
Yes,
Ever?
but it'd be average annual, but it'd be much less guaranteed than what Dak and Josh Allen got. It'd be much lower. It would be only a tiny bit more than what Jordan Love got guaranteed. You know what's crazy? I think what Rich said is a little hot, a little high, but I don't think he's that.
I think he's in the ballpark?
Off. Potentially. Here's what I'm prepared for, and I know maybe, Grandy, you're not. I am prepared for that deal to happen at some point in the next 6 or 7 weeks, and I am prepared for everybody to lose their damn minds based on numbers, which I think is not the plan, but a part of the plan that you're watching the 49ers execute. Right now, today, it's a frustrating one. Feels like they're just saving money and they have a worse roster. It is my belief, though, that if you go player by player on everybody who left, for the most part, they are players who the 49ers felt were underperforming based on their price. And I know that people don't want, like we as fans don't want to look at that. We just want the player, and screw the price. You're rich. Well, I invite you to then take that opinion to Brock Purdy. Do you want the player or not? That's the way I look at it. I do not think the 49ers are so stupid that they are going to sign him to any contract that prevents them from putting a good football team together. And as long as they don't do that, I don't care if it's 50 or 59 or 60. I really don't. I want Brock Purdy to be their quarterback. So do they. He's really good. He's really good. He's really good, in my opinion. And end of story. End of story. These things that people are throwing out on the internet, you're going to trade him. What was the one that I saw today? Trade Brock Purdy and your first-round pick to the New York Giants for 3 first-round picks and sign Aaron Rodgers. That was, and I forget, no, this was somebody legit who said this. I wish I could remember who it was.
Stupid. Don't say that again.
It's like suicide. Absolute lunacy. Aaron Rodgers? The Jets just gave him their organization for 2 years for 4 wins. I don't understand the fascination.
He had a 6-hour meeting with the Steelers today, and according to reports, it went well.
Yeah.
They're going to stay in touch, according to Adam Schefter.
Right.
Yeah.
When you go on a date and you leave it with "let's stay in touch," how did the date go?
Oh, not good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's the "let's stay in touch," and then you never hear from her again.
I mean, you're listening to
That's happened to me a
95.7.
couple times.
I'm sorry. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live with the free Odyssey app. Now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Yeah, no, we should keep in touch and, see if maybe down the road we can, I don't know, get a coffee or something.
You hit him with yeah, for sure.
For sure.
Let's do that.
Oh, God.
What's
your Purdy take, though? Because you got way more reservations than me.
About Brock, and it relates more so to what's happened this offseason. It's not that I think Brock is a bad quarterback. Of course not. Brock is a good quarterback. He's better than the majority of quarterbacks in the NFL. And the price of paying or playing poker for quarterbacks in the NFL is what it is. The market is what it is. You have to pay him that, and I get it. If the 49ers offseason, though, is a result of the contract that they're expecting to have to hand over to Brock, and the reason why, one, not letting people walk, not just letting people walk. Like, I think for the most part, I'm with you. Like, letting Hufanga walk, letting Aaron Banks walk, letting Jalen Moore walk. Like, all those things are what they are. They're not really good football players, at least not at that price point. So it would be bad business to keep them around for that money. I draw the line at Dre Greenlaw. I draw the line at just releasing Leonard Floyd and releasing Malik Collins. I thought those, considering what their prices were, they performed at an okay level, and I think those pieces leaving hurt. What I'm more pushed out of shape about is the lack of players that you're signing and that you're bringing in. Like, it's one thing to let overpriced players leave. Like, I was all on board with letting Debo walk. He's not worth that money. Okay, Debo, get out of here. We would have cut you. We got a pick for you. Better than nothing. But if what is happening with Brock Purdy's contract is the reason why the 49ers were unwilling to play ball in the free agent market at any sort of meaningful level, and you tell me if there wasn't $60 million being prepared to hand over to Brock Purdy every single year, that meant getting a better offensive line and actually having any defensive linemen and not having to rely solely on the draft to have any shot at being competitive this year, then I am open to the alternative, because I don't think Brock Purdy at that price point and what is left on the roster plus shots in the dark in the draft is going to be enough to legitimately compete this year.
I hear you. And maybe I'm being naive. I really don't think that's it. I'm not going to say it's not a contributing factor.
Well, then all they have left is the draft.
No.
All the good free agency players are gone.
I understand where you're coming from.
And everyone has draft picks.
What I'm saying is I don't think that what you're seeing from the 49ers is a direct result of the contract that they need to give Brock. I don't think that's it.
Okay, well, that might make it worse. Why the hell are they not spending money then?
Okay, I'll share this. I'm going to leave names out of it. But there is let's say a football coach I know.
Okay.
And it turns out that football coach listened to this show.
Okay.
The week of NFL free agency. The football coach listened to what a lot of our listeners had to say in terms of expressing concerns about what those stupid, cheap 49ers were doing. And the football coach went, okay, let me see if I can take a look at what the 49ers are doing. So that football coach started to do a dive into the numbers, not just the financial ones, but the actual production of the players who were let go, and then matched that up with the money that they were making and tried to look at the picture all the way through from top to bottom. And that coach walked out of that exercise saying, this is not me talking, so don't get mad at me. That coach...
Get ready to tweet this, Ken.
That coach walked away from that exercise and said, the listeners to that radio station don't know a whole lot about what's going on.
Yeah, but it's not about the players that left.
It is about the players that left.
It's about no one other than special teamers and a tight end too coming in.
But now you're getting mad at air because you still don't know who those people are. You don't know. I don't know.
They signed 2 Lucases.
They did not sign any Lucases. They signed some Lukes.
Whatever. Luke Farrell.
I'll look right at the director of sports at this station and tell him that Luke is a way manlier name than Lucas. That's a fact. I'm sorry. To everybody named Lucas listening to the show. So I didn't make the rules. Anyway, the point is that football coach said every single player that I watched them let go had a problem with either performance, age, or injury based on the amount of money that they were going to have to be paid. So the 49ers, in this football coach's opinion, are simply running a business the way business is run, which is I am going to look at every asset I have. I'm going to find the ones that are inflated and overpriced, and I am going to replace them with ones that give me either equal or better production for less money.
Okay, and that's all great.
That's how that was a no dog in fight football coach's take on what the 49ers have done so far.
Okay, and that's all great.
Okay.
Get rid of overpriced, underperforming talent. I'm with you. And if Brock Purdy's contract isn't the reason for the lack of spending, what is the reason for the lack of spending? Did the 49ers think the entire free agent class also wasn't worth the money they were going for on the open market?
Maybe. Aaron Banks went for $77 million. Yeah. What's your take?
Not worth that.
Okay. So I am not telling you.
There are quality players out there that have been scraped up already.
I am not telling you that you're wrong. What I'm saying is, once we realize that process, which, by the way, John Lynch told the fans that's what he was doing.
Oh, yeah.
And then he followed up this week, if you missed it, and said, we have a plan. A plan.
Well, it's a bad plan.
Well, you don't know that yet. You got to let it execute, and then you can pass.
It feels to me like their plan is just hope that they draft an amazing class.
And my response to that would be, I totally get on the surface why you feel that way, but it feels to me like you're calling the Niners dummies. Like, come on. That can't be their plan. They're not that. Now, you could say, look, right now, based on what we've seen, you're just lining the owner's pockets. That, to me, is a more fair criticism than, well, your plan is to just draft players and start them right away. They can't be that dumb. This has been a successful regime. There's no way that they sat down and that's the plan they came up with.
I hope not.
It can't be. It can't be.
It almost feels like their gap year is not the right phrase, but it almost feels like they're treating this year as the opportunity to financially reset and accept that this is going to be the least talented roster they've had in a while.
Do you buy or sell the idea that it in some way is either predictive or maybe it's Vegas sticking a fish hook in everybody's mouths? Do you know that the Niners remain the third favorite in the NFC at this hour?
Behind Lions and Eagles?
Yep.
More than the Commanders?
Yep. Packers, keep going.
I would not bet them.
Favorite to win the division, and it ain't close.
I might trust them to win the division, maybe, but I'm not picking them to win the NFC.
Well, if you trust them to win the division, I would say stand down. That's what I would say. If you actually feel like they're going to win the division,
maybe,
then I'd say, what are you worried about?
The Rams and the Seahawks might be there.
I mean,
I would be more fearful of the Rams.
I just know this. How often do you watch a game and go, good Lord, how does Vegas know that? Something to think about, that's all.
Yeah, I'm sure the Niners were also the odds-on favorite to absolutely dominate the division last year, and they went 6-11.
Yes, they were.
So they get it wrong sometimes.
They did, and so did the Niners, which I think is what they're reacting to. That's what they're reacting to. You know, they've openly stated, we pushed all our chips into the middle of the table because we thought we were within a breath of winning a Super Bowl. Turns out we got a lot further away. And so we're not going to, why would fans ask us to push all our chips in the middle of the table again? I think that's what they're saying. Now, look, I'm not here to tell you that they're doing it right because I just like you, I can't see how this ends. But I do think they've earned hey, we have a plan, we're not stupid. I think they've earned that. I will say that. No?
They look pretty stupid right now. I'm having a hard time getting past it. Okay. I don't know how else they improve their roster other than just hitting home run after home run on their draft picks.
Well, I mean, look, the draft is always important, and they don't have a perfect track record, and so
they have an okay track record, not a great one.
Yeah, so I mean, a healthy amount of stress.
Last year was good. Like 2 or 3 years before that, other than Brock, were very bad.
Yeah, so like I think that a fair amount of stress there is warranted, but. Like, I don't think it's news that they're like, yeah, part of our plan is to, we need to
everyone's
we
plan.
need to find some talent in the draft. Especially this year, they've got the 11th pick.
The sticking point for me is it feels like the 49ers are saying, all right, we're veteran laden, we're expensive, and to make it worse, our veterans who were expensive didn't perform well. So we have to kind of clean house. For whatever reason, none of the free agents out there are of interest to us. Whether it's because they are worth too much or who knows, we're saving money for something else and we don't want to spend it. For whatever reason, you're not spending it. And you're saying, all right, we trust that we have an advantage over everybody else because we have 11 draft picks and we're going to make the most of it. And we're going to take a step forward compared to the rest of the league on the draft.
It's got to be deeper than that. It has to be.
For this coming season, I don't know what else there is.
There are a lot of things. Like, by the way, there are still plenty of people out there. There's plenty of players still out there.
They were going to go and get Devontae Adams, and then they were going to maybe try to trade for Higgins. And then Myles Garrett asked for a trade out of Cleveland.
Yeah, but you're talking about the biggest names out there. And I was a fan of the Devontae Adams idea too, but I could very easily see, I don't know, does this interest you? I thought this was kind of interesting. And again, it's just an odds thing, but Shapiro hit everybody earlier today with the odds on where Tyler Lockett signs. And the number one team on the board was the Niners. Does that do anything for you?
I mean, how old is he?
I don't know. Not that old. But that's a solid, that's what I mean, though. There are players out there still who are good football players. And just because the initial wave went by, I do think there is something to be said for the fact that, that initial wave of free agency is usually where the overpriced mistakes happen. That's a fact.
It's also where the most talented players go.
No doubt. Tyler Lockett's 32. He's 32 years old.
He might have a decent year in him still.
Yeah,
he would make them better.
Okay.
They need another receiver.
Okay.
No doubt.
And I actually, you want to know something that I think is, what?
Tell me.
Dude, I think Pearsall's going to be a stud.
Oh, okay.
I really do.
He better be.
Oh, I think he's going to be a stud.
Well, Brock Purdy's going to need him to be a stud.
I think he's going to be a stud. I really do. I got a gut feeling on Pearsall. I think he's going to pop.
The one thing I
really do.
The one thing I will defend the Niners on,
and
this is a really minor thing, but I saw so many people up in arms about this. Jordan Mason to Minnesota.
Yep.
They got a pick back for him.
They moved up from the 6th to the 5th, and then they got a 6th next year.
Yeah. Okay.
I think was the deal.
Some late draft pick maneuver. Whatever. You have Jordan Mason, who they would have had to sign to not a big contract, but money.
$5+ million.
That all counts.
Yep.
And it's all something. He's going to be your RB2 at the most, and he was good last year in his specifically the first 7 weeks of the year. But when you have McCaffrey, and you have a couple of you have Garendo.
They like Garendo.
Might have been RB3. Honestly, you really like Garendo.
They like Garendo.
And this running back draft, please, for God's sakes, don't draft running back in the first 3 rounds. But there is
the 4th.
Don't do it in the first 4 rounds. Do it in the 5th, 6th, or 7th, please.
God.
There's so many running backs in this draft. Just draft one late in the draft. Make him your RB3.
Or don't draft him at all. Get an undrafted free agent. That's what Jordan Mason was.
And plug him in as your RB3 and save money there. So, there were so many Niner fans who I saw, oh my God, we let Jordan Mason go. Why are we doing this? He was so good for us last year. He's going to be your RB3, most likely. And you have endless draft picks. You can just go and take a flyer on someone and have someone for way cheaper. That made sense to me.
Right, but as fans, we sit here and we go, dude, Christian McCaffrey's not healthy. And maybe he is. Again, those are the kinds of things I look at. And I look at your behavior and think, okay, because you know. The Niners know what's going on with Christian and we don't.
Oh, of course.
We don't. We're just like, well, that's
I don't
scary.
think they're that stupid.
Yeah, they don't have a reason, I would bet right now, to think that Christian McCaffrey is not going to have a great year.
And they need him to.
Yes, they do.
If he doesn't have a great year, they're probably not going to win the division.
Yeah. Rick in Walnut Creek. Again, we're taking calls on anything that's been in your hip pocket, not Warrior related, over the last few weeks that you want to get off your chest. Rick in Walnut Creek. Hi, Rick. Thanks for calling.
I want to talk about the Giants, but I can talk about the Niners and Giants because the Niners are doing it right. Just like the Giants are doing it right. The Yorks or the Johnsons just be interesting enough. Niners know they're never going back to the Super Bowl. You might recognize me. I'm the one that calls Brock Purdy the duck fart thrower.
I actually do remember that, Rick. I do remember that. Do you honestly believe the Niners looked at each other? The flipping San Francisco 49ers all got into a boardroom and went, so we know we're never going to win a Super Bowl ever again, so let's behave based on that premise. That's really your take, Rick?
It is, because, look, it's an aging fleet what they have. So what they're going to do now is try to get it right in the draft. They've screwed it up moody, sad boy, right? So, that's the problem. They're going to have to get it right in the draft, and that's for the future. And that's not guys like Warner and Juszczyk and Kittle, because they're not going to be around in 3 or 4 years. Or Christian McCaffrey, he's not going to make it 2 years from now. That's why I'm upset they got rid of Jordan Mason. But let's talk about the Giants.
Let's go.
They're going to be impotent. They're going to be below 500. I can't wait to go to Sacramento for the Bull Durham Knights. That's what I'm calling it. I want to see the Yankees there in Sacramento on a hot August night. That's going to be fun. All my buddies are talking about it. Those are the games we want to go to. I'm tired of being tricked by the Giants. Roll out Buster Posey, Baby Yoda night, and the great stadium, and you think that we're going to all go to the games and watch a team that's not even going to be a wild card. They've done nothing with their pitching staff. That's the biggest sin right there. Nothing with pitching.
They've done nothing with
pitchers.
How so, Rick? What do you mean they've done nothing with their pitching staff? What does that even mean?
Kyle Harrison, Hayden Birdsong. Those are going to be starters. They're not going to get you anything. Landon Roop, right? Who's the best that we have? Who's the best pitcher we got? It's Logan Webb. We've done nothing with the bullpen.
Yeah, I mean they've got.
Logan Webb. No, wait. Logan Webb is a star. He is a star.
Okay.
He is a stud.
Robbie, you're out on Robbie Ray. You're out on Justin Verlander. You're out on all of that.
I am out on Justin Verlander because look at his ERA last year. He's just too old. Robbie Ray, let's hope that he's going to be his Cy Young form. But again, probably over the hill and can't do it. But you need more than just 2 guys.
Do you want
something else? They didn't do it.
Do you want to bet that they have more wins than losses, and we could call it the duck fart bet, and whoever loses has to wear a shirt that says duck farts for like a week or something like that?
I got it better than that.
Okay.
The A's are going to have a better record. And it's going to be a better vibe going to a Sacramento night game like Bull Durham. Watching all these major league teams have to go into Sacramento on a sticky night, and that's going to be the home field advantage the A's have, and they're going to have a better record.
Rick, what's the bet? I'll bet you on that. I'll take you up on it right now. You take the A's, I'll take the Giants. Better record wins. What do you got? What do you want to bet?
It involves Crazy George. If we're talking about the A's, it involves Crazy George.
I don't want to loop some other man into this bet when he's not even here to talk for himself. Rick, do you want to put something on this or not?
You know what? I think he'll do it. By the way, guys, about Crazy George, he makes appearances, but he has to be paid. So I think that's part of it. If I win, you got to pay Crazy George to, I don't know, be a guest on the show. That would be wild.
Okay, Rick, all right, thanks very much. I like to be paid for my appearances too, so I'm not going to hold that against Crazy George. I'm like flabbergasted that Crazy George is still out and about doing his thing. Feels like it's been 113 years, and he hasn't changed a bit.
A's better record than the Giants.
Come on.
The A's have spent, actually, surprisingly, a lot of money this offseason.
I know. They've put a couple of things out there.
Second they get out of Oakland.
Let's go Troy in the Santa Cruz Mountains, who would like to rebut the most recent caller. Hello, Troy.
Yeah, Willard, thanks. And gentlemen, thank you again. I don't know where that guy's direction was going with regard to Johnson and the Yorks and Mark. I'll hedge your bet with him with regard to the A's and why he's backing a Fisher-based organization as somebody that also is in San Jose and watches the earthquakes. That's a freaking nightmare. I just think that, to your point, Mark, they're gonna free up the money, which they've done. The money that came off the books, right, was what had to be done to try to levy that. And, they're going to pay Purdy, and that is the game plan, right? And then Lynch knows he's got 11 picks on the books. He thinks he's going to hit it out of the park. And furthermore, just real quick, and pivot back to the Giants, the idea that the Sacramento A's are going to have more wins than the Giants this year is absolutely ludicrous.
I don't even know, Troy, thanks. Is it offensive to call them the Sacramento A's, or is it offensive that they won't call them the Sacramento A's?
Probably that they won't call them the Sacramento A's.
I get it that Sacramento...
They're just the Athletics.
It's like, we're hosting you. The least you could do is put our name on it. But then again, at the same time, it's like a temporary thing, and you actually want to go to Vegas. So I don't even know how locals feel about that. I haven't really talked to anybody about that yet.
They'll show up on your score bugs this season as ATH.
Right.
Not
Athletics.
OAK, not SAC, just ATH.
ATH. It's like the same thing that's next to a football recruit and you don't know his position.
Athlete.
So they just call him athlete.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just means he's really fast.
ATH.
Doesn't have great hands, but is not big enough to be a running back. ATH.
ATH. Yeah. Let's go to, this is always one of my favorite callers when we go to Morgan and Morgan Hill. Hey, Morgan.
What's up?
It's a lot of Morgans.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for taking my call. I wanted to defend Farhan Zaidi, but before I get into defending Farhan Zaidi as a scapegoat, yeah, I know. Really, it's an unpopular
Well, no, I'm glad.
take.
No,
It's an
you
unpopular
do it,
take.
Morgan. I tried it for 4 years and I got so beat to hell. You take it.
Okay. So before I get into that, I just want to say, I agree. Things run its course, and the Zaidi term ran its course. So, and I'm excited for the Buster Posey reign, but I want to just look back at like the last season, and we could even go further. But if we remember to the off season before last season, Zaidi's last season, all the signings that they had made, I think we were all really excited about them. Jorge Soler, Jung-Hoo Lee, Matt Chapman, Robbie Ray, Blake Snell. There might be one or two in there that I'm missing. So the sentiment was we were all very excited and happy with the signings. But then what happened? Jorge Soler started the season in a 3-month slump. Blake Snell was injured. Jung-Hoo Lee injured the whole year. Robbie Ray didn't pitch till the very end. The only silver lining was Matt Chapman and some of the younger guys that we brought up, like Fitzgerald and Ramos. So I kind of just think that we blame Farhan too much when really we should be blaming the players.
Morgan, I don't think that's like the craziest take ever. Appreciate you, Morgan. I mean, nothing. Look, this happens in sports. You can't have an entire organization struggle both to find homegrown talent and get wins on the field and whittle that down to one person. That's not a thing. That's just not a thing. That's crazy. You can't do that with any of these franchises. Like last year with the 49ers. You're going to put that on one person? Who is it?
Kyle Shanahan.
Kyle Shanahan. Man, he's arrogant, he's smug, and he don't know how to call a play. Okay, whatever. Bottom line is you can't, no, it's not all on Farhan. And yes, I do think that the front office, in fact, I know this, the front office for a period of time last year was very frustrated, not with all of the players, but with certain players and their productivity. I'll give you some examples. Like, you see that story a couple of weeks ago when Blake Snell came out and was like, they didn't even call me. Guess what, Blake? You're right. They didn't. They didn't like you. Doesn't mean they didn't like your pitching talent, but they didn't like you, dude. They did not like you. You sold them down the river in their opinion. You showed up late, and then you took your time getting to the field, and then there were multiple times throughout the year when you were on the field and you asked out. And then
at the end of the year, you refused to pitch.
You wouldn't pitch. And Buster Posey does not think that you're his kind of guy. That'd be my guess. So, yeah, they didn't call you. It doesn't mean they think you stink. You're a phenomenal pitcher.
Just means they didn't want you.
But you're not their kind of culture person right now. So, yes, there was from Jorge Soler's double play balls to Blake Snell's approach to the game to we could go to a few other players. Camilo Doval, for sure. The hell are you doing out there? What do you mean you won't go in certain scenarios? What you've been in the big leagues for a year and a month? And now you're calling the shots? Like, there was a lot of that stuff. And so I do think the front office looked to some of the players and was like, come on, man. Like, what are we doing here? But also, of course, the front office bears a lot of the responsibility based on the tone they set, the approach they took, all kinds of things over the last 4 or 5 years, trying to remove history, leaning too far into analytics, and telling players they were going to have one role and then doing another. All of these things, they all helped each other disappoint. They all helped each other disappoint. So it's never, was Farhan scapegoated? Yeah, probably a little bit. But he definitely made plenty of missteps.
That's also what you sign up for when you're the leader of the organization.
Of course.
And when you talk about players that maybe aren't, I don't know, culture fits or aren't buying in or whatever, like the person in charge of constructing the roster and putting those players on the team and on the field in the first place deserves a little bit of blame for it not fitting in the first place either. I mean, so much of free agency is meeting with the guy and vetting him and talking to other people that you know around the league and figuring out if you think he would be a good culture fit with you. Where I maybe feel a little bit for Farhan, specifically last offseason, that felt like a make or break offseason, and it was Farhan, sign people, get talent in here, or else you're done. So he did that, but they weren't very good. For whatever reason, it didn't work out. But it's kind of like the plus-minus stat in basketball. Over the course of one game, misleading. Over the course of 20 games, or over the course of multiple seasons, that means a lot. And over the course of multiple seasons, everything kind of added up as Farhan not quite the right guy.
One last thing on the Giants is this, and I don't know what this is going to turn into, but I do think it's a good thing. You know how we talk about Steve Kerr and his rotations?
Yeah.
And how the trade kind of made it clearer that everybody was like, okay, I kind of know what to expect tonight. I know what my role is. Steve knows. I'd like to go to Guy Santos in this situation, not Guy Santos. How about Quinton Post in that situation over there? He kind of knows what's going on. The Giants last year at this time were a complete mess in terms of knowing who was what, who was where, and exactly what was going on. Remember now, go back to last spring. Blake Snell has just arrived. Matt Chapman was not that much before that. And Marco Luciano was going to get a chance to be the everyday starting shortstop. That's what was happening in spring.
Back when I still had optimism about Marco Luciano.
And then the season started, and everyone's like, what the hell's going on? Why isn't Blake ready? Then we're sending Marco out, and the fans are like, wait a minute, you said Marco was going to start. And the Giants knew some things that obviously didn't want to say publicly. They're like, turns out he's got cement blocks on his hands, so we probably shouldn't start him. And he's also not ready to hit. All of these things are happening behind the scenes. Flash forward to this year, I could go back 4 weeks from now. The Giants knew exactly what their plan was. I'm not saying it'll work, but they know exactly what's going on. We need to find a fifth starter. That's it. And we need to figure out if we're like platooning right field. That's it.
And first base.
No, I think they know what.
A little bit.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a perfect answer, but they're going with it. There's no like, are we signing someone or what? Like, there's none of that. Buster Posey said it 6 weeks ago. He's like, we're done. This is what we got.
Yeah, he told you guys basically.
Yeah, so continuity from that standpoint, I think they're in a much better space to start this year.
To wrap up this Giants conversation, to throw back to your bet with I forgot our caller's name. Morgan? Was it Morgan?
No, it was Rick and Walnut Creek.
Oh, Rick.
Yeah.
A's over-under win total, 71.5. Giants, 80.5. So you have a nice little edge there.
Gosh. Vegas still thinks 500 team, huh?
Depending on where you shop, 79.5 elsewhere. But 80.5 is the consensus.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Unbalanced schedule, right? Like they're playing the Dodgers the same number of times that everybody else is playing the Dodgers, right?
Yeah.
I think they're going to win more games than they lose.
Okay, lock it up. Willard says over 80.5. I've been tricked before. I'll go under.
I mean, it's probably a no bet.
I
would rather wait and watch them play for a second, and then if it goes up to 82.5, like I'm still like I'm okay with that.
I will.
Let's watch them play for a second.
What I will say is, I have a little bit more faith in the Giants plan than this Niners plan.
Ooh, see, but you know why? It's because you can see it.
Yes, I can see it. It's not great, but at least it's a plan.
But you can't see it yet
because it might not exist.
Oh well, of course it exists. Like, honestly, sometimes I feel like y'all act like John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are Dr. Evil. And they're like in the back room, some
How are you?
No, but like, come on. They're not stupid.
I know they're not stupid, but it doesn't mean that they're not looking at this season as, all right, let's reload and get ready for the following year.
You can disagree with them, but you don't call them stupid. Don't think that the Niners...
You're the one that brought up the stupid word. I never called them that.
Well, like you're sort of suggesting they have no plan.
it sort of feels like they're not trying everything possible to try to win football games this year.
I think they have.
And there could be business reasons for that.
Well, every decision is made on its own. So
it feels to me like this season is being treated as an opportunity to financially reset and gear up for 2026.
I think,
and they hope that they can be competitive this year, but they're not feeling like we have as good of a chance as we will next year.
I think there is a financial reset. I don't necessarily buy that it's we're playing for 2026. I think that there's a financial reset involved in there, and certain decisions might help this year a little bit more than next. But I don't know that you ever do that where you plan for we're going to be good in 2027. Yeah, there's a little bit of a financial reset in there, but you try to win every year. You don't think the Niners are trying to win?
Well, yeah, to an extent. They're not trying to win as much as they tried to win last year.
All right.
I don't know how you could could possibly think that.
No, the point is, though, is it always the right bet to push all chips in the middle of the table?
I just want them to push any chips in the middle of the table.
I'd argue no. I'll give you the example.
Not all, just some.
Sometimes you lose the Super Bowl in overtime and you want to push all the chips in the middle of the table.
They did that.
Other times, Dan Dibley calls you with a pick. I ain't pushing all my chips in the middle of the table. Like Tyler Shane, minus 18 and a half.
I'm not telling you to go all in with 7-2 off suit.
But that's what they're doing. They're not going all in because they just did that and they got burned. They lost. They lost their money. They went 6-11. So, why would you want him to do it again? You know what I'm saying?
You got, Jack and a 7. See the flop. Put a little bit in. Don't just fold immediately.
Wait, I got Jack and a 7, and then you want to see the... Are we playing blackjack or poker?
Poker.
Oh, okay. Jack and a 7? Yeah, we'll see the flop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So put something in. You're not going all in immediately. You might got something if you can, put a little bit of money into this thing.
Brother, I'm not, defending anything I can't even see. It's March 21st. It's March 21st.
Yeah, there's plenty of time.
Right.
For them to piss me off even more.
It's a little early for the crazy stress, no?
They draft a running back in the 3rd round. I'm like, oh, God.
Dude, they don't have a game for 6 months.
The draft is next month.
Right. They'll be there.
They better go D-line, D-line, O-line, D-line, D-line, O-line.
Or else
I'm going to be real angry.
Oh, here comes Grandy.
Yeah.
Here comes Grandy. All right, back to the Dubs. Let's go to David in Concord. Hi, David. What are you doing?
All right, guys. So, fantasize with me for a little bit. I'm an extreme optimist, and I'm going to give you my optimism and hope you go with me. The Warriors are 9-1 in the last 10. The Grizzlies, Lakers, and Nuggets are all 5-5. If that repeats in the next 10, the Warriors are in the 3rd pole position. Tell me what you think, and I'll take it off the air.
Okay, Warriors, David in Concord. Here's what I think. I think it's very unlikely that things like that repeat themselves.
Yeah, probably
why would they? And by the way, I'm not sure if you saw Steph Curry's hurt. So
Warriors could still go 9-1 in their next 10.
They could. I'd bet against it. I'd bet against 9-1 no matter what the scenario ever, always. Do you know how hard that is? And by the way, you're starting 6 on the road. And you want them to go 9-1 in the next 10?
Let's just say they go 9-1.
They're at L.A. in 2 weeks and back home to Denver 22 hours later?
Yeah, they can't beat Denver no matter what.
I mean, that's all I'm saying.
Let's just say they go 9-1.
I'm not here to tell you they can't, but yes, I'd bet against it.
Let's say they go 9-1.
All right.
I guarantee you the Nuggets, Lakers, and Grizzlies are not all going to go 5-5.
No.
Well, one of them might. No, and maybe you jump up to the 5.
The Grizzlies might. The Grizzlies are not very good. I don't think, and they're hampered by injury. Triple J is just back a couple of games ago. Ja's out again. They cannot consistently stay on the floor.
And if I'll keep it real for a sec.
Yeah, keep it real.
You shouldn't root for the Nuggets to lose. You should root for the Nuggets to win, so they be the 2 and the Rockets fall to the 3.
Sure.
So that's what the Warriors want at the 3.
I'll buy that.
Either the Nuggets or the Lakers need to win a lot of games the rest of the way.
Yeah.
Not both. One of them.
Absolutely. I'll totally buy that.
Because you want Houston 3.
Houston or Memphis.
Yeah. And Memphis is probably not going to be 3.
Absolutely who I would love to see. All right. This segment is sponsored by Ceremony Ford. And we're also fresh off of what we thought was just an absolute blast down at Splash, just outside Chase Center last night as we got ready for Warrior basketball. And that was all brought to you by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. And yeah, bring on the weekend. But we're not quite done yet. Still some time for your calls, 888-957-9570. Just for fun, okay? If you could swap out Jimmy for Steph tomorrow night. Like, let's actually run a test. Do you feel more comfortable with Jimmy in and Steph out, or Steph in and Jimmy out? If you could trade Jimmy for Steph tomorrow, would you? 888-957-9570. Grandy's in for Dibs. Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know,
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
Sounds like she's a stretch 4. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're heading into a weekend of a whole lot of college hoop watching. And obviously the Dubs tomorrow afternoon as they start an East Coast road trip, or a road trip that will start on the East Coast, going to move all over the place. But Hawks and no Steph. And I asked you this earlier, if you could swap injuries and put Steph in this game tomorrow night, but you lose Jimmy, would you do it? And you surprised me a little bit by saying yes.
I don't know how that's surprising. We're talking about Steph freaking Curry here.
I know, except for...
Don't be disrespectful.
No, not disrespectful, but sort of expecting everybody to be a prisoner of the moment, which is that we've seen this Warrior team without Jimmy, and it's not very good. And then we've seen this team when Jimmy's on it and there's no Steph, and it still holds it together pretty well. So, again, these are all small sample conversations, and by no stretch am I saying that anybody other than Steph Curry is the most important or best player on this team, but there could be something stylistic here that lends itself to the team being a little bit more equipped when it's Steph that's out as opposed to Jimmy. I don't know. That's what the data would suggest.
Yeah, 7-3 without Steph.
And without
before Jimmy.
And
really.
Right. Since Jimmy has arrived, like not only have they only lost twice with him, you know, like the one time that we saw him without him was their worst game.
Yeah.
And
Philly.
they lost in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And Quentin Grimes scored 1,000 points. So, but you said you had a reason that was like maybe different than the one we thought.
He loves playing in Atlanta.
Yeah.
He dominates Atlanta, specifically in Atlanta.
That's a fair point.
I don't know what it is about that arena, if it's about the sight lines behind the backboards or I don't know. No idea why, but he tends to. You wouldn't switch it, though. You think they have a better shot to win without Steph than they would without Jimmy?
Well, okay. What if I threw it at you with an equally sort of off the roadmap answer, which is if I did go to what people say is the potential blessing in disguise, I don't really buy it. But this time of year, if I'm going to have somebody have to sit for a couple of games and get rest, I would rather Steph gets that than Jimmy.
Okay, I hear that.
Steph's played a lot more basketball and has had a lot more on his plate this year than Jimmy Butler has. So at least I'm getting that. If I can't have him in the game, at least I'm getting that for Steph Curry, and I'd rather he has it than Jimmy Butler right now.
I hear that. I guess I was thinking more of it in like a vacuum as opposed to anything. But yeah, Steph needs the rest more than Jimmy does. There's no doubt about that.
We want to go back to the phones. Want to remind you that the college basketball tournament's underway, and you can stay up to date on all the tournament action via our bracket challenge on 957thegame.com. And then tune into KPIX Game Day Center Court after the games at 9 p.m. each night. You get highlights, plus you see all of our ugly mugs. Some of our 95.7 The Game hosts will share their thoughts on the tournament. Guru was on last night, and I'm hope. Oh, do we? Do we have the audio?
Oh, please.
How long was it? How long is the audio clip?
It's like 25 seconds.
Oh yeah. Let's hear a little Guru.
Let her rip.
KPIX.
Don't let Steiny shove you around. Okay, we'll be listening tomorrow 10 to 2.
You know what, Vern, real quick on that, I have older men, younger ladies come just give me a hug, and we hadn't even met. And I'm like, what's that for? Who passed? What happened? That's Steiny. He's a softy, and he's a good friend, man. So that's too funny, but he's my guy, man.
Good stuff, man. Looking forward to listening to the banter.
Okay, the great
Shout out Vern Glenn.
The great Vern Glenn with Guru there. Why did Guru say it's older men and younger women that come give me a hug? Did anybody else get like a little uncomfortable there?
I don't know the context.
Why wouldn't you just be like, yeah, there's
people,
or if you want, like, yeah, there's men and women who come up and give me a hug to make me feel okay about the way Steiny treats me. But he was very careful to be like, it's older men and younger women.
Because
if it's younger men, is that like pause? Like, is that not okay with you?
I have no.
And what if it's older women?